Dad, Mom, this is Shige, our Lu family's biological daughter. Xia Shige woke from darkness, the suffocating sensation of massive blood loss and impending death still coiling around her heart. She opened her eyes in confusion and looked around only to realize she was standing in the Lu family's villa living room. The elegantly dressed couple standing before her, exuding wealth and status, were precisely her biological father Lu Bo and her biological mother Su Ilan. The fake heiress Lu Xishue wore a high-end white dress and stood beside Su Ilan, gently holding onto her arm as she looked at Xia Shige with a trace of unease. Xia Shige realized she had been reborn to the moment of her very first meeting with her biological parents. Xia Shige had never imagined that such a cliched wealth of family recognizing long-lost daughter drama would ever happen to her. Until a week ago, when a sharply dressed young businessman came to her claiming to be Lu Ximing, president of the Lu Group and her eldest brother, and told her she was the true heiress of the Lu family switched at birth 20 years ago. After reading the paternity test he produced, Xia Shige spent a week mentally preparing herself before finally deciding to come to the Lu family and meet her biological parents. Xia Shige had long known she was adopted by her foster parents. Later, after they divorced, her foster mother raised her alone. Xia Shige had always been deeply curious about what her biological parents were truly like. Before Xia Shige could recover from the shock of rebirth, her biological mother Su Ilan suddenly pulled her into a tight embrace and said with a slightly choking voice, "Daughter, my daughter." The expensive perfume on Su Ilan's body jolted Xia Shige fully back to her senses. She then gently struggled free from the woman's arms, forcefully suppressing the hatred surging in her heart. It was this mother related to her by blood who in the apocalypse had personally fed her drugged water and sold her to a depraved underground organization. Driven to utter despair, Xia Shige had perished together with the leader of that organization. She had never expected that upon opening her eyes again, she would return to this moment. "So your sister, Shige." "Welcome home, sister," a voice sounded. Lu Xishue stepped forward as well, showing a slightly nervous smile. "Sister." Xia Shige sneered inwardly. In her previous life, Lu Xishue had also pretended to welcome her like this at first, only to change her face completely once Xia Shige moved in. After Xia Shige returned home in that life, Lu Xishue frequently played petty tricks, hurting herself or cutting up her own dresses and jewelry, then falsely accusing Xia Shige of doing it. No matter how Xia Shige explained, the Lu family always chose to believe Lu Xishue and grew increasingly disappointed in her. "Is this the girl I was switched with?" Xia Shige asked, expressionlessly turning to Lu Bo and Su Ilan. "If I return, will she have to leave the Lu family?" Su Ilan froze for a moment, then said anxiously, "Of course Shue will not leave. Shige, both you and Xishue are daddy and mommy's daughters." Her biological father Lu Bo added a faint trace of displeasure, coloring his tone. "Do you think the Lu family cannot afford to raise two daughters?" Before Xia Shige could reply, an angry voice suddenly rang out from the staircase. "The one who should leave is you. How dare you talk about Sister Xishue like that?" Xia Shige turned and saw a young man of about 18 or 19 walking down the stairs in trendy streetwear. He was her biological younger brother Lu Xiyuan. Reaching the bottom, Lu Xiyuan faced his eldest brother Lu Ximing and demanded in a baffled and accusatory tone, "Big brother, why did you bring this woman back?" "Lu Xiyuan." Lu Bo snapped in a low voice, then turned to comfort Xia Shige. "Shige, your younger brother Xiyuan is still young and immature. Don't take his words to heart." "Who's her younger brother? Why should some bumpkin from the countryside be my older sister?" Lu Xiyuan protested indignantly. Instinctively, Xia Shige lowered her head to look at her own clothes. After graduation, she had been helping her foster mother manage their fish pond and orchard, running all over the mountains, and naturally, she did not look as immaculate and brand-draped as Lu Xishue. But Xia Shige had no intention of arguing with Lu Xiyuan now. She said calmly, "You misunderstand. I never said she had to leave. I came to the Lu family today not to acknowledge kinship, but to discuss the transfer of the Yuan Mountain contract rights." The Lu family operated in the tourism industry. They had set their sights on Yuan villages in Yuan Mountain, intending to develop a new vacation resort there. The contract rights to Yuan Mountain were held by her foster mother's household, registered under Xia Shige's name. Her foster mother's family had invested heavily in a large fish pond and orchard on Yuan Mountain. Lu Group's president Lu Ximing had first seen Xia Shige while negotiating the contract transfer with the Xia family. Shocked by how much she resembled Su Ilan and learning she was adopted, he secretly took a strand of her hair for a paternity test, eventually confirming that she was the Lu family's biological daughter who had been switched at birth. No one had expected Xia Shige to suddenly bring this matter up now, and the Lu family were momentarily stunned. Su Ilan was the first to react. "Shige, today is your first day home. Let's not talk about such things yet. Come see the room mommy prepared for you," she said. But Xia Shige knew that this contract transfer had to be signed today, because 3 days later there would be a rare mudslide on an Yuan mountain. That mudslide marked the beginning of the apocalyptic calamity and the start of Xia Shige's nightmare. It was in that disaster that she lost all her relatives, including her foster mother, and was forced to return to the Lu family. In this life, Xia Shige intended to stay far away from the Lu family and to protect her foster mother's family, helping them live well. She needed a large sum of money to stockpile supplies for the coming apocalypse, so she had to sign the contract transfer today and obtain the payment. Tourist high season will begin in 2 months. Signing early is also beneficial for the Lu family, Xia Shige said, knowing exactly what her father Lu Bo cared about most. For Lu Bo, the company and profit always came first. True daughter, fake daughter, such distinctions paled into insignificance before business interests. As expected, after a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Bo said to Lu Siming, "Go to my study and bring that contract here." The Yuan Mountain project was one that Lu Bo was vigorously pushing. The Lu Group had made several poor investments in recent years and urgently needed a new money-making project to replenish the company's funds. Although he did not know why Xia Shige wanted to sign the agreement at this exact time, it was indeed something Lu Bo was happy to see. With several months before the June tourist season, if all went smoothly, this investment could start generating profit for the company within the year. "Sister, let's go see your room first. Mom and I spent the whole day preparing it for you," Lu Xishue said, stepping forward to gently take Xia Shige's arm. "That's not necessary. I have no plans to move back for the time being," Xia Shige replied, pulling her arm free and rejecting her outright. Lu Xishue froze, staring at Xia Shige in disbelief. "What are you pretending at? This kind of playing hard-to-get act is so old-fashioned," Lu Xiyuan said disdainfully from the side, arms crossed. "Lu Xiyuan." Lu Bo barked. "Shige is your biological older sister. Lu Xiyuan protested with undisguised resentment. "Why should I apologize? She should be the one apologizing to Sister Xishue. Just look at the way she treats Sister Xishue. Why did Big Brother even bring her back? Has he ever thought about Sister Xishue's feelings?" Xia Shige sneered inwardly. How could he not? Everything Lu Siming did was for Lu Xishue's sake. At first, Xia Shige had also believed Lu Siming had brought her back for her own good. Only later did she learn that it was because he had developed improper feelings for Lu Xishue, and only by finding the Lu family's real daughter could he see a way forward for himself and Lu Xishue. Xia Shige would never forget how when Lu Xishue framed her, Lu Siming destroyed the surveillance footage and gave false testimony to protect Lu Xishue. At this moment, Lu Siming walked over holding a document. "The Yuan Mountain Contract Transfer Agreement. This is the final drafted version," he said. Ignoring Lu Xiyuan, Xia Shige picked up the contract and began to read it carefully. Her foster mother had invested over 1 million yuan in the fish pond alone, harvesting twice a year and earning hundreds of thousands each time. Because the pond would be ready for harvest in 2 months in her previous life, her foster mother had wanted to wait until after the harvest to sign. But that delay only brought the mudslide, followed by years of apocalyptic natural disasters that devastated the tourism industry. The agreement was rendered completely void. "We previously agreed on 4 million for the transfer fee. If we sign today, add another 400,000. The fish pond will be ready for harvest in 2 months. At least several tens of thousands of kilograms of grass carp will be taken, and you've inspected it yourselves. It can easily sell for over 500,000, Xia Shige said. "Agreed," Lu Bo said after a brief pause, nodding. "Thank you, Dad," Xia Shige forced herself to say, suppressing her disgust. "Can the money be transferred as early as tomorrow?" Lu Bo was momentarily taken aback by her form of address, but very pleased. With a magnanimous wave, he said, "Normally the payment process would take a month, but today is your first day home, and of course Daddy must fulfill your request. I'll have 4.4 million wired to you tomorrow." Xia Shige exhaled in quiet relief. "Shige, now we can go see your room, right? Don't keep sulking or Mommy will be heartbroken," Lu Xishue said, lightly biting her lower lip after speaking. Xia Shige remembered how in her previous life she had agreed to stay here for a few days only to lose all her relatives, including her foster mother 3 days later. Recalling the humiliation and injustice she had endured in the Lu family in that past life, Xia Shige wanted to curse them on the spot. But before the payment arrived, she did not dare tear off all pretenses with them. Without that money, she would not be able to stockpile supplies. She was just a recent university graduate of less than a year with almost no savings. So Xia Shige lowered her head and feigned hesitation. "Thank you for preparing a room for me, but this is all far too sudden for me. I need a few days to calm down and think things through. I'll move back after I've made up my mind," she said. Su Ilan felt a stab of sadness at Xia Shige's response, but then realized that all of this truly was too sudden for her. She should give Xia Shige a few days to process. After all, she would return sooner or later. Who would refuse to come back to a wealthy family and live as a rich young lady? She stepped forward once more and gently embraced Xia Shige. Call mommy when you've decided. I'll send someone to pick you up. Daughter, mommy has missed you so much. Don't make mommy wait too long, all right? Xia Shige forced a faint smile at Suilan. At that moment, Lu Xishue suddenly said, Sister, are you refusing to stay today because of me? Lu Xishue raised her face, looking at Xia Shige with pitiful tear-filled eyes. If it's because of me I can leave, she said as crystal tears rolled down. Xishue, what nonsense are you talking about? This is your home, and you are not allowed to go anywhere. Suilan immediately left Xia Shige's side and rushed over to comfort Lu Xishue. Sis, don't talk like that. I'd like to see which country bumpkin from the sticks dares make you leave, Lu Xiyuan added, shooting Xia Shige a vicious glare. Swear, believe your big brother. This will always be your home. Lu Bo then turned to Xia Shige. Shige, dad knows you feel it's unfair, but Xishue is innocent too. I hope you can get along with each other. You are both daughters of this family, he said gravely. The Lu family's favoritism toward Lu Xishue was something Xia Shige had already experienced in full in her previous life. After she returned home in that life, not a single member of the Lu family truly cared about her. They were all busy worrying whether Lu Xishue would be hurt by her return. Once Lu Xishue deliberately damaged the keepsake her foster mother had left her. Before Xia Shige could even react, Lu Xishue was already crying with the whole family crowding around to comfort her and scolding Xia Shige for not taking good care of her belongings. But now watching everyone swarm around Lu Xishue to coax and comfort her, Xia Shige felt utterly indifferent. She no longer had any desire to fight Lu Xishue for their so-called affection. If Lu Xishue wanted these so-called biological relatives, she could have them in this life. Xia Shige would save the family that truly belonged to her. I'll be taking my leave now. I hope to see the transfer payment arrive tomorrow, Xia Shige said, then walked out of the suffocating villa without looking back. Stepping out of the Lu family villa, she found a fine drizzle falling outside. Xia Shige's legs felt a little weak. Scenes of the apocalypse from her previous life surged through her mind like a nightmare, flashing over and over. She shook her head, fumbled for her phone, and called her adoptive mother. In her previous life, at this very time, her adoptive mother and uncle were just about to leave town to purchase saplings and would not return until the following night. When they finally came back, they happened to run into that massive mudslide. The call connected and her mother Xia Huan's voice came through the receiver. Hello, Shige. Mom. Xia Shige choked out. After 3 long years, she was finally hearing her mother's voice again. In an instant, a tidal wave of emotion engulfed her. Joy, grievance, and excitement surged up all at once. Shige, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Xia Huan asked nervously on the other end. Mom, you and Uncle just set off, didn't you? Don't go for now, go back home first. Ask Uncle to call Aunt and have her come back too. I have something important to tell you, all very important. Forcing down her sobs, Xia Shige managed to speak. Hearing this, Xia Huan immediately replied, all right, don't cry. Your uncle and I will go back right now, we'll be home very soon. After hanging up, Xia Shige swiftly ran through everything in her mind. It was March 1st now. In the early hours of the 3rd, a mudslide would hit on Yuan Mountain. She had to move her entire family away from on Yuan Mountain by March 2nd. Having made up her mind, Xia Shige hailed a taxi and headed straight for on Yuan village. On the way, the middle-aged woman driving chatted idly with her, saying it's been raining like this for over a week now. Who knows when it will stop? Watching the rain outside the window, Xia Shige's feelings were complicated. It was this very rain that triggered the mudslide on Yuan Mountain. After the mudslide came a once-in-a-century tornado, followed by a year-long global heatwave of scorching temperatures. Only when multiple volcanoes erupted, dust veiling the sky and the world plunging into darkness, did the endless nights of freezing cold truly begin. During those 2 long years, what people missed most was the simple sight of rain. After some thought, Xia Shige finally said to the driver, the weather's been abnormal lately. You should stock up on some food and medicine at home just in case. The driver nodded repeatedly in agreement, but whether she truly took it to heart was no longer something Xia Shige could control. After getting out of the car, Xia Shige did not go directly home, but headed straight for the mid-slope of on Yuan Mountain. Relying on her memory, she searched through the trees on the slope until she found a massive white granite boulder. She had often played near here with her cousin, yet had never imagined that within this white granite lay a hidden space. The boulder was about 8 meters long and roughly 3 to 4 meters in both width and height. In her previous life, it had been washed down the mountain by the mudslide. When the apocalyptic floods arrived, Lu Xishue had stumbled upon it by chance and activated the space hidden within the giant stone. At that time, floods raged and a plague was spreading. Relying on the space, Lu Xishue developed a kind of water that could cure the disease, allowing the bankrupt Lu family to rise again. The Lu family had always favored Lu Xishue, and from then on they obeyed her every word. When Lu Xishue suggested selling Xia Shige to a criminal syndicate, her biological mother Su Ilan personally fed Xia Shige drugged water. Shortly after, Xia Shige finished drinking, her vision went black and her body went limp, collapsing to the ground. In the darkness, she heard the voices of her biological mother Su Ilan and her biological father Lu Bo Xishue. Now you can rest assured. Dad promises that from now on you'll be my only daughter. Swear no one will make you unhappy again. Then came the voices of her elder brother Lu Siming and younger brother Lu Siyuan. This should have been done long ago. That woman has always been jealous of Sister Xishue. These years Sister Xishue has suffered terribly because of her. She was never a daughter raised by our Lu family. Her character still takes after those adoptive parents of hers. This is for the best. To let her go and learn a hard lesson. In the darkness, endless panic and helplessness spread through Xia Shige's heart. She wanted to ask these blood relatives of hers why they were doing this to her. Xia Shige had cherished family ties, and during the apocalypse she had always done her utmost to care for. After Father Lu went bankrupt and dismissed the family servants, she took on all the housework. When her elder brother and mother burned with high fever during the extreme cold, she braved the snow to search for fever medicine. Just before she lost consciousness, she felt Lu Xishue step up to her and nudge her face with the tip of her shoe, saying softly, "Come to think of it, I really ought to thank that broken mountain of yours. If I hadn't cut my hand on that white boulder, I never would have obtained this miraculous space." Snapping back from her apocalyptic memories, Xia Shige bit the tip of her finger and pressed her bleeding palm gently against the boulder. 1 second to 3. A flash of white light burst forth and both the giant stone and Xia Shige vanished into thin air. Hello, welcome to the Taiyuan space. When Xia Shige opened her eyes, she saw before her a clear, sparkling stream. On one side of the stream stretched a large expanse of farmland, while the rest of the surroundings were shrouded in white mist. Welcome, host. Upon first activation of the Taiyuan space, the space has unlocked Taiyuan stream and Taiyuan farmland for you. A mottled white and gray kitten bounced to Xia Shige's feet, stretched lazily, and peered up at her with curiosity. A cat. Xia Shige looked at the kitten in surprise, noticing that its fur was the same patterned white as the granite boulder. I am the Taiyuan space, came the reply in human language from the kitten. It was actually a cat that could speak human language. Suppressing her surprise, Xia Shige took in her surroundings carefully. So this was the miraculous space Lu Xishue had obtained in her previous life. Noticing the white mist all around, Xia Shige asked doubtfully, "Little kitty, what lies within that?" The areas behind the fog are regions that have not yet been unlocked. For now, the Taiyuan space can only unlock the farmland and the stream. Unlocking the remaining areas will require the host's own exploration. The stream can be used to raise fish and shrimp, and the farmland can be used for planting. Planting. What season is it inside the Taiyuan space right now? Which season seeds should I buy? Which season seeds should I buy for sowing? The Taiyuan space is suitable for the growth of all crops regardless of season. You may plant your heart's content. Whether crops or fish and shrimp, all will achieve optimal growth and reproduction within the Taiyuan space. The white cat circled Xia Shige once, speaking with a touch of pride. As the host bound to the Taiyuan space, you also possess the ability to manipulate the space itself. Please try moving an object using only your thoughts. Xia Shige focused on a small stone beside the stream. Under the control of her thoughts, the pebble lifted and flew out. The white cat continued its explanation. The host may move objects within the space to the outside world and likewise may transfer objects from the outside into the space. Be aware that you can only store items into the space when you are sufficiently close to them. If you find that an object cannot be brought inside, simply move nearer and try again. Just then, Xia Shige's phone rang. She tapped to answer and her mother Xia Huan's voice flowed from the speaker. "Shige, your uncle and I are home now. Where are you?" "I'll be home right away," Xia Shige replied hurriedly. Hanging up, she turned to the white cat and asked, "Little kitty, how do I get out of this space?" The host need only imagine herself as an object and move herself out, the cat replied. Following the cat's instructions, Xia Shige stirred her thoughts. When she opened her eyes again, she found that she had already returned to On Yuan Mountain. The massive white granite boulder that had stood on the slope was gone without a trace, as though it had never existed. On her way home, Xia Shige passed by the fish pond and saw the automatic feeder spraying out pellets of feed. The fish food shot rhythmically from the machine into the water, drawing a swarm of fish that scrambled to eat. Looking at the fish before her, Xia Shige tried using her mind to transfer them into the Taiyuan stream. Crucian carp received 30. Grass carp received 30. Yellow croaker received 30. Perch received 30. Received. Transfer complete. The Taiyuan stream has purified the fish. All parasites within their bodies have been eliminated. So the stream also possessed a purifying effect. Could the medicine Lu Xishue had used in her previous life to treat the plague have been made from this very water of the Taiyuan stream? Replaying the events of her previous life over and over in her mind, Xia Shige walked on, and before she knew it had reached her doorstep. Suppressing the myriad thoughts in her heart, she gently pushed open the gate of the rustic farmhouse courtyard she had been away from for so long. Xia Shige stepped into the house and found her mother, maternal uncle, and grandmother already waiting for her. At the sight of those three familiar faces, her eyes instantly welled with tears, and she rushed straight into her mother Xia Hui's embrace. "Oh dear, what's wrong with our Shige?" Her grandmother approached gently and stroked her hair as she asked. Seeing this, her uncle Xia Guocheng hurriedly chimed in, "Shige, don't rush, take your time. Tell us what's happened. We're all here family together." Gazing at their earnest, caring expressions, Xia Shige steadied her breath and spoke, "Mom, Grandma, Uncle, I've just signed the land concession transfer agreement for On Yuan Mountain with Lu Group. The transfer fee totals 4 million yuan, and it will be credited tomorrow." Xia Huin blinked in surprise. "What? You signed it already?" "The fish in the pond haven't been harvested yet. We agreed to sell only after the harvest." Xia Guocheng also looked stunned. "Shige, why didn't you consult the family first? You went alone to sign that contract. You're still just a young woman. Don't let Lu Group take advantage of you. Businessmen are shrewd indeed." "Mom, Grandma, Uncle, this agreement had to be signed today because at dawn the day after tomorrow a devastating debris flow will strike the mountain. If we delay, the contract will become void." The three fell utterly silent. After a pause, her grandmother hesitated, "But On Yuan Mountain has never experienced a debris flow, not once in my 60 years living here. Even during the worst downpours decades ago, nothing like this ever occurred." "That's right," her uncle added. "Before taking on the concession, your mother and I consulted geological experts. The terrain here is inherently stable, highly resistant to such disasters." Xia Shige met their gazes squarely. "I know it's hard to believe me, but I have irrefutable knowledge. This debris flow will sweep directly toward our home, engulfing not only us, but also our two nearest neighbors. Mom, Grandma, Uncle, we must pack up now. Tomorrow we leave this place for good." Watching Xia Shige's unwavering expression, her grandmother and uncle felt a quiet conviction settle within them, for they knew beyond doubt that she was never impulsive or reckless. Ever since her adoptive parents' divorce, Xia Shige had shouldered dual responsibilities, studying diligently while managing household affairs. As the family's sole university student, she advised on countless decisions, calm, meticulous, and profoundly reliable. And after her grandmother and uncle lost 80,000 yuan to a telecom scam years earlier, no financial matter was settled without first seeking Xia Shige's counsel. Seeing their dawning trust, Xia Shige pressed gently, "Let's move first to the school district apartment in the city. Please believe me just this once. By dawn the day after tomorrow, the truth will reveal itself. If no debris flow comes, we may return anytime." After a few seconds of quiet contemplation, Uncle Xia Guocheng nodded firmly. "Agreed. Shige is our only college graduate. Uncle trusts you completely. Let's have lunch first, then pack and call a moving company." Her mother and grandmother exchanged a glance, then both nodded softly. Xia Shige exhaled, deeply, relief washing over her. Then her grandmother recalled the agreement and asked, hesitant, "But if the debris flow truly strikes, wouldn't signing that transfer deal unfairly disadvantage the Lu family? We simply cannot do that. And surely the Lus themselves would never consent." "Grandma, don't worry. The Lu family operates in tourism. Their enterprise is vast, their risk management robust." Inwardly, Xia Shige thought, deceiving the Lus. Not a shred of guilt remains. After all, in her past life, they'd stripped her of everything, even her life. Hearing this, her grandmother relaxed. For lunch, she stir-fried tender green vegetables, cooked spicy pork slices, and stewed a hen from the backyard. Tomorrow's move meant bringing poultry upstairs would be impractical. It was humble fare, but Xia Shige devoured 3 full bowls. In the apocalypse, ordinary food had become priceless. A single packet of biscuits fetched hundreds of yuan. To conserve rations for the Lus, Xia Shige had long subsisted solely on government-issued disaster survival biscuits. She hadn't tasted a proper meal like this in years. After lunch, the family began packing. They were relocating to a fully furnished high-end school district apartment in the city, a property Xia Huin had purchased years earlier and registered under Xia Shige's name. All furniture and appliances were already in place, so there was no need to carry the old household items. Xia Shige headed first to the kitchen. Haunted by memories of scarcity, she resolved not to waste a grain and prepared to take every edible item. Suddenly, a voice resonated within her mind. "The sanctuary space has unlocked storage capacity. Store freely." She entered the space and saw across the stream opposite the farmland a towering warehouse, several stories high, its shelves and compartments arranged with flawless precision. A white cat explained the Peach Blossom warehouse stores items indefinitely while preserving freshness and automatically categorizes and organizes everything placed inside. Xia Shige gasped. This storage function was perfect for stockpiling supplies. She swept the entire kitchen clean: rice flour, cooking oil, soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, salt, and her grandmother's cured bacon, sausages, and spare ribs all vanished into the space. Her mother and grandmother packed clothes and bedding. Her uncle gathered all electrical appliances, cushioned them carefully in foam, and sealed them in boxes. By evening, Sun Weigui, her uncle's wife and a supervisor at the city's garment factory, returned home. Though her holiday wasn't scheduled until tomorrow, she'd taken emergency leave upon hearing of the impending debris flow. Husband, is this news certain? Oh dear, we'll need to take all the new quilts we made for Spring Festival. Sun Weigui was energetic and decisive, rising from an assembly line worker to team supervisor through sheer grit and determination. She barely paused at the door, dropped her bag, shrugged off her coat, rolled up her sleeves, and dove into packing, asking her husband as she worked, "Have you packed Xian's room yet? All his little robots must be packed. Lose even one and he'll be furious." Xia Ziying was Xia Shige's cousin, the only child of her uncle and aunt, and served as a soldier in the armed forces. In her past life, Xia Shige's final memory of Xia Ziying was at their shared family's funeral, two shattered souls clinging to each other, sobbing without end. Hardly had they laid their loved ones to rest when the cataclysm struck. Every active duty soldier and reservist was urgently mobilized nationwide to aid disaster zones and restore order. After that, Xia Shige never saw Xia Ziying again. Already done. I've booked the moving company. They'll load everything first thing tomorrow morning. Her uncle replied. The five of them packed through the night. Only a few antique pieces remained unpacked. To ease the burden, Xia Shige quietly slipped additional items into her space whenever her family wasn't looking. Just after 10 o'clock, they conducted a final sweep, confirmed nothing was left behind, then washed up and retired for the night. The Liu family's villa. After leaving the Liu family, Su Ilan felt a bit sad. She had been busy comforting Liu Xixue just now and hadn't noticed when Xia Shige left. Su Ilan sighed and said, "Why did Shige leave just like that? At least she should have stayed for a meal. Xixue and I prepared a room for her, and she didn't even glance at it." Lu Xiyuan snorted coldly, saying, "If she wants to go, let her go. Why should we keep her for a meal? She made my sister cry." Lu Xixue quickly shook her head and said, "Xiao Yuan, it's all my fault. Don't blame Shige, please don't say that." Lu Xiyuan sighed, "Sister, you are too kind. Being so kind, that village girl will bully you." "Alright, stop saying that." Lu Bo glared at Lu Xiyuan. He then said to Lu Ximing, "Ximing, transfer 6 million to Shige from my personal account tomorrow." Lu Ximing was taken aback. Wasn't it agreed to be 4 million? Lu Bo took a puff of his cigarette and slowly replied, "The extra 2 million is to be considered as alimony for the Xia family. From now on, Shige has nothing to do with them. Once they receive this money, they should know to let Shige return to our Liu family early." Lu Ximing nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. I'll arrange it right away." Lu Xixue listened to their conversation, gently biting her lower lip, her eyes filled with uncertainty. Lu Xiyuan said discontentedly, "Dad, you gave them an extra 2 million this time, enough for a rural family to live comfortably for a lifetime. Why not just not let her return?" "Shut up," Lu Bo said irritably. He and Su Ilan had 2 sons and 1 daughter. Lu Ximing and Lu Xixue were both easy to manage, but Lu Xiyuan, the youngest son, was always getting into trouble and often caused disturbances at school. Beside them, Lu Xixue bit her lip and gently said, "Xiao Yuan, don't make Dad angry. After all, my sister is Dad and Mom's biological daughter. It's all my fault for making my sister unhappy. She must not want to come back because I'm here." Su Ilan looked at Lu Xixue's tearful eyes, feeling heartbroken, and hugged her, comforting. "How can you blame yourself, Shuer? You didn't do anything wrong." Xiao Yuan is right, our Shuer is just too kind." Lu Xixue buried her face in Su Yilan's embrace, her voice choked with tears as she said, "Mom, why don't I just move out? My sister is your daughter and you must hope for her to come back. I am willing to move out for Dad and Mom's happiness." "Silly child, what nonsense are you talking about? You will always be Mom's most beloved daughter. This will always be your home." Su Ilan hurriedly comforted her. "Do you remember that painting worth 3 million you liked at the auction? Mom helped you bid for it, and the auction house will deliver it in a few days. I will have it hung in your room." "Thank you, Mom." Lu Xixue buried her head in Su Yilan's shoulder, gently curling her lips in a smile where others couldn't see. Lu Xiyuan interjected, "Mom, you saw that village girl's attitude the other day. She actually asked if Sister Xixue would move out. She is just jealous of Sister Xixue. If you let her come back, Sister Xixue will definitely be bullied by her." Lu Bo lit a cigarette and, looking at his youngest son Lu Xiyuan, said impatiently, "No matter what, Shige is still your sister. Our Liu family's daughter cannot be left outside. Otherwise, what will people say about us? What will outsiders think of the Liu family?" In Lu Bo's eyes, the Liu family was a world apart from the Xia family, a rural household. Xia Shige would definitely prefer to return to the Lu family as a rich heiress. Yesterday, Xia Shige took the initiative to propose to advance the signing of the contract for the Anyuan Mountains contracting rights for the benefit of the Lu family, likely to curry favor with them. The reason Xia Shige didn't immediately agree to stay with the Lu family yesterday was probably because she was upset after being criticized by Lu Xiyuan. A young girl, after all, needs a way to save face. Thinking of this, Lu Bo instructed Lu Xiyuan, "You should go to Anyuan Mountain tomorrow, apologize to your sister properly, and bring her back." "Why should I?" Lu Xiyuan asked in shock. He didn't want to see that village girl at all. If his friends and classmates found out he had such a sister raised in the countryside, where would his pride go? Lu Bo snorted, "You don't have to go. From today on, your pocket money card is suspended." Lu Xiyuan gritted his teeth in unwillingness and muttered, "Fine, I'll go." Seeing him agree, Lu Bo took Lu Ilan and left for the company. Only Lu Xixue and Lu Xiyuan remained in the living room. Lu Xixue comforted Lu Xiyuan, saying, "Xiao Yuan, mom and dad's determination to bring your sister back is very firm. At this time, you shouldn't make them angry." I understand." Facing Lu Xixue, Lu Xiyuan's attitude softened. In his eyes, Lu Xixue was graceful and dignified, gentle and appropriate. She could dance ballet and play the piano, and she held her own art exhibition right after coming of age. She was the best sister in the world. Classmates and friends all knew that his sister was a perfect young lady. Before Lu Xixue was betrothed to Song Yuhan, the heir of the Song family, quite a few rich second generations tried to please Lu Xiyuan just to get close to Lu Xixue. Having such a sister made Lu Xiyuan very proud. Now being told that his sister was not Lu Xixue, but a village girl like Xia Shige, he couldn't accept it at all. He hoped that Xia Shige would never return to the Lu family. The next morning, the Xia family rose early. Xia Shige finished her morning routines and glanced at her phone messages, discovering a bank notification that a total of 6.4 million had been credited to her account. This was 2 million more than the contract amount. There was also a message from Lu Ximing. Lu Ximing's message stated that the transfer amount was 4 million and the extra 2 million was compensation from the Lu family to Xia Shige's foster mother. The Lu family thanked her for raising Xia Shige and hoped she would use this 2 million for her retirement. Lu Ximing also asked Xia Shige to finish packing and call him so that she could return to the Lu family early, reassuring Lu father and Lu mother. 2 million. Xia Shige stared at this number in a daze. In her previous life, the Lu family sold her for 2 million, and now they were compensating her with the same amount. Was this karmic retribution? Looking at Lu Ximing's message, Xia Shige realized they wanted to buy off her relationship with the Xia family with this 2 million. She snorted coldly and did not reply. Xia Shige recalled the time in her previous life when heavy snow and extreme cold arrived and Lu Ximing had a high fever that wouldn't subside. The whole family was at a loss, and she ventured out in the snow to find medicine for him. After Lu Ximing took the medicine, his fever subsided, but Xia Shige herself fell ill after braving. At that time, Lu Xixue came over and pretended to comfort her, but Lu Ximing saw her and unhappily said it was all Xia Shige's fault for being sick, making Lu Xixue take care of her. Xia Shige remembered all these accounts in her heart. This 2 million would be considered as her interest for. Xia Shige stepped out of the house and saw Xia Guoqing organizing boxes together. Xia Huin and Sun Weigui had gathered all the vegetables from the yard, planning to distribute them to other villagers, since they were difficult to take along. Xia Shige was also busy. She went to Grandma Liu's house next door. Anyuan village was large, but there were not many households beside the Xia family, as most villagers lived a bit farther away. In Xia Shige's memory, last time the landslide at Anyuan Mountain had destroyed 3 families at the foot of the mountain. Besides Xia Shige's family, there were also neighbors Grandma Liu's family and Uncle Qian's family. Uncle Qian's family had stopped farming several years ago and all went to work in the city. They saved enough money over the years to buy a house in the city and had been living there long term, so no one lived in their house. As for Grandma Liu, she lived alone. Xia Shige pushed open the door of Grandma Liu's house and saw her grandmother helping Grandma Liu pack her luggage. Seeing Xia Shige, Grandma Liu quickly pulled her inside. "Your grandmother told me yesterday that a landslide was expected in the mountains, and I couldn't sleep a wink all night. No wonder my eyelids have been twitching nonstop lately, and I've often felt inexplicably anxious. It turns out this disaster is coming." Hearing the words natural disaster, Xia Shige's eyelid twitched. But she quickly calmed herself and comforted Grandma Liu, saying, "Grandma Liu, you can rest assured and follow us. We will stay in the city for a while. I've been alone for years. I originally planned to live a few more peaceful years and die here, but I didn't expect to encounter a landslide. If this house gets destroyed, there won't even be a place for me to die, and I would burden your family." "Grandma, don't say that. As long as we sisters are together, we'll have company." Otherwise I would be all alone not knowing how to survive. Xia Shige's grandmother's eyes also turned red. Although they had been neighbors for decades, Grandma Lu was different from Xia Shige's grandmother. Xia Shige's grandmother was from the countryside, having lived here for generations, while Grandma Lu was from the city and had been a university professor when she was young, a rare accomplishment for someone so young in that era. Unfortunately, Grandma Lu encountered unworthy people. Her husband abandoned her and their children years ago, eloping with all their savings, and a mistress completely disregarding his sick parents and infant son. Thus Grandma Lu taught at school during the day and washed clothes for others at night to make money, all while taking care of her sick in-laws and raising her son. Even after her in-laws passed away, Grandma Lu personally handled their funerals while her husband never showed. Later, after Grandma Lu finally helped her son get into college, she thought life would be easier, but one day her son suddenly brought Grandma Lu's husband back. After eloping with the mistress, Grandma Lu's husband initially enjoyed a blissful life, but after they spent all the money they brought with them, the mistress left him. Grandma Lu's husband, afraid to return home, could only do odd jobs, spending all his earnings on alcohol, drinking himself into a stupor until he eventually became bedridden. After he became paralyzed and had no one to care for him, the hospital contacted Grandma Lu's son. Seeing his father in such a state, Grandma Lu's son felt heartbroken and decided to take good care of him, forcibly bringing the old man home and asking Grandma Lu to look after him. Grandma Lu refused and directly kicked both of them out. Surprisingly, Grandma Lu's son sought a family mediation program, hoping they could persuade Grandma Lu to reconcile with her husband. Grandma Lu was furious and rejected the interview request from the program, but her son actually brought the crew to the school where Grandma Lu worked. The school, fearing the impact and public opinion, terminated Grandma Lu's employment in advance. Fortunately, the school leaders considered Grandma Lu's contributions over the years and privately provided her with compensation. Grandma Lu initially planned to take the compensation and enjoy her retirement, but the program edited out the context, portraying her as a heartless wife who abandoned her paralyzed husband. In an instant, uninformed colleagues and friends began to blame Grandma Lu. Unable to bear the pressure, she cut off contact with everyone, avoiding familiar people and moving to Anyuan village, where she had visited for research before. She rented the abandoned house next to Xia Shige's family for a long term, repaired it with help from villagers, and became neighbors with Xia Shige's grandmother. Xia Shige's grandfather passed away early and her grandmother raised several children alone. She understood Grandma Lu's difficulties and often encouraged her. Grandma Lu also often helped Xia Shige's grandmother. The two supported each other and lived together for. When Xia Shige's adoptive parents divorced, her adoptive mother took on a lot of debt and had no time to care for Xia Shige, so she left her with her grandmother. When Xia Shige's grandmother worked in the fields, Grandma Lu would hold Xia Shige and teach her English word by word. In Xia Shige's heart, Grandma Lu was family. Grandma Lu can rest assured and follow us. When I was little, it was both you and my grandmother who took care of me. Now it's my turn to take care of you. Wherever I go, I will take you with me. It's good for you and my grandmother to be together for company. All right, I will go with you. Grandma Lu wiped her tears, her tone firm. Since the king of hell does not want me this time, I must live well. Xia Shige helped Grandma Lu seal up the luggage and went outside to wait for the car. Anyuan Mountain was remote, and she was worried the moving truck might have trouble getting in. Unexpectedly, instead of the moving company's truck, a luxury car arrived. The luxury car stopped directly in front of Xia Shige, and Lu Xiyuan stepped out with long legs. He looked around and frowned, saying, "What a bad luck, what kind of place is this? The road is uneven." Xia Shige did not expect Lu Xiyuan to come here. This was not how it happened in her past life. Seeing Lu Xiyuan made her feel disgusted, and she retorted directly, "If the road is uneven, don't come. Do you think I want to come? It's Dad who insisted I pick you up." Remembering that in her past life, on the third day after returning to the Lu family, Lu Xixue had destroyed an expensive painting and framed Xia Shige for it. Lu Xixue cried, saying that it was a very expensive painting their parents had just bought from the auction house, but Xia Shige had never even entered Lu Xixue's room. No matter how Xia Shige explained, her family did not believe her and thought she was jealous of Lu Xixue. Because of this incident, Lu Xiyuan held a grudge against Xia Shige. To take revenge for Lu Xixue, Lu Xiyuan poured glue into Xia Shige's cup and tricked her into drinking it. He also hid needles in her bowl. Xia Shige also resisted. She complained to Su Ilan and Lu Bo, but they both favored their youngest son, Lu Xiyuan. "Shige Xiaoyuan is still a child. You should be more accommodating as the elder sister. Shige, don't stir up trouble as soon as you return or Mom will be upset." With Lu Xiyuan being spoiled, he became even more ruthless, rallying his wealthy friends to target Xia Shige. Every time Su Ilan took Xia Shige to gatherings, those rich kids would exclude her. Once Lu Xiyuan's friend even pushed Xia Shige into a pool and drugged her drink. Remembering the events of her past life, Xia Shige could not suppress her anger. If it weren't for the impending apocalypse and the time constraints, she would have beaten Lu Xiyuan up without hesitation. Xia Shige shouted at him, "Get lost. Is there no daughter in the Lu family? Always coveting other people's daughters. Who wants to return to your unlucky home?" With the money already in hand, Xia Shige didn't even want to pretend with the Lu family anymore. After moving, she planned to stock up on supplies and buy seeds for planting in her space, having no time to deal with those Lu family people. Lu Xiyuan was stunned by her shout. He couldn't understand why Xia Shige's attitude had changed so drastically. She had been so gentle with their parents just yesterday. Lu Xiyuan's brows furrowed as if they could crush a fly. "You need to have some limits with your tactics of feigned indifference. Just look at what kind of shabby place you live in. Can you really give up the conditions of the Lu family? You still want to come here? Are you shameless? You." Lu Xiyuan was speechless, scratching his head in frustration, and asked, "What will it take for you to return? If you make your good sister Lu Xixue leave, I might consider going back." Xia Shige directly hit Lu Xiyuan's sore spot. "Why?" Lu Xiyuan asked in surprise. "Sister Xixue is so nice. Why don't you like her?" "I don't even like you. Why would I like her?" Xia Shige saw the moving truck pull up in front of her house and just wanted to get rid of Lu Xiyuan quickly. "Get lost, don't block the way." Lu Xiyuan was even more surprised. "I am your brother. Why don't you like me?" But Xia Shige didn't answer him and directly turned to go home. Lu Xiyuan was immediately irritable. He simply returned to the car and slammed the door shut. "Go home." The driver quietly reminded, "But they're moving." Lu Xiyuan remained silent, his brows still furrowing. The driver dared not speak, silently driving back to the Lu family. The Xia family first loaded their luggage onto the truck with the movers, then went to Grandma Liu's house to load her. After that, the family headed towards the city district housing. The apartment in the city district was purchased by Xia Huin years ago under the name of Xia Shige. At the time of the purchase, the community was not particularly popular, but later a new key school was planned nearby with strong teaching resources, causing the housing prices to soar, multiplying several times. After the moving master helped carry all the luggage upstairs, he left. The apartment had been uninhabited for a long time and was covered in a thin layer of dust. The Xia family spent an entire afternoon cleaning the house, organizing boxes for the bedding, and making the beds in 3 rooms. After all the hustle, it was already late at night. It is unknown how Lu Xiyuan explained to his family after returning home. Since the afternoon, Su Yilan and Lu Ximing had both called Xia Shige, but she was too busy tidying up the house to answer any of them. After finishing the house, no one in the Xia family felt sleepy, not even Grandma, who usually went to bed early. The whole family sat silently around the dining table, anxiously waiting for the dawn. Just a little past midnight, the elder uncle opened a short video platform and was flooded with news about a mudslide occurring at Anyuan Mountain. The elder uncle quickly showed the video on his phone to the family, all of which were aerial shots taken by drones. In this era of self-media, the speed of news dissemination was exceptionally rapid. In the video, soil rushed down the mountain like a flood. Huge boulders were swept along by the mudslide, rolling down from the mountain and destroying countless trees along the way, resembling a catastrophic landslide. "Oh no, look at this video. More than half of the fruit trees on the mountain have been destroyed." The elder uncle lamented as he looked at the orchard he had personally taken care of. Although he knew it had already been sold to the Lu family, he still couldn't help but feel heartbroken. "These peach trees were seedlings I chose from out of town a few years ago, nurtured for several years, and just reached the fruiting period this year. What a pity. It's terrifying. Look at this video. Our house is completely buried in mud. Thankfully, Shige called us to move out early, otherwise at this late hour, if we had all been asleep, no one would have escaped." Aunt Sunwei also said with a frightened pat on her chest. The expressions of everyone were mixed with fear and loneliness. If there was still a glimmer of hope to return before this, now there was truly none left. Having lost their home of several decades, suddenly Grandma felt a heaviness in her heart and a sense of confusion. Although the city was nice, she always felt constrained in this tall building surrounded by unfamiliar neighbors. After thinking for a while, she couldn't help but let her tears fall. Grandma Lu patted her back and comforted her, saying, "Don't be sad, we've just saved our lives. Since heaven hasn't taken us, it means we still have a good life ahead. I'm not afraid being alone. What are you afraid of? You have children and grandchildren. Having family around means having a home. If the house is gone, it's just gone. Aunt Lu is right, Mom. If you feel comfortable living in the countryside, let's go back to the village and build a new house in a while." Xia Huin also comforted her. Sun Weige forced a smile and echoed, "Yes, houses can be rebuilt. As long as we are safe, that's good." Sun Weige thought for a moment and then said to Xia Huin, "Sister, your place is a 3-bedroom. It's not convenient for me and your brother to stay here. The two of us discussed it just now. I'm going back to the factory tomorrow and your brother will go with me. Now that there's no orchard to take care of, I'll let him find a job at my factory. Xia Guocheng used to work in Xia Huane's orchard, earning 40000 yuan each year. When the orchard did not need management, he would do part-time work installing home appliances in the city. Sun Weigui continued, we still have a little over 100,000 in savings. We planned to buy a house in the city a few years ago, but then Xian went straight to the army after graduating and the house purchase was shelved. Now there's no need to wait any longer. We'll go out in a few days to find a house and pay the down payment. Then these belongings can be moved out. Before Xia Huan could speak, Xia Shige interjected, and don't rush into this. I contacted Brother Xian this morning and he has taken a few days off from the army. I bought tickets for you, my mom, uncle, and grandma for tomorrow. You four should go see Brother Xian together. In her past life, the despair Xia Xian felt in front of the family grave had always been a thorn in Xia Shige's heart. After learning about the family's misfortune, Xia Xian rushed back, only to leave again upon learning of the national crisis. This time, no matter what, Xia Shige wanted her family to meet before the natural disaster. Xia Shige continued, I have a few classmates in the meteorological department, and they all warned me that there might be some weather disasters across the country in the coming year. As a soldier, my cousin will definitely be dispatched for disaster relief, so it will be difficult for him to return home. You should meet him tomorrow, bring him some food and supplies, and we can talk about moving later. Although the elder uncle and aunt felt it was a bit sudden, they hadn't seen their son in a long time. Hearing Xia Shige's analysis, they nodded in agreement. Yes, we should go see Xian. Last time he called me, he mentioned he wanted to eat the cured meat from home. This is just the right time to bring it to him. Xia Huan asked Shige, aren't you going with us? You haven't seen your cousin in a long time either. Xia Shige wanted to go, but she couldn't. A month from now would be the unprecedented tornado, and this apartment was right in the disaster zone. She needed to sell this place during this time and buy a new refuge. I have a few other matters to attend to, so I won't go this time. It's just right for me and Grandma Alu to tidy things up at home. Xia Shige made the excuse, Mom, Grandma, Uncle, and I bought you tickets for tomorrow morning. Let's all go rest for now, and we can discuss everything else when you return. Yes, let's go rest first. It's almost 1 in the morning, Grandma said. Exhausted from the day's turmoil, the Xia family fell into a deep sleep. At the Lu family villa. In the middle of the night, Lu Siming was awakened by a phone call. He frowned as he answered, and his assistant's panicked voice came through the line. President Lu, something terrible has happened. A record-breaking mudslide has occurred at Anyuan Mountain and rocks are rolling everywhere. The road up the mountain is blocked. What? Lu Siming sat up abruptly. Arrange for the project team to go to the site early tomorrow morning and call in the insurance company as well. After arranging the work, Lu Siming hung up the phone, feeling a headache coming on. He rubbed his temples, thinking. Thankfully, Lu Siyuan returned yesterday, saying that Xia Shige's family had already moved away from Anyuan Mountain, otherwise they would not have escaped this mudslide. If he were to lose the daughter he had worked so hard to find in a mudslide, his parents would surely be heartbroken. Wait a minute. Xia Shige's family had already moved away from Anyuan Mountain. In an instant, a thought uncontrollably sprang to Lu Siming's mind. Xia Shige was so eager to sign the contract, so desperate for money, and so hurried to move out. Could it be she had known about the mudslide at Anyuan Mountain? But then he thought it was impossible. The Lu family's project team had conducted a detailed investigation before, and Anyuan Mountain was not a geologically disaster-prone area. How could Xia Shige possibly predict it? Yesterday, Lu Siyuan went to Anyuan Mountain to bring Xia Shige home, and Su Ilan happily instructed the maid to prepare a welcome dinner for Xia Shige. However, only Lu Siyuan returned. Lu Siyuan angrily reported that Xia Shige told him that she would only return if Lu Sixue left the Lu family. Su Ilan couldn't believe it. She tried calling Xia Shige, but Xia Shige did not answer. Su Ilan asked Lu Siming to call and persuade Xia Shige, but when Lu Siming called, Xia Shige also did not answer. Lu Siming suddenly felt uncertain whether bringing Xia Shige to the Lu family was the right decision. It was all because of the engagement between Lu Sixue and Song Yuhan that he had become too anxious. The Lu family had known for years that Lu Sixue was not their biological daughter. When Lu Sixue was in middle school, during a physical examination to test blood type, the family discovered that Lu Sixue was type AB blood, which definitively indicated she was not related to the O-type blood Lu family. The Lu family had raised Lu Sixue for so many years, pouring a lot of money and resources into her as well as much affection. The family genuinely doted on her, so this matter did not change the Lu family's attitude towards Lu Sixue. While the Lu family kept this matter a secret, they quietly searched for their biological daughter. However, Lu Siming had developed other thoughts about this sister. So when Lu father and Lu mother decided to arrange a marriage between Lu Sixue and Song Yuhan, Lu Siming panicked and urgently sought to find his biological sister. The Song family valued blood relations. If they knew that the Lu family's biological daughter was someone else, it would surely change the partner for Song Yuhan. Thinking of this, Lu Xiyuan rubbed his temples anxiously. His troubles were not limited to this one issue. The Lu group had deeply cultivated the tourism industry, but suffered a significant setback in recent years due to the pandemic. In the past 2 years, they had just begun to recover only to face financial problems due to poor decision-making on several projects last year. Now with the Anyuan Mountain project also encountering issues, it was undoubtedly adding insult to injury for the Lu family. Lu Ximing could not sleep at all. He got up dressed and prepared to have a serious discussion with Lu Bo regarding the Anyuan Mountain matter. The next morning, Xia Shige took a taxi to send her family to the station. Uncle and aunt brought a lot of change of clothes for her cousin, while grandma and Xia Huin packed all their homemade cured meats for him. Xia Shige bought a bunch of food and daily necessities at the supermarket to take to her cousin. On the way back, she thought about stocking up on supplies for the upcoming period and decided to rent a small truck to drive back home. While driving, her biological mother Su Ilan called again, and Xia Shige glanced at it before hanging up. In the past 2 days, Su Ilan and Lu Ximing had been trying to contact her, sending long messages explaining how gentle and understanding Lu Xixue was. They hoped that Xia Shige would accept her and that they could get along like real sisters. Xia Shige couldn't be bothered to reply. She really didn't have time to entangle herself with the Lu family. Seeing Xia Shige return, Grandma Lu asked, "You've been acting strange these past 2 days. What are you hiding from your family?" Xia Shige was taken aback. Grandma Liu's intuition was truly sharp. Grandma Lu, to be honest, a friend of mine in the meteorological department said that there will be a meteorological disaster in the near future, and it's going to be a very severe one, unprecedented. We need to prepare in advance. Don't unpack those sealed bags, it's not safe here. The forecast predicts this area will be a disaster zone. We can't stay here, and in a couple of days I will need to take you all to move. Grandma Lu looked surprised. I see, no wonder you sent your parents away. Making sure her family reunited with her cousin was only one of her goals. Xia Shige indeed needed to keep her family away for a few days. She had too many secrets from them, and each one was complicated to explain. With the calamity approaching, she had less than a month to prepare. She had to sell this school district property in these 2 days, get the money, and buy the refuge villa she had long set her eyes on, while also leaving time to stockpile supplies and renovate the villa. Time was tight, and she couldn't afford any distractions. After lunch with Grandma Lu, Xia Shige drove to the seed market. Although she grew up in the countryside, she only helped in the fish pond and orchard. Her family had long stopped growing crops, and Grandma took care of the small vegetable garden in the yard. Xia Shige had never bought seeds herself. She entered a seed store looking at the dazzling shelves and said, "Boss, I want spinach, cabbage, radishes, zucchini, tomatoes, scallions, peppers, eggplants. I want all the common vegetables. Please give me the best and most expensive seeds." The boss was a kind-faced aunt. She looked at Xia Shige and asked, "Are you purchasing for a company?" "No, I just want to grow some vegetables at home." Hearing this, the boss tossed a few bags of different packaged seeds to Xia Shige and said the most expensive seeds cost several thousand per bag. "It's a waste to use them for home gardening, these will be more than enough." Xia Shige was taken aback. She had always thought the most expensive seeds were only 300 to 400 per bag. She never expected them to be so costly, which was truly beyond her knowledge. The boss chuckled at Xia Shige's shocked expression and explained, "We have even more expensive seeds, some costing over 10,000, but you really don't need those. Just take these cheaper ones, and I guarantee your family won't be able to finish them all. You can even sell the leftovers at the market." The expensive seeds are patented and monopolized by companies. The newer the variety, the more expensive it is. As for the benefits of these expensive ones, they might just be rounder, more colorful, and look nicer. For home consumption, there's no need to consider those at all. Although Xia Shige had millions in her pocket, she hadn't bought a refuge yet, and she dared not splurge on seeds costing thousands a bag. Changing her previous lavish demeanor, Xia Shige smiled and said, "Could you please recommend some cost-effective options? I want every kind of vegetable." "Buying so many? Then I'll get you the smallest packages. Seeds need to be planted promptly after opening. If they sit too long, they will spoil." "Okay, thank you, boss." Not knowing how long the apocalypse would last, Xia Shige bought more of the common vegetables like spinach, cabbage, radishes, cilantro, water spinach, lettuce, broccoli, snow peas, baby bok choy, green beans, celery, scallions, tomatoes, zucchini, cabbage, asparagus, carrots, cucumbers, and pumpkins, as well as some less commonly eaten seeds like peacock vegetables, yellow okra, and red cabbage. After buying the vegetables, she also purchased some fruit seeds on the boss recommendation, including strawberries, cantaloupes, honeydews, and watermelons. Carrying large bags out of the store, Xia Shige suddenly thought of the various pests and diseases in the apocalypse. She found a shop selling herb seeds and bought mugwort, mint, Cotinopsis isa is root, licorice, motherwort, balloon flower, salvia, and honeysuckle. Although she wasn't sure if they would be useful, it was better to be prepared. After spending tens of thousands at the seed market, Xia Shige returned home with her haul. On the way back, Xia Shige kept pondering how to sell this school district property. The last time she transferred the contract for On Yuan Mountain was simply to take advantage of the Lu family, and she felt justified in doing so. But now selling a house to a stranger made her feel uneasy. As Xia Shige contemplated this issue, she returned to the community. At the entrance of the building, she heard voices of conversation and turned to see a real estate agent showing a couple around. The couple had their backs to Xia Shige. The girl on the left was slender, holding onto her tall boyfriend. She asked the suited agent, "Sold already?" "You're joking. We only viewed the property the day before yesterday. How could it have sold today? Everyone knows that the real estate market has been in a slump for the past 2 years. How could it sell so fast?" "I'm sorry, miss, but this property has always been in high demand because it's right next to a key school. Many parents have been lining up for it. I told you both the day before yesterday that if you were genuinely interested, it would be best to put down a deposit. Unfortunately, you didn't listen to me. That property was sold yesterday, and the down payment has already been received." The boy scratched his head and said to the girl beside him, "Qian, how about we check out another community?" The girl quickly dismissed him. "Yuan, this community is only a few minutes walk from the key school. When our child is born, it will be just in time for school. Moreover, it's only a 10-minute drive from your workplace. Don't you want to save a bit of commuting time to come home and spend more time with me?" "Qian. Yuan." Xia Shige's eyelids twitched as unpleasant memories surged in her mind. She paused for a moment, then silently approached the three people. She heard the girl continue asking the agent, "Are there any other properties available in this community?" "I have a property for sale in this community. Are you interested?" Xia Shige asked the group. Upon hearing this, the couple immediately turned around. Xia Shige caught a glimpse of their faces and let out a cold smile. It was indeed her ex-boyfriend Han Yuyan. Han Yuyan was Xia Shige's college classmate. He was captivated by Xia Shige's beauty and pursued her actively. At that time, Xia Shige had just entered college, still harboring fantasies about love. After a period of pursuit by Han Yuyan, they began dating. In the early stages of their relationship, Han Yuyan was very considerate of Xia Shige. He would bring her milk when she was late for breakfast and would deliver an umbrella to her when she was caught in the rain at the teaching building. Xia Shige also treated Han Yuyan well. She worked part-time to save money for gifts for him and helped him revise his course projects. However, everything changed after the summer vacation of their sophomore year when Han Yuyan visited Xia Shige's home in the countryside. Seeing Xia Shige's dilapidated rural home, Han Yuyan said nothing at the time, but afterward his attitude towards her grew very cold. Within a week, Xia Shige witnessed Han Yuyan kissing a junior by Qian. Unlike Xia Shige, Bai Qian was a city-born only child. Xia Shige did not want to entangle herself with them and decisively proposed to break up with Han Yuyan. As the one who cheated, Han Yuyan not only refused to apologize to Xia Shige, he also accused her of not being as gentle and considerate as Bai Qian, blaming his infidelity on her. Bai Qian, for her part, inexplicably wrote an article submitted to the confession wall, tearfully accusing Xia Shige of being a third party, and even bribed several marketing accounts to incite online harassment against her. Although familiar classmates trusted Xia Shige and those who knew the truth condemned Han Yuyan, many uninformed classmates and netizens chose to believe Bai Qian. During that time, Xia Shige often found herself the subject of pointing and whispering. Both Han Yuyan and Bai Qian were astonished to see Xia Shige. "Xia, senior sister, you live here?" Bai Qian asked in surprise. "Shige, you said you have a house here. How is that possible? Is it your family from the countryside?" Han Yuyan was also a bit dazed. Xia Shige smiled lightly. "Yes, it's from the countryside, but I also own a fully paid 3-bedroom apartment here. If you want to buy it, it's 4 million full payment, and it won't be available for long." "Senior sister Xia, 4 million is too expensive," Bai Qian said, biting her lip. "Are you still upset with me and Yuyan?" "I was just too young and naive back then. Please don't hold it against me. Don't try to play this game with me. I don't have time for pleasantries with you." Xia Shige directly interrupted Bai Qian, saying, "You both have seen the houses in this area and are aware of the prices. My place is fully renovated and has over 140 square meters after deducting the shared area. This price is absolutely reasonable. I will only give you 1 day to consider. Make your decision wisely. If you can't decide by tomorrow, I will sell it to someone else." With that, Xia Shige turned and left. Xia Shige did not place all her hopes on Han Yuyan and Bai Qian. She planned to give them 1 day to decide. If she could outsmart them, that would be great. If not, she would have to let it go. Even if she did not want to take advantage of others, she had no choice. The safe haven she had in mind was a villa. It wasn't greed. She initially intended to save money for an apartment, but the limitations of apartment space and weight-bearing capacity made it impossible to stockpile enough supplies for her family. If all the supplies were stored in the Taoyuan space, her family might become suspicious. Xia Shige was not yet ready to disclose the existence of the space to them, as it was too bizarre. She feared causing trouble for her family, and it was safer the fewer people knew. Moreover, after the storm there would be prolonged high temperatures, leading to increased electricity consumption. If Xia Shige's family installed a generator to run air conditioning in the residential building, it would be too conspicuous and increase unnecessary risks. With over 6 million in hand, she knew it wasn't enough. After some thought, she blocked other classmates except for Han Yuyan and Bai Qianqian and posted on her social media, Key School XX Community fully furnished apartment for sale, 4 million cash, only contact if interested. She hoped this would stimulate Han Yuyan and Bai Qianqian to make a decision quickly. After posting, Xia Shige entered the space with the seeds. During the move, she brought out all the farming tools from home. She cultivated several plots of land in the Taoyuan farmland, opened a few seed packets, and sowed them: sugarcane, cabbage, green beans, cucumbers, peppers. The first sowing was successful, unlocking Taoyuan Processing Workshop, Taoyuan Breeding Farm, and Taoyuan Forest. As the white mist dissipated, a gigantic factory appeared next to the previous storage space, filled with various brand new machinery. Next to the factory was a vast breeding farm divided into large units, clean and tidy, with neatly arranged water troughs and feed bins along with specialized devices for waste disposal. On the other side of the stream was a lush forest vibrant with vegetation where various wildflowers bloomed and the sound of crisp birdsong could be faintly heard. The Taoyuan Processing Workshop can process crops into feed, turn wheat and rice into flour, convert sugarcane into sugar, transform wood into cartons and cotton into clothing, among other functions. The Taoyuan Breeding Farm can raise various animals. The Taoyuan Forest can produce timber, and you can also transplant trees from outside into the space. Forests. Breeding. Xia Shige was stunned. It seemed she would need to go out tomorrow to buy animals and fruit trees. After observing the newly unlocked areas for a while, she exited the space and found several new messages on her phone. Upon opening, she saw that the messages were from her former adoptive father Li Yadong. Xia Shige frowned. What day was it today that these unpleasant people came together? The year Xia Shige was picked up by Xia Huyin was the first year of her marriage to Li Yadong. Xia Huyin insisted on adopting Xia Shige against the strong opposition of Li Yadong's parents. However, at that time the Li family relied entirely on Xia Huyin's earnings, and the one who earned had the most say, which is why Xia Shige was allowed to stay. Since Xia Shige could remember Li Yadong's parents, Xia Shige's nominal grandparents often scolded her, calling her a harbinger of misfortune and blaming Xia Huyin for not being able to have children because she had taken her in. When Xia Shige was 7, her adoptive father Li Yadong cheated on a young girl from their village, Qiao Nana. A few years later, Qiao Nana gave birth to a son, and Li Yadong brought her along with their eldest daughter and youngest son to confront Xia Huyin. After the sadness, Xia Huyin decisively divorced and returned to her family with Xia Shige to focus on her career. Shige, it's Dad. Why do you want to sell that house? Your younger brother Yazu plans to get married in a few years. Can you sell the house to help him with his wedding? Dad will give you 600,000 and the remaining 3.4 million can be considered your support to your brother as the elder sister. Shige, you see, your mother has not remarried or had children in these years. You only have Yazu as a brother. He is your only family member. With a brother, you won't be bullied by your in-laws when you get married later. Xia Shige was almost driven to laughter by the messages. She directly replied, you want to buy? It's 4 million cash only. Li Yadong quickly responded, dear daughter, we are family, money is no issue. But 4 million is really too much for your dad to come up with, and you are a girl. Holding such a large sum of money is unsafe. It's easy to attract bad people. How about this? You can transfer the house to your brother Yaozu's name. You can continue living there, just pay your brother rent. Once your brother saves enough money, he can transfer the funds for the house to you. Shige, as an elder sister, you will need to rely on your brother in the future. You need to understand that you should invest in your brother. You can't just take advantage of him. Xia Shige looked at the stream of messages popping up, unable to hold back, preparing to click on the voice message to send a 60-second rant. At this moment, Grandma Lu approached and asked her, Shige, why does your face look so bad? Xia Shige thought for a moment and explained the situation to Grandma Lu, expressing her dilemma. Grandma Lu, my adoptive father definitely can't come up with 4 million over the years. He has relied on my mom and me. But Han Yuan is hesitating. Grandma Lu pondered, glanced at Xia Shige's phone, then took it and swiftly deleted the other chat records, leaving only Shige and Dad. Why do you want to sell that house? Your brother Yazu is planning to get married in a few years. Can you sell the house to him for his marriage? You want to buy? 4 million cash only. Dear daughter, we are family, money is no issue. Grandma Lu returned the phone to Xia Shige and said, you should send this chat screenshot to those 2 classmates now. Xia Shige's eyes brightened. Indeed, experience is key. Xia Shige immediately understood Grandma Liu's plan. She smiled and screenshot the chat content to post on her social media, captioning it, "Planning to sell the house to my brother, 4 million in cash, is coming soon." She restricted visibility to only Han Yuan and Bai Qianqian. Sure enough, not long after Han Yuan's message came through, "Xia Shige, I've thought it over, I want that house. Let's arrange a meeting with the real estate agent. After we view the house tomorrow, we will sign the contract. You promised to give us a day to consider, and one must be honest and keep their word, you can't go back on it." Seeing this message, Xia Shige and Grandma Liu exchanged smiles. It worked. Han family. Han's mother discontentedly said to Han Yuan, "Why are you so anxious, my child? From what you're saying, that Xia Shige is clearly in a hurry to sell. If you wait a few more days, maybe the price will drop further." Han Yuan sighed and replied, "Mom, houses are selling fast here, we can't wait any longer. Moreover, Qianqian is already pregnant as she's in her senior year and hasn't graduated yet. She doesn't want this child and has told me several times that she isn't ready and wants to terminate the pregnancy. If I don't buy this house, I fear she will go for the procedure soon." Han's mother, hearing this, felt helpless and muttered that Bai Qianqian isn't as good as that Xia Shige back then. "If you end up together with Xia Shige, our family would save on this house purchase. That's a 4 million house, it would empty our family's coffers." Han Yuan replied discontentedly, "Mom, I'm about to marry Qianqian. Please don't say such things. What would she think if Besides, weren't you fond of Qianqian before? I remember you always praised her for being gentle and understanding." Han's mother sighed and fell silent. At first, she was very satisfied with Bai Qianqian. After all, Bai Qianqian was the only child in the city, both her parents had jobs, and her family background was better than Xia Shige's. Being with Bai Qianqian would also ease Han Yuan's financial pressure in the future. However, after spending more time with Bai Qianqian, Han's mother realized that Bai Qianqian was merely innocent on the surface, but was actually very calculating. For this house purchase, the Han family contributed 3 million, and the Bai family contributed 1 million. Surprisingly, Bai Qianqian requested that the title be solely under her name, and Han Yuan actually agreed. After learning this, Han's mother was both angry and helpless. Han Yuan was too firmly under Bai Qianqian's control, and once they married, he would most likely suffer a great loss. Han Yuan involuntarily felt a twinge of regret after returning home today. He couldn't help but think if he had known earlier that Xia Shige's family could afford to buy a school district house in the city, would their outcome have been different. But regretting at this point is futile. Han Yuan could only keep comforting himself. Bai Qianqian has a gentle and considerate personality, while Xia Shige, though beautiful, is too independent and strong-willed, making her unsuitable for marriage. Han Yuan then called Bai Qianqian. "Qianqian, my family has gathered 3 million. Have you and your parents discussed the remaining 1 million? On the other end, Bai Qianqian's gentle voice replied, "Yuan, don't worry, we have prepared the 1 million on our..." "That's great. I just confirmed with Xia Shige that we will go sign the contract tomorrow." "Wonderful, Yuan, we will have our own home. Once I get my graduation certificate in June, let's go directly to get our marriage certificate, okay?" "Okay, as long as it makes you and the baby happy, I'm willing to do anything." The next day, Han Yuan arrived with his mother and Bai Qianqian, while Xia Shige and the real estate agent were already waiting for them at home. "Oh, why is it so messy? What are all these things? Do they match our 4 million? As soon as Han's mother entered, seeing the boxes scattered on the floor of Xia Shige's home, she frowned in dissatisfaction. "Don't worry, after we sign the contract today, the money will be in your account tomorrow and we'll move out within 3 days, ensuring not a single hair is left behind for you." Xia Shige knew Han's mother was deliberately causing trouble and coldly replied. The agent led the group to tour the house, and the Han family quickly decided to sign the agreement. Bai Qianqian was very satisfied at the same asking price of 4 million, but Xia Shige's house was much better than the previous ones they viewed a couple of days ago. The bathroom fixtures were shiny and showed almost no signs of use. Thinking that the title of this house would soon be under her name, Bai Qianqian felt an immense joy in her heart. The efficiency of the real estate company was quick. After Han's mother and Bai Qianqian made the payment, they took the Han family to the property transaction center for the transfer and tax payment. On the morning of the 5th, Xia Shige received 4 million in cash in her account. Plus the over 6 million from the Liu family, Xia Shige now had over 10 million in hand, and she could finally buy her desired refuge. The house had been successfully sold, and the heavy stone that had weighed on Xia Shige's heart finally settled. After breakfast, Xia Shige told Grandma Liu, "I won't be home for lunch or dinner today. Please don't wait for me." She then drove off, heading out to purchase fruit trees and livestock. All the fruit trees on Yuan Mountain had been personally selected by her uncle, excellent cultivars meticulously nurtured over several years until they reached full bearing. During the apocalypse, this orchard had haunted Xia Shige's thoughts like a cherished dream. A single apple once commanded an exorbitant price. In her dreams she longed only to return here, to wander freely among the boughs and feast upon its ripe, sun-warmed fruit. Xia Shige parked her car in a secluded spot at the mountain's base, carefully avoiding the rubble-strewn path as she hiked up to the orchard. To her relief, many trees still stood, hardy survivors, and she began transplanting them one by one into her pocket realm. Apple trees received 10. And peach trees received 10. And orange trees received. Apricot trees received 10. Null transplanted fruit trees have been successfully integrated into the Peach Spring Grove, a sanctuary where every species thrives. Blossoms are unfolding, fruits are already swelling with promise. Reluctantly, Xia Shige prepared to leave the orchard, uncertain whether she would ever return. Suddenly, far below, she spotted several figures ascending the mountain trail. Her heart leapt. She slipped silently onto a hidden path, circling around to observe them discreetly, only to recognize Lu Siming leading his project team, conducting an on-site assessment, likely gauging damage and weighing salvage options. Ever since Xia Shige had dismissed Lu Xiyu 2 days prior, Su Ilan had bombarded her with calls and messages. Even Lu Bo had sent a personal message outlining the resources and networks the Lu family could offer, urging her to set aside childish impulses and weigh practical consequences with mature discernment. She had ignored every one of them. Then, slipping unseen past the group, she returned to her car. On the road, Xia Shige realized the mountain's orchard lacked botanical diversity. She detoured to a nursery market, acquiring cherry trees, grapevines, persimmon trees, kiwi fruit vines, fong ang plum trees, lychee trees, and more. Vendors swore these would bear fruit this very year. Whether their claims held truth remained uncertain. Xia Shige knew little of horticulture. She pretended to load the saplings into her vehicle, then, when no eyes were watching, transplanted them all into her pocket realm, each transfer confirmed by soft chimes echoing in her mind. After leaving the nursery market, Xia Shige drove to a poultry farm owned by her university classmate Zheng Lei, an animal science graduate she'd befriended through their campus club. Zheng Lei was fiercely loyal when Xia Shige faced online slander and cyberbullying orchestrated by Han Yuan and by Qianqian. He was the first to step forward and publicly defend her. In their junior year, Zheng Lei launched his entrepreneurial venture, the very poultry farm she now visited. The day before, Xia Shige had called him, explaining her plan to lease another mountain and raise chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and goats on its slopes, and asked for his expert guidance in selecting stock. He had readily agreed. Spotting Zheng Lei waiting at the farm's entrance, Xia Shige stepped out of her car and greeted him warmly. "Zheng Lei, long time no see. You've truly become a big-time entrepreneur." "Entrepreneur? Hardly," he replied wryly. As the saying goes, 10,000 gold coins mean nothing if they come with feathers. "Honestly, I'm closing shop this year. I'm planning to sell off the entire operation, birds and all. If you'd arrived just half a month later, you wouldn't have found me here at all." Zheng Lei was tanned and leaner than in university days, dressed simply in jeans and a long-sleeved t-shirt, his once boyish features now etched with quiet exhaustion. Xia Shige paused, startled. She had been preparing to warn him about the imminent heatwave, knowing full well that, even if the poultry farm survived the tornado due in 1 month, the global thermal surge would prove inescapable. Electricity prices would skyrocket, blackouts would follow, and without power the flock would perish. Yet Zheng Lei had already decided to pivot before the crisis even unfolded. "Selling it?" Xia Shige asked. "Is it unprofitable?" "And profit. It's life for labor," he sighed. "Office workers endure 996, but farming is 007. The moment I noticed abnormal droppings or feather loss, I rushed to the city's veterinary institute for advice. Eventually, I bought my own microscope and began dissecting samples myself. Each year after the final batch of chickens left the farm, we disinfected everything, lime slaked over every surface, formaldehyde fumigation throughout the sheds, and even plowed and sterilized the soil itself. Chicks must be collected personally from hatcheries, each newborn vaccinated within minutes of hatching. Any chick missing its first dose within 12 hours is destroyed outright. From incubation to market, they receive over 20 vaccinations, and never may convenience override precision. Injectables cannot be substituted with medicated water. Chick procurement, coop design, barn sanitation, feed formulation, photo period control, vaccination schedules, water quality, dietary supplements, pen segregation. Each domain hides pitfalls demanding vigilance. Only then does profit even enter the equation. My college roommates are nearly all married, yet I haven't even met a potential partner. My family arranged several matchmaking sessions after graduation, but the moment young women learned I ran a poultry farm, they vanished. Xia Shige sighed inwardly. Agriculture demanded relentless sacrifice. "So, if you're selling the farm, what field will you enter next?" She worried he might leap blindly from one peril into another, just as cataclysm loomed. "I've accepted an offer at the Municipal Animal Husbandry and Veterinary Research Institute." They recruited recently, I passed the interview. A steady monthly salary, mere thousands, feels safer than this roller coaster. Xia Shige exhaled in quiet relief. In the coming disasters, crops would fail en masse, livestock would die by the millions. The nation would urgently prioritize indoor agriculture and controlled environment livestock systems, and the Veterinary Research Institute would stand at the very core of national reconstruction. Zhang Lei's choice was not merely prudent, it was prescient. I raise both caged and free-range birds, layers and broilers alike, and I'll supply you with samples of each. These free-range chickens are perfect for slow-cooked stews. The brown-shelled layers lay eggs rich in flavor and nutrition. These ducks too are my own stock, I'll pack them in with the rest. Zhang Lei helped her load chickens and ducks into the small truck, then guided her to a local farmer's home, already pre-arranged, to collect sheep and pigs. My native mountain sheep. Unmatched, boasted the elderly farmer proudly. Fully pasture-raised on wild grasses, these 2 rams each weigh over 80 gene, yielding at least 30 gene of prime meat. And these 5 ewes. Mature proven breeders, guaranteed 2 litters every 3 years, 2 litters. These piglets are Huanjiang fragrant pigs, a nationally protected heritage breed, once imperial tributes in ancient times. I imported the sows from afar and raised their offspring right here. Ours is the only herd of its kind in the entire village. Compact in stature, they're ideal for roasting whole or stewing, unrivaled in aroma and tenderness. Rich yet never greasy, utterly unlike ordinary pork. This aligned perfectly with Xia Shige's vision. She paid promptly, then noticed rabbit hutches tucked behind a wall. Uncle, do you raise rabbits too? I'll take 20. Just 2 or 3 will suffice, Zhang Lei interjected. Rabbits multiply relentlessly, 1 litter births another, and soon you'll be buried beneath them. The sheep and pigs cost several 10,000 yuan. Once payment was made, the farmer waved magnanimously. Fine, these 3 rabbits are on me. Thank you, uncle. Xia Shige beamed as she lifted the cage, surprisingly weighty. The farmer helped secure the sheep in the truck bed and loaded the piglets into sturdy cages for transport. Finally, Zhang Lei escorted Xia Shige to a cattle cooperative specializing in purebred dairy cow breeding. These are original bloodlines imported directly from Inner Mongolia. Their quality is unquestionable. Xia Shige purchased 5 calves, 2 bulls and 3 heifers, each weighing 300 to 400 gene at over 10,000 yuan apiece. For added security, she acquired 3 mature cattle, 1 bull and 2 cows, at 25,000 yuan each. Impressed by her decisive payment, the cooperative owner gifted her generous supplies of feed. This is our homegrown king grass, enriched with tofu residue and rice bran. Our cattle adore it. The small truck couldn't accommodate the cattle, so Xia Shige transferred the feed into its cargo bay and arranged with the owner to return the next day with a larger vehicle. Having frequently assisted her family with freight logistics, Xia Shige held a Class B commercial driver's license. With Zhang Lei's guidance, her livestock acquisition proceeded with remarkable efficiency. By day's end, chickens, ducks, sheep, goats, pigs, and rabbits were all secured. The total expenditure 200,000 yuan. Xia Shige departed deeply satisfied. As dusk fell, Xia Shige and Zhang Lei drove back to the city, the setting sun casting a soft golden hue over the entire city. Xia Shige treated Zhang Lei to dinner and also gave him a large red envelope, which he adamantly refused to accept. When they parted, Xia Shige once again reminded Zhang Lei, recently several classmates at the Meteorological Bureau have mentioned that the weather will be abnormal in the upcoming year. You should stock up on food and medicine at home, better safe than sorry. Xia Shige added after a moment of thought, given the current environment, it would be best not to leave your position at the livestock farm too easily. Zhang Lei nodded in agreement and said, I've packed the electronic versions of various textbooks on livestock raising and sent them to your email. You can take a look. Shige, be careful on your way back. Xia Shige returned to her community, sending all the chickens, ducks, sheep, rabbits, pigs, and feed from the car into the space. Received 10 ducks. Received 20 chickens. Received 3 rabbits. Received 7 sheep. All animals have been settled in the farm. Xia Shige arrived home after 10 p.m. and found that Grandma Lu had already gone to bed. Xia Shige quietly returned to her room to wash up, then hurried into the space. As soon as she entered, the white cat jumped beside her, circling around her. Xia Shige stroked the white cat's head and noticed that the crops she had planted 2 days ago had all sprouted, with even the sugarcane growing tall, a testament to the incredible efficiency of this peach blossom space. Xia Shige headed straight for the farm, where each compartment was spacious and clean. The chickens were comfortably nestled in their coop, likely ready to lay eggs by tomorrow. The duck compartment was equipped with a small pool where several ducks were playfully splashing about. The sheep pen was semi-open air, connected to a large grassy area, with a few sheep leisurely grazing. The little pig rolled around in its pen and started squealing when it saw Xia Shige approach. There were only 3 rabbits, and they liked to huddle together, making the entire compartment appear quite empty. Xia Shige placed the feed provided by the cattle cooperative into the troughs of each compartment, saying, "Time is tight these days, so you'll have to make do with this for now. In a few days I'll be able to process feed for you myself." After finishing these tasks, it was already the early morning. Xia Shige hurried to sleep after coming out of the space, as she needed to go out to buy a house the next day. Mom and Dad, the landslide in on Yuan Mountain has caused severe damage to the mountain. The project team has assessed it for 3 days and recommended that we do not invest any further. This project cannot continue. Lu Siming said somewhat helplessly. Lu Bo rubbed his temples and said the on Yuan Mountain project is on hold. Focus on pushing forward with the resort project at Jinhai Beach. As long as the beach resort project is profitable, the company's current financial issues will be resolved. Beside them, Su Ilan still felt a bit shaken and said, "Fortunately, Shige has moved. The landslide at on Yuan Mountain was too frightening. For the past 3 days, Shige hasn't answered my calls. I don't know if she's afraid that this incident would implicate her family, which is why she dares not answer or return home. She wouldn't be scared. In my opinion, she is just the harbinger of misfortune for the Lu family." Lu Xiyuan snorted coldly. "Shut up." Lu Bo reprimanded sternly, then turned to Su Ilan and said, "If she's scared these days, let's wait a few days before contacting her. It's just a project worth a few million, it's not a big deal for our Lu family." Su Ilan nodded lightly at this. Although she hoped Xia Shige would return home, she also felt dissatisfied with Xia Shige's hostility towards Lu Xixue. Lu Xixue already felt wronged, and Su Ilan didn't want Lu Xixue to suffer any more harm. She decided to give Xia Shige the cold shoulder for a few days, letting her think things through. For the past 3 days, Xia Shige had been extremely busy. On the morning of the 6th, when she woke up, Grandma Lu had already prepared breakfast. "Grandma Lu, please rest well at home today. My grandmother and the others will be back this afternoon. You should inform them about the sale of the house so they can be mentally prepared. We will be moving to the new house tomorrow. Grandma Lu, please rest well at home today. My grandmother and the others will be back this." Xindu community was developed a few years ago before the city of Engshi, with rumors that a new urban area would be established here that would become the new city center, which is why several real estate developers invested in this project. However, several years had passed, and the new urban area had yet to start planning. This place was considered suburban, relatively remote, and coincided with the off-season for real estate sales, resulting in poor sales and low occupancy rates. Yet it was a rare find, as this community was nestled between mountains and water with vast land behind it suitable for planting, and its elevated position provided a natural advantage against flooding. What was remarkable was that the property management and security of this community were extremely responsible. They worked in close cooperation with the personnel assigned by the government to minimize crime rates during natural disasters. In her past life, Xindu community was rated as the most stable community in Engshi and was still one of the disaster recovery zones. During the apocalyptic blizzard, the Lu family villa was buried in snow, and Xia Shige had moved here with the Lu family, escaping the blizzard and flooding. Xia Shige often heard Lu Bo and Su Ilan discussing how well-equipped the villas in this area were, regretting not having bought a villa. However, at that time, Xindu community had already been called off from sales, and it was impossible to buy one. Xia Shige arrived at Xindu community and headed straight for the sales department, saying, "Hello, I would like to purchase a villa in Xindu community. The location and soft decoration don't matter, but the hard decoration facilities must be complete." The sales staff at the sales department was surprised by her request. The houses in Xindu community were different from the school district houses Xia Shige had sold. Due to the poor geographical location, these houses had been unsold for a long time, especially in the villa district, where many owners were listing their properties, but couldn't sell them. They never expected someone would want to take over a villa at this time. The young man attending to Xia Shige greeted her warmly, saying, "Hello, I'm Xiaohe. May I ask how to—" "My surname is Xia. Miss Xia, based on your requirements, I recommend you consider this B16 villa priced at 7 million in full." Xiaohe enthusiastically recommended it to Xia Shige. 7 million. That's so expensive. Xia Shige said in surprise, as this was already considered suburban. Moreover, wasn't it said that the villas here were unsold? Xiaohe chuckled. This villa's original owner bought it for 8 million at the time it was a shell, and the original owner spent another 3 million on renovations, but they never lived in it. Now they have emigrated abroad and urgently need money, which is why they are selling this house at a loss. If you come with me to visit, you'll see that it's definitely worth it. Xiaohe drove Xia Shige to B16, showing her around while explaining the original owner spared no expense during the renovations, making it very suitable for your needs. The villa was equipped with an independent power generation system and specially designed to increase power capacity, capable of handling all appliances without issue. The central air conditioning here uses the latest high-temperature cooling technology, which can operate even in extremely high-temperature weather. Ordinary air conditioners would fail in such hot conditions, but this high-temperature cooling technology won't. Additionally, this villa has the latest central water purification system and a reverse osmosis drinking water system. The more Xia Shige looked, the more satisfied and excited she became. This villa was practically prepared according to her needs, especially the air conditioning with high-temperature cooling technology, which was perfect for coping with the extreme heat starting in April. The first floor consists of a living room, kitchen, dining room, storage room, restroom, and 2 maids' rooms. There are also 2 bedrooms with balconies, which can be used as children's rooms and a guest room. In the middle there is a lounge area with a small space separated for a tea room. The third floor features a large room with a terrace, 3 rooms with balconies, each equipped with independent bathrooms similar to the second floor. These can be used as guest rooms for visitors, or if you don't need so many rooms you can remodel them. We suggest converting a few of them into walk-in closets or storage rooms. The previous owner designed the house to accommodate 3 generations with a total of over 10 people. Therefore, there are a lot of bedrooms and many functional rooms are left in the basement. Xiaohe led Xia Shige down from the 3rd floor to the basement, continuing his introduction. The basement is the highlight of this house. The garage has 2 parking spaces offering ample space for 2 SUVs. There is also an indoor underground swimming pool designed ingeniously, equipped with an automatic cleaning system and very convenient for water replacement. The remaining 4 spaces were originally intended by the previous owner to be a study, private cinema, reception room, and gym. However, they decided to go abroad for development before completing the renovations. The wiring and other installations have already been laid out, and if you have any requirements, you can contact a renovation company to start work directly. In the corner there is also a separate restroom, which is very convenient. Xia Shige followed Xiaohe down the stairs, growing more satisfied with every look, nodding and saying, "All right, I'll buy it." The study, private cinema, reception room, and gym are of no use to Xia Shige. To her, they are just 4 large storage rooms where she can stockpile many things, and converting the swimming pool into a water reservoir is just perfect. Xiaohe was overjoyed, not expecting to finalize a villa sale at this moment. "Then I'll take you to sign the contract right away." Xia Shige and Xiaohe returned to the sales office, signed the contract, and Xia Shige made a full payment transfer. During the off-peak season for sales, the efficiency is high because there's no need to apply for a loan, and the process is simple, and Xia Shige quickly completed the paperwork. After receiving the villa keys, Xia Shige brought a bag of fruit to the property center. "Hello, I'm the new owner of building V16 in the villa area." "Hello, dear owner." Upon hearing that she was from the villa area, the property center staff smiled more. Xia Shige put down the fruit and smiled, asking, "I just bought the house and want to renovate it. Do you have any reliable renovation companies you can recommend?" The property staff promptly found a business card and handed it to Xia Shige. Yes, you can call the number on this card. They are a professional renovation team, and many villa owners in the area have hired them." After thanking the property staff, Xia Shige called the renovation company. She informed them of her address, and the renovation team arrived quickly. A person in work attire got out of the car and warmly said to Xia Shige, "Hello, I'm the head of the renovation team. What do you need?" Xia Shige conveyed her requirements one by one. "I need to raise the walls and enclose the front and back gardens with a roof on top. The walls need to be reinforced with steel plates inside, ideally the kind that can't be breached even with a car crash, and please add an electric fence for me. The roof should be prepared for solar panels, and the back garden should be turned into a sunroom with shatterproof glass." The renovation head was taken aback by Xia Shige's description. "You want to enclose both the front and back gardens? The property management probably won't agree to that. I've already informed the property management, so you can proceed with the construction. As long as there are no complaints from other owners, they tend to overlook these things, and Xia Shige's neighbors have not moved in yet. Anyone who can afford to buy a villa here is unlikely to be a first-time buyer. They are mostly wealthy investors. These wealthy individuals own multiple properties. By the time they remember they have a house here during the apocalypse, Xia Shige's renovations will have already been completed. Such a beautiful yard, it's a pity to enclose it," the renovation head said with some regret while looking at the well-designed garden. Xia Shige smiled, thinking that if she didn't enclose it, this beautiful house might not always belong to her during a natural disaster. She then added, "Leave a larger pool in the backyard and install a filtration system. Once the villa is occupied, the electricity consumption will be significant. I also need to install central air conditioning in the yard and would like you to help me check the wiring to see if I need to increase the power supply." The renovation head was astounded, muttering, "I really can't understand the thoughts of you wealthy people." But since these were the employer's requests, he didn't try to persuade further and directly called to start finding plans, arranging workers, and reserving materials. In no time, 2 more vehicles arrived and several workers got out, gathering around the head to discuss how to design and commence the work. Xia Shige thought for a moment, and went to find Xiaohe the employee who had previously assisted her at the sales office. Xiaohe, I'm currently renovating my yard, but my family won't be able to come until tomorrow. I'd like to ask you to keep an eye on it today. I'll give you a red envelope for lost work. Selling this villa earned Xiaohe a substantial commission, and he was grateful to Xia Shige. Since there weren't many people viewing houses right now, he was more than willing to help keep an eye on the renovation for a day. With Xiaohe helping to supervise, Xia Shige drove the small truck back to the rental center and swapped it for a larger truck, heading straight to the cattle cooperative. The staff at the cattle cooperative helped Xia Shige load the 8 cows she had ordered the previous day. Then Xia Shige drove the truck to a deserted area and directly sent the cows into her space. 8 cows accepted. All cows have been settled in the breeding farm. After settling the cows, Xia Shige wasted no time and drove straight to the wholesale market. With the house prepared, she was ready to start stockpiling supplies. As high temperatures in the apocalypse begin, there will be a severe shortage of water. Xia Shige first drove to the bottled water factory. She falsely claimed she was starting a farm business and ordered 200 boxes of bottled water and 100 barrels of bottled water from the sales manager. When she transported the water into her space, the usually silent space system was shocked. Host, why are you buying so much water? Taiyuan Stream is the best water, pure and natural, inexhaustible and unlimited. Recalling the thirst from the dry high-temperature period, Xia Shige replied, I originally planned to switch to another supplier to stock up some more, but since you say that, I'll just buy these. However, after thinking for a moment, Xia Shige still bought several sets of distillation equipment just in case. After buying the water, she went to the largest food wholesale market in the area. During the time of natural disasters, canned food is the most durable and convenient to consume. Xia Shige visited a wholesale canned food store where shelves were filled with a dazzling array of different canned goods. First came the meat cans. Canned beef, canned luncheon meat, canned 5-spice yellow flour fish, canned pig trotters, canned curry chicken. With various flavors and styles, Xia Shige carefully selected a total of 200 boxes. There were also canned fruits. Although the peach blossom space produced fruits, it was still better to be prepared. These canned fruits would be a hard currency in the apocalypse. Xia Shige recalled that in the 3rd year of the apocalypse, Lu Ximing spent over 8,000 yuan to buy a can of bayberry for Lu Xixue, and Xia Shige was genuinely envious at the time. In this life, she wanted her family to be able to eat whatever they desired. Xia Shige bought 10 boxes of every type of canned fruit in the store. After purchasing the canned goods, Xia Shige saw that the store still had various compressed biscuits and self-heating rice and hot pot. She selected her favorite flavors and bought 200 boxes in total. After asking the owner and staff to help load the goods onto the car, Xia Shige quietly stored everything in her space and continued on the empty road. She arrived at the farmer's market and began wholesale purchasing various dried goods. Dried vegetables, dried fruits, dried meats. These are all durable. Xia Shige chose some of each, adding up to over 1,000 jin. Xia Shige had the owner help portion them into small packages, then sorted them into boxes by category, finally loading them onto the vehicle. After finishing the purchase of dried goods, it was already noon. Xia Shige had no time to eat, so she quietly entered her space to prepare a few cans for a simple meal. Xia Shige arrived at the Peach Blossom warehouse, seeing that the supplies she had just stored were already arranged neatly. Boxes of food and water were sorted and stacked orderly on the shelves, looking pleasing to the eye. She opened a box of canned goods and a box of self-heating food. The savory yellow flour fish was crispy and delicious when added to the self-heating rice, allowing Xia Shige to enjoy a delightful meal. After the meal, Xia Shige opened a can of yellow peach. The cool yellow peach flesh melted in her mouth with sweet juice filling her palate. Xia Shige patted her belly in satisfaction. After lunch, Xia Shige went to the grain and oil market. Peanut oil, rapeseed oil, corn oil. Xia Shige bought many barrels of each type, totaling over 1,000 jin, enough for a family to eat for several years in the apocalypse. After buying oil, Xia Shige went on to purchase several thousand jin of rice flour and corn, which were staple foods and could also be used as animal feed. She had the owner help package them into tenjin bags, vacuum sealed, and loaded onto the truck. As for miscellaneous grains, Xia Shige bought soybeans, oats, green beans, red beans, black beans, purple rice, peanuts, and lotus seeds, adding up to several thousand jin. She had the owner package them into 5 jin bags for loading. After moving all the rice flour and oil from the truck to her space warehouse, Xia Shige went to a nearby wholesale seasoning shop to buy condiments, salt, sugar, soy sauce, vinegar, pepper powder, curry sauce, chili sauce, yellow bean sauce, and various cooking sauces, totaling 200 boxes. The last stop was the snack wholesale market. Under the pretense of opening a supermarket, Xia Shige browsed from start to finish, buying everything she saw. Various sliced bread, jam, bread, cake rolls, cookies, calcium milk biscuits. All kinds of instant noodles, ham sausages, rice noodles, rice vermicelli, and vermicelli. Assorted hand-pulled dried tofu, spicy strips, jelly, chocolate, candied fruits, and potato chips. Along with various drinks, Sprite, cola, milk, yogurt, sparkling water, and fruit juices. Xia Shige checked out with 10 boxes of each type, purchasing hundreds of boxes of pure milk from different brands. Staff members took turns loading goods onto the truck. If Xia Shige hadn't quietly transferred the products to her space, the truck would not have been able to hold everything. After finishing all this, it was already dark. She spent dozens of thousands today with the most on snacks. Xia Shige still had over 2 million left on her hands. That night, Xia Shige drove home and found that Xia Huyin and others had already returned. Grandma Lu had informed the Xia family about Xia Shige selling the school district house and buying a new one, leaving them all in shock. They never expected that in just a few days Xia Shige had silently accomplished so many significant things. Xia Shige further explained there will be a tornado passing through early next month and this community is in the disaster zone. It will be very dangerous then and we cannot stay here. Is this true? How could there be a tornado here? It wasn't mentioned in the weather report, Xia Huyin asked with some confusion. Xia Shige's recent actions were too unusual. Selling mountains and houses made Xia Huyin trust her daughter, but she still felt somewhat uneasy. Mom, it was revealed to me by a classmate in the meteorological department. By the end of this month the country will issue a warning. Just wait and see, Xia Shige replied seriously. Sun Weigui added, Sister Shige predicted the mudslide before, so she should be right this time as well. We should believe it and prepare early just in case. Although Xia Huyin was somewhat hesitant, she still nodded. Her brother-in-law and grandmother said nothing. Ever since Xia Shige predicted the mudslide, they had unconsciously come to trust her decisions. That evening the family gathered for a lavish dinner. Xia Shige's uncle and aunt talked about their visit to see Xia Xian at the dinner table. Your cousin was thrilled to see the cured meat. He said he had been craving the home-cured goods for days. He also thanked you for the daily necessities. They were all very practical items for the dormitory. That night as they were going to bed, Xia Huyin held Xia Shige and asked, Shige, what's been going on with you lately? Mom, I've encountered a lot of things that I can't explain clearly right now. I'll tell you everything after we move tomorrow, Xia Shige comforted. Xia Huyin knew that Xia Shige always had her own ideas, so she didn't press further. After a moment of silence, she said, I heard from Grandma Lu that Li Yadong contacted you. Xia Shige couldn't help but scoff. She recounted what Li Yadong had said, especially the part about first transferring the house to Li Yaozu and making her pay rent to him. Xia Huyin's face turned pale upon hearing this. When Xia Huyin married Li Yadong, the Li family was impoverished. Li Yadong was spineless and couldn't earn money, relying entirely on Xia Huyin to support the family by selling lunchboxes. Under Xia Huyin's management, the Li family situation improved significantly, and they even bought a house in the county, becoming the first family from the village to own a property in the county. After buying a house in the county, Li Yadong began frequently borrowing money from Xia Huyin, claiming it was for business, but in fact it was to support his mistress Xiao Nana. Within 2 years, Xiao Nana gave birth to a daughter whom Li Yadong named Li Ai Qiao, symbolizing his unwavering love for Xiao Nana. 2 years later, Li Yadong and Xiao Nana's son Li Yaozu was born. The grandparents were delighted and immediately urged Li Yadong to bring Xiao Nana home. All these years Xia Huyin had been kept in the dark by this family. Years after the divorce, she was still afraid to enter into another marriage. She changed Xia Shige's surname and continued living with her at her maternal home with her elder brother and sister-in-law. She never expected that even after many years of divorce, Li Yadong's family would still try to scheme against her, plotting to take her house. Xia Huyin wished she could tear them apart. Mom, don't worry. Li Yadong and Xiao Nana will not have good days ahead, Xia Shige reassured her mother once more. Xia Shige remembered that the house where Li Yadong and Xiao Nana currently lived was in the flood discharge zone. Even if they miraculously escaped the extreme heat and cold when the flood came, they would surely be left homeless. The house that Li Yadong schemed to take from Xia Huyin was destined to be unsustainable. With this thought, the mother and daughter fell asleep in each other's arms. On the morning of the 7th, the Xia family contacted the moving company again. Having learned from the previous experience, the speed of the move was much quicker this time. Just as they were about to finish moving the items, they saw Bai Qianqian and Han Yuyan arriving. Bai Qianqian was looking around the house while discussing with Han Yuyan. Yuyan, I want to change the bedroom window to a floor-to-ceiling window, and I need to change the decoration style of the living room as well. I want to buy a cream-colored small sofa, and the dining table and chairs should also be in cream white. Xia Shige thought for a moment and reminded her, considering the 4 million, I advise you not to change to a floor-to-ceiling window just yet. Bai Qianqian was taken aback for a moment and immediately put on a pitiful expression saying, "Senior sister Xia, are you mocking me? Are you still resentful that I took away Yuyan's love?" Han Yuyan frowned and said, "Xia Shige, Bai Qianqian is a city girl and an art student, and her sense of decoration must be better than yours. Really, it's hard to dissuade a stubborn fool." Xia Shige decided to respect the fate of others. Bai Qianqian looked at Xia Shige and suddenly lowered her head with a shy smile saying, "Senior sister Xia, I'm pregnant." Xia Shige was even more confused. What did this have to do with her? Although we have had some unpleasant events in the past, we are still classmates. Now that I'm pregnant, I hope senior sister won't entangle Yuyan any further, Bai Qianqian continued. Moreover, Yuyan said he only likes gentle women. Even without me, senior sister, you and Yuyan won't be happy. Xia Shige chuckled. Don't worry, I never take back garbage. I think you two are quite suitable for each other. I wish you happiness. Han Yuyan watched Xia Shige's departing figure feeling a mix of emotions, but he knew he had no way out. This house had drained his savings and firmly tied him to Bai Qianqian. The Xia family, along with the moving company, arrived at the new community. Upon arriving at the villa, Xia Shige immediately spotted Xiaohe, who was supervising the construction. She approached with a red envelope and smiled, saying, "Xiaohe, thank you for your hard work. My family has returned. You can go back and rest now. This red envelope is a token of appreciation for your efforts these past few days. Miss Xia, you are too polite. I'll graciously accept it. Feel free to contact me anytime you need help in the future." Xiaohe accepted the red envelope, waved goodbye with a smile, and left. This villa is really big. It must be a few hundred square meters. Sun Weige exclaimed while gazing at the villa. Why is the yard all enclosed? With such a nice yard, it's not even possible to plant vegetables. Grandma said. It can still be used for planting vegetables, Grandma. Let's go inside first. Xia Shige assisted Grandma and Lu Nainai into the house. Uncle handed out a few cigarettes to the decorators and followed them inside. The first floor consists of the living room, dining room, kitchen, and storage room. Below there is also a basement. The second floor has two large rooms with terraces. A Grandma and Lu Nainai will stay in these two rooms, and the second floor is also convenient for access. Xia Shige led everyone around while introducing Mom, Uncle, and Aunt can stay on the second and third floors. There are plenty of empty rooms. In the future, our family will live here long term. Let's tidy up and see what furniture we still need to buy. We can purchase whatever makes us comfortable. I never thought I would live in a villa in my lifetime. Sun Weigui scanned the surroundings excitedly, but she also knew her family was not suited for long-term living here. She planned to stay a few days and move out once she found a suitable house. The luggage had been packed a week ago from their old home in on Yuan Mountain, and now it could finally be unpacked. Since the villa was fully furnished, the family placed some unnecessary items into the storage room. By the time the family settled in, it was already evening and the decorators had gone home. At the dining table, Xia Shige confessed to her family that she was the biological daughter of the Lu family, detailing the events that had transpired. The family was stunned into silence. Then, Shige, are you going to return to your biological parents' home in the future? Xia Guqing asked in shock. This Lu family is also a wealthy household. Surely a daughter born into such a family would have many doctors, nurses, and nannies taking care of her. How could they have mistaken their daughter? It's so odd. Lu Nainai said with confusion. Xia Huyin remained silent, feeling a bit unsettled. When she found Xia Shige by the roadside, she was just a tiny bundle. She never imagined she would turn out to be the daughter of a wealthy Lu family. If Xia Shige wanted to return home, Xia Huyin would certainly support her, as the Lu family was wealthy and could provide Xia Shige with a better life. However, Xia Shige was her only daughter. Losing Xia Shige would be like losing her life. Xia Shige sensed Xia Huyin's sadness, tightly grasped her hand, and said to Xia Guqing, "No, uncle, I am not going anywhere. The Lu family has indeed wanted me to return home these past few days, but not because they love me. They are just unwilling to have a Lu child living outside. They do not care for me. They only like the daughter who was switched at birth. I went to see them a few days ago. I didn't even say 2 sentences before their daughter, the one who was switched, started targeting me with sarcastic remarks, and my biological parents began to reprimand me as well. Their son even insulted me as a country bumpkin. And I don't like them either. In my heart, you are my only family." Grandma hugged Xia Shige tightly, tears streaming down her face. "Our Shige has suffered a good. We won't go back. We're not going anywhere. You will stay at home. With Grandma here, no one can bully our Shige." Lu Nainai sighed. Although many parents are uneven in their treatment, it is rare to find such biased parents. Once the family's emotions calmed down, Xia Shige continued, "Uncle, Aunt, Mom, Grandma, Lu Nainai, what matters about the Lu family is not important. What I need to tell you next is what truly matters. I have a friend working in the meteorological department. She told me that there will be severe meteorological disasters in the near future. The mudslide in on Yuan Mountain is just a warning. In early April, there will be a nationwide tornado followed by even more severe disasters. Therefore, we need to renovate this villa. Uncle and don't rush to buy a house and move out. I don't know exactly which areas will be severely affected by the tornado, and if you happen to buy in one of those areas, a lifetime of hard work will go to waste. And Uncle, I know you don't want to be a burden to others, but we are family. During difficult times, family members should support each other. If you really want to move, wait until the weather stabilizes before looking for a house. Until then, you should settle down here. Grandma and the others nodded in agreement. Yuegue, you all should settle here for now. Uncle and Aunt exchanged glances. Although they were somewhat hesitant, they nodded in agreement. If what Xia Shige said is true, they indeed cannot casually buy a house. If they choose the wrong location, a lifetime of savings could be lost. Next, Xia Shige held a meeting with the Xia family, clearly explaining the renovation plans for the villa. The family decided that starting tomorrow, Uncle and Mom would supervise the renovation of the house. Grandma and Lu Nai would plan what vegetables could be planted in the yard, and Aunt would return to work at the clothing factory. After returning to her room that night, Xia Shige took a look around the peach blossom space. The cabbages in the field had grown significantly, the sugar canes were visibly taller than before, and the peppers were about to bear fruit. Xia Shige took a bag of corn she had just bought today from the warehouse, cut a few sugar canes from the vegetable field, and went to the processing workshop following the machine operation instructions from the system. She placed the corn and sugar cane into the feed machine and pressed the processing button. Congratulations, host, you have obtained comprehensive feed. Now there was no need to worry about feed issues anymore. Xia Shige filled the processed feed into the feeding trough at the farm, and the animals were happily eating, especially the 10 piglets who devoured a large pile of feed in no time. Host, 2 female rabbits are pregnant. Xia Shige was overjoyed at this news. She pulled a cabbage from the vegetable field to give the rabbits a special treat. After finishing all this, Xia Shige exited the space and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Sun Weigui went out to work. She had taken several days off from the clothing factory, and if she didn't return soon, her boss would start to have issues. Like Xia Huan, Sun Weigui was a woman with a strong sense of career, full of vigor when at work. Xia Guiqing and Xia Huan were overseeing the renovation team as they transformed the house. Yesterday, Xia Shige had already informed them that both the front and backyards would be enclosed with a sunroom built in the backyard and cooling equipment added in the yard. Solar panels would not be installed for now, but space would be reserved for them until the tornado passed. Grandma and Lu Nai were discussing how to utilize the yard for planting. Meanwhile, Xia Shige drove to the local clothing wholesale market. With 6 people at home, Xia Shige had asked everyone's clothing sizes yesterday. She first bought enough fitted clothing for all 6, along with several sets of pajamas for all seasons. In the second year of the apocalypse, marked by long nights of blizzards, she also bought dozens of thermal underwear and military coats, the warmest options available. Thinking of Grandma and Lu Nai who were aging, Xia Shige gritted her teeth and bought several pieces of fur, the best at resisting wind and snow, said to be a necessity in cold regions. Despite the high price, with each piece costing over 10,000, Xia Shige felt a pang in her heart. Hats, gloves, ear warmers, glasses. She bought several sets of each, ensuring her family would be well covered even in a blizzard. A windbreaker was also essential. Remembering the acid rain expected in the third year of the apocalypse, Xia Shige bought a bunch of raincoats and rain boots. Early in the morning, she secured a large order, making the shop owner extremely happy, who offered her a discount of 20%, totaling over 200,000. After storing the clothes in her space, Xia Shige drove around almost every pharmacy in the city. Like an ant moving its home, she bought various medications at each pharmacy. Unlike food, buying in bulk at the same pharmacy might raise suspicions. After 6 hours of going around, she had stockpiled a large amount of medicine, including alcohol, gauze, Yunnan Baiyao, fever reducers, stomach medicine, antibiotics, heart-saving pills, anti-allergy medication, insulin, vitamins. Luckily, none of her family had chronic illnesses, and both Grandma and Lu Nai were in good health, so these basic medicines should suffice. After buying the medicines, she moved on to essential daily supplies, heading to a household goods wholesale market where she purchased hundreds of packs of toilet paper, tissues, and wet wipes. She also bought hundreds of packs of sanitary pads and adult diapers. She remembered how toilet paper had been sold out during the pandemic. Modern life was indeed unthinkable without it. Next, she bought some laundry detergent, soap, shower gel, shampoo, dishwashing liquid, toothpaste, toothbrushes, towels. When high temperatures arrived and electricity became scarce, factories would stop production, leading to a shortage of goods, with prices rising significantly. Looking at these supplies, Xia Shige suddenly thought of the storage racks in the Taoyuan warehouse. Organizing items neatly in her space would make access convenient, but her home lacked such racks. If everything was piled together, retrieving items would be too inconvenient. With this in mind, Xia Shige slapped her forehead, went to the furniture market, and bought a bunch of easy-to-install storage racks, all stored in her space. By the time she finished shopping, it was already evening. On her way home, Xia Shige stopped by a tool store. The shop owner noticed her large purchase, not only giving her a discount, but also gifting her some antitoxic spray and a survival whistle. Thinking about how her stockpile was growing, Xia Shige bought dozens of fire extinguishers, planning to place one in each room. If the fire system in the villa malfunctioned, these could be lifesavers. Checking her account balance, Xia Shige saw she still had over $1 million left. Upon returning home, it was already dark and Sun Weigui was back from work. The family was waiting for Xia Shige to have dinner. The dining table was filled with delicious dishes: braised beef, fish-flavored eggplant, stir-fried asparagus, tomato, and egg, braised fish, and fried shrimp. "Shige is finally back. We were just waiting for you to eat." Sun Weigui served Xia Shige a full bowl of rice. "Thank you, Auntie." Xia Shige happily accepted the rice. "Mom, Uncle, how is the progress today?" "The renovation team said it should be finished in a few days, and everything is being done according to your requests," Xia Huin responded. Xia Shige felt relieved. "I discussed with Grandma Lu. We can plant vegetables in both the front and backyards. We've reserved a pond in the backyard for water storage, irrigation, and even fish farming," Grandma said. "Grandma, I just bought a lot of seeds. I'll bring them to you later," Xia Shige replied with a smile. After dinner, the family gathered around the television while Xia Shige went to the basement. The basement had 4 vacant areas, and Xia Shige planned to store food and daily necessities in the largest room, while the adjacent room would hold clothes, medicine, and tools. She first took out the convenient storage racks from her space, installed them evenly, and arranged everything neatly, leaving ample room for movement. Then Xia Shige took out some of the supplies and placed them on the racks. Looking at the neatly organized supplies, she felt a sense of satisfaction. That night, Xia Shige went to her space to feed the animals and refill the feed. The white cat occasionally let the farm animals roam in the Taoyuan forest. A flock of chickens ran around the mountain, their meat quality noticeably improved, and they were laying eggs faster. The ducks were incubating eggs, and she believed that little ducklings would soon hatch. Before going to bed, Xia Shige checked her phone and saw that Su Ilan had sent her a message. Su Ilan mentioned that while taking Lu Xixue to luxury stores today, Lu Xixue personally picked out a necklace for Xia Shige, hoping to give it to her in person when she returned home. Su Yilan's words were full of praise for Lu Xixue, hoping that Xia Shige could let go of her prejudices and get along harmoniously with Lu Xixue. Xia Shige opened the picture and took a look. It was a piece of Hein jewelry from brand G. She recognized the necklace because in her past life Lu Xixue had broken it and framed Xia Shige for the damage. Su Ilan questioned Xia Shige, disappointed as to why she was targeting Lu Xixue. Xia Shige explained for a long time, but Su Ilan did not believe her. Feeling annoyed, Xia Shige directly muted Su Yilan's messages. The next day was the weekend. After breakfast, Auntie suggested going for a stroll around the area. The occupancy rate here is low and there aren't many stores in the commercial district. Xia Shige responded. Moreover, she didn't have time to wander, she still needed to stock up today. Today's goal was outdoor equipment. Xia Shige had died in the flood of the apocalypse, and she didn't know what other disasters had occurred after her death. Thinking that she might need to flee, Xia Shige went to an outdoor survival equipment store and bought helmets, goggles, compasses, binoculars, and gas masks. She bought a bunch of waterproof matches as she dared not buy lighters, clearly recalling how lighters had exploded during high temperatures in her past life. She also purchased several firewood stoves and alcohol fuel for emergencies during extreme cold and blizzards. Additionally, she bought plenty of batteries, power banks, and storage batteries. At the recommendation of the shop owner's sister, Xia Shige bought several sleeping bags, tents, life rings, life jackets, and inflatable kayaks. The shop owner's sister jokingly remarked, "Are you planning to simulate survival in the apocalypse?" Xia Shige casually asked, "If there really were an apocalyptic flood or a meteor strike that required a mass evacuation, what else would I need to prepare?" The shop owner's sister seriously thought for a moment before laughing and answering, "In that case, you'd at least need an RV or an off-road vehicle. We can't just walk to escape, can we? If it's a flood, this kind of kayak won't work, it could leak easily. You would need a yacht." Xia Shige sighed in resignation. She still had over $1 million in her hands, but she hadn't bought the most crucial generator and gasoline yet. After buying those, she would likely have little money left, not to mention, she also needed to reserve funds for the villa's renovation. Let alone an RV or an off-road vehicle, as she hadn't even been willing to buy a simple vehicle. The past few days she had been renting a car for shopping. There had been a vehicle bought by her uncle years ago, but unfortunately it was purchased many years back. This year that car began having problems, and after being repaired twice, the repair costs exceeded the price of buying a new one. During the previous move, the family had tacitly left the car to be dealt with by the mudslide. The shop owner's sister helped Xia Shige load the supplies into the car. Xia Shige sat in the car looking at her balance and starting to sigh. Where could she get more money? Just as Xia Shige was feeling troubled, her phone suddenly rang. Xia Shige picked up her phone and saw an unfamiliar number. Confused, she pressed answer, and a voice came from the other end. It was Lu Xixue. Xia Shige felt a moment of daze, as if being dragged back into the hell of her past life. She intended to hang up the phone directly. "Don't hang up, sister. Can you listen to me for a moment?" Seemingly aware of Xia Shige's intentions, Lu Xixue spoke urgently. "Mom has been very sad these past few days. She is worried about you." Lu Xixue had been anxious these days, not sure if it was the news Xia Shige spread herself, but now there were rumors saying she was not the biological daughter of the Lu family. Her identity could no longer be concealed. Moreover, Su Yilan missed Xia Shige every day. With this layer of longing as a filter, it was hard to keep Su Yilan's heart from tilting towards Xia Shige. Instead, it would be better to let Xia Shige return and break this filter. Once that happened, as long as she designed a few plots, Su Yilan and those people outside would definitely be disappointed in Xia Shige. Lu Xixue continued to persuade sister, "Are you afraid that mom and dad blame you for the Yuan Mountain incident and therefore don't want to come back?" "Don't worry. It's not that." Xia Shige coldly interrupted her. "What?" Lu Xixue did not react in time. "I said I'm not avoiding coming back because of the Yuan Mountain incident." "Then why don't you want to come back?" "Sister, mom is really very sad. Please be reasonable and don't let her down again. It's because of you that I don't want to go back. Didn't you say you could leave? Then why are you still hanging around?" After saying this, Xia Shige hung up the phone directly. She was in a hurry to buy a generator and gasoline, completely unwilling to waste time with the Lu family. After hanging up, Xia Shige drove to the local energy market that specialized in selling generators. She casually entered a shop and asked boss in purchasing for an outdoor company. "I need gasoline generators and diesel generators, both high power and small portable ones." "Hello, we have a 12000W gasoline generator with the latest technology and low noise. The small ones are generally around 2 to 3 kilowatts, weighing only a few kilograms, making them very convenient to carry. Diesel generators are a bit more expensive than gasoline ones because the cost of diesel engines is high, but they are more fuel efficient and have a longer lifespan." Under the boss recommendation, Xia Shige bought 10 gasoline generators and 10 diesel generators, including both large models weighing over 100 kilograms and small portable models weighing only a few kilograms. When the apocalyptic high temperatures arrive, these items will skyrocket in price. The Lu family initially had a generator, but after power restrictions, that generator broke down in less than 2 months, and the Lu family spent millions on a new one. Xia Shige didn't know how to repair these, but fortunately now these items were cheap, costing only 2,000 apiece, and even the expensive ones were just over 10,000. It's always better to have some backups. If worst comes to worst, when the price of generators rises later, she could still sell them for cash. Having just opened 20 generators, the boss highly valued Xia Shige as a big customer. "I recommend this wind-solar hybrid power generation system. This is the latest technology, including—" "Yes, we do." Having just opened 20 generators, the boss highly valued Xia Shige as a big customer. "I recommend this wind-solar hybrid power generation system. This is the latest technology, including 8 sets of 150W solar panels and a 400W wind turbine. I want pure wind turbine power generation. I will also buy solar panels later." The boss then recommended a 1,000-watt 3-blade wind turbine, and Xia Shige ordered 5 sets, spending a total of 10,000. "Do you have solar panels here?" Xia Shige asked. Yes. The boss smiled broadly. "We have the latest technology with a 10000-watt system, which includes an 8,000-watt solar all-in-one unit and 8 sets of 450-watt high-efficiency solar panels generating 14 degrees of power per day, sufficient for daily use. I want 15 sets of this. This one is a bit more expensive, but we offer you a discount price of 20000 per set." Considering the need for self-sufficiency in the apocalypse, Xia Shige learned about the usage and installation of these generators in the store. The boss patiently explained to her and arranged for someone to load her vehicle. A truck full of generators was transferred to the Taoyuan warehouse by Xia Shige. Looking at the balance in her account, Xia Shige planned to buy gasoline and diesel. She first went to the market and bought 600 empty 30-liter barrels, preparing to fill 300 barrels with gasoline and 300 with diesel. Diesel was easy to find as she completed it after visiting several stations. But gasoline was difficult. Xia Shige asked several gas stations, but they all refused to sell. Xia Shige could only helplessly store these 300 empty barrels in her space. Then she drove the truck to fill the gasoline tank and transferred the gasoline into the empty barrels in her space. After that, she went to the gas station to fill the truck with gasoline again, continuing to transfer it into the empty barrels in her space. The truck could fill 180 liters of fuel at a time. To avoid being discovered, Xia Shige almost ran through every gas station in the city and even visited gas stations in the nearby county. After much effort, Xia Shige successfully stocked 9,000 liters of diesel and 9,000 liters of gasoline in her space. That should be enough for the generators for a while. Having completed all this, Xia Shige slumped in her seat. Now that her stockpiling was basically finished, she checked her bank card balance, and there was still over 6,000 left, which should be enough to pay the renovation costs for the workers at home. Xia Shige didn't want to take online loans. During the first year of the apocalypse, the government would unify the allocation of resources and conduct a comprehensive inventory of the assets and liabilities of each resident and business. Measures would be taken against families with multiple assets and liabilities. In her previous life, the Liu family was also audited. Unable to repay the bank's commercial loans, they had nearly all their assets executed. Xia Shige stretched lazily. Her tense heart finally settled down in these few days. With 6,000 to settle the renovation workers' balance, she could promptly order anything she found lacking online. As for off-road vehicles, yachts, and RVs, she would set those aside for now and could buy them later when she had money. At this moment, another call came in. Xia Shige looked at the caller ID. It was Liu Siming. Since she had finished preparing her supplies, Xia Shige was in a good mood and casually answered, "What's the matter? Did you tell Xia to leave?" "Xia Shige, how can you be so inconsiderate? Now Xia has run away from home, and the whole family is frantic. Quickly call Xia, apologize to her, and ask her to come home." Liu Siming's tone was filled with urgency and anger. "If something happens to Xia, the Liu family will never forgive you." It was indeed a visit to seek accountability. Liu Siming was in a bad mood, and Xia Shige felt even better. "Then you all should definitely not forgive me." Xia Shige replied with a smile, "If my sister is missing, just report it to the police. I am not a police officer." After saying this, Xia Shige hung up the phone feeling great and got ready to drive home. In the Song family villa, Liu Xixue ran away from the Liu family and went directly to find her fiancé Song Yuhan. She confessed to Song Yuhan about the mix-up regarding her and Xia Shige. The outside world is now saying that Liu's true daughter is someone else, and Liu Bo is very determined about acknowledging Xia Shige, so the Song family will eventually learn about their identities. Rather than having others burst this bubble later, Liu Xixue felt it was better to pierce this festering wound herself, Since her teenage years, Liu Xixue had been planning her marriage. Over the years, she carefully selected among countless wealthy young men, ultimately settling on the eldest son of the Song family, Song Yuhan. Song Yuhan comes from a well-off family. The Song family, rooted in real estate, is wealthier than the Liu family. Graduating from a prestigious university abroad, he is handsome and has a cold yet noble demeanor, successfully winning Liu Xixue's heart. Liu Xixue employed various means to create encounters, gradually developing feelings with Song Yuhan, and with the help of her mother Su Ilan and father Liu Bo, she finally secured their marriage a few months ago. Emotionally, she did not want to lose Song Yuhan. She truly liked him. Rationally, she also understood that since she was not Liu's biological daughter, she could not afford to lose this marriage now. It was her bargaining chip in competing for status within the Liu family. Only by marrying well could she gain some respect from the Liu family. With this in mind, Liu Xixue gently leaned against Song Yuhan, looking up at him, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. This expression she had practiced in front of the mirror many times, knowing it would evoke sympathy. "Yuhan, this is how it is. I am not the Liu family's biological daughter. I am not worthy of you. We should cancel our engagement. You should truly marry the Liu family's biological daughter." Song Yuhan, initially shocked by this revelation, looked at Liu Xixue's pitiful face and embraced her tightly, comforting her. "Our marriage has already been discussed by both families. How can we just say to change partners? That would be foolish. Moreover, even if you are not the Liu family's biological daughter, you have always been raised within the Liu family. It is no different from being their biological daughter. Do not belittle yourself." Liu Xixue shook her head, choking back tears as she said, "But Yuhan, I don't even know who my real parents are. How could your parents accept me? Besides, although my sister grew up in the countryside, she is the true bloodline of the Liu family. Only she deserves you." Hearing Liu Xixue's description, Song Yuhan felt a strong aversion towards Xia Shige. Compared to a country girl, of course, Liu Xixue, who was raised in the Liu family and possessed noble qualities, was more suitable to be his wife. Song Yuhan said earnestly, "Xixue, I told you, regardless of who is the Liu family's biological daughter, I only recognize you. Our Song family will only acknowledge you as our daughter-in-law, and that will not change." He pondered for a moment and added, "Are you worried that Uncle Liu and Aunt Su might change their minds? If that's the case, I can have my parents talk to the Liu family and clarify that our Song family only recognizes you." Upon hearing this, Liu Xixue quietly sighed in relief. This was exactly the reassurance she needed, but she still asked nonchalantly, "But my sister is prettier than me. If you meet her, would you regret being with me?" No. Song Yuhan replied firmly. Do you not trust our feelings after all these years? If you're still worried, I can talk to my parents and let us get married soon so you can feel secure. Finally, Lu Sixue smiled as she looked at her handsome and wealthy fiancé, gently closed her eyes and leaned in for a kiss. After completing her stockpiling, Xia Shige happily drove back home where the others in the Xia family were busy in the villa. Her uncle and mother were supervising the renovation workers, lending a hand from time to time. In the yard, Grandma Lu and her grandmother were planting vegetables using the seeds Xia Shige had given them. Xia Shige entered the basement where the largest empty room was already filled with food and daily necessities, and she walked into the second largest empty room. In one corner of the room, Xia Shige set up several rows of shelves and took out some of the outdoor equipment she had bought today to place on the shelves. On the other side of the room, she placed several large and small generators along with 20 barrels of gasoline and diesel. The rest remained in the Taoyuan space warehouse. After finishing these tasks, Xia Shige returned to her room, locked the door, and then entered the space. The crops in the farmland were growing very well. Xia Shige found several bamboo sticks in the Taoyuan forest, cut them to appropriate lengths and built trellises for the green beans and cucumbers, then used water from the Taoyuan creek for simple irrigation. The fruit seedlings planted in the Taoyuan forest a few days ago had also survived and grown considerably. Xia Shige pruned them using the methods taught by her uncle. After finishing with the farmland and forest, Xia Shige took a bag of corn and soybeans from the warehouse, cut down a few sugar canes, and processed them into feed at the processing workshop. Xia Shige arrived at the breeding farm with the feed and found that many hens in the chicken coop were laying eggs and busy hatching them. The ducks were not laying yet and were happily splashing in the water of their enclosure. The rabbit, being pregnant, was very wary when it saw Xia Shige and hid among the sweet grass, unwilling. The little piglets had visibly grown larger, and as soon as Xia Shige filled the feed trough with their feed, they rushed over eagerly to eat. The cattle feeding area was at the very back, connected to a large grass field where they grazed leisurely. Upon seeing Xia Shige come to fill their feed, they ambled over casually. After filling the feed, Xia Shige also replenished the water in the various troughs and placed several blocks of sea salt in the sheep and cattle pens, having seen from Zhang Li's materials that these animals require additional salt. After finishing these tasks, Xia Shige strolled slowly along the creek with the white cat. She glanced at the lingering white mist in the distance and asked System, why hasn't the remaining space been unlocked yet? The white cat shook its body at her feet and replied, host, unlocking the remaining space requires spending money. Xia Shige was taken aback by this and froze in place. Why didn't you say so earlier? I've spent most of my money in the past 2 days. She lamented, I still have over 600,000. Is that enough to unlock it? The white cat shook its head, not enough. How much is needed to unlock the next space? Although Xia Shige deeply resisted loans and advanced spending, if the difference wasn't too big, she decided to find a way to borrow some money to unlock the space. At worst, she could sell some supplies before the end times and pay it back before the country tallied assets and liabilities. 1 billion. Xia Shige. Oh, then it's nothing. Xia Shige left the space feeling disheartened. Xia Shige returned to her room with a sense of melancholy, picked up her phone, and saw that the property management of her community had invited her to join the community and villa groups. The villa group consisted solely of homeowners from the villa district, and the chat was quite quiet, with little conversation. The community group included all homeowners of the Xindu community, encompassing both the residential area in the front and the villa area in the back. At this moment, people were actively participating in a group purchase and chatting, creating a lively atmosphere. Xia Shige thought for a moment and left a message. B16 summertime, I heard that a strong wind is expected in 2 or 3 weeks. Everyone should reinforce their windows and secure any items on the balcony that might fall. After sending the message, Xia Shige wandered around the kitchen and found it too empty, with only some seasonings brought from the move, and the cabinets were completely bare. After her chores, Xia Shige took out a good amount of food from her storage space and filled the kitchen cabinets. Looking at the well-stocked cabinets, she felt a sense of relief. Once she was done, Xia Shige picked up her phone to check the community group. Although Xindu community was not in the heart of the tornado disaster zone, there were still strong winds, making high-rise buildings quite dangerous. She regarded Xindu community as her sanctuary, hoping it would maintain a basic level of stability. Just as she picked up her phone, Xia Shige noticed an unfamiliar number requesting to add her as a friend. Thinking it was a neighbor from the community, she accepted the request. Just after the verification, the person immediately sent a photo. Xia Shige curiously opened it and saw an image of a seaside villa. At this moment, the friend messaged, Sister, I really hope you come back. I would be willing to leave just to have, but I just left the Lu family and now my brother and mother are looking for me. They say I will always be their daughter. She continued, because I was very sad at that time my brother gave me a seaside villa to comfort me. I hope my sister won't be angry. Xia Shige thought, what does this have to do with me? Suddenly she remembered something and took a closer look at the villa that Lu Xixue sent, bursting into laughter. No wonder the villa looked so familiar, as Xia Shige recognized it as a key investment project of the Lu Group, the Jinhai Seaside Resort. In 2 weeks there would be a tornado on land along with a typhoon and tsunami at the seaside. At that time not just this villa, but the entire Jinhai Seaside Resort would be in ruins. The Lu family was dragged into bankruptcy precisely because of this project. Xia Shige ignored her and entered the community group, where several residents responded to her. 121803 AAA League Good Construction Decoration, B16, summertime really. Then I need to contact the property management to reinforce the windows. 31007 Kiki's 2 kids mom, me too. My husband's shattered our window a few days ago and it definitely won't hold against strong wind. 21908 Coconut Tree, I've been wanting to upgrade my windows for a long time. Let's do it together this time. 42009 Sister and IB16 Summertime, is this for real? Don't tell me you're a decoration company trying to solicit business. Seeing that many people believed her, Xia Shige sighed in relief. Song Family Villa. Su Ilan hugged Lu Xixue and cried uncontrollably, swear you scared your mother to death. How could you run away from home? I'm sorry mom, Lu Xixue choked, but my sister said that only if I leave would she agree to come back. I really don't want to see you sad, because you miss my sister. I want to make you happy. Silly child, you will always be the most important to your mother. Su Ilan thought since Xia Shige does not accept Lu Xixue, now the plan to bring Xia Shige home can only be postponed. She was afraid of triggering Lu Xixue again. This time Lu Xixue running away from home had terrified her. Su Ilan wiped her tears and smiled helplessly at Mrs. Song sitting beside her. I'm sorry for causing trouble to your Song family. I'm taking Shuer back now. Mrs. Song shook her head with a smile and replied, not at all. Shuer has grown up under my watch, and the Song family welcomes her to play anytime. Su Ilan nodded with a smile, wanting to take Lu Xixue away. But Lu Xixue looked at the silent Song Yuhan with an expectant and pleading gaze. Wait, Aunt. Song Yuhan suddenly coughed lightly and said, since both you and my mother are here today, I hope to finalize my marriage with Xixue. Mrs. Song was momentarily taken aback, her expression subtly shifting, but quickly returning to normal. She smiled and said, it's too late today. We can't discuss such matters at night. Besides, Xixue's father and brothers must be worried about her at home. Let her go back first. Lu Xixue's expression fell slightly at that moment as she bit her lip and glanced at Song Yuhan before leaving with Su Ilan. After Su Ilan and Lu Xixue left, Mrs. Song's smile faded. She frowned at Song Yuhan and asked, what happened to you today? Why are you so impulsive? Song Yuhan responded in confusion, how am I impulsive? It's perfectly normal to finalize the marriage since Xixue and I already have a betrothal. Isn't it just choosing a date? Mrs. Song sighed, your father means that since Lu Xixue is not the biological daughter of the Lu family, then she shouldn't be the intended bride for this marriage. Mentioning the biological daughter of the Lu family, an image of a rural woman who couldn't dress well, was plain-looking, and had a bad temper appeared in Song Yuhan's mind. He spoke with disgust, I won't marry that woman who grew up in the countryside. Song Yuhan thought for a moment and added, Mom Xixue has been raised in the Lu family. They have invested a lot of effort in her upbringing. She is pure, gentle, and accomplished in arts and crafts. Don't you want her to be your daughter-in-law? Most importantly, Mom, I really like Xixue. Don't you want me to be happy? Do you want an unrefined girl from the countryside as your daughter-in-law? Mrs. Song, feeling irritated, rubbed her forehead. She herself preferred Lu Xixue, but in the Song family the one in charge was Mr. Song. She could only say, let's go to the Lu family for a meal together another day so your father can see both girls before deciding. If the biological daughter of the Lu family is indeed, as Song Yuhan said, an unrefined girl, Mr. Song might change his mind. In the past few days, Xia Shige has not been idle. She has been searching online for tutorials on stockpiling supplies for the apocalypse, checking for any gaps in her own resources. Xia Huyin and Xia Guiqing, supervising the renovations, were also very serious. Xia Huyin suggested installing surveillance cameras around the villa, while Xia Guiqing added iron spikes and sharp glass shards along the edges of the walls. After finishing lunch, Xia Shige was watering the fields in Taoyuan when Su Yilan's call came in. Xia Shige felt a bit puzzled. Since the incident 2 days ago when Lu Xixue caused a scene and ran away from home, the Lu family had not contacted her. Why were they calling today? She thought for a moment and answered, what's the matter? Shige, it's Mom. Su Yilan's voice came through. Can you come home for dinner tonight? Sure, Xia Shige replied after a moment's thought. Su Ilan sighed in relief, where are you living now? I'll have the driver pick you up. No need. Xia Shige didn't want to reveal her address. I'll take a taxi myself. With that she hung. Last time at the Liu family, Xia Shige had tried hard to control her attitude to successfully obtain the money. Perhaps this gave the Liu family the illusion that she would return home. Later, Xia Shige was busy buying and selling houses, stockpiling supplies, and tending to crops and animals in the Taoyuan space. She had no time to deal with the Liu family. Now that the stockpiling was almost settled and the space was functioning normally, Xia Shige had more time. She planned to take this opportunity to go to the Liu family and clarify her stance once and for all to put an end to their incessant troubles. In her past life, she had meticulously cared for them during the apocalypse as a way to repay their kindness in giving her life. They indirectly caused her death, and this time she had caused them to suffer 6 million. It was best for both parties to no longer disturb each other. The Liu family would go bankrupt in less than a year. Without her intervention, they would not fare well. Xia Shige was busy in the Taoyuan space until evening. Seeing that it was almost time, she changed her clothes and went downstairs, preparing to visit the Liu family. Just then her mother and grandmother were preparing dinner. Seeing her come downstairs, they smiled and asked Shige, "How about we have grilled fish for dinner?" "Mom, I won't be home for dinner. The Liu family invited me over. I'll be back as soon as I can." After saying that, Xia Shige left the house. Xia Huyin was momentarily stunned, her expression turning forlorn. Her grandmother patted her and comforted, "Don't worry, Shige is a good child." Returning to the Liu family villa, Xia Shige felt a surge of nausea. She took a deep breath and walked. Liu Xiyuan was in the yard. Seeing Xia Shige enter, he snorted coldly. The game of wanting to entice only to let go can't be played anymore. Xia Shige walked past him without looking sideways and replied, "But your lack of manners and upbringing is as consistent as ever. Thankfully you and I are not family, otherwise it would be quite embarrassing." "You." Liu Xiyuan instinctively wanted to grab her hair and pull her back for a lesson, but thinking of the guests inside, he restrained himself, frustrated and angry as he kicked a stool in the yard. Seeing that he didn't act against her, Xia Shige reluctantly released the electric stun device from her pocket. She had intended to provoke Liu Xiyuan, thinking she could test the device's power on him. She had bought several for self-defense, designed for outdoor enthusiasts to use against wild boars. As Xia Shige entered the living room and saw the people there, she was somewhat surprised. There were not only members of the Liu family, but also members of the Song family. This was truly too unfortunate. Mr. Song valued blood relations highly. In her past life, after returning to the Liu family, Mr. Song immediately pressured Song Yuhan to change his engagement from Liu Xixue to Xia Shige. Mrs. Song's attitude was subtle. She preferred Liu Xixue's gentility and talent, but dared not contradict Mr. Song's decisions. Thus she constantly tried to balance the two. Mrs. Song would cozy up to Liu Xixue while denying any relationship between Liu Xixue and her son, claiming she only regarded Liu Xixue as a goddaughter. At the same time, she supported Xia Shige as a daughter-in-law while secretly mocking Xia Shige for growing up in the countryside, implying she was not as talented as Liu Xixue. Song Yuhan dared not oppose his parents. After all, he was not the only child of the Song family. If Mr. Song became too impatient, he could easily replace him as the heir, so he could only vent his frustration on Xia Shige. While performing deep affection for Liu Xixue, Song Yuhan complained in his wealthy circle about how much he resented Xia Shige's pursuit. Song Yuhan came from a privileged background, was handsome, and had outstanding demeanor. Many rich young ladies admired him. He spread rumors that he was being harassed by Xia Shige, leading these young ladies to come forward and teach Xia Shige a lesson, resulting in her being targeted everywhere. Seeing this unfortunate family, Xia Shige's mood worsened. "Shige is back. Let me introduce you. This is your Aunt Song and Uncle Song." Su Ilan quickly stepped forward to introduce Xia Shige. When Mr. and Mrs. Song saw Xia Shige, their eyes lit up. She was far better than they had imagined. Xia Shige was slender and tall, even half a head taller than Liu Xixue. She inherited her mother Su Yilan's beauty, dressed simply in a shirt and jeans, standing there gracefully. In an instant, Mr. Song had already made up his mind to choose Xia Shige. He never cared for talents like music and dance. For a daughter-in-law, the first requirement was a good family background, a legitimate daughter from a prominent family. Thus Mr. Song said to Song Yuhan, "Yuhan, go say hello quickly." Song Yuhan glanced at Liu Xixue's suddenly pale face and thus Mr. Song said to Song Yuhan, "Yuhan, go say hello quickly." Song Yuhan glanced at Liu Xixue's suddenly pale face and murmured in dissatisfaction, "Father." Even though I was surprised by Xia Shige's appearance, that was all. Moreover, seeing Liu Xixue so upset, Mr. Song glared at Song Yuhan, his gaze filled with threat. He was always the one to make decisions at home, not allowing anyone to challenge his authority. "No need," Xia Shige suddenly spoke. In her past life, Mr. Song had forcefully demanded to change the engagement to Xia Shige. Despite her repeated refusals and her utmost efforts to avoid Song Yuhan, Song still announced the engagement between Xia Shige and Song Yuhan. As the instigator who dragged Xia Shige into this melodramatic love triangle, Song had remained indifferent when Song Yuhan insulted Xia Shige. Not only that, but he also blamed Xia Shige for not learning from Lu Xixue to win Song Yuhan's favor. Xia Shige sought help from her biological parents, but Su Ilan and Lu Bo also blamed her for not winning over the Song family, which resulted in the Song family refusing to continue investing in the Lu family. Later, Su Ilan and Lu Bo directly attributed the Lu family's bankruptcy to Xia Shige, causing her immense pain during that period. Xia Shige grew up under the protection of her adoptive family's love. In her mind, family was very important, so she cared for the Lu family unreservedly, only to be deeply hurt. Xia Shige continued, I came today to clarify my position. I have my own relatives and I am doing well at home. Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu, I will never return to the Lu family. Initially, I hoped Mr. Lu and Mrs. Lu would cooperate with me to provide a proof of severing ties at the court. However, upon reflection, it is unnecessary as your daughter is Lu Xixue. From an external perspective, I have no relation to the Lu family and issuing such a statement would only entangle me with you, which I do not want. From now on, let's consider that we have never known each other. I truly do not wish to have any connection with the Lu. The living room of the villa fell into a dead silence. Everyone was stunned by Xia Shige's words. Su Yilan's eyes were filled with tears as she shook her head, repeatedly murmuring, No, Shige, please don't throw a tantrum just because you're jealous of Xixue. Lu Bo also slammed the table, saying, Nonsense. How dare you speak to your own biological parents like this? Is that how your adoptive mother raised you? Do you understand what filial piety is? Xia Shige ignored them and turned directly to Father Song, saying, Why do some people love to engage in bloodline marriages so much? 2 girls have already been found not to be biological, yet some people are so confident that their children are their own. So confident that their children's children will also be biological. Hearing this, Father Song's eyelids twitched violently as he glared at Xia Shige, his face turning a shade of dark red. After speaking, Xia Shige disregarded the colorful faces of everyone in the room and left without looking back. Lu Xiyuan at the door was also stunned by Xia Shige's words, but he quickly reacted, reaching out to grab Xia Shige's hair. How dare you talk to mom and dad like this? Are you hurting them just because you're jealous of Sister Xixue? Quickly apologized to mom and dad. Just as his right hand was about to touch Xia Shige's long hair, he suddenly felt a sharp pain shoot through his entire right arm and the right side of his body, as if it were being pricked by countless needles. Then the half of his body went numb, followed by excruciating pain. Looking at Lu Xiyuan collapsing to the side, Xia Shige expressionlessly put the stun gun back in her pocket, briefly checked Lu Xiyuan's condition. Seeming like this stun gun had a certain effect on people, she quickly walked out of the Lu family's villa. On her way home, Xia Shige silently reviewed the relationship between Lu Xixue and Song Yuhan. In her previous life, this couple was initially head over heels in love with Song Yuhan, eager to announce to the world their heartbreaking romance that was doomed to fail. However, during the extreme heat of the first year of the apocalypse, the Lu family, involved in the tourism industry, was on the verge of bankruptcy. Once the Song family saw that the Lu family was beyond saving, they ceased to provide support and withdrew in time, thus rendering Xia Shige and Song Yuhan's engagement null and void. Later, the Lu family's assets were liquidated and nearly all their properties were seized, leaving only 2 apartments and a small amount of premarital dowry hidden by Su Ilan. While the Song family did not suffer as badly as the Lu family, several of their real estate projects also fell through due to natural disasters. Having already spent a significant amount of cash flow in supporting the Lu family, they could not repay the bank loans. Seeing the situation clearly, Father Song preemptively applied for bankruptcy upon hearing the news of state liquidation, severing ties to survive and preserving some of the family's assets. By the time the heat ended, both families had been ousted from the wealthy circle. Free from the shackles of family interests, Lu Xixue and Song Yuhan did not end up together. Lu Xixue no longer paid attention to Song Yuhan and began to actively pursue another wealthy second-generation Zhao Huifeng. Before the apocalypse, Lu Xixue had looked down on Zhao Huifeng as his family was merely a small enterprise. However, during the apocalypse, due to the scarcity of water, the Zhao family made a fortune with seawater desalination technology, far outshining both the Lu and Song families. Thus Lu Xixue began to fawn over Zhao Huifeng, but he treated her indifferently, seeing her merely as a fish in his pond. It was only when Lu Xixue inadvertently obtained a space and developed a cure for the epidemic, reviving the Lu family, that Zhao Huifeng finally acknowledged her as his official girlfriend. Lu Xixue despised Xia Shige, and Zhao Huifeng, wanting to vent her frustrations, sent Xia Shige to the bed of the leader of a criminal organization. Just as she was pondering this, Xia Shige had already returned home. At this time her family should have already gone to bed. Xia Shige quietly pushed the door open only to see Xia Huin sitting on the living room sofa. "Mom, why are you still awake?" Xia Shige asked in surprise. I was just about to go to sleep," Xia Huin replied somewhat flustered. Suddenly feeling a pang in her heart, Xia Shige stepped forward and hugged Xia Huin. "Mom, were you waiting for me? Were you afraid I wouldn't come back?" Xia Huin shook her head and said, "Shige, I've thought a lot about it. The Lu family's conditions are far better than ours. They can offer you many resources and connections that I cannot provide. If you return to the Lu family, it would be the most beneficial for your future." "Mom, I will not go back to the Lu." Xia Shige interrupted her. "I went to the Lu family today not to have dinner, but to tell them that I will absolutely not return. I want the Lu family to write a statement severing ties, because I really do not want to have any association with them." Xia Huin was taken aback by her resolute attitude, saying in surprise, "But returning to the Lu family would indeed make your path easier, and after all they are your biological parents." "They are not my parents," Xia Shige said firmly. "I have my own mother, and I don't want other people's parents. Moreover, they have treated me very poorly. Mom, do you know? Today they called me back just to sell me off and marry me to a man I don't even know. They didn't even notify me in advance and had the man's parents come to see me. In their eyes, I am just a commodity. Mom, do you think I would have a good outcome returning to a family like the Lu family that is so profit-driven? You think they can provide me with resources, but in their eyes I am the resource, a bargaining chip for them to exchange for benefits, and they will not care about the future or fate of the chip." In Xia Huin's shocked and fearful gaze, Xia Shige coquettishly said, "Mom, I haven't eaten a single bite today. You say I've never eaten a grain of rice from the Lu family in my life. How can they be my parents? You haven't eaten. Are you hungry?" Upon hearing this, Xia Huin asked with concern, "Mom will go make you something to eat." Then she stood up and walked toward the kitchen. Before long, Xia Shige was served hot noodles. The soup was clear, topped with fresh and tender vegetable hearts, fragrant fried meat rolls, and a runny egg. Xia Shige, already hungry, immediately devoured the meal. Grandma Lu, hearing the commotion, also came downstairs. She quietly pulled Xia Huin aside and said, "The bond between children and parents is predetermined. What is yours and no one can take it away. Even if they take it away, they will have to return it to you. You should put your heart at ease. If you keep thinking like this, it will only make things difficult for Shige." Xia Huin touched the tears at the corners of her eyes, gently nodded and said, "Aunt Lu, I understand. I won't overthink things in the future, don't worry." The Lu family. After Xia Shige left, the atmosphere in the Lu household became extremely oppressive. Father Song was so furious that his hands trembled. No man could accept that his child was publicly questioned as not being his own, which was tantamount to openly declaring that he had been cuckolded by his wife. Mother Song was both angry and anxious after hearing Xia Shige's words. Wasn't this equivalent to publicly telling others that she had strayed? She glanced at Father Song's expression and wished to stand up and curse Xia Shige fiercely, but she had to maintain the dignity of a wealthy lady and could only grit her teeth and endure. Song Yuhan also felt awkward. He initially feared being entangled by Xia Shige and had thought of many excuses to reject her. To this end, he recalled his touching interactions with Lu Xishue, preparing to tell Xia Shige to dissuade her from pursuing him, but unexpectedly Xia Shige didn't even give him a glance. After a suffocating silence, Father Song took the initiative to stand up and propose to leave. After the three members of the Song family departed, the Lu family continued to sit in the living room exchanging glances. In the room, only Su Yilan sobbing could be heard. Why is this happening? Clearly when Shige came home before, everything was fine. How could she say such things today? I am her biological mother. Lu Xiyuan still felt a numb pain in half of his body. He took a breath and muttered, "She is just playing hard to get. I visited her home. The place she lived in was shabby and dilapidated. How could she not want to return to her home? She just wants to use this method to make Sister Xishue leave. Mom and Dad, you must not fall for her trick." Lu Xishue also did not expect today's situation to turn out like this. For a moment, she did not know whether to feel happy or worried. Her original plan was to use Song Yuhan's affection to provoke Xia Shige, making her retreat. Ideally, Xia Shige would do something extreme out of resentment for being humiliated by Song Yuhan, causing the Lu and Song families to perceive her as lacking upbringing, thus realizing that she was unsuitable as their daughter-in-law. However, Xia Shige's behavior tonight completely disrupted her plans. Lu Xishue felt victorious, believing that Father Song, who had lost face, would definitely no longer accept Xia Shige. Yet a vague sense of unease began to rise within her. She was extremely afraid that Xia Shige's attitude would provoke Lu father and Lu mother. Her thoughts were in disarray, making it impossible for her to think clearly. Lu Ba's face turned ashen after being publicly humiliated by Xia Shige. After a long moment, he finally exhaled. Forget it. After all, she is not a child raised by our Lu family. She has been completely ruined by her biological mother and is no longer dependable. Lu Ximing comfortingly said, Dad, Shige just took that 6 million. She thinks she has money now and doesn't want to come home. But money will eventually run out. When she gets used to a lavish lifestyle and finds herself broke, she will surely want to return home. Su Ilan nodded gently, hoping Xia Shige could come to terms with it gradually. With her temper, what good would it do to come back? After causing such a scene today, does the Song family still accept her as their daughter-in-law? Just listen to what she said earlier. What kind of nonsense was that? Disrespecting her elders. Utterly uncultured. The more Lu Bo thought about it, the angrier he became. Xia Shige's words today had caused both the Lu and Song families to lose face. What Lu Bo wanted was a daughter who could benefit the Lu family. He needed Xia Shige to be obedient and sensible, prioritizing the interests of the Lu family and willingly assuming the responsibilities of the marriage. But it wasn't until tonight that he discovered that Xia Shige's temperament was simply unmanageable. Thinking of this, Lu Bo felt that Lu Xixue was more suitable to be the child of the Lu family. He rubbed his forehead and looked up at Lu Xixue, saying, Shuer, you should cultivate your feelings with Yuhan these days. It would be best if you could persuade him to finalize the wedding date soon. Previously, there were rumors about your background circulating in the social circle. Dad will release news claiming you are the biological daughter of the Lu family, while Shige is merely an illegitimate child raised in the countryside. This way the Song family should not mind your identity, and you shouldn't feel pressured. As for why not directly deny this rumor, in Lu Bo's view, Xia Shige would ultimately have to return to the Lu family. He absolutely could not accept his bloodline being lost outside. Lu Xixue's anxious heart finally settled down. Okay, Dad, you can rest assured. Lu Ximing's eyes dimmed slightly as he frowned quietly. In recent days, there had been much discussion about Lu Xixue not being the biological daughter of the Lu family and the real daughter returning home. These rumors were all quietly spread by him. He originally thought that replacing the engagement with Xia Shige would be a sure thing, but he never expected Xia Shige to be so uncooperative. Lu Ximing did not want to hand Lu Xixue over to Song Yuhan so easily. It seemed he needed to come up with other strategies. Su Ilan hesitated when she heard Lu Bo say this. In the elite circle, illegitimate daughters were heavily ostracized. She felt that this was too unfair to Xia Shige. But then she glanced at Lu Xixue. Both were her children, and in the end, she merely sighed lightly without saying much. The Lu family each had their own thoughts, while only Lu Xiyuan was extremely furious. He had no idea what Xia Shige had used to electrify him today. His arm had been numb for half an hour, only recovering to normal after that time. The Song family. Dad, Mom, I was right. That girl raised in the countryside is simply incomparable to Xixue's Song, Yuhan said to Father and Mother Song. Father Song frowned and replied, we should not have released the news about the engagement between the Song and Lu families so early. There are many good girls. Why must you hang on this one tree? Dad, don't say that. Xixue and I have had a stable relationship over the years. I have no interest in other women. Father Song snorted coldly and turned to his study. In his view, in a marriage within the elite, feelings were the least important thing. Whether they existed or not was irrelevant. Father Song sat in the study for a long time, stares into the space. The peppers and cabbages were almost ready to be harvested, and the cucumbers and green beans. Today, Xia Shige's words felt like a thorn embedded in his heart. He couldn't sleep soundly until this thorn was removed. After finishing her noodles, Xia Shige went upstairs into the space. The peppers and cabbages were almost ready to be harvested, and the cucumbers and green beans were climbing all over the racks. At this growth rate, it seemed that the family wouldn't have to worry about vegetables in the apocalypse. The seed seller had not lied. Given this yield, they could sell what they couldn't eat. Xia Shige dug up some cabbages, moved 2 bags of soybeans and corn, and also processed a substantial amount of animal feed to store in the space's warehouse. The feed consumption for pigs and cattle was considerable, and Xia Shige planned to stockpile some grains. The white cat walked up to Xia Shige and said, host, the cows and ewes are pregnant. Please give them more feed. That's great. Xia Shige was overjoyed upon hearing this and moved another bag of feed from the warehouse, preparing to treat the pregnant cows and ewes. In recent days, she had read quite a few books on animal husbandry and was amazed to discover that raising animals involved so many risks and required dealing with various bacteria and diseases. Fortunately, the space informed her that the paradise space was a massive purification system where the plants and animals entering would not fall ill. Otherwise, Xia Shige truly would not have been able to handle it. The days until the tornado strikes are drawing closer, and during this time, Xia Shige has been exploring the peach blossom space. The temperature in the peach blossom space is automatically regulated, and the conditions in the chicken coop are just right for hatching. When Xia Shige checked today, she found that several chicks had already hatched, so she hurriedly scattered some millet and vegetable leaves for them to eat. The pregnant ewes and cows are leisurely grazing on the lawn in their pens. A few days ago, Xia Shige bought a lot of corn and soybeans, mixing them with the cabbage and sugarcane from the fields to make plenty of feed, filling the troughs for the cattle and sheep to the brim. A few small piglets have grown considerably there for a glossy black with no hint of mixed colors. Xia Shige decided to let them breed first and planned to slaughter the larger pigs for meat after the next batch of piglets is born. The two female rabbits are still nestled in the haystack. When Xia Shige stroked them, they made a purring sound indicating they might be about to give birth. Xia Shige couldn't help but marvel at the strong reproductive capabilities of rabbits. Sometimes Xia Shige would let the animals out of the farm to roam around the grass and woods. With the white cat keeping watch, the animals only moved about on the grassy area across the stream, never venturing into the fields to damage the crops. The sugarcane in the fields has ripened. Xia Shige cut one down. It was very sweet. She transported the mature sugarcane to the processing workshop, where she successfully produced sugar using the sugar-making machine. In addition, Xia Shige unlocked many functions in the processing workshop. She cut down a few trees in the woods, used the wood processing machine to make cardboard boxes, and took a bag of soybeans from the warehouse to the bean product processing machine, producing tofu and soy milk. Xia Shige also searched online for many recipes, confidently telling the white cat, "I'll check the tutorial first. Once the peppers are ripe, we can make chili sauce ourselves." Now the only worry is unlocking the other misty areas, as she racked her brain and couldn't figure out where to gather 100 million. This morning, when Xia Shige planned to go out for a stroll, she saw the renovation workers packing up. "Miss Xia, your renovations are complete. Steel plates have been added to the walls to ensure that trucks can't crash in, and the cooling system you requested has been installed in the yard. The glass in the sunroom is all double-layered and explosion-proof, and we've reserved a spot for the installation of the photovoltaic panels with the wiring already done. You can just install them when you need to. According to your request, we've added 2 more water tanks, dug a reservoir in the backyard, and converted the underground swimming pool into a water reservoir. A dual water purification system has also been installed, which should last for several years." Xia Shige happily said, "Thank you, master. I'll settle the payment right away. Your grandmother has already—" The renovation supervisor smiled and said, "We're leaving now. If you need anything else, feel free to contact me." Xia Shige was taken aback. "Grandma, is it my grandmother? But this renovation cost at least hundreds of thousands. She couldn't possibly have that much money. A few years ago, my grandmother was scammed out of tens of thousands by that damned telecom scam. That was nearly all her savings. She was heartbroken for a long time after that and refused to keep any money on hand. Could it be Grandma Lu?" Just then Grandma Lu came down the stairs. "Shige, I've already given the money. I can't stay here for free. Consider this my rent for staying with you." "Grandma Lu, how can this be?" Xia Shige exclaimed in surprise. "Please don't think that way. We consider you family." Grandma Lu secretly pulled Xia Shige aside and took out a card from her pocket. "There is still a 00000 in this card, which I saved from working as a translator and making investments over the years. Just take it and use it to buy whatever you need." "No, Grandma Lu, this is your retirement money. I can't accept it." Xia Shige quickly refused. "I'm old, but I'm not blind. You've been in and out lately buying so many things, so something big must be about to happen. If the world changes, the currency will definitely lose its value. You should spend this money on what you need." Seeing that Xia Shige still wanted to refuse, Grandma Lu forcefully pressed the card into her hand. "This isn't a free gift. I'll rely on you to take care of me in my old age. Spend this money, otherwise when it loses value, 100 yuan will only be worth 1 yuan, and I would have lost out big time." Xia Shige felt moved and nodded, accepting the card. With about a week left until the tornado arrives, Xia Shige has 600,000 left in her card. Adding the a 00000 from Grandma Lu, she has over 1.4 million in total and begins to prepare for the final stockpiling. Early in the morning, she drove to the appliance city and bought 9 large-capacity commercial freezers. After having the staff help load the freezers into her truck, Xia Shige went to the meat market. The cattle and sheep in the peach blossom space have not yet matured, so she needs to stock up on some meat for consumption during the early stages of the disaster. She bought a lot of beef, lamb, pork belly, chicken wings, beef offal, and shrimp, asking the vendor to package them into small bags and vacuum seal them enough to fill 3 freezers. Then she drove to the frozen food wholesale factory, buying a large quantity of frozen dumplings, tang yuan milk buns, and pizzas, filling up 3 freezers in total. Finally, Xia Shige went to the ice cream factory and bought a variety of ice creams, moving box after box, intending to fill the remaining 3 freezers. The total cost for these freezers and frozen goods was 150,000, and Xia Shige stored everything in the peach blossom space warehouse. With the installation of the warehouse, the frozen products won't thaw easily, so there's no rush for Xia Shige to go home. Instead, she drove directly to the 4S store. Hello, I would like to purchase an SUV and an off-road vehicle. Could you recommend me some options? After the sales representative's recommendation, Xia Shige ended up paying for a 300,000 SUV and a 400,000 off-road vehicle. Despite the sales representative suggesting multiple times that Xia Shige could opt for installment payments, she decisively paid the full amount in one go. They signed the contract and agreed to pick up the car in 2 days. Thinking about the fuel consumption of the vehicles, Xia Shige followed the same method as before and bought 600 empty fuel barrels of 30 liters each. Using the same approach as last time, she drove around to nearly all the gas stations in the city and those in the county below, stockpiling 9,000 liters of gasoline and 9,000 liters of diesel. After a tiring day, it was already evening. Xia Shige was exhausted. She had calculated earlier that if the generator were used for 24 hours a day, the fuel consumption would be extremely high. With 400,000 left, Xia Shige spent another 100,000 to buy several gasoline and diesel generators in various sizes. After putting the generators into the space, Xia Shige reluctantly returned the truck that had been her companion for many days to the rental center. With the last 300,000, Xia Shige thought about the extreme heat during summer, and she ordered more than 10 humidifiers online, directly filling in the villa's address. Then Xia Shige went to the mall, preparing to buy some sunscreen and skincare products for her family. During severe blizzards, dry skin could easily lead to wounds, making skincare products essential. Xia Shige hadn't visited a mall in a long time. She remembered that when the apocalyptic heat started, many people flocked to malls to cool off in the air conditioning. Later, as the crowd grew, combined with skyrocketing prices, the mall began to experience incidents of vandalism, leading to its closure. Xia Shige chose some sunscreen from several cost-effective counters and also bought facial lotions and creams suitable for her family's skin types, ensuring they had enough for 3 years for the 6 family members, spending several thousand. The sales associates at the counters were all smiles as they sent her a bunch of samples. While Xia Shige was happily shopping, she unexpectedly ran into someone she didn't want to see. Sister. A familiar tone, a familiar address. Xia Shige shivered and cursed her luck internally. Turning around, she found it was indeed Lu Xishue. Beside Lu Xishue stood 2 girls of the same age, each carrying a paper bag emblazoned with a prominent logo. Xishue, is this your sister? The girl who spoke had her hair tied in a simple ponytail, her features delicate. Xia Shige recognized her as Lu Xishue's little follower Xia Wenwei. The Xia family was not a wealthy clan. Xia Wenwei's parents worked in the system, striving to save money to send her abroad for studies, coincidentally becoming classmates with Lu Xishue. Xia Wenwei was adept at pleasing Lu Xishue, and Lu Xishue willingly took her to gatherings to enhance her own image, thereby allowing Xia Wenwei to enter the elite circles of Angxi. Xishue, is she the illegitimate daughter you raised in the countryside? Another girl asked coldly. She had cascading waves of long hair and was dressed in the latest seasonal Miu Miu ready tower, sporting a large red ruby ring exuding extravagance. Xia Shige also recognized her, Hiqing, the eldest daughter of the He family. Illegitimate daughter. Xia Shige thought to herself, in her previous life, upon returning to the Lu family, her father Song had strongly insisted on a marriage alliance with Song Yuhan. Under his demand, the Lu family issued a statement acknowledging her as the biological daughter, claiming Lu Xishue was the adopted child. This time, unwilling to return home, the marriage alliance still fell upon Lu Xishue, and the Lu family naturally did not want to admit that Lu Xishue was not the biological daughter. It seemed that in the face of the uproar outside, the Lu family chose to claim that both were biological daughters, one being the illegitimate child. Xia Shige felt that Hiqing should be grateful that this was before the calamity. Had it been during the chaotic later stages of the apocalypse, Xia Shige would have certainly thrown Hiqing into her space's feeding machine. In her previous life, Hiqing and Lu Xishue had once invited Xia Shige to swim at the pool. Hiqing suddenly pushed Xia Shige's head underwater while she was distracted and wouldn't let go. Fortunately, Xia Shige was familiar with the water and managed to break free, otherwise the consequences would have been dire. Xia Shige immediately reported it to the police, but when they arrived, Lu Xishue testified that Hiqing had done nothing. There were no surveillance cameras near the pool, and Xia Shige could not provide evidence, so the matter was left unresolved. Later, when the Lu family heard about it, they all believed Lu Xishue's words, thinking Xia Shige was deliberately causing trouble. Lu Xiyuan even intended to forcibly take Xia Shige to apologize to Hiqing, but Xia Shige resisted fiercely, leading him to abandon the idea. Su Ilan also lamented that Xia Shige had disappointed her, and Lu Bo expressed regret for bringing her back to the Lu family. Recalling the events of her previous life, Xia Shige coldly mocked Lu Xishue, saying, "I'm an illegitimate daughter." "Then why do I look so much like your mother, Su Ilan?" "You're biological." "Then why do you look unlike anyone else?" Lu Xixu's face turned pale, and both He-Qing and Xia Wenhui were taken aback, seemingly still digesting the implications of Xia Shige's words. Seeing this, Lu Xixu dared not say anything further to Xia Shige and hurriedly pulled her two friends away. Her pleasant mood was disrupted by these three individuals, and Xia Shige lost interest in continuing her outing. Xia Shige directly went to a brand store and purchased 5 high-spec laptops along with several large-capacity solid-state drives, preparing to download some TV dramas. Thanks to the nation's robust infrastructure, the internet remained relatively stable in the 2 years before the apocalypse, with only a few intermittent outages. But she was unaware of what would happen in the later stages, so it was prudent to be prepared. She then bought 3 different brands of gaming consoles for the family to enjoy together. It would be a good pastime during the apocalypse. Lastly, Xia Shige purchased several spare mobile phones and tablets for the family. Exiting the mall, Xia Shige was left with only over 80,000. Outside, it was already dark, and she took a taxi straight home. Back home after dinner, Xia Shige distributed the sunscreen and skincare products she had scavenged today to her family, deceiving them by saying there was a sale at the mall, and she stocked up for 3 years. Her uncle and aunt insisted on transferring money to her, but Xia Shige refused to accept it no matter what. Her grandmother looked curiously at the bottles and jars, while Xia Huyin and Grandma Lu took turns teaching her how to use them. After distributing the skincare products, Xia Shige went to the basement, which still had 2 empty rooms. She placed all 9 freezers inside, took out meat and frozen products as well as ice cream from her space, and neatly arranged them in the 9 freezers until they were completely full. The next morning after breakfast, Aunt Sun Wei left for work. Xia Huyin said to Xia Shige, "The renovations are done. Your uncle and I have been idle these days, and we discussed wanting to find a job. Now only your aunt is working and the pressure is too great." Xia Guocheng also said, "Yes, unfortunately it's only March now and I don't know what to do. Your uncle, besides helping in Xia Huyin's orchard, also takes on appliance installation jobs in the electrical market. When it gets hot in July and August, everyone remembers to install refrigerators and air conditioners, then he gets busy." Now that spring has just begun, he was worried about where to find work. But seeing his wife go to work every day, he felt uncomfortable just sitting at home. Xia Huyin felt the same, as she couldn't stand being idle. For decades her focus had been on making money and ensuring the family lived well, and now that she was forced to be idle, she felt uneasy, as if time was being wasted. Xia Shige thought for a moment and advised Mom, "Uncle, there's no rush, let's discuss it again in April." Seeing their disappointed expressions, Xia Shige decided to find them something to do, saying, "Mom, why don't you raise some fish and shrimp in the backyard pond?" That pond was originally reserved for Grandma to water the vegetables. Raising some fish and shrimp can be self-sufficient. "Uncle, please buy some fruit tree saplings to plant in the backyard, preferably those that can bear fruit this year, so we won't have to buy fruit in the future." Xia Huyin instantly perked up, saying, "Great. I'll go buy fish and shrimp fry right now." Xia Guocheng also said, "All right, I'll go buy fruit saplings." Watching the two prepare happily to leave, Xia Shige thought to herself that she could only delay for a day. The tornado was set to arrive on April 1st, and she didn't want her mom and uncle to go out looking for work. After her mom and uncle left, Xia Shige began to stroll around the neighborhood, seeing some renovation workers carrying wooden boards and glass upstairs. It seemed that quite a few people had taken her advice and were preparing to replace and reinforce their windows. This neighborhood was quite large, but the occupancy rate was low, with not many elderly people out for morning exercises. When she lived in the school district house, every morning the open space in front of the community was crowded with elderly people exercising. Xia Shige wandered through the villa area and residential area, eventually arriving at the commercial district. There weren't many businesses in the commercial district due to the low foot traffic. Only a few restaurants and clothing stores were open, alongside a temporarily closed pharmacy, a supermarket, a fresh produce store, a hair salon, a pet shop, a gym, and a dry cleaner. Xia Shige arrived at the supermarket entrance, where the sign read Jingjing Supermarket. Seeing the notice on the glass outside that said store for rent, she pushed the door and walked inside. Xia Shige walked into Jingjing Supermarket and saw a girl sitting by the cash register, engrossed in her phone. To her surprise, it was a familiar face. She exclaimed, "Jingjing." Lin Jingjing, who was looking at her phone, turned to see her equally astonished Shige. Lin Jingjing was Xia Shige's college roommate, but due to various part-time jobs, Xia Shige had not participated much in dorm gatherings and had not been very close to her roommates, losing contact after graduation. However, the relationship between Lin Jingjing and Xia Shige was still good. Lin Jingjing was cheerful and straightforward, often queuing for meals together with Xia Shige in the cafeteria. Lin Jingjing joyfully ran over and hugged Xia Shige, asking Shige, "What are you doing here?" "I thought you went back home after graduating from university." "I sold my place back home and moved here to Xindu community a few days ago," Xia Shige replied with a smile. "Really? What a coincidence. So we live in the same community." The two held hands reminiscing, and Xia Shige asked, "Is this supermarket for transfer?" Lin Jingjing, hearing this, looked a bit troubled and said, "Yes, the foot traffic here is low and there aren't many customers. My father was also misled into thinking this area would develop into a new district, which is why he bought the property and the shop here." "Did you see the garden community in front of Xindu community? It was designated as a source area for key schools at the end of last year, just 2 streets away from us. Many homeowners in Xindu community have sold their houses here and either bought homes there or rented directly. In short, there are fewer and fewer people here." Lin Jingjing continued, "Currently the supermarket's daily revenue is minimal. We have organized promotional events, and while many came during those times, the numbers dropped significantly afterwards. The supermarket has been running at a loss for some time now. It's all thanks to my brother, who drives a truck to make money. I also feel bad continually relying on my brother for financial support. A couple of days ago, my family discussed it and decided to transfer the supermarket. I will directly go find a job elsewhere. This way my dad can also work with my brother driving trucks. We plan to rent a place in the city. The houses here will be listed for sale in a couple of days, and this supermarket will also be transferred at a low price." Lin Jingjing sighed again, saying, "Actually, I really like this supermarket. It was my first venture after graduation. If it weren't for the constant losses, I really wouldn't want to let it go." No wonder Xia Shige had never seen Lin Jingjing here in her past life. It turned out they moved away before after the high temperatures began, prices surged, and later this supermarket became the supply center for the community, responsible along with the property management for receiving and distributing government disaster relief supplies. Later, these individuals were directly incorporated into the reconstruction department to participate in national post-disaster reconstruction efforts. In her past life, the new owner, who took over the supermarket, became a member of the reconstruction department, playing a significant role in the reconstruction of the entire city. Lu Bo even considered introducing Lu Siyuan to his daughter. This time, Xia Shige did not want to let this opportunity slip away. Determined, she said to Lin Jingjing, "I want to invest in this supermarket. I will provide the funds, and you won't need your brother to support you anymore. How much do you think is needed? Let's run it together." Lin Jingjing was taken aback. "Didn't you hear what I just..." "Shige, this is a pit. Why are you thinking about jumping in? Do you really think this is a thriving business from the transfer notice I posted? That's all a scam. It's really not thriving here at all." Xia Shige replied, "Jingjing, I am serious. Please talk to your parents and ask when they can come home so we can discuss it together." Xia Shige said earnestly. "But why?" Lin Jingjing was still puzzled. "Shige, are you trying to do some kind of angel investor charity project? You chose me as your sponsored project." Xia Shige chuckled, "I have my plan, don't worry. Since you also don't want the supermarket to close, my investment can help you keep it going. Isn't that great?" Seeing that Lin Jingjing was still hesitating, Xia Shige urged her to call her family. Xia Shige arranged to meet with Lin Jingjing's family that evening, and after chatting with Lin Jingjing for a while, she finally left. When Xia Shige returned home, she saw Xia Guoqing and Xia Huyin busy in the yard. Xia Huyin had already released the fish and shrimp fry into the pond and was helping Xia Guoqing plant fruit saplings. After they finished their tasks, Xia Shige called them over and shared her intention to invest in the supermarket. Since she mentioned the low foot traffic, how can we take over and not sell anything? Xia Guoqing expressed his concerns. "Uncle, don't worry. Did you forget what I said about the abnormal weather? Everyone will need to stock up. If necessary, consider this money as a loan from you. If it doesn't make a profit, I will pay you back with interest." "You child, what nonsense are you talking? Uncle is not that kind of person." Xia Guoqing replied, "I need to call your aunt and ask her." Xia Guoqing went to make the call, but Xia Huyin did not hesitate. She took out her bank card and handed it to Xia Shige, saying, "This money was originally meant for your dowry, but now it's all yours. You have full control over how to use it." After they finished their tasks, Xia Shige called them over and shared her intention to invest in the supermarket. In fact, there was another reason Xia Shige did not mention investing in the supermarket: would allow her uncle, aunt, and mother to have something to do in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Otherwise, given their dedication to work, Xia Shige feared they would become ill from inactivity. Before long, Xia Guoqing returned the call, nodding to Xia Shige, "Your uncle will invest as well, your aunt agreed." That evening, Sun Weigui also returned home, leaving Grandma Lu and Grandma to watch the house, while Xia Shige took the 3 of them out to meet Lin Jingjing's family at a private restaurant in the community. Lin Jingjing's father, Lin Yuanfeng, was a middle-aged man who had lost his wife early. He made a living driving a truck for long-distance freight transport, supporting both his son Lin Shua and daughter Lin Jingjing through college. Driving a truck was tiring, and as Lin Yuanfeng grew older, he gradually felt he could no longer endure the hardships of long-distance driving, which is why he purchased a commercial property to run the supermarket with his daughter. Unexpectedly, the supermarket's business was dismal, and he was not yet of retirement age, so he had no choice but to plan to return to long-distance trucking. After some small talk, Lin Yuanfeng got to the point. I can't hide this from you. The supermarket's daily revenue is very low. If you really want to invest, it might be impossible to break even. After we invest, we can diversify the products and perhaps we can revitalize the store. Xia Shige could only babble nonsense. She could not directly tell the Lin family soon there will be a heatwave, prices will rise and factories will halt production. It will completely be a seller's market and goods will not be a problem at all. Moreover, the low occupancy rate in this community is temporary. Not to mention that once this tornado passes, many owners from the disaster area will move in. After a discussion, seeing the Xia family's firm attitude, Lin Yuanfeng stopped trying to persuade them. The two families directly signed the investment agreement with Xia Guocheng and Xia Huin, each contributing 300,000, totaling 600,000 to invest in the supermarket. They agreed on the shareholding ratio and decided to manage it together in the future. Early the next morning, Xia Shige called the renovation team that had previously helped with the villa's modifications. The team leader remembered Xia Shige, as clients like her who renovated villas were quite rare. The leader greeted Xia Shige warmly. Miss Xia, have you acquired another property? How do you want to renovate it this time? Xia Shige took the group to Jingjing supermarket and said, I want to reinforce this supermarket. Reinforce the doors and windows, replace them with explosion-proof glass, and strengthen the walls. Install cameras all around. Xia Shige provided additional instructions, and the leader joked, after this renovation the instant noodles in this supermarket will enjoy the same treatment as bank gold bars. Xia Shige laughed at this remark, agreeing that it was quite accurate. In the end times, a bag of instant noodles was worth about the same as a gram of gold. Lin Jingjing, who was watching them discuss the plan, said in surprise, Shige, is it really necessary to go this far? Our security is pretty good. There have never been any incidents of vandalism or theft. I often manage the store alone at night and have never encountered any trouble. Xia Shige did not respond to her, but said, Jingjing, there will be a strong wind in a few days. Since you mentioned you live on a high floor, could you also ask the workers to reinforce your doors and windows? Oh, sure. I think I saw someone in the group mention that strong winds are coming and my windows aren't very safe, so let's reinforce them together. Lin Jingjing pondered. All right, we'll arrange that for you with a 20% discount. The renovation leader said with a smile, pleased that Xia Shige had brought him 2 business deals. After discussing the renovation details and leaving Lin Jingjing to oversee, Xia Shige left. Today was the day she had arranged to pick up her car from the 4S dealership, and she had brought her mother Xia Huin along. An SUV and an off-road vehicle, both brand new, were there, and Xia Shige was extremely satisfied, as was Xia Huin. Shige, do you still have money left? Xia Shige had recently bought a villa and a car and stockpiled so many supplies that when the Xia family saw the basement full of food and daily necessities yesterday, they were shocked. It was as if Xia Shige had moved a supermarket home, and Xia Huin was worried she might be short on funds. I have enough. The money from selling the rights to Taoyuan Mountain and from the school district house is all with Xia Shige. Xia Huin has never asked her for money because in her view she only has Xia Shige as a daughter. Everything she is belongs to Xia Shige, and Xia Shige can dispose of it as she pleases. The trust and understanding between mother and daughter need not be spoken. Xia Shige also mentioned to Xia Huin about the money Grandma Lu had given her, saying this car is also funded by Grandma Lu. Not only did Grandma Lu help settle the renovation fee of several $100,000, but she also gave me all her money. I plan to take care of Grandma Lu in her old age. Xia Huin nodded it to her. Aunt Lu was just like her own mother. In that era, the other girls in the village dropped out of school, but Grandma Lu helped Xia Huin continue her education. While others told Xia Huin that the most important thing for a woman was to get married, only Grandma Lu told her that women needed their own careers, as a career is the foundation of one's standing. When Xia Huin first started doing business, Grandma Lu supported her greatly, teaching her how to identify customer groups and how to set prices. After Xia Huin's divorce, Grandma Lu often helped look after young Xia Shige. Xia Huin always felt that Grandma Lu was her benefactor. Over the years, watching other women of her age in the village, some lived well, but more struggled to please their husbands and care for their families, ending up in a mess. This outcome made Xia Huin feel distressed, as she believed that if she hadn't had the ability to earn money, she wouldn't have been able to recover quickly after her divorce. The mother and daughter were happily preparing to have the car inspected and registered when they unexpectedly ran into Su Ilan, who was delivering a car for maintenance. Xia Shige tried to pretend she didn't see her and walked away quietly, but Su Ilan noticed her. Su Ilan quickly approached and grabbed Xia Shige's hand. Shige, where have you moved to? Can you give your mother an address? When she misses you, she wants to visit. She then glanced at Xia Huin beside her. Although Xia Huin was tall and looked delicate, she could not compare to Su Ilan, who regularly received beauty treatments. Seeing the inexpensive clothes Xia Huin was wearing with her sweater slightly pilled, Su Yilan's eyes showed a hint of disdain. She no longer looked at Xia Huin but turned to Xia Shige and said, are you here to buy a car? Which one do you like? Your mother can help you choose. No need, Mrs. Lu, I've already bought it. Xia Shige replied calmly, hugging Xia Huin and saying to Su Ilan, this is my mother, Mrs. Lu. Your daughter Lu Xixue is still waiting for you at home. Xia Shige reminded her. Su Ilan frowned slightly. A few days ago when Xia Shige met Lu Xixue and her friends at the supermarket, perhaps Xia Shige's words had led He Qing and Xia Wenwei to misunderstand something, or Lu Xixue had said something that misled them. In any case, He Qing and Xia Wenhui later interpreted Xia Shige's meaning as Xia Shige was Su Yilan's illegitimate daughter. They were both shocked and one of them accidentally let it slip. So for the past few days the wealthy circle has been gossiping that Su Ilan had cuckolded Lu Bo and had a daughter with another man. Most people did not believe it. Su Ilan, as a socialite skilled in networking, had been active in various social gatherings since marrying Lu Bo, attending several events every month. Everyone knew she had only been pregnant 3 times and had given birth to 3 children. Moreover, each time Su Ilan was pregnant, it made the local hot search. She could not possibly have had a 4th child without anyone knowing. However, some people enjoy the drama, and they certainly preferred this kind of scandal. Upon hearing the news, Lu Bo became furious. In their circle of wealthy individuals, there is a significant difference between a man having an illegitimate child and a woman having one. Lu Bo could claim that Xia Shige was his illegitimate daughter with another woman, but he could not allow outsiders to think that Su Ilan had secretly given birth to a child with another man. Lu Bo could not tolerate such humiliation and rarely got angry at Su Ilan and Lu Xixue. Xia Shige, listening to her accusatory tone, suddenly asked, do you know they said I am an illegitimate daughter? Thinking of this, Su Ilan looked at Xia Shige with a hint of blame. Shige, a few days ago in the mall. Even if you don't like Xixue, you shouldn't have said that in front of her friends. Do you know yet still allow them to do so? Upon hearing Xia Shige's series of questions, Su Ilan instinctively lowered her head, not daring to look at Xia Shige. She forced herself to deny, no, I didn't know. At this moment, Xia Huin also understood somewhat and angrily said, Madam Lu Shige is my daughter. She has nothing to do with your Lu family. I hope your Lu family does not slander her anymore. Su Ilan looked up in disbelief. I am her biological mother. She is my child. You are only her adoptive mother. Mrs. Lu, my mother and I are leaving. Please step aside. Without acknowledging Su Yilan's pale face, Xia Shige took her mother and left the store. A little incident did not affect the happiness of the mother and daughter. After successfully acquiring 2 new cars, Xia Shige and Xia Huin, guided by the staff, went to the Motor Vehicle Registration Service station, presented their documents to pay the purchase tax, and then began the vehicle inspection and license plate selection. By the time they finished selecting the plates, it was lunchtime. The mother and daughter strolled around and enjoyed a hearty meal. The service station was efficient, and once they returned, they received 2 sets of license plates. The mother and daughter were overjoyed, each driving a car home. Today, Xia Shige harvested the first batch of vegetables from the Peach Blossom Space farmland. The cabbage was fresh and crisp. Xia Shige had just discovered the pickling function of the processing workshop yesterday and planned to experiment by pickling a barrel of sauerkraut. The green beans climbed all over the trellis, and it took her several hours to finish picking them. She prepared to keep some in the warehouse for later use, while the rest would go into the villa kitchen, enough for the family of 6 to eat for at least 2 weeks. The red chili peppers were vibrant. Xia Shige planned to make some fresh chili sauce with part of them and dry the rest into chili flakes. With this successful experiment, she confidently expanded her farming area, sowing several types of vegetable seeds and even planting some honeysuckle. During this time, Xia Shige worked diligently in the vegetable garden every day, with just 3 days left until the tornado on April 1st. The renovation and reinforcement of Jingjing Supermarket also had to be completed. Early in the morning, Xia Shige arrived at Jingjing Supermarket to inspect the reinforcement results. She was very satisfied with the renovation outcome, while the head of the renovation team was constantly receiving calls for appointment requests. You have a great business today, Lin Jingjing joked. The manager replied with a smile. Yes, yesterday the National Meteorological Administration issued a warning that there will be strong winds across the country in 3 days. So we received quite a few orders for window reinforcements starting today. Xia Shige thought to herself that it was good she had started her work early, otherwise she might not have been able to get in line. After sending off the renovation team, Xia Shige called the suppliers. They had long contacted various vendors in advance and ordered a lot of food and daily necessities. Before long, trucks began to queue up delivering goods to the supermarket entrance. Xia Guocheng and Xia Huin counted and organized the goods while getting familiar with the supermarket's operations. Lin Jingjing's father Lin Yuanfeng and her brother Lin Shua also came to help. Over the next 2 days, the two families installed new shelves in the supermarket, neatly arranging the products on them. Everything was ready as the day of the approaching typhoon arrived. Xia Shige asked her aunt Sun Yuegue to take leave and return home early. She also reminded Lin Jingjing that a strong wind was coming tonight and urged her family to stay safe. Lin Jingjing's father had also seen the national severe wind warning. He was still worried about the effectiveness of the higher-level reinforcements and ultimately decided that the family would sleep in the store tonight. In the evening, the weather was exceptionally gloomy, with a massive black cloud covering the sky, seemingly pressing down from above, interspersed with flashes of lightning and thunder. A few customers came to Jingjing's supermarket in the evening, chatting while scanning their groceries. Look at the sky, it's so dark. It's definitely going to pour rain in the next couple of days. I should stock up on some things at home to ride it out. I heard it's not just rain, it's strong winds. Fortunately, my house had its windows reinforced a few days ago. We live on the 25th floor, and every time there's a strong wind it shakes, which is really frightening. Both the kindergarten and primary school are cancelled, so my 2 kids will be home tomorrow. My parents are coming over to help watch them, so I need to buy more food for the house. While they chatted, they completed their payments. Lin Jingjing was overjoyed at the supermarket business had indeed picked up. Night fell. Han Yuyan and Bai Qianqian's new house was almost renovated. Bai Qianqian promised that after receiving her university diploma in June, she would get married to Han Yuyan. Han Yuyan felt like a successful person with a house, a car, a wife, and children. In high spirits, he took Bai Qianqian out for a candlelight dinner to celebrate their transition from campus to wedding. After dinner, while they were being intimate in the bedroom, they suddenly felt a tremor followed by several loud bangs from outside their bedroom door, almost like someone was screaming. Is it an earthquake? Bai Qianqian exclaimed. Han Yuyan quickly threw on some clothes, wanting to go out and check, but he stumbled as he stood up, feeling the world spin around him. Another loud bang followed, and the floor-to-ceiling window in their bedroom shattered. A fierce wind rushed in, and several dark shadows crashed through the broken window. Han Yuyan barely dodged it and almost got hit. He could only awkwardly crouch by the bed, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was several broken branches blown in by the fierce wind. Bai Qianqian was abruptly lifted off the bed by the wind, about to crash into the broken window. Fortunately, the bedside table intercepted her, causing her to fall to the floor, where she gripped the bed leg tightly in fear. The strong wind kept hurling debris into the house, and the cold air poured into their mouths and noses. Han Yuyan and Bai Qianqian felt like they were suffocating, the sensation nearly drowning their consciousness. Bai Qianqian wanted to scream wildly, but no sound escaped her lips. She couldn't produce even a whisper. Her mind was filled only with the howling of the wind. In the new villa area, Xia Shige's family couldn't sleep either. Outside, the sound of the strong wind howled, waking even her grandmother. The family gathered anxiously in the living room, watching the scene outside. I've never encountered such strong winds in my life. The trees in the greenbelt outside have been uprooted. I hope our roof doesn't get blown away. Sun Weigui asked worriedly. It won't, Auntie. Our house has been reinforced, Xia Shige reassured. The main areas affected by the tornado are not near us. We are relatively safe here. That's strange. Our country has many mountains, and such a large tornado is really rare, Most tornadoes occur in the Great Plains of America, where there are no mountains to block the monsoon, making it easy for thunderstorms to form tornadoes. However, tornadoes are rare in China due to its mountainous terrain. Thinking of this, Grandma Lu sighed. It seems this weather is about to go awry. In the villa area and lower floors, residents only felt a slight tremor, many believing it was an earthquake rushing down the stairs. Fortunately, the building management responded promptly. They were afraid residents would rush outside and be blown away, blocking those trying to flee while shouting, "It's not an earthquake, it's the shaking caused by the wind. Don't panic, do not go outside." Before long, Xia Shige received a message from the community group sent by the property management, reminding everyone that the shaking was caused by the wind, advising them to stay in lower floors or the basement, avoid open spaces, and keep away from floor-to-ceiling windows. Some anxious residents who had rushed downstairs gathered in the lobby, nervously watching the scene outside. 2 hours later, the world finally calmed. It's finally over. This was scarier than an earthquake. I live on the 22nd floor and it shook so much that I nearly lost my balance. I live on the 27th floor. Not only did it shake, but the wind outside sounded like ghosts screaming, which scared me so much that I ran down without thinking. I don't even know how I managed to run down 27 flights. I usually get out of breath after 5 floors. Me too. I thought it was an earthquake and didn't even put on clothes, just wrapped in a blanket and ran. I was playing a game when suddenly I felt the ground shake and heard howling sounds. I thought a monster had come out of the game. I was so scared I threw my mouse away and ran down. I had been working overtime for a week and thought I was hallucinating, thinking my great-grandmother was coming to take me away. The crowd gathered in the lobby on the first floor, feeling a sense of lingering fear, discussing while returning home. Early the next morning, Xia Shige learned that her uncle and mother had already gone to Jingjing supermarket. Lin Jingjing lived on the 12th floor, and they didn't dare return home yesterday, so the family set up a makeshift bed in the supermarket. In the morning, Lin Jingjing messaged her saying everything was fine. Many people had heard that there would be a strong wind in a couple of days, so they were not planning to go out and were buying food at the supermarket to stock up at home. After eating, Xia Shige also went out walking through the community while observing her surroundings. Fortunately, the Shindu community was not a disaster zone. Many residents had reinforced their windows based on Xia Shige's previous warnings, and now only a few windows had been shattered. In the community square, the property management was organizing cleaning efforts. The square was strewn with various items blown in by the strong wind, with broken branches everywhere, shattered bricks scattered on the ground, damaged air conditioning units, and even a few fish lying upside down. Several trees in the green belt had been blown down, and the water in the community fountain had been swept away by the strong wind. As Xia Shige walked, she opened her phone to browse the news, which was filled with scenes of devastation from the disaster areas. Trees along the roadside had been uprooted, large fields were destroyed by stones blown in by the wind, and crops that had not been harvested lay rotting on the ground, creating a scene of ruin. Some houses had been directly blown down, roofs of self-built houses had been torn away, and the floor-to-ceiling windows of high-rise buildings were shattered, with items blown into the rooms, creating chaos. In fact, one family's bedroom window had been entirely blown away by the wind, and the owner lying in the bedroom was swept away by the wind, falling from the 14th floor and dying instantly. The video revealed the surviving family members' pain, with cries of despair emanating from the screen, making it hard to breathe. Xia Shige sighed while scrolling through her phone. The natural disaster had begun. This strong wind was merely the beginning, with 2 more similar winds to come, followed by an extended period of high temperatures. She glanced at the community chat where everyone was complaining. 42009 Sister and I, 4th floor property management. Where is the property management? Don't play dead. Come out. When will you come to fix my window? 4th floor property management. 42009 Sister and I, we've already queued you up. The wind was too strong yesterday and many high-rise windows were shattered. The situation is even worse in the city center. Everyone is making appointments now. There are too many people in line. 42009 Sister and I, 4th floor property management. How long do you expect me to wait? Didn't the news say there would be another strong wind in a couple of days? If you don't fix it for me today, I'll move into your place. 4th floor property management. 42009 Sister and I, my windows are also broken. I'm in line too. Oh heavens. Is there no justice left? How am I supposed to live? 31007 Chi-Chi's mom. Luckily, I replaced my windows a few days ago. The old ones definitely wouldn't have held up. 21908 Coconut Tree. Thanks to someone's reminder a few days ago, otherwise we wouldn't even be able to get in line. B16 Summertime. Thank you, kind person. B16 Summertime, you're welcome. The forecast says there will be another strong wind in a couple of days, so everyone should try not to go out and stock up on food at home. Then she turned off her phone and walked into Jingjing supermarket, where many people were shopping for food and daily necessities. At the checkout counter, Xia Huin and Xia Guocheng were packing bags and scanning items. They had learned how to operate the cash register in the past few days and quickly got the hang of it. Lin Jingjing's brother Lin Shua and father Lin Yuanfeng were busy restocking the shelves. For safety reasons, both Lin Yuanfeng and Lin Shua had not gone out to drive, but had come to help at the supermarket. Seeing Xia Shige come in, Lin Jingjing leaned over and whispered, "Shige, business is really good today. The morning's revenue can match half a month's worth from earlier." "Is your house okay?" Xia Shige asked. "Before dawn we went back to check and everything is fine. After reinforcing it, it's very safe. We plan to go home to stay tonight." "Shige, thank you for reminding us, otherwise we wouldn't be able to get in line. I heard the renovation area is completely booked." Xia Shige shook her head with a smile. "No need to mention it." Suddenly a customer asked, "Boss, why is the lettuce sold out so early today?" There was a small fresh produce section in the supermarket selling some vegetables, fruits, and eggs. Lin Yuanfeng wiped the sweat from his brow. Yesterday's tornado destroyed a lot of vegetable fields, and today, everyone is busy assessing the damage. Xia Shige sighed while scrolling through her phone. The natural disaster had begun. This strong wind was merely the beginning with Lin Shua suggested the large agricultural market should still have some stock. I'll drive over to get some durable vegetables. We can keep them in storage to sell for a few more days. Everyone discussed and agreed it was a feasible plan. Except for Xia Shige, no one knew that after the next 2 strong winds half of the farmland would be destroyed, and following the high temperatures crops across the region would fail completely. Besides expensive indoor cultivation, there would be no other vegetables available on the market. Xia Shige helped out at the supermarket for a while. When there were fewer customers at noon, she returned home to rest with Xia Huiyin and Xia Guocheng. Back home, Xia Huiyin asked should we also go to the wholesale market to stock up on vegetables. Before going out, Xia Shige had picked a lot of vegetables from her space and quietly filled the double-door refrigerator. She opened the fridge door to show her family her efforts, and they were all astonished. "Shige, when did you buy so many vegetables?" her grandmother asked in surprise as she had seen the fridge half empty while cooking that morning. "I ordered them from a grocery app this morning," Xia Shige replied vaguely. "This is great. This will be enough for our family of 6 for a while. Look how fresh these baby bok choy are. They taste best when stir-fried," Sun Weigui said happily. "Can we finish so many vegetables? Won't they spoil easily?" Xia Guocheng asked with some concern. "They won't spoil. These long beans can be blanched and frozen, and they can be stored for a long time. When we need them, we just take them out to eat. Their taste is even better than fresh ones. These cucumbers can be pickled to make kimchi. They are best enjoyed with porridge." The family chatted enthusiastically, and then Grandma smiled and said, "The vegetables in our yard have also sprouted. The seeds Shige gave us are really good, sprouting quickly. At this growth rate, we won't run out of vegetables." Having solved the vegetable issue at home, Xia Shige's family prepared a sumptuous lunch using ingredients from the... On the 3rd day at noon, the sky once again darkened ominously, with a large mass of thick black clouds shrouding the sky, intermittently illuminated by flashes of purplish-blue lightning. Having learned from the last experience, many people hurried home to hide. 2 hours later, another strong wind struck, lasting most of the day. Some families whose windows had shattered and had not yet replaced them packed their bags and took refuge in the underground garage, while the property management prepared temporary shelters in the lobby. Some residents living in high-rise buildings were too scared to return home and hid in the underground garage and temporary shelters. As the wild wind calmed down, it was already past 8 in the evening when Lin Jingjing and Lin Shua arrived at Xia Shige's door. "Shige, this is the vegetables my brother wholesale bought from the agricultural market today. Everyone was scrambling for vegetables, and I specially saved some for you." Lin Jingjing and Lin Shua were both holding 2 boxes of vegetables packed full of various vegetables and fruit. Xia Shige hurriedly invited them in, but Lin Jingjing and Lin Shua refused, saying, "We just came to deliver some vegetables. We need to hurry back to count the inventory. We'll come to play another time when we have the chance. This villa area is really quiet compared to our place." "It's much quieter here at night," Lin Jingjing remarked. The villa area had fewer people, and it was eerily quiet at night. If her brother hadn't been with her, she would have felt a bit scared walking alone. Xia Shige accepted the vegetables, moving box after box into the house. Although she had plenty of vegetables, she was touched by the kindness of Lin Jingjing and her brother personally delivering them, and she pondered how to return the favor. The supermarket was stocked with food and daily necessities, so the Lin family certainly had no shortage of supplies. After some thought, Xia Shige fished out a few fish from the backyard pond, packed them into a bag, and also caught 2 chickens from her space. Once everything was packed, she handed it to Lin Jingjing and her brother. They could not refuse and accepted the fish and chickens before leaving. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, after the second storm subsided, a tornado arose once more, and this time it was even more severe, lasting a full day. The howling winds outside were accompanied by the sounds of heavy objects colliding. The Xia family was gathered in the living room on the 1st floor, watching the news, when suddenly the room was plunged into darkness. The power went out. Xia Shige opened the community group chat and indeed saw complaints flooding in. 31007 Chi-Chi's mom, "I was just giving my child a bath. Why is the power out?" Property Center, all members, we apologize to all homeowners. The winds today are too strong. It seems the wind has blown down some power lines. We have reported it for repair. Please do not panic. 21908 Coconut Tree, it must have been the strong wind that caused it. Our community is actually lucky since the equipment is new. I heard many neighborhoods in the city lost power during the first tornado and have still not been repaired after a week. 42009 Sister Ni, where is the property management? Hurry and fix the power. 41209 currently slacking off. How can they fix it now? Look at this wind, even the repairmen would be blown away. Property center, everyone please remain calm. The property management has reported the issue, and someone will come to handle it as soon as the wind subsides. 21908 Coconut Tree 42009 Sister, and I has your window been repaired? 42009 Sister, and I don't mention it, I've been unable to get in line. When the second tornado came, it even broke my bedroom door. It's uninhabitable now. I am currently staying at 4605, thanks to my kind neighbor for taking me in. 4605 Warmth. 4605 Warmth 42009 Sister, and I, we are neighbors, no need to be polite. Putting down her phone, the Xia family went to activate the villa's own power generation system. After the engine roared to life, the lights in the villa illuminated. Grandma Lu took a close look at the generator's model label and exclaimed, "This large-capacity generator consumes quite a bit of fuel in just 1 hour." Xia Shige smiled upon hearing this. "It's just fuel, I have plenty of it, both gasoline and diesel." She led her family to the basement. Lu Xixue spoke with a choked voice. "Swear, don't be upset. I know you've been wronged. Don't worry, once we are married, no one will dare to question your identity again." Doors to the other two storage. Seeing neatly arranged outdoor supplies, a pile of photovoltaic panels, several generators of various sizes, and dozens of barrels of gasoline and diesel, the whole family was stunned. "How did you manage to buy so much gasoline?" Xia Huyin asked in astonishment, as the gas stations do not sell this. Xia Shige explained to her family how she had bought gasoline in a manner akin to an ant moving its home, and the family was shocked once again. Grandma recovered and praised her intelligence. Xia Shige then showed them the 9 refrigerators in another room, which were all connected to a large-capacity diesel generator currently operating steadily. Her uncle looked at the diesel generator in awe, saying, "This thing must weigh 100 kilograms, how did you move it in?" Xia Shige, feeling somewhat guilty, casually replied, "I had a renovation worker help move it a few days ago." If it weren't for her spatial manipulation, Xia Shige wouldn't have been able to move something weighing 100 kilograms. She introduced her family to the supplies stocked in the 9 refrigerators and led them to see the largest storage room for food and daily necessities. "This side has rice, flour, and oil. I had the owner seal all the rice and flour in small bags for easy access. This side has medicines, alcohol, and bandages are over here for emergencies. This side has sanitary products and toiletries, you can come to get them whenever you run out in your rooms." Xia Shige guided them through more than a dozen shelves like a sales assistant. This is only a portion. A large quantity of supplies is stored in the Taoyuan space, and Xia Shige plans to replenish them as needed. The family wandered through the space, marveling that they would not fear the apocalypse now. Lu Family Villa. The Lu family has been in a state of panic these days. Although the Lu Villa was less affected by the tornado, the coastal area experienced a major typhoon and tsunami during the previous city tornado. The resort area by the sea, heavily invested in by the Lu family, suffered severe losses as a newly completed landmark building was destroyed, and the vacation villa area was also heavily damaged. In recent days, Lu Ximing and Lu Bo have been busy running around assessing losses and comforting employees' families as the Lu family faced a temporary cash flow crisis. To fill the financial gap, Lu Bo had no choice but to borrow a significant amount of money from the bank. Lu Xixue, meanwhile, has been living cautiously at home as she has been experiencing bad luck ever since she encountered Xia Shige at the mall. Lu's parents instructed Lu Xixue to only claim to be the biological daughter of the Lu family, so when faced with Hiqing and Xia Wenwei's suspicious gazes that day, Lu Xixue could only imply to them that Xia Shige was actually Su Yilan's illegitimate daughter. Despite Lu Xixue repeatedly hinting that this matter needed to be kept confidential, those two fools still spread the news. Lu Bo was already displeased with her because of this incident, and with the Lu family's current financial issues, he directly reduced her and Lu Xiyuan's allowances to just 1/10. To maintain the exquisite dignity of a wealthy young lady, she needed a considerable amount of money each month for beauty treatments and luxury goods. Seeing the meager 20,000 yuan that had been deposited into her account this month, she felt both anxious and furious. Lu Xixue thought long and hard, then quietly called Song Yuhan from her room. "Yuhan, I can't accompany you to the banquet next week. Because of the matter with Shige, my father is very angry with me. He has suspended my card, and I have no money to buy a new dress. I don't want to embarrass you at the banquet." Lu Xixue spoke with a choked voice. "Swear, don't be upset. I know you've been wronged. Don't worry, once we are married, no one will dare to question your identity again. I will send you money right away, you can use it to buy a dress. I will have my assistant send you money each month from now on," Song Yuhan comforted. "That's not okay. I can't take your money," Lu Xixue hurriedly refused. "It's fine, once we are married, what's mine is yours. We already have a marriage contract and your expenses should be covered by the Song family." Song Yuhan replied, knowing that the Lu family had suffered significant losses due to the tornado and Lu Xixu's life might be affected. Since they were engaged, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing about her troubles. After comforting Lu Xixue further over the phone, he sent her some money. Lu Xixue glanced at the amount in her account, but her mood did not improve. The seaside villa at the Jin High Resort that Lu Ximing gifted her had been destroyed. This amount of money was trivial compared to that villa. Thinking back to the days when she had sent photos of the villa to Xia Shige to show off, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She contacted the staff at a luxury goods store, reserved 2 sets of the latest seasonal ready tower, bought 2 handbags, and then booked a full body treatment worth 50,000 yuan. After spending all the money given by Song Yuhan, Lu Xixue felt much calmer. She walked out of her room into the living room and saw Su Yilan and Lu Bo frowning. She approached them and comforted, "Dad, Mom, don't worry. Everything will be fine." Lu Bo looked at her and pondered for a moment before saying, "Xixue, think of ways yourself. You must settle your marriage with Yuhan as soon as possible." In the past 2 days, Lu Bo had been subtly seeking help from the Song family, but their attitude had become increasingly vague. Lu Bo was afraid that the Song family would cancel the engagement. Lu Xixue sensed the implication in Lu Bo's words, gently bit her lip, and replied, "Dad, don't worry." Su Yilan patted Lu Xixue's hand with relief. This daughter had always been her pride. After considering, she asked Lu Bo, "Actually, Shige has reached the age for marriage." She was worried that Xia Huin might randomly find a rural family for Xia Shige, which she could not accept as a relative. Lu Bo said irritably, "In the future, just find a decent employee for her in the company. With her upbringing, do you really think she can be the wife of a wealthy family?" Su Yilan sighed and nodded lightly. A few days had passed since the 3rd tornado hit, and the government finally lifted the wind disaster warning. The community was filled with debris swept in by the tornado. Residents who were not working came out to help the property management clean up the trash. While cleaning, they sighed, "Finally, the wind has stopped." "Yeah, the wind blew for a whole week. I was afraid that our building would be blown away by the wind every day. I live on a high floor. You don't know, the wind was blowing as if someone was calling out. I've had tinnitus these past few days. In the morning when my wife talked to me, I couldn't hear her clearly. I know I live on the top floor and it was shaking the most. Sometimes I couldn't even stand. I got used to lying in bed swaying to sleep. Even today when the wind stopped, I still felt like I was swaying." "You actually got used to it?" "I couldn't get used to it at all. I felt like lying in bed every day was like being on a boat. I get seasick. I've vomited several times these days and couldn't eat anything. If it goes on like this, I'll get dehydrated from vomiting. Look at this fish, it's so big. I wonder which fish pond it blew in from. It's a pity it's dead. Otherwise it would be perfect for braising at home. Whose air conditioning unit is this? This is the umpteenth one already. Why is there still a fence? They even uprooted the iron fence. What kind of disaster zone is the city center? I heard that some communities were completely destroyed with not a single window left intact. Even the outer walls were cracked by debris blown in, and the walls need major repairs and reinforcements. Those buildings with cracked walls can't accommodate residents anymore. Hotels and inns are fully booked, and many people with nowhere to go are now living in underground garages and shelters. No wonder I saw many homeowners moving back today. They previously thought this area was too remote and had rented elsewhere. It seems our community is quite lucky. We just need to wait for the electrician to fix the power, and everything will return to normal. Anqing University's student dormitory. In recent days, Bai Qianqian felt as if she had been trapped in a long nightmare, unable to wake up. Just a week ago, Bai Qianqian felt she was the happiest woman. In 2 months, she would graduate from university, and the marriage house she bought with Han Yuan was already renovated. Han Yuan was even preparing a grand wedding for her. Although Han Yuan's family wasn't wealthy, they were well off. Han Yuan was the campus heartthrob, tall and handsome. After graduation, he joined a big company, smoothly transitioned from internship to a full-time position, and was favored by his superiors, promising a bright future. Most importantly, Han Yuan was completely obedient to her, willing to hand over his salary card and let her manage all the money he earned. In Bai Qianqian's plan, if everything went smoothly, she would marry Han Yuan, have children in their well-decorated school district house, and then be a housewife. Once Han Yuan got promoted and received salary increases, accumulating wealth, she could travel everywhere and enjoy the affluent life of the middle class. Bai Qianqian was very satisfied with all of this. The path she had arranged for herself was both happy and secure. Yet this week's calamity turned her life upside down, as if she had fallen into an endless nightmare. Her newly purchased house was in disarray after the first major wind. The decorations she personally selected, the exquisite French dining table, the sparkling artistic chandelier, and the creamy white sofa, were all destroyed by debris swept in by the raging wind. Han Yuan was injured on the leg by a piece of iron blown in from outside, bleeding excessively and losing consciousness. He was urgently hospitalized, only to find the hospital overcrowded with no bed available. Han's mother could only take Han Yuan home after a simple treatment to care for him. She believed everything was Bai Qianqian's fault, so she left Bai Qianqian alone in the school district house that had been destroyed by the tornado. Thus Bai Qianqian spent 2 days alone in the wrecked house, dazed. Before she could accept reality, the second tornado arrived. The second tornado was even more severe than the first, and the walls of the apartment building were cracked. The property management urgently evacuated residents to the underground garage for shelter. At that time, Bai Qianqian was squeezed together with others in the underground garage, feeling suffocated, surrounded by despairing cries and hopeless curses. Later, when the wind stopped, the property management said they had to wait for the buildings to be reinforced and repaired before they could move back in. However, many communities in the city center suffered varying degrees of damage, and the construction teams had no idea when they would reach their community. Bai Qianqian couldn't stand the environment of the underground garage. She wanted to go home, but her parents' house had also been destroyed by the tornado, and they had been staying in the underground shelter for a week. Bai Qianqian thought about finding a hotel to stay in, but was informed that they were all fully booked with people seeking refuge. Fortunately, the school was temporarily safe, so she returned to the school dormitory. There were 4 people in Bai Qianqian's dormitory. 2 had gone to other places for internships, and another was admitted to the graduate program at the same school. However, Bai Qianqian had a poor relationship with the latter, and they ignored each other while living under the same roof. Bai Qianqian suddenly felt a dull pain in her abdomen and could only curl up in bed, struggling to breathe deeply. She wanted to sleep, but couldn't. Every time she closed her eyes, she would think of the school district house that had been destroyed. The newly bought school district house cost Han Yuan's family 3 million, depleting their cash flow, while her own family contributed 1 million, nearly their entire savings. Neither family had the capacity to purchase a second property. The more Bai Qianqian thought about it, the more despairing she felt, covering her head with the quilt and silently shedding tears. Suddenly, resentment arose in her heart. If it weren't for Xia Shige selling them the house, she wouldn't have fallen into this pit. At that moment, Bai Qianqian's phone rang. It was a message from Han Yuan. He had regained consciousness and expressed concern for Bai Qianqian, suggesting she go to his home for refuge. Upon seeing this message, Bai Qianqian felt as if she had grasped a lifeline. She took a deep breath, wiped her tears, tidied up her belongings, and headed towards Han Yuan's home. Xia Shige's family finished clearing the clutter at the entrance of their villa without wasting any time and directly laid the photovoltaic panels on the roof. Xia Shige understood that this storm was just the beginning, like an early warning from the heavens to humanity. As the fierce winds subsided, the extreme heat of the past year quietly arrived. After finishing these tasks, Xia Shige went out to Jingjing supermarket and saw that the supermarket had already activated the generator that she had placed there earlier, with the freezers and refrigerators running steadily. There were also several residents from nearby communities in the supermarket queuing at the power strips to charge their phones and power banks, feeling a bit embarrassed as they had bought a lot of items in the supermarket. At that moment, 2 trucks arrived at the supermarket delivering a new batch of food and daily necessities. Lin Yuanfeng and his companions hurried to help the delivery workers unload, transporting box after box of goods to the warehouse. At this time, a lady buying vegetables in the supermarket's fresh produce section complained, "Boss, why are the prices of vegetables so high today? Who can afford this?" Lin Jingjing replied, "Our purchasing price is high. This is still from when we brought it back from the farmer's market a few days ago. Now the farmer's market is out of stock. Once we sell this batch of vegetables, we won't be able to restock." The delivery man added, "If you want vegetables, buy them quickly. The market next to our community has run out of stock, so it's not easy to find them here." "The tornado has passed. How can there be no vegetables?" the lady asked suspiciously. The delivery man replied, "The previous tornado destroyed the vegetable fields. The farmers are now plowing again and will need to replant seeds and seedlings. It will take at least 20 days before fresh vegetables are available in the market. For leafy greens, it will take at least 20 days, but for beans it will take over a month, and eggplants will take even longer, at least 2 months. Therefore, for a while, vegetable prices will remain high and there may be shortages at any time." Xia Shige thought to herself that there would be no affordable vegetables in the market once the high temperatures arrived, except for the expensive indoor-grown vegetables. The lady huffed, "Then we won't eat vegetables for the next few days. We'll talk later." After saying that, she left the supermarket. The delivery man, however, picked up a bag and filled it with a good amount of vegetables. He walked to the checkout counter, knowing the market situation. The prices were already quite cheap. After finishing the transaction, Xia Shige thought for a moment and quietly pulled Lin Jingjing aside, saying, "Jingjing, I've noticed the power supply in our community isn't very stable. During the peak electricity usage in summer, there might be frequent blackouts. It's best for your family to buy a generator or photovoltaic panels for emergencies. Home generators are not expensive now, only a few thousand yuan each, and they don't make much noise lasting a long. Lin Jingjing thought for a moment and nodded. That makes sense. This blackout is indeed quite frustrating. I'll have my dad buy a generator and stock up on some gasoline and diesel. Xia Shige felt relieved after hearing that. The Lin family were long-distance freight transporters, so they definitely had more channels for purchasing fuel than she did. On her way home, Xia Shige saw a group of workers in uniforms gathered together discussing something. Curious, she approached and saw Xiaohe from the sales office among the crowd. Xiaohe remembered her and greeted her enthusiastically. Miss Xia, with these strong winds in the past few days, is everything all right at your home? Thank you for your concern. Everything is fine at my home. Xia Shige smiled and asked, what are you all doing? We are doing power maintenance, Xiaohe replied. The power has been out for several days, and today it's finally our community's turn for maintenance. We've hired an electrician to inspect the entire power system of our community, updating any equipment that needs replacing. Xia Shige felt reassured after hearing this. The upcoming high temperatures would inevitably lead to a surge in electricity consumption, putting a strain on the electrical system. The early maintenance arranged by the new capital community would help avoid many troubles. As Xia Shige returned to the villa area, she noticed several luxury cars coming in and out. She paused for a moment, then understood that the strong winds this past week had caused damage in the city center, prompting some wealthy individuals to temporarily move into their idle villas in the new capital community. As Xia Shige walked home, she saw several workers moving luggage in and out of the villas near her home, indicating that people were moving in. Upon returning home, Xia Shige casually opened the group chat and saw that the community owners were discussing again. 42009 Sister and I Property Center, why hasn't the power been restored yet? Property Center, the workers are already conducting repairs, and the power is expected to be restored in the next couple of days. Please be patient, everyone. 41209 is slacking off. Have you all noticed that it's really hot these days? Is this temperature normal for April? 21908 Coconut Tree, it is indeed hot. Perhaps the strong winds from the past few days blew all the clouds away. 51706 Odd Yen, has no one noticed that the prices of vegetables at Jingjing Supermarket have skyrocketed? They've multiplied several times compared to a few days ago. Isn't the property management going to do something about this? 42009 Sister and I think it's too expensive, so I went to the farmer's market myself, but I found it closed. I just spent a lot of money replacing windows and doors, and now I've spent money having someone clean up all the rubble and trash in the house. The living room TV and sofa are broken, and I don't have money to replace them. Now I can't even buy vegetables. A life is unbearable. 52602 Sitting alone by the north window, it's really hot, especially in high-rise buildings. Please restore the power quickly. We can't breathe without air conditioning. Xia Shige silently turned off her phone. The temperature was indeed rising gradually, and she would have to turn on the air conditioning in a few days. After returning to her room, she directly entered her space. The various vegetables in the garden were thriving and maturing, and a small patch of honeysuckle nearby had also sprouted. The fruit trees in the woods were blooming, attracting many bees and butterflies. Xia Shige picked some ripe tomatoes, cucumbers, lettuce, eggplants, and green beans from the fields. Since the family couldn't eat all these vegetables, Xia Shige planned to secretly take them to Jingjing Supermarket to sell, as the vegetable prices were high recently, and it would be a pity not to profit from it. Although she was far from her goal of 100 million, it was still an income. Thinking of the 100 million needed to unlock her space, Xia Shige couldn't help but sigh. Where could she possibly get 100 million? Xia Shige then took feed to the farm and filled each trough to the brim. The chicks that had hatched earlier were growing robustly. The hens would enter the egg-laying period in a while, and she would be able to harvest more eggs. The young roosters would grow up to be used for soup. Recently, a few ducklings from the first batch of duck eggs had hatched, and they were swimming in the pond with their mother. The rabbits had multiplied the most. She initially bought 3, but now had over 10. Xia Shige added a lot of licorice for them. The gestation period for the cows and sheep is relatively long, so there wasn't any noticeable action yet. The piglets had also grown quite a bit. Xia Shige had long intended to deal with a few of the male piglets. The farmer who sold her the pigs said that at this size they'd be most delicious when roasted, while the sows should be kept for breeding. However, thinking about the neatly arranged 3 freezers full of frozen meat that she hadn't finished eating, she decided against it. Just as she exited the space, Xia Shige saw a small white cat squatting on her bed, staring at her expressionlessly. Xia Shige. Xia Shige exclaimed in shock. Space. How did you get out? The temperature had soared in recent days. The sky was cloudless, and the sun hung high above. The photovoltaic panels Xia Shige had installed were performing admirably reliably, powering all the appliances in the house. Then why did you come out? Xia Shige was still very shocked. The little white cat blinked its eyes. After Xia Shige's peach blossom space was functioning normally, she came in every day to harvest crops and feed animals, and once she finished she would go out. It found the daily encounters with animals quite boring and wanted to come out for a stroll. But it told Xia Shige, I know that this planet is about to face disaster. You are my host, and I want to protect you by your side. Xia Shige silently looked at the white cat, observing its size that could easily be swatted away, and fell into silence. The white cat continued, moreover, I must supervise you in making money. Don't forget that unlocking the next space requires a total of 100 million. Ever since Xia Shige heard that unlocking the remaining part requires 100 million, she began to slack off. She felt that Xia Shige had completely lost her motivation to earn money, and she wanted to help her earn that 100 million as soon as possible. Xia Shige was still a bit hesitant since you know the world is chaotic. What will you do if you encounter danger when you come out? Xia Shige had read many news stories about cats being stolen or abused, as she was afraid that if she was careless the white cat would fall into danger. The white cat replied, I am space and energy entity, and nothing can harm me. Xia Shige tucked the white cat into her arms, stroking its head as it purred. Then you can stay at my house. Xia Shige said, helplessly feeling a bit of a headache since she had never raised a cat before. Do you need anything? A cat bed? Cat food? Cat treats? Cat litter? Cat scratching post? The white cat tilted its head. I only want a cat bed. Xia Shige nodded, relieved that she could still shop in the city, and planned to go out immediately. As soon as she stepped out of the house, Xia Shige encountered an acquaintance. In front of the two villas that were moving next door to her, a man and a woman stood, both dressed extravagantly. The boy was handsome and the girl had long hair that reached her waist, with every strand well cared for, fair and beautiful. Xia Shige recognized the girl as one of her classmates. Tang Shichi. Tang Shichi was Xia Shige's university classmate, a well-known rich girl in school. Everyone knew she was the daughter of the wealthy Tang family, truly a white, rich, and beautiful girl. Xia Shige and Tang Shichi met at a welcome party, which required 4 hosts, 2 males and 2 females, and the 2 female hosts, elected by classmates, were Tang Shichi and Xia Shige. Others thought Tang Shichi was proud and hard to get along with, a young lady with her head in the clouds. However, after interacting with her, Xia Shige found her to be very nice, just a bit reserved and not difficult to deal with. Shige. Tang Shichi seemed a bit surprised, then quickly reacted and asked, is this your home? Xia Shige nodded. Tang Shichi smiled happily and said, it seems we will be neighbors from now on. Then she pointed to the boy next to her and introduced him to Xia Shige. This is my boyfriend Zhou Ran. And then introduced Zhou Ran. This is my university classmate, my good friend Xia Shige. Zhou Ran and Xia Shige exchanged greetings. Then Tang Shichi warmly pulled Xia Shige aside to catch up. Tang Shichi and Zhou Ran were well-matched childhood sweethearts. After graduating they got engaged and lived together in a riverside apartment in the city center, preparing for their wedding. When the tornado hit, they were traveling abroad. Upon returning home, they found that the tornado had shattered the floor-to-ceiling windows of their apartment, leaving the place in disarray, with the exquisite decor damaged by debris and branches. They scheduled a cleaning and renovation team, estimating that it would take 2 months to renovate. They thought that since both families had previously bought 2 adjacent villas here, they might as well move in temporarily. A villa was definitely more comfortable than a hotel suite. Tang Shichi sighed after finishing her explanation. My parents divorced long ago, and I don't want to go anywhere else, so I just called Zhou Ran to move in with me. Seeing her slightly melancholy expression, Xia Shige said, if you feel bored, feel free to come and play with me at any time. Then Xia Shige thought for a moment and added, Shichi, the weather has been unpredictable these days, and the temperatures are abnormal. It has never been this high in April before. You should prepare in advance for what you need, such as checking the power supply and water purification equipment in the villa. The community has experienced power outages recently, as such things may happen again in the future. It would be wise to buy some generators and solar panels to be prepared. Although she knew the 2 wealthy families weren't short on money, Xia Shige still kindly reminded her. Tang Shichi nodded with a smile. Okay, Shige, thank you. Originally, she and Zhou Ran planned to move in today, but it seemed better to stay in a hotel until the villas were renovated. After bidding farewell to Tang Shichi, Xia Shige took the white cat and drove the SUV into the city. The national team worked quickly. After a few days of rest, the roads had mostly been cleared to ensure normal vehicles. The buildings along the roadside had varying degrees of damage, and construction teams were working in groups. On the road, the white cat asked her, the friend you just met seems quite wealthy. Xia Shige nodded. She is the only daughter of the Tang family. They donated 5 dormitory buildings to our school, which reportedly cost hundreds of millions. Then why not borrow 100 million from her? Xia Shige was almost scared by the white cat. She thought for a moment and educated, little white, we need to earn money ourselves. If you do that, we could easily be mistaken for fraudsters and get caught. Xia Shige was someone who wouldn't even touch online loans. Besides, if she wanted to make money through illegal means, she would have long used the space to infiltrate the Liu family's villa and emptied it of valuables to exchange for money. But now that the high temperatures had just begun and social order was still normal, there was no need to seek trouble. Xia Shige was not in need of resources, her family was all right, and her desire to unlock the space wasn't so urgent, so she planned to take her time with that 100 million. Upon arriving at a large shopping mall, Xia Shige parked the car and entered the mall with the cat, only to find it packed with people. In Xia Shige's memory, since the rise of the e-commerce industry, physical malls had seen fewer visitors, but now it was bursting with people, even more so than during the holidays. She walked to the pet supplies store, allowing the white cat to choose a cat bed for itself. Xia Shige chatted with the store assistant. There are quite a lot of people in the mall today. The assistant nodded. The recent tornado destroyed many houses, and everyone is queuing for repairs. Now that the wind has stopped, adults are at work, and the elderly are bringing children with nowhere to go, so they all come to the mall. No wonder the mall was so crowded today. It turned out to be a refuge for those affected by the disaster. It seems it would take a while for the houses to be repaired one by one, and it was uncertain whether everything would be completed before the nationwide heat wave. At this time, the white cat had selected a small cat bed, a little green mushroom that resembled the small mushrooms in the peach blossom space forest. Xia Shige had the assistant pack up the cat bed and bought some grooming tools, having the assistant pack them together. After paying, she carried the items out of the pet supplies store. Xia Shige strolled through the mall. Now it was the first week after the tornado, and prices were still relatively normal, with goods sufficiently supplied. As she passed by a luxury goods store, Xia Shige saw customers arguing with the sales staff at the entrance. The little white cat blinked its eyes. After Xia Shige's peach blossom space was functioning normally, she came in every day to harvest crops and feed animals, and once she finished, she would go out. The sales staff replied with a complicated expression. Your behavior is affecting the normal shopping of our customers. I'm truly sorry, but please leave. Furious, the elderly man shouted, Why am I not considered a customer of your store? Do you look down on people? Let me in or I will smash your dilapidated store. As he attempted to storm inside, he was stopped by security guards who rushed over. Let me go. What are you doing? The elderly man struggled desperately, his hands restrained behind him as he shouted, I'm sorry, sir, but you cannot cause a disturbance here. Please leave. Ignoring the man's struggles, 3 or 4 security guards forcibly took him to the mall entrance. The mall had prepared for such situations with all security personnel on standby to prevent disturbances from affecting normal operations. The mall was willing to provide refuge for the disaster affected, but they could not disrupt the businesses on their premise. Xia Shige watched the farce unfold, thinking that in due time, when water and power were cut off and prices soared, similar incidents of looting and vandalism would be more frequent. Xia Shige then went to the underground supermarket of the mall, finding that ordinary food and daily necessities were mostly sufficient, but the vegetable section was rather sparse, with the few vegetables available priced nearly 10 times higher. Several dissatisfied customers complained, the tornado has been over for days, why are vegetable prices going up instead? Exactly a pound of greens costs 100 yuan, who can afford that? The salesperson apologetically replied, the outdoor vegetables have not yet arrived. These are all grown indoors, which inherently incurs higher costs, and thus the prices are elevated. Hearing this, the customers sighed, put down the vegetables, and left, evidently unable to afford the prices. Before long, a few elegantly dressed women came to the fresh produce section, chatting and casually filling their bags with cabbage, romaine, tomatoes, cucumbers. Filling a shopping cart to the brim before heading to the checkout. Xia Shige suddenly recalled a question posed by her economics teacher in class. If this year's grain production decreases by 10, how much will the grain prices rise? Classmates answered in unison, prices will rise by 10. The teacher smiled and said, it won't just rise by 10, it will rise until 10 of people can't afford it. Xia Shige left the mall and brushed past Bai Qianqian. Bai Qianqian had been having a tough time at the Han household these days. When Bai Qianqian first started dating Han Yuan, Han's mother was quite gentle towards her. However, as they interacted more, Han's mother's attitude towards Bai Qianqian grew much colder. After the destruction of the school district house a few days ago, and with Han Yuan injured, Han's mother found Bai Qianqian increasingly displeasing, believing that it was Bai Qianqian's insistence on buying a house that led to the current situation. Han's mother considered Bai Qianqian a calamity. Thus these days, despite Bai Qianqian being pregnant, Han's mother assigned all the household chores to her and ordered her to serve tea and massage. Although Han Yuan felt sorry for Bai Qianqian, he was bedridden and unable to protect her at every turn. Bai Qianqian, living under someone else's roof, dared not voice her concerns and could only carefully tend to Han Yuan. She felt suffocated living in the Han household, and had she known Han's mother would behave this way, she would have preferred to stay in the school dormitory. Today, when Han's mother took Han Yuan for a follow-up at the hospital, the doctor reported that Han Yuan's leg was healing well, and he would soon be able to walk normally. Han's mother was delighted by the news and did not scold Bai Qianqian as usual. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Qianqian managed to step out for some fresh air. Bai Qianqian aimlessly wandered through the mall looking at the dazzling array of goods, but daring not to buy anything. Her parents' house had been destroyed in the tornado, and repairing it and purchasing new furniture would require a considerable sum. The renovation of the school district house she shared with Han Yuan also required a significant amount of money. Bai Qianqian was unsure where to obtain the funds and could not understand why her once envisioned bright future had turned into this. In the evening, Bai Qianqian returned to the Han household. Han's mother angrily asked, "All you do is wander around, you can't help with anything. Is that how a daughter-in-law behaves? My son is still waiting for you to cook." Bai Qianqian forced a smile and replied, "I understand, I'll go make dinner right away." Back in the bedroom, Bai Qianqian gathered her emotions and threw herself into Han Yuan's arms, crying and sobbing, "Yuan, I can't stay here any longer. My parents are still in the shelter, and I'm really worried about them. I want to go back to be with them." Han Yuan was taken aback and frowned, saying, "But you're pregnant. That shelter is such a chaotic place. How can you go there?" Bai Qianqian certainly wouldn't stay there, but she cried, "But my parents are over there. It pains me to see them like this. As their daughter, I can't just enjoy comfort here while they suffer over there." After some thought, Han Yuan gently said, "How about this? You can bring your parents over. There are spare rooms at home for them to stay in." Bai Qianqian's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. She had been waiting for these words, but she still pretended to hesitate, saying, "Is that okay? I'm afraid your mother will have objections." Han Yuan was aware of his mother's personality, but seeing Bai Qianqian with tears in her eyes, he said, "I'll talk to my mom. You just focus on bringing your parents over." Bai Qianqian finally smiled through her tears. "Thank you, Yuan. I knew you were the best to me." Bai Qianqian promptly messaged her parents, inviting them to stay at Han Yuan's home. After sending the message, she slowly revealed a smile. With her parents around, she didn't believe Han's mother would make things difficult for her. Xia Shige drove back home and discovered that the power had been restored. He turned off the generator at the villa, looked up at the sky where the sun hung high with not a cloud in sight, and the earth was rapidly warming. Feeling that the time was right, Xia Shige switched the villa's power supply from the diesel generator to photovoltaic solar panels. The sunlight was now sufficient to power all the household appliances, and by the time it got hot enough next week to need air conditioning, the solar panels would also be able to run the central air conditioning. The call finally came in. "I no longer have to go to the supermarket to leech off the electricity and internet. By the way, thanks to Jingjing Supermarket for letting me charge for free these past few days." "Thank you, Jingjing Supermarket. Haha, with vegetable prices so high, shouldn't everyone be grateful for the electricity? The supermarket's generator is funded by the money you spend on groceries. That's not fair. Vegetables and fruits have indeed become very expensive these days, and ordinary supermarkets don't have them, only high-end supermarkets do. Why is that? Didn't the tornado pass already?" The tornado has passed, but the damage it caused cannot disappear instantly. The crops and fruit trees have suffered severe destruction. Only those businesses engaged in indoor planting still have fresh fruits and vegetables for sale, but the costs are high, and they only supply high-end supermarkets catering to the affluent. How can this happen? My baby needs vegetables and fruits. They are still growing and need vitamins. You could buy some vitamin tablets. It's nearly the same. Buying some dehydrated vegetables and fruits is also an option. Those dried goods are still available. You can rehydrate them with water, although the taste may not be as good. It's better than having nothing. Alright, thank you all. The power is finally back on. I can't stand the days without electricity anymore. I no longer have to climb the 19th floor every day. I hope there won't be any more power outages in the future. However, Xia Shige knew that the current power supply was only a temporary fix. Once the high temperatures arrived and electricity consumption surged, the government would begin to limit power supply to residential areas, providing electricity only during the hottest part of the day for air conditioning. Xia Shige held her white cat and took out the small cart she had bought when stockpiling supplies. The second wave of vegetables from Taoyuan Farm has been harvested, and with 6 people in her family, they simply couldn't eat them all. She decided to put some of the vegetables from her storage onto the cart to sell at Jingjing Supermarket. With vegetable prices having skyrocketed nearly tenfold, she comforted herself, saying, "Perhaps I could make a fortune." The white cat thought otherwise, feeling that it would be more reasonable to empty the Liu family's inventory. In the Song family villa, Song Yuhan said, "Mom and Dad, I hope to marry Su Xue as soon as possible." Song's mother furrowed her brow and said the current situation of the Liu family is not optimistic. Their Jinhai resort project might fail. Why would you want to get into this mess? Song's father remained silent. If he had wanted to break off the engagement with the Liu family earlier, now with their financial crisis, he couldn't rush to do that anymore. In business, honesty is paramount. Everyone knows that the Liu family is in crisis now. If he were to run away at this time, everyone would see him as a faithless person, and future collaborators with the Song family would think twice. Song's father frowned in contemplation and fell silent. Song Yuhan also bowed his head, knowing rationally that the Liu family was not the best choice at the moment. But Lu Sushue had invited him to a hotel just yesterday. She wore a pure white dress and completely surrendered herself to him in that moment. It was at that instant that Song Yuhan resolved to marry Lu Sushue as soon as possible. Mom, the Liu family is only experiencing a temporary financial crisis. They are not going bankrupt. Now that the tornado has passed, the tourist season will soon begin. As long as the Liu family seizes the opportunity, they can quickly recover their funds. But, Mom, I really like Sushue. Moreover, you've seen the daughters from other families over the years, and none are more suitable for marriage than Sushue. I don't want to be with anyone else but her. Hearing this, Song's mother frowned but did not speak further. After a long while, Song's father said, "Then let's get engaged for now." Engagement can let the outside world know that the Song family is not faithless, but engagement is not marriage. They do not have to be completely tied to the Liu family, who can withdraw at any time. After all, Song's father still did not believe in this marriage without blood ties. He thought of the 2 paternity tests in the drawer, smiled proudly, and felt relieved that both of his children were indeed his. A few days later, the Song family visited the Liu family to propose marriage. After getting out of the car, Song's mother frowned slightly. The weather had been getting hotter, and it felt like summer despite still being April. Yes, the temperature has risen quickly this year. It's a good thing, indicating that the tourist season is advancing. Old Liu business this year should be good, Song's father said with a smile. Then I'll take your good fortune. After some small talk, the 2 families set a date for the engagement ceremony, deciding to hold it in mid-June at the Yunjiang Hotel in the city center. Lu Sushue wore a light white dress today, and Song Yuhan couldn't help but imagine her in a white wedding gown 2 months later. After Song's parents left, the Liu family was very pleased. Suilan said contentedly, "Sushue Yuhan is a good boy. I believe you will live a good life." Lu Bo was also very satisfied by announcing the engagement between the Song and Liu families today. Gathering funds would become much easier for him. With the weather warming up and the tourist season approaching, the Liu family's difficulties would naturally be resolved. Lu Siyuan said, "Sushue's sister is truly charming." Hearing this, Lu Sushue felt a bit proud. In fact, she had been feeling uneasy these days. She didn't know if this move was the right one, and she was afraid that once Song Yuhan got what he wanted, he would not cherish it and leave her. But she had no other choice. Lu Bo had pressured her multiple times. After all, she was not Liu family's biological daughter, and the biological daughter Xia Shige was waiting outside. She couldn't disappoint Lu Bo, she had to go all in. Fortunately, she won the gamble. Lu Sushue pretended to be shy and turned back to her room. The Liu and Song families each gave her a sum of money to prepare for the engagement banquet, and she planned to go back to her room to pick out a few dresses and jewelry. Lu Siming remained silent. He indeed did not want Lu Sushue to get engaged to Song Yuhan, but he also knew that the Liu family needed the support of the Song family now. Lu Siming was a rational businessman, in the face of profit, emotions had to take a back seat. He and Lu Sushue had plenty of time ahead. Even if they got married, it didn't mean they couldn't get divorced. Besides, in their noble family, it was common for couples to lead their own lives after marriage. Lu Bo thought for a moment and said to Suilan, "You should call Shige. Let her come to attend Sukshi's engagement ceremony. Now that Sushue is engaged, she will move to the Song family, so Shige will have no reason to be jealous or cause trouble anymore." He planned to hold a recognition banquet after the engagement ceremony, announcing that Xia Shige was his illegitimate daughter. This would clear up the rumors about him being cuckolded. At the same time, it would announce Xia Shige's return, and the Liu family would gain another girl available for marriage. Su Ilan was taken aback, hesitated for a moment. The last time at the 4S store, Xia Shige's attitude was so resolute, but she remembered that after Lu Sushue got engaged, she would move out of the Liu family. With Sushue gone, Xia Shige should be willing to return. As for the illegitimate daughter situation, Su Ilan had no way out. Ever since she got married, she had been actively participating in social events and media appearances as Mrs. Liu. Many people had witnessed her pregnancy and childbirth timelines, so she couldn't deceive others into believing that she had given birth to 4 children. Xia Shige was unaware of Liu Ba's schemes. Today, she had invited Lin Jingjing over for dinner. Her uncle and mother had gone to the supermarket, while only Xia Shige, her grandmother, and grandma, Liu, were at home. Upon entering, Lin Jingjing exclaimed, "Wow, it's so cool at your house. Even the yard feels refreshing." She curiously glanced around. "You've turned your yard into a vegetable garden. I thought this kind of villa area only had flower and plant gardens. No wonder you brought so many vegetables to sell at the supermarket," before Lin Jingjing remarked. "These were planted by the elderly at home when we first moved in, and they've started to mature over this period." Xia Shige replied with a smile. At that moment, her grandmother came downstairs and said, "Jingjing's here, I'll go get you some fruit." The white cat also jumped onto the sofa and lay quietly. Before long, her grandmother brought in a large plate of fresh strawberries, and the sweet aroma filled the living room. These strawberries were seedlings her grandmother had planted in the yard last month, irrigated by the stream from Taiyuan. This batch of strawberries had begun to ripen steadily. Lin Jingjing's eyes lit up upon seeing the strawberries. "You can actually eat strawberries at your house, how lucky. You have no idea, fruits are almost non-existent in the market now." The fresh produce section in the supermarket has been converted into a cold drink area. Recently, homeowners who were reluctant to buy vegetables due to high prices are now regretting it. It's been a long time since anyone has eaten vegetables or fruits. Lin Jingjing stuffed a strawberry into her mouth, the sweet and sour juice bursting in her mouth, the delightful aroma lingering in her nose. While shoving strawberries into her mouth, she said, "This year is truly bizarre. It's already April, yet the temperature is unreasonably high. An old lady living next door to me refused to turn on the air conditioning and ended up getting heat stroke, requiring a trip to the hospital. Everyone says it's because the strong winds a few days ago blew away the clouds, leaving the sunlight exposed without any cover, hence the heat." The cold drink cabinets in the supermarket have been emptied by the neighborhood residents. The cold drink factories are overwhelmed with orders, and my brother drives himself to pick up supplies every day. Just today, 2 large supermarkets got into a tussle over a batch of ice cream. During this time, Lin Shua hasn't been going out for long-haul freight. It's too hot, so he's been helping out at the supermarket. Xia Shige listened and thought to herself, factories are still operating and producing now, but after a few days, when industrial power restrictions kick in, these manufacturers will halt production, and it will be impossible to buy anything. By noon, her grandmother and Grandma Lu had prepared lunch: braised fish, sweet and sour ribs, winter melon with meat, tomato beef brisket, and 2 dishes of stir-fried seasonal vegetables, totaling 6 dishes for 4 people. Lin Jingjing exclaimed in happiness. Both her grandmother and Grandma Lu liked Lin Jingjing very much, continuously serving her more dishes. Lin Jingjing ate 3 large bowls of rice, her belly round and full. After lunch, the 2 of them rested for a while before heading to Jingjing's supermarket. Before leaving, her grandmother packed a large box full of vegetables and strawberries for Lin Jingjing, who gratefully thanked her grandmother without hesitation. The weather was too hot. Both Xia Shige and Lin Jingjing held onto sunshades, feeling sweat trickle directly down. As they walked and chatted, Lin Jingjing said, "The small restaurants next to our supermarket have all closed down since the tornado. Now it's basically impossible to buy vegetables. Only one noodle shop is still barely operating. I went there once, they only had noodles and a bit of meat, no side dishes." Xia Shige nodded, listening, knowing that after some time the prices of rice and meat would soar just the same. Upon arriving at the supermarket, Xia Shige only saw Xia Huyin, as Xia Guocheng was not present. Xia Shige asked, "Mom, where's Uncle?" There are many people lined up to buy things in the supermarket. After finishing checkout for a previous customer, Xia Huyin sat down to rest while Lin Jingjing took over the cashier duties. Xia Huyin sat down to rest and replied, "Your uncle has gone to install air conditioning for someone. It's been so hot these days, many residents who just moved in want to install air conditioning and refrigerators. A property staff member came by to shop earlier and said it's too hard to find installation workers now. There are too many people needing air conditioning installed." Your uncle was delighted to hear this. It's right in his line of work. I can manage the supermarket by myself, so he negotiated a price with the property and went straight to work. With Xia Huyin and the 3 members of the Lin family in the store, there were enough hands to manage the shop. The supermarket sales were excellent during this period. Due to the heat, many people were reluctant to go out and chose to stock up on supplies at home. Han family. Ever since Bai Qianqian's parents moved in, Han's mother has been perpetually angry. They are not family, yet they live under the same roof. Bai Qianqian is shrewd and calculating. Her parents are even more formidable than she is. Moreover, there are things and words that Bai Qianqian as a junior should not say or do, but Bai's father and mother do not consider such matters. After lunch today, Han's mother merely asked Bai Qianqian to wash a dish, but Bai's father and mother objected. Mother-in-law Qianqian is carrying the eldest grandson of the Han family. How can you make her wash dishes? Yes, mother-in-law, how can you not care about Qianqian? She is indeed the flesh and blood of your Han family. Bai's father joined in. Han's mother felt a headache coming on when she was pregnant with Han Yuan. She worked until 2 weeks before her due date, and she saw no issue in making Bai Qianqian wash a dish. This family lived in her house for free, yet acted as if it were their right. Han's mother had considered kicking them out several times, but her son had repeatedly warned her not to confront Bei's father and mother. Han Yuan feared it might affect Bai Qianqian's mood, which would be bad for the child in her belly. Han's mother could only reluctantly suppress her urge to explode and started washing the dishes with a stern face. Bei's father and mother showed no intention of helping. Bei's mother sat on the sofa playing on her phone, smiling at Han's mother and saying, "Mother-in-law, my Qianqian likes to eat chicken with asparagus and blanched greens. She's pregnant, so you should cater to her taste." "Where am I supposed to find asparagus and greens?" Han's mother's forehead throbbed. Vegetables were very expensive in the market now. Only high-end supermarkets still sold them. Previously, she had gritted her teeth and bought a premium supermarket's special price fruit and vegetable mystery box to nourish her son's health. A mystery box costing 3,000 yuan contained only 2 cabbages, 3 or 4 small potatoes, 2 onions, 2 carrots, and 2 oranges. The quality was evidently the leftovers that others had picked through and discarded. Just these items cost 3,000 yuan. Han's mother felt her heart bleed. She wanted to kick this group out, but her son was such a fool. They were firmly controlling her with Bai Qianqian and the child in her belly. "If I can't find vegetables, you are capable of buying them yourself to cook for your daughter." Han's mother couldn't hold back her anger any longer and said to Bei's father and mother, "You live in my house for free and yet nitpick. How is that reasonable? If you think living here is inadequate, then move out of my house." Upon hearing this, Bai Mu immediately cried to Han Yuan, "Oh dear, my mother-in-law is rejecting us. Qianqian is still pregnant, and yet you want to chase us away. Son-in-law, we are here to take care of Qianqian and her baby. I never expected my mother-in-law to be so intolerant of us. After you two get married, will my Qianqian still have a good life?" "My poor Qianqian." Bai Fu said coldly, "Since your Han family doesn't care about this child, then let's take Qianqian and get rid of the baby." "Mom." Han Yuan urgently looked at his mother. He couldn't lose Bai Qianqian and the child in her womb. Han Mu didn't believe that Bai Qianqian's family would dare to terminate the pregnancy and move out. The Bai family had nowhere to go. Their residential building was under repair, and it couldn't be completed anytime soon. Leaving the Han family, the 3 of them could only squeeze into a shelter. But seeing her son's expression, Han Mu took a few deep breaths to steady her anger and said, "In-laws, can you see if there are any vegetables available in the market? People have said that it has been too hot lately and the seedlings in the fields have all withered in the sun." Bai Fu and Bai Mu certainly knew this. They were just unable to bear seeing Han Mu making things difficult for Bai Qianqian, using it as an excuse. However, there are quite a few people who have bought foam boxes to try growing vegetables on their balconies at home. With the air conditioning on, the temperature inside can be much lower, but the yield from such high-cost cultivation is only enough for one family. Let alone the fact that in these past few days the seedlings have just come out. Even when they mature, no one would be willing to sell them. Han Yuan also knew that vegetables were hard to come by now. He sighed and said to Bai Qianqian, "Qianqian, I'm sorry for putting you through this." "It's okay." Bai Qianqian pretended to be resilient and shook her head. "Without lettuce, I can just eat chicken soup." "Thank you for your trouble, Aunt." Han Mu couldn't help rolling her eyes. Chicken soup. The price of chicken has gone up considerably. People have said that it's too hot now and the chickens can't withstand the high temperatures. The farms have turned on the air conditioning, early increasing costs, and thus the price of chicken meat has risen. Bai Qianqian felt secretly pleased as she knew that a mother-in-law like Han Mu just needed her own parents to. These days, Bai Qianqian has been enjoying the air conditioning at the Han family while taking care of her pregnancy, and with her parents accompanying her, she also received news that the school district housing she and Han Yuan bought has already started renovations. She was overjoyed and her mood improved significantly. She was just waiting for the exterior repairs of the school district housing to be completed, then she would find a way to get Han Mu to pay for the renovations, so she could return to the life of her dreams. She had already planned to switch to a European minimalist style. A week later, the temperature continued to rise, and the weather forecast indicated that the current temperatures had broken the highest record in city for 300 years. She had already planned to switch to a European minimalist style. A week later, the temperature continued to rise, and the weather forecast indicated that the current temperatures had broken the highest record in city. She had been worried these past few days because Lu Bo asked her to persuade Xia Shige to come home for Lu Sixi's engagement banquet in some time, and they also planned to hold a recognition banquet after the engagement to formally announce to the outside world that Xia Shige was the daughter of the Lu family. Although it wouldn't be stated outright, once the announcement was made, everyone would know that Xia Shige was the illegitimate daughter of the Lu family. Su Yilan had been thinking for several days about how to approach Xia Shige, and she vaguely realized that if she told Xia Shige that the Lu family was preparing to publicly announce and tacitly acknowledge her as an illegitimate daughter, Xia Shige would definitely resent her. At that time, whether Lu Sixue was still in the Lu family or not, Xia Shige might not be willing to return. Suilon was still worried when the family nanny walked into the living room carrying 2 large gift bags. "Madam, these are from the luxury goods store you often visit," the nanny said. Suilon had the nanny open the gift bags, and inside were 2 large gift boxes, each bearing the logo of the luxury brand. Upon opening the 2 gift boxes, they contained neatly arranged fresh vegetables and fruits. In the fruit gift box, cream strawberries and sunshine roses were layered in green and red to form a large heart shape, with shiny dark red cherries in the center, surrounded by bright yellow mangoes, red apples, and green star fruits. The vegetable gift box contained fresh vegetables with green broccoli trimmed to resemble a small umbrella surrounded by a circle of white mushrooms. Colorful bell peppers, tomatoes, green beans, purple cabbage, and more were neatly arranged, clearly very fresh. Why would a luxury store send these things? What kind of performance art is this luxury store doing? Lu Xiyuan was a young master who was served hand and foot. He didn't care about buying groceries or cooking, and he didn't know that green onions were now in short supply in the market. Since the tornado, the temperature had been extremely high, and there was not a single green vegetable to be seen in the supermarket's vegetable section. The fruit section was even worse, leaving only some dried fruits like red dates. Luxury stores, in order to maintain customer relations, specially sourced expensive vegetables and fruits from unique channels, packaged them into gift boxes, and sent them to their high-end VIP customers. Although it was nearly impossible to find vegetables and fruits in the market, some companies were engaging in large-scale indoor planting and breeding in closed factories equipped with the most advanced temperature control technology and the best planting experts. The costs of these indoor-grown vegetables were already very high, and with no other vegetables available in the market, their prices naturally soared due to scarcity. These vegetables were unaffordable for ordinary people, but the Lu family, being a wealthy household, could still afford them, so they never lacked for vegetables and fruits. The 2 boxes of vegetables and fruits sent by the luxury goods store were like a timely help for an ordinary family, but for the Lu family, they were merely an extra delight. Resources in society have always gathered at the very top in various ways. Su Ilan looked at these vegetables and fruits and thought of Xia Shige, saying with some worry, "Xiao Yuan, you don't know that vegetables and fruits are all out of stock in the market now, and I wonder if your sister Shige can eat these now." "Mom, why do you care about her?" Thinking of Xia Shige now made Lu Xiyuan feel a tingling in his arm, and he didn't know what that damned woman had used to shock him. Lu Xiyuan irritably tapped around on his phone screen while playing the game, saying, "She took over 6 million. Is 6 million not enough for her to live lavishly? You might as well care more about me. When will Dad raise my allowance? It's only 20,000 a month now, and that's not enough for me to spend. It's so hot, and my classmates have all gone to the North Pole to have fun. I don't have any money, so I don't even dare to join in." Suilan said, trying to comfort Lu Xiyuan. "After a while, when the company's business improves, I'll increase your allowance. Moreover, your sister is about to get engaged. Isn't it good for you to spend more time at home with her during this time?" Lu Xiyuan nodded reluctantly upon hearing this. At this moment, Lu Xixue was in her room choosing her engagement dress while enjoying the cool breeze. She had invited a famous designer to create her dress, and the delicate wedding dress fabric was adorned with dazzling crystals, which she was very pleased with. Lu Xixue also knew about her father's recognition plan, but in this way, even if Xia Shige returned to the Lu family, she would still be an illegitimate daughter. An illegitimate daughter would always be subject to gossip wherever she went, and Xia Shige would be unable to hold her head high in front of her. Thinking of this, Lu Xixue felt even more delighted. In the evening, Xia Huyin returned home feeling somewhat apprehensive as she said, "Today 2 customers got into a fight at the supermarket, knocking over shelves and scattering products all over the floor. It took us quite a while to clean it up." The family quickly asked what had happened. Xia Huyin took a sip of the chilled orange juice on the coffee table and replied, "It's been so hot these days that cold drinks have been out of stock. As soon as a new batch of cold drinks arrived this morning, several customers were already waiting at the door, but this time only 10 boxes of ice cream were delivered. One customer wanted to take all 10 boxes and another customer objected, leading to a direct fight between the 2. Perhaps due to the heat, everyone was irritable and the fight escalated to a point where it couldn't be stopped." Xia Shige anxiously asked, "Mom, are you okay? Did they hurt you?" Xia Huyin shook her head. "I'm fine." Fortunately, the Lin family father and son were at the supermarket and managed to drive the troublesome customers out. The 2 customers continued to fight outside, almost leading to a call to the police. Xia Shige breathed a sigh of relief. A few days ago, a similar incident occurred. At that time, Xia Shige had brought some vegetables from the Taoyuan space farmland to Jingjing supermarket for sale, and they were quickly snatched up. No one complained about the price. They silently bought and paid. However, unexpectedly, 2 elderly women fought over the last large cabbage. "Are you crazy? You want to fight me over a cabbage that costs 200 yuan? How much do you earn in a month? One woman dressed relatively well said. That's none of your business. My grandson specifically requested cabbage dumplings. No matter the price, I have to get it for him. Another older sister, who was slightly more ordinary in appearance and dressed in cheap worn-out clothes, insisted on having that cabbage. Now vegetables are not available in the market. In high-end supermarkets, such a cabbage costs at least 600 yuan. At 200 yuan, she doesn't think it's expensive, and as long as her precious grandson wants to eat, she is willing to buy it for him. My son hasn't eaten vegetables for several days either. Why don't you just wait a few days until the vegetables from the fields are available? The prices will certainly be cheaper then. The well-dressed woman replied while struggling. Are you kidding me? Look at this weather. Do you really think vegetables can grow in this heat? Do you think I've never farmed before? Let me tell you, my whole family just moved here from the countryside. I've been farming since I was in my mother's womb, and you think I can be fooled by a city person like you? She had farmed for decades in the countryside, but a recent tornado destroyed her house there, forcing her to move in with her son in the new capital community. She knew very well that the current weather was extremely abnormal and feared a significant drought this year. She continued, since you say that, then you can wait for the vegetables to be ready in the fields before buying. If I have the money, why should I wait? Let go of me. Do you know what my family does? Even if your family is the king of heaven, it won't stop me from— Let go of me. The two of them argued fiercely. At that time, only Xia Shige and Lin Jingjing were in the supermarket, and they had to exert great effort to calm the two customers down. Lin Jingjing used a knife to cut the cabbage in half, selling one half to each of them. Shortly after they left, several more customers arrived. As soon as they entered the supermarket, they rushed to the fresh produce section, only to find it empty. They asked, are there no vegetables? None left, Lin Jingjing replied. We are from the nearby garden community and heard from friends that you had cheap vegetables. Where do you source your vegetables? Can you tell us? Faced with the man's suspicious gaze, Xia Shige could only evasively say it was from previous stock. A group of people looked at Xia Shige and Lin Jingjing with skepticism and left with regret. It was then that Xia Shige realized she could no longer sell vegetables at the supermarket in the future. Now, apart from high-end supermarkets, there were almost no vegetables available for sale, and Jingjing's supermarket selling vegetables would draw too much attention. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, there was another incident of customers scrambling for ice cream and cold drinks. Xia Shige understood that in another 2 months, overall prices would soar and the situation would become even more chaotic. Currently, it is just customers arguing, but later there will be direct $0 purchases, open robbery. I heard that now it is not only cold drinks that are hard to find, but vegetables are even harder to come by. Some people are growing vegetables at home to sell. We have so many vegetables in our garden, and those few fruit trees have also blossomed and borne fruit. We can't eat them all ourselves, so it would be great if we could sell some for money. Xia Shige, having just suffered a loss, quickly advised, Grandma, no. Now people are fighting over vegetables outside. If we sell them, even if we price them like in high-end supermarkets, no one will buy. If we sell them cheap, what if customers start fighting in the supermarket? The situation might spiral out of control. Grandma Lu also advised, yes, haven't you heard the saying, a common man is innocent, but possessing jade can bring trouble. It's too dangerous to sell vegetables now. If someone finds out that our vegetables are from here, it could lead to trouble for our family. In a house full of the elderly, weak women and children, we can't defend against those with ill intentions. After hearing this, Grandma also felt it made sense and nervously nodded, I understand now. I won't let anyone know that we have vegetables. These days the weather is too hot. Xia Shige is reluctant to go out. She picks vegetables and feeds animals every day in the space. Then she worries about an enormous sum of money with the white cat. The vegetables in the farmland have entered the harvest season. She needs to pick a batch every day, and the vegetables that Grandma and Grandma Lu planted in the yard are also maturing. The Xia family's refrigerator is stuffed full of fresh vegetables. Now most people have no vegetables to eat, while Xia Shige can only feed the animals at the farm with the vegetables that her family cannot finish. Just thinking about it makes her heart ache. How can I safely sell the vegetables? Xia Shige was feeling anxious when her aunt Sun Yuegue returned home from work. She had taken the day off today. I'm so hot, so hot. It's much cooler at our house. Her aunt's face was flushed from the sun, drenched in sweat. Xia Shige quickly took an ice cream from the fridge and handed it to her aunt. Oil prices have risen quite a bit lately. Drivers are reluctant to turn on the air conditioning while on the road, her aunt complained while unwrapping the ice cream. Xia Shige frowned slightly. It seems the overall price rise has slowly begun. Not to mention the ice creams now are all ice cream assassins. Many people can't accept the prices and have started making their own ice creams at home using juice or yogurt frozen in molds. Meat prices have also risen significantly. Farmers have said that they turned on air conditioning early this year, significantly increasing costs. Recently, meat, eggs, and milk have all risen in price to varying degrees. Sun Yuegue finished her ice cream in a few bites, letting out a comfortable sigh. Several of my colleagues have had their power cut at home. Even on their day off today, they are not going home and are still at the factory. Luckily, our house has electricity. Xia Shige calculated the time. It seemed that in her previous life it all started from late April when residential buildings implemented power rationing. Because the Xia family had previously installed solar panels, they had been relying on solar energy for power during this time. Xia Shige was still unaware of the power outages outside and almost forgot about the power rationing. Xia Shige quickly opened the community group, and sure enough, the homeowners were in an uproar. The community group was filled with complaints. For 1209 is slacking off. No way. Why is there a power outage at this time? I'll die of heat without air conditioning. 627021 Juan, what should we do? My baby is crying because of the heat. 21408 Gao Mili, the school for my child has cancelled classes due to the high temperature. Now the elderly and children are at home. In this scorching weather, how can they endure without air conditioning? Property center, what is going on? 21908 Yezi Tree, the last power outage was due to a tornado. What is it this time? It can't be that the power supply equipment is damaged from the heat, can it? 42009 Sister and I, didn't we schedule maintenance for our community's power supply equipment after the tornado? It's all new equipment. How could it break? Is the property management embezzling? Property center, all owners, according to government notice, due to the hot weather, drought, and water shortages have occurred in various places, making it difficult to operate hydropower. The residential electricity consumption has surged, leading to a significant electricity gap. Starting today, all residential areas and in city will have limited power supply. The daily supply time is from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. Please plan your electricity usage accordingly and charge your home devices in time. 41209 is slacking off. No. The ice cream I just froze in the fridge will melt. 6702 by Yueguang, no way, how can there be no electricity even at night? 52602 Bei Chuangduzhua, there are elderly people at home, they can't stand the heat without air conditioning. Can we start the community's backup generator? Property center. Property center 52002 Bei Chuangduzhua, I'm sorry owner. The government has implemented petrol and diesel controls. Each community is allocated a fixed amount. The community's backup power system can only ensure the operation of elevators and fire safety. 31007 Chi-Chi's 2 kids, mom, my child can't stand the heat anymore. I'm planning to take them to the mall where there's free air conditioning. Does any neighbor want to join? Taking a taxi is really expensive right now, let's share a ride. Xia Shige knew that the limited power supply in the residential area was to ensure electricity for industrial production, especially for food factories. The government must have predicted something, so they left factories with a few weeks to speed up production and accumulate enough supplies for the upcoming difficult times. Suddenly implementing limited power supply, Xia Shige felt uneasy about Xia Huin and planned to check on her at Jingjing supermarket. The government must have predicted something, so they left factories with a few weeks to speed up production and accumulate enough supplies for the upcoming difficult times. But now it's just too hot. Famous summer vacation spots in the country have reached temperatures of 40 to 50 degrees. It's simply unbelievable who would travel to such a hot place. The Song family had an ambiguous attitude. They had previously mentioned investment, but had yet to take action. With no other choice, Lu Bo had to start borrowing. The Song family had an ambiguous attitude. They had previously mentioned investment, but had yet to take action. With no other choice, Lu Bo had to start borrowing from underground banks, at least to pay the interest owed to the bank. At that moment, the central air conditioning in the villa suddenly stopped working. Why is there a power outage? Lu Bo slammed the table and said angrily, "Oh, don't worry, I'll have the nanny switch to the generator right away," Su Ilan hurriedly reassured him. At that moment, Aunt Wang the nanny came over and said, "Ma'am, the petrol for the generator has run out." Lu Bo was taken aback and instantly felt regret. He suddenly remembered that someone had warned him not long ago that due to the tight electricity supply, the government would implement limited power supply for residential areas to ensure electricity for factory production. The wealthy circles had known about this in advance and were hoarding power generation equipment and petrol and diesel, causing prices to soar, and energy supplies were in short demand. He had been busy with the company these days and had completely forgotten about these matters. Lu Bo frowned and called his assistant to order petrol and diesel, only to be told that the government had already imposed controls on energy. Let alone petrol, even the diesel that could be easily purchased before was now hard to come by. The black market for private transactions still had some stock, but the prices had risen to about 20 times what they were before. Lu Bo angrily slammed the table. The family's expenses had been increasing more and more these days. He had glanced at the household bills for April, and even though the month wasn't over yet, the total expenses had already approached what they spent in the first half of last year. You've been staying at home every day, how could you spend so much money? Now the company's funds are tight, can't you save some money for me? Lubo said to Su Elon unhappily. Su Elon felt wronged and argued, don't take your anger out on me, you should see how much the prices of vegetables and fruits have skyrocketed. The family needs to eat right. A few days ago a luxury store sent over the season's new products, and I didn't dare to keep even one. To save money I've returned many club memberships, how can you say that to me? After saying that, Su Elon began to sob softly. Lubo could only comfort her, the company is facing difficulties right now, I'm sorry for putting you through this. In a few days when the temperature drops and the tourism industry returns to normal, things will be better. Let's tighten our spending during this time, there's no need to buy unnecessary things. Vegetables and fruits are expensive, so we need to economize a bit. Enough to eat each day is fine, don't waste it. Su Elon could only nod with tears in her eyes. Lubo earned the money for the family, and she had very little say in front of him. As Xia Shige stepped outside, she was hit by a wave of heat. She held a sunshade and a handheld fan, blowing it while walking to Jingjing supermarket. Upon arriving at the supermarket entrance, she felt her back completely soaked with sweat, the fabric clinging tightly to her body. She regretted choosing to go out in the afternoon at around 3 o'clock. Jingjing supermarket was crowded with people. A few were renting shared charging treasures beside the cash register. Some owners were quietly squatting by the shelves, secretly enjoying the air conditioning. The ice cream and cold drinks in the freezer were all gone. The current ice cream prices had skyrocketed several times, yet every time new stock arrived it was quickly snatched up. Lin Jingjing was putting a new batch of mineral water into the freezer to chill. Seeing Xia Shige, Xia Huin quickly handed her a bottle of water. Why did you come over at this time? The sun is scorching right now. Xia Shige wiped her face and shook her head, saying, I'm fine, just a bit worried about you all here, so I came to chat. As soon as the power went out we started the generator and the air conditioning is running. It'll go back when the temperature drops in the evening. Don't come over every day, be careful of heat stroke. Xia Huin said with a frown. An uncle who was enjoying the air conditioning raised his head and said, you can't take heat stroke lightly now, the hospitals are packed with people suffering from it. Nearby an aunt also said, yes, it's too hot these days. Many of the residential buildings affected by the tornado still haven't been repaired, but now the construction units dare not work because it's too hot. In extreme heat many people can't endure heat stroke and can only rest during the day and work at night. Then what about those in the affected communities? Now that it's so hot outside, how can they endure it out there? Lin Jingjing asked. The aunt replied, it is said that the government has requisitioned some hotels and sports venues, and has also renovated the underground shelters, as well as repurposing the makeshift shelters from previous years to serve as temporary accommodations for the disaster-stricken people, allowing them to stay until their communities are repaired before relocating. Lin Jingjing nodded, believing that the country would not abandon its people. Where there is a nation there is hope. Xia Shige quietly pulled Lin Jingjing aside and said, Jingjing, it's getting hotter and droughts are beginning to appear in various places. We may face a water shortage in the future. You should stock up on some bottled water at home. Lin Jingjing thought for a moment and nodded earnestly. She trusted Xia Shige very much, feeling that Xia Shige was like an excellent chess player, able to predict every step of the situation and accurately place the pieces each time. Xia Shige reminded her, when you transport the water, be discreet and don't let anyone know you are stocking up. It's best to use the elevator in batches at night when no one is around. Do not pile all the water in one room, and your building the load might be too much. Spread the bottles out on the floors, putting some in each room. Lin Jingjing listened attentively and replied, okay, tonight, I will have my brother go to the bottled water factory and bring back a truckload of water to stock up at home. Shige, thank you so much for reminding me. Last time it was also you who suggested I buy a generator. My brother and dad initially thought it wasn't necessary, but I insisted they buy it, and I even pushed them to purchase quite a lot of gasoline and diesel. Now my dad and brother are very grateful they listened to me. Luckily we bought it. It's hard to find these things on the market now. We bought 2 generators for just 10,000 yuan back then, but now they cost 1 million each. Lin Jingjing's family spent their days in the supermarket and only used electricity at night. Based on their stocked energy, it was enough for their family for a year or two. Xia Shige smiled and said, no need to be polite, during difficult times we must help each other. Xia Shige accompanied Xia Huin in the supermarket for a while, and only when the sun was about to set and the outside temperature dropped did she leave Jingjing supermarket to head home. As soon as she exited the supermarket, Xia Shige received a call from an unknown number. After thinking for a moment, she decided to answer. Hello. Shige, it's Mom. It was Su Elon again. Previously, Xia Shige had found it annoying and had blocked everyone from the Lu family, but unexpectedly Su Elon called her from a different number. Xia Shige asked coldly, what is it? Shige is going to get engaged in a little over a month. Once she is engaged, she will move out of the Lu family and your parents hope you can come back home. Su Ilan spoke cautiously on the other end of the line. She planned to coax Xia Shige back home first, and regarding the family reunion banquet, it could wait until Xia Shige returned and built some rapport with her family. She hoped Xia Shige could understand her family's difficulties. Xia Shige thought to herself that it seemed there would be no return for her in this lifetime. Lu Siju would finally get engaged to Song Yuhan. But what did this have to do with her? Was her previous rejection not clear enough? Xia Shige replied coldly, her engagement has nothing to do with me. Shige, don't be willful. It's so hot right now and vegetables and fruits are hard to find on the market, plus there are power restrictions. You must be very uncomfortable these days, right? If you return to the Lu family, you can enjoy 24-hour air conditioning and have fresh vegetables and fruits. You can eat whatever you want. Su Yilan's tone was full of temptation, as if she were fishing, constantly throwing out bait. Can your foster mother provide you with such good living conditions? Xia Shige almost laughed, as this tactic was all too familiar. In her previous life, when she returned to the Lu family, Lu father and mother as well as Lu Siming treated her the same way, with various hints and implications. Back then, Lu Siming often looked down on her and lectured, saying, if it weren't for the Lu family, you wouldn't be able to enjoy air conditioning in a villa, so you ought to sacrifice for the Lu family. No matter how Lu Yuhan treats you, you should strive to please him and win his heart. This is the only way you can repay the Lu family. In her previous life, she truly had nowhere to go and no home to return to. But in this life, air conditioning was something she could enjoy every day. Fresh vegetables and fruits, she could have as much as she wanted. I don't covet anything from your Lu family. You can keep it for yourself. Don't call me again. After finishing, Xia Shige expressionlessly hung up the phone. On the other end of the line, Su Ilan looked at her phone in disbelief. Xia Shige actually refused. Su Ilan had heard about the current situation outside. The entire city was experiencing power rationing, and there were news reports about residents in high-rise buildings suffering from heat strokes. The hospitals were filled with people suffering from heat strokes, and it was even difficult to get a registration number. The herbal medicine for heat stroke was sold out at clinics. In such circumstances, Xia Shige still refused to go home. Su Ilan found it unbelievable and thought that Xia Shige must have been brainwashed by her foster mother. During this time, Su Ilan had secretly sent people to investigate as Xia Shige's foster mother was a woman who had long been divorced. Su Ilan felt that a woman who couldn't even keep her own man could have any ability to give Xia Shige a good life. Yet Xia Shige had indeed been brainwashed by her. Thinking of this, Su Ilan couldn't help but feel resentment, as she resented Xia Huin for having ruined Xia Shige. If Xia Shige had grown up by her side, she would have surely become as smart and sensible as Lu Siju, instead of making her biological mother feel distressed at every turn. After hanging up the phone, Xia Shige blocked Su Yilan's new number, feeling only a sense of gloom. In her previous life, she had tried to please Su Ilan, but Su Ilan had ignored her. Now that she kept her distance from the Lu family, they were all coming to her one by one. Xia Shige silently complained to herself as she walked home, and at her doorstep, she encountered Tang Shichi, who was about to ring the doorbell. Shige, just in time for your return. Seeing Xia Shige come back, Tang Shichi greeted her with some joy. Thank you for reminding us to prepare early. Now it's very difficult to buy photovoltaic panels, generators, gasoline, and diesel. Luckily, we prepared. Tang Shichi held a box in her hands, inside which were neatly arranged various fresh fruits and vegetables. These fresh produce are a token of appreciation for you. We will be neighbors from now on, so I hope to rely on you more. Xia Shige looked at the fresh fruits and vegetables in the box. If this box were to be placed on the market, it would be difficult to obtain even with money. However, she was currently worried about how to deal with the piled-up vegetables and fruits in her space. Regardless, Xia Shige was still very grateful for Tang Shichi's kindness. She took the box and smiled, saying, "This is too extravagant to come in and sit." Tang Shichi shook her head, saying, "My boyfriend Zhou Ran's family specializes in indoor agriculture and animal husbandry. These things are nothing to us. I have something to do, so I won't come in. Shige, I will come to find you to hang out in the future." Saying this, Tang Shichi took her leave. Xia Shige stood frozen, as she hadn't reacted when Tang Shichi introduced her boyfriend's surname as Zhou. It was only when Tang Shichi mentioned indoor agriculture that she connected Zhou Ran's name with the Zhou family. The Zhou family's industry was already involved in agriculture, holding many patents related to indoor planting, combined planting and breeding, etc. With large-scale planting and breeding bases, as well as several indoor planting and breeding farms. In her previous life, including the Zhou family, several businesses engaged in indoor agriculture and animal husbandry were the main suppliers of vegetables, fruits, and meat on the tables of the wealthy. When the Lu family had not yet gone bankrupt, they were still able to afford the Zhou family's fruits, vegetables, grains, and meats. Looking at the prices of those agricultural products, the Liu family realized there was a huge profit margin hidden within. Thus the Liu family also wanted to take a share of the indoor agriculture and animal husbandry market, trying to build a relationship with the Zhou family. Liu Bo and Liu Ximing personally visited the Zhou family, but to their surprise the Zhou family completely ignored them. This left Liu Bo and Liu Ximing very annoyed, cursing the Zhou family for being arrogant, claiming that if the Zhou family continued to be so arrogant they would eventually face consequences. However, the Zhou family not only did not fall but instead thrived. Faced with prolonged abnormal weather, the government also recognized that if this continued, food production would cease, and once famine struck, many people would starve. Thus the government began to vigorously support domestic planting and breeding enterprises, providing land funding and energy, assisting with infrastructure, and sending experts to cooperate with the Zhou family, being one of the key partners. Moreover, the Zhou family was different from the Liu and Song families. The Zhou family had a solid background and strong connections. She remembered that in her previous life the person in charge of the reconstruction area in Xindu community was a member of the Zhou family, probably a senior relative of Zhou Ran. The family worked together to promote the reconstruction work, and the Zhou family's indoor agriculture and animal husbandry enterprise played a key role in the reconstruction efforts in city. As Xia Shige pondered, she walked through the door carrying a box of vegetables and fruits. A distinct boundary of temperature was evident inside and outside the villa. Upon entering the villa's yard, a refreshing cool breeze greeted her. The cool air enveloped Xia Shige, entirely alleviating the heat that had plagued her all day. In the living room, Grandma and Liu Grandma were chatting while watching television, and a white cat was meowing in Grandma's lap. Xia Shige deceived her family by saying the white cat was a stray she had found, and everyone happily accepted this new feline member. Sometimes Grandma would deliberately catch lively little shrimp from the yard to feed the white cat. Although the cat did not need to eat, it would graciously consume whatever Grandma offered, and over time it also discovered the joy of eating. "Shige, where did you get these vegetables and fruits?" Seeing Xia Shige holding a box of vegetables, Grandma asked in surprise. "Vegetables and fruits are so expensive outside now. We have everything you want in our yard, don't waste your money." Xia Shige smiled and replied, "These were given to us by our neighbor who just moved in, as she's my classmate." Suddenly Xia Shige felt a sense of irony. She had struggled in her past life during the apocalypse, yearning for such food she couldn't have. In this life she lacked none of these, yet once or twice others had brought them to her. Hearing this, Grandma worriedly said, "This is quite extravagant. That box must have cost a lot. Shouldn't we give them something in return?" Xia Shige thought to herself, Tang Shichi probably lacks nothing in terms of food and necessities, so she replied, "No need, Grandma. If she ever needs help later, we can assist her then as well." Xia Shige moved the vegetables to the kitchen and returned to her room with the white cat. Once in her room, she briefly introduced the concept of indoor farming and animal husbandry to the cat. "How can we sell vegetables and fruits like those indoor farming companies?" Xia Shige wished to earn some money by following the lead of a big company like Zhou's. While others feasted, she only desired a bowl of soup. She wasn't greedy. 100 million would suffice. The white cat was also clueless. Both the cat and Xia Shige pondered deeply, but could not devise a plan. Xia Shige was troubled. Why was it so hard for an ordinary person to earn 100 million? As May approached, the temperature continued to rise. News reports frequently covered drought conditions, with many streams drying up and vegetation dying on a large scale. Yesterday, Xia Shige had spent the day harvesting in the fields. Of the watermelons she had planted had begun to bear fruit, each now the size of a fist, and some fruit trees in the woods were also starting to bear fruit. After finishing her work in the fields, Xia Shige spent the entire night processing feed. With the increasing number of animals on the farm, the demand for feed was substantial. She was busy until midnight before finally sleeping. This morning she was awakened by a call from Xia Huin. Drowsily picking up her phone, she saw it was Xia Huin calling and answered, "Mom, what's wrong?" "Shige, a neighbor's child has suffered from heat stroke and it's quite serious. There are no available ambulances at the hospital. Drive to the supermarket. We need to get the child to the hospital," Xia Huin said urgently. Xia Shige was startled and quickly got up to dress. The number of people suffering from heat stroke had been increasing lately, and the hospitals were overcrowded. News reports were daily broadcasting the statistics of heat stroke cases, also educating the public on various emergency treatments for heat stroke. After getting dressed, Xia Shige hurriedly drove to Jingjing supermarket. Upon entering the supermarket, she saw a crowd gathered around the checkout area, including several residents and property management personnel. In the middle of the crowd sat a young woman, her face covered in tears and snot, cradling a 6 or 7-year-old boy who was flushed and unconscious. Seeing Xia Shige arrive, Xia Huin anxiously said, "We've been using cold water to cool down his body, but it's not working. His temperature isn't coming down. He was just convulsing. We need to get him to the hospital immediately." Hurry, get in the car, we're going to the hospital right away, Xia Shige instructed the mother and son. The property staff hurried to help carry the child into the car, making sure the mother and child were secure in the back seat, and Xia Shige drove them out of the community. On the way, Xia Shige learned from the young woman's sobbing words that she and her child were the owners of Unit 62702, and that the person named Huan in their chat group was her. Huan had been living alone with her son Daba as her husband was busy overseeing repairs in a community affected by a recent tornado and had not been home for several days. Living on the 27th floor, the temperature was even higher. Ever since the limited power supply began, the child had been complaining of discomfort and had started running a low fever since last night. Huan hadn't dared to sleep all night while caring for her child, as she continuously wiped him down with alcohol and water to reduce his temperature. She had just managed to lower it during the first half of the night, but unexpectedly, he began to spike a high fever again in the latter half. "Thank you so much, I really don't know what I would have done otherwise," Huan sobbed in gratitude. "My phone is dead and I couldn't even call his dad. I can't drive either, and with the current energy control, the prices of gasoline and diesel have skyrocketed. There are hardly any taxis left on the road, and the few remaining ones are charging outrageous rates, over 1,000 for just a few kilometers." As a housewife, Huan relied on her husband's monthly allowance for living expenses. With rising prices recently, she had very little cash on hand, and her husband had yet to send this month's allowance. In her panic, she took her child to the property management office, hoping they could help take her child to the hospital, but all the vehicles available were electric cars. Electric cars faced problems with overheating batteries in such extreme temperatures, and no one dared to take the risk of driving them. The property management also sought help from other residents, asking if anyone had a gasoline car, but the owners either couldn't afford gas or didn't want to lend their cars, remaining silent. With gas prices being so high, they needed it for their own homes, and it's only natural not to want to help strangers. The property management could only helplessly take Huan and her child to Jingjing Supermarket, where at least there was air conditioning and cold drinks. They all tried their best to cool the child down at Jingjing Supermarket, but it was of no use. The child's temperature remained high, and he was still unconscious. Xia Huin couldn't bear to leave the child unattended, so she quickly called Xia Shige. While Xia Shige softly comforted Huan, she turned the car's air conditioning to the lowest setting and sped to the nearest hospital. Upon entering the hospital, Xia Shige immediately noticed it was packed with people. Even the emergency room was overflowing. In response to the surge of heat stroke cases, the hospital had established a heat stroke zone. The hospital was short-staffed with only 1 or 2 doctors on duty in each department, as most had been called to the heat stroke zone to treat patients, including those from the radiology department. Xia Shige accompanied Huan and her child to check in, register, and pay, and after a while a doctor came. The doctor assessed Daba's condition and skillfully arranged he needs sterile saline for peritoneal. The treatment area is too crowded. Family members are not allowed to accompany. "Please wait outside," the doctor said, turning to Xia Shige and Huan. Huan's mother kept crying uncontrollably, and the family waiting area was filled with people. Xia Shige supported her and found a shady corner for them to sit down. Seeing Huan's pale face, Xia Shige feared she might be hypoglycemic. She had not eaten anything since staying up all night caring for her child, so Xia Shige planned to find a secluded spot to take out some bread from her space for her to eat. Unexpectedly, just as she turned to the corner and pulled out the bread and a small cucumber, she spotted several people she did not wish to see. It was her adoptive father Li Yadong and his family of 6. "We must be hospitalized. The child is this sick, how can your hospital stand by and do nothing?" Li Yadong shouted angrily at the doctor in front of him. During this period of high temperatures and limited electricity supply, Li Yadong and his family could hardly bear the heat, with his younger son Li Yazu complaining daily about the heat. Initially, the 6 of them were cooling off in the mall, but now there were too many people trying to do the same, making it crowded. Coupled with rising fuel prices, using a generator was too expensive, so the mall simply turned off the air conditioning. Later, Li Yadong heard that the government had arranged shelters with air conditioning for residents in the areas heavily affected by the tornado, and they planned to sneak over to stay there. However, the staff at the shelter learned that Li Yadong's house was not in the disaster area, so they were not allowed in. The Li family had no choice but to return home. Just as they were about to head home to endure the heat, they encountered 2 people from their neighbor's house at their doorstep. The neighbor, an elderly father and son, had just returned home from the hospital after the old man was hospitalized due to heat stroke that triggered a heart condition. The elderly neighbor joked with the Li family, "During these days at the hospital, the ward had air conditioning all day. It's so hot at home, and with power outages, it would be better to stay at the hospital and enjoy the air conditioning." After hearing this, the Li family was tempted to go to the hospital to find a bed and enjoy the air conditioning. Of the 6 of them, only Li Yaozu, the precious grandson, had commercial health insurance, and a day in the hospital would only cost a few bucks after reimbursement. Thus the family decided to have Li Yaozu pretend to be sick to secure a hospital bed, while the others would stay under the pretext of keeping him company. To make Li Yaozu look convincingly ill, Li Yadong and Xiao Nana wrapped him up in a coat along the way. Li Yaozu's face was flushed and he appeared dazed, being held in Li Yadong's arms, somewhat disoriented. To their surprise, the doctor refused to admit them. The doctor in a white coat said sternly, "I told you he doesn't need hospitalization for this condition. He doesn't even need to go to the heat stroke area. You can go to the supermarket and buy a bottle of ice water, just take off your clothes and wash with cool water. If you need it, you can also buy 4 degrees Celsius saline solution at the hospital." "No way. My grandson must be hospitalized. How can you be in the service industry and treat patients like this?" Li Yadong's mother shouted angrily. "This is a public hospital. You cannot waste medical resources. If you want to be hospitalized, you can go to a private hospital where you can stay for thousands of yuan a day. If you continue to cause trouble here, I will have to call security." The doctor replied somewhat angrily, having dealt with many unreasonable people lately, all trying to sneak in for the free air conditioning, which was quite a headache for the hospital. As Li Yadong and the others continued to protest, the doctor directly called the security personnel to escort them out. At the corner of the inner door, Xia Shige failed to dodge and ran into the Li family. Li Yadong was taken aback, awkwardly adjusting his wrinkled clothing, pulled by the security personnel, and asked, "Shige, what are you doing here? How are you and your mother?" Li Yadong had previously considered buying a house in Xia Shige's school district, but unexpectedly, just a few days later, a devastating tornado struck, reportedly cracking the walls of the residential building in that district and causing property values to plummet. Li Yadong felt fortunate that Xia Shige did not accept his offer of 600,000 yuan to buy the house. He was somewhat pleased that the school district house had been destroyed. The worse Xia Huan's life became, the more convinced he was that his decision to cheat and divorce was the right one. Xia Shige replied mildly, "It's going well." Li Yaozu, still dazed, only noticed the cucumber in Xia Shige's hand and immediately shouted, "Dad, I want to eat cucumber." He hadn't eaten vegetables in so long that he almost forgot what cucumber tasted like. Upon hearing this, Li Yadong also spotted the cucumber in Xia Shige's hand, surprised that she could still buy vegetables now. So he put on a flattering smile and said to Xia Shige, "Why not give the cucumber to your brother? He's feeling a bit overheated. Eating cucumber would be a good way to hydrate him." After saying that, he reached out to take the cucumber from Xia Shige. Meanwhile, Xiao Nana and their daughter Li Ai Qiao couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They also wanted some. For some time, they had only been eating noodles with laogan ma. Fresh vegetables, fruits, and meat were too expensive and were snatched up as soon as they arrived, making it impossible for them to buy. Li Yadong's parents narrowed their eyes, watching Xia Shige hungrily. Xia Shige dodged Li Yadong's reaching hand and said, "Want some? 300 yuan each." Upon hearing this, Li Yadong frowned and said, "Shige, why have you become so materialistic? Girls can't be too materialistic. You shouldn't be like your mother, obsessed only with money." Xia Shige coldly snorted, "If you're not materialistic, then why don't you pay up? This is your precious grandson. Is he not worthy of a 300 yuan cucumber?" Li Yadong's mother immediately scolded, "You money grubber. My grandson wants to eat your food as a favor to you. How dare you ask for money?" Li Yadong's father also narrowed his eyes and said, "You who don't know how to respect the elderly and care for the young, don't blame us for not recognizing you. Even when we die, don't expect us to wear mourning clothes for you." Xia Shige laughed out loud at the saying, "If you die, I will celebrate with firecrackers. Why would I wear mourning clothes? Dream on. Are you buying or not? If not, I'm leaving." Li Yadong looked at his precious son in his arms, gritted his teeth, and nodded, "Fine, I'll buy. But now I don't want to sell it anymore." Xia Shige mocked them with a smile and directly turned to stride into the hospital. Li Yaozu immediately shouted in anger. He was treated like a little emperor at home, with his sister parents and grandparents all catering to him. He had never experienced such humiliation. Li Yadong was furious and wanted to grab Xia Shige, but the vigilant security personnel were all watching him closely. He could only curse a few times and leave with his parents and wife. Back at the waiting area for the heat stroke outpatient clinic, Xia Shige handed the bread and cucumber to Huan Huan. "This cucumber is too expensive. You eat it. I will just have some bread." Huan Huan shyly said, knowing that vegetables and fruits are now only grown indoors and are quite expensive. "It's okay, you eat it." Xia Shige smiled and reassured her. Huan Huan gratefully accepted it, but still didn't want to eat it, planning to save it for her son Dabao. Shortly after, the doctor pushed Dabao out. Dabao's temperature had come down, and though he was a bit dazed, he had regained consciousness. "Be careful to cool down at home. It's too hot now. If you live on a high floor, try to stay on the lower floors during the day and wait until it cools down in the evening to go home," the doctor instructed. Huan Huan nodded repeatedly while holding Dabao. Xia Shige drove the mother and son home, and on the way Huan gave Dabao the cucumber. Dabao gnawed on it with great relish, and previously, he had hated vegetables, and now he found this cucumber to be crunchy and sweet, the most delicious thing he had ever eaten. The three of them returned to Xindu community, and Xia Shige drove Huan and Dabao directly to Jingjing supermarket. The high floors were too hot, so they decided to take shelter in Jingjing supermarket until the sun began to set before returning home. Unexpectedly, as soon as they arrived at the supermarket, she heard some bad news. There was a death in Xindu. In the Jingjing supermarket, a group of elderly men and women were discussing. It's the owner of Unit 2602 in Building 5. That old man was already in poor health, and with the heat these days, he passed away in his sleep. 26th floor, that's indeed too hot. My place is also on the 26th floor, and despite continuously spraying water inside, it was useless. Once the sun comes out, the room feels like an oven. I feel like I'm being cooked. My place is the same. I live on the 28th floor, and I only turn on the air conditioning during the few hours of electricity in the afternoon, sealing the doors and windows tightly with tape. But after a while, it still gets hot. A few days ago, my son couldn't take it anymore, so I sent him back to his hometown. My husband has been staying at the factory where they still have electricity. Hey! Look at the community owner group. The property management center started a donation chain to collect money for the funeral of the owner of Unit 2602. Xia Shige opened the community group, and indeed there was a donation chain. After thinking for a moment, she also contributed some money. Other owners in the community group were also discussing this matter. 31007 Kiki's 2 kids mom, it's so hot it's terrifying. Is there really going to be limited electricity supply? 6702 by Yueguang, people are literally dying from the heat. This can't go on. 21908 Coconut Tree high-rise residents should just go out and avoid this heat. I've been voluntarily staying at the factory to work overtime. At least there's air conditioning here. 121803 AAA Liga building materials renovation. I have the latest ultra-high-speed turbofan with new energy cells. It can run for over 48 hours after a power outage. It's 3,000 yuan each. Who wants one? 51706 ADN 121803 AAA Liga building materials renovation. You're selling a fan for 3,000 yuan. Why don't you just go rob one? These things usually sell for just a few dozen yuan. 121803 AAA Liga building materials renovation 51706 ADN, then go buy one for a few dozen yuan and see if you can get it. It's really laughable. You don't even check what the prices are like now. I got it for just over 2,000 yuan, selling it for 3,000 yuan. It's just a small profit for my trouble. If you want it, fine. If not, I'll keep it for myself. For 1209, currently slacking 121803 AAA Liga building materials renovation, get me one. I haven't been able to sleep lately. I'm waking up from the heat every day and I'm almost losing my mind. A few days ago, our company closed down and I don't even have the option to go to work for some air conditioning. 31,007 Kiki's 2 kids mom 121803 AAA Liga building materials renovation. I want to now. The malls aren't turning on the air conditioning anymore, and there's nowhere to go, and my kids are complaining about the heat every day. 51706 ADN. I can only say that these unscrupulous merchants are the result of your indulgence. For 1209, currently slacking. No way, I'm almost dying from the heat. I just want to buy a fan to survive and I get criticized for it. If you don't want to buy it, just don't. In addition to Xindu community, there have been many cases of heat-related deaths in other communities, particularly among patients with underlying conditions, elderly individuals, and even infants with low immunity. However, Xia Shige knew that this situation wouldn't last long. The national policy prioritizes the people's well-being, and under the soaring temperatures, the government won't just stand by. A new policy is about to be implemented. As the temperatures continued to rise, more people were suffering from heat stroke, and some were even suffering from heat stroke illness. Just as everyone was struggling against the heat, the new national policy was announced. All residential areas would lift the limited electricity supply and restore 24-hour power. In response, there would be a large-scale reduction in industrial electricity usage, with even office buildings required to cut their electricity usage by 80%. Many factories had no choice but to fully stop operations and cease production. This was unavoidable as the hot weather persisted. Drought conditions began to appear in various places, making hydropower generation unsustainable. Almost every household needed to turn on the air conditioning, causing power consumption to surge. Faced with a huge electricity gap, while ensuring residential electricity was maintained, production electricity for factories had to be sacrificed. The garment factory where Aunt Sunwege worked also announced a temporary halt to operations, and she had been resting at home these past few days. As soon as the news of the restoration of 24-hour power supply in residential areas spread, the owners group in Shindu community erupted in joy for 1209 currently slacking. Great. The power is finally back. I was almost driven crazy from the heat. I want to run the air conditioning 24 hours a day. 21908 Coconut Tree, but it's not entirely a good thing. Our factory is shut down now. Many factories are shutting down and can't continue production. 42009 Sister NI, so what if they shut down? What's more important, work or life? You have to live first. 21908 Coconut Tree, it's not that simple. If the factories shut down, there will be no production and prices for goods in the market are likely to rise. 31,007 Kiki's 2 kids. Mom, really? I need to stock up on diapers and milk powder for the kids. Actually, the price of milk powder has already gone up recently. They say the cost of raising cows has increased significantly. Soon we won't be able to afford milk powder. 517068 yen. Do you really believe that? The economy has been declining in recent years and factories are overproducing. A lot of goods have been produced, but can't be sold. They're just waiting for people like you to hoard them. Hoarding. Did you use up the salt you hoarded during SARS or the masks during the pandemic? 21908 Coconut Tree. 517068 yen. Do as you please. I'm going to hoard. Our factory is shutting down, and since I wasn't going to work anyway, it's so hot these days that if I stock up on rice and flour at home, I can just hide indoors. Shige, should we put away the generator in the basement? I've heard that gasoline and diesel are expensive now. Now that the power is back on, using electricity is cheaper than burning oil. Aunt Sunway suddenly asked. She has a restless personality and felt unwell after resting at home for the past 2 days. Xia Shige has been helping with the installation and maintenance of appliances at the property management, and he has been appointed there. Xia Huyin has been running the supermarket and received a considerable bonus this month. Seeing the whole family busy, Aunt Sunway couldn't sit still either. She cleaned the villa every day, and after just filling up the generator that supplies 9 freezers in the basement with fuel, she was somewhat astonished by the alarming fuel consumption of this thing. No need to put it away, Auntie. Electricity prices are going to rise too, Xia Shige replied. Auntie was taken aback. How do you know? I didn't see anything from the property management. Then she picked up her phone to check the news and actually saw the government's announcement about the electricity price adjustment released just a few minutes ago. In fact, Xia Shige hadn't seen the news, but she remembered that in her past life, after the restoration of 24-hour power in residential areas, the government had announced an electricity price hike. After the restoration of power in residential areas, everyone turned on their air conditioning. However, drought greatly reduced the electricity generation from hydropower, leaving a significant electricity gap. Coupled with rising energy prices, the cost of thermal power generation also increased dramatically. In her past life, Xia Shige lived in the Liu family where electricity consumption was high, central air conditioning, massage bathtubs, outdoor cooling systems, all used without restraint. As a result, the electricity bill reached several $100,000 after a month. Even in ordinary households, if they didn't conserve electricity, they could easily receive electricity bills exceeding 10,000 yuan. It was like this in her past life. Later, because too many people couldn't afford to pay their electricity bills, the power supply company had no choice but to limit power to those who defaulted. They wouldn't directly cut off power entirely, leaving people with no way to survive, but would only provide the first tier of electricity quota each month, barely ensuring that people wouldn't die from the heat. Thus, everyone had to start using electricity judiciously. Devices like set-top boxes, routers, and electric water heaters were turned off when not in use, and lights were turned off whenever possible, leaving the electricity quota entirely for the refrigerator and air conditioning. In recent days, the honeysuckle flowers at Taoyuan Farm have bloomed, attracting many bees and butterflies. The white cat jumped around trying to catch the butterflies while Xia Shige busied herself picking the flower buds. The weather has been hot lately, and honeysuckle helps to clear heat and detoxify. She planned to pick some flower buds to dry and brew for her family. After picking the honeysuckle, Xia Shige opened up a patch of land nearby to plant banlangen, which can also clear heat and detoxify. She intended to make herbal tea at home in the future. After finishing her tasks, she and the cat exited the space. Xia Shige was covered in dirt and prepared to take a bath, but when she turned on the shower, she found there was no water. Suddenly, Xia Shige remembered that in her previous life, water supply had also started to be limited shortly after power was restored. Limited water supply is different from limited electricity. The power outage lasted only a little over a month before being restored, but limited water supply could last for a long period. After all, drought is a real issue and the lack of water is genuine. The water levels in reservoirs continue to drop and many rivers have dried up. The government has supported several seawater desalination enterprises, but the freshwater output is still far from sufficient for over 1 billion people to use water as usual. Due to the water shortage and the high cost of seawater purification, water prices have skyrocketed by dozens of times. Xia Shige quickly opened the community group to check the messages. 6702 by Yueguang Property Center. Why did the water suddenly stop? For 2009 NIGF, yes, it's only been a few days since power was restored. How can they cut off the water again? Isn't this torture? Property Center, dear residents, according to the notice from higher authorities, the reservoir has now dropped to the lowest water level in history. Rivers are drying up and drought conditions are appearing everywhere. Starting today, a limited water supply policy will be implemented. The water supply times for residential areas are 1 hour at noon 12 o'clock and 1 hour at 7 o'clock in the evening. Please prepare to store water in a timely manner. 21408 Gao Meili with the electricity bill so high now I don't dare to keep the air conditioning on while sleeping at night. I often wake up in a sweat in the morning. Now that we have this limited water supply, how are we supposed to take a shower in the morning? Are we supposed to go to work all sweaty? 21908 Yezi Tree, I'm planning to buy a few large water storage tanks. Is anyone interested in a group purchase? 21408 Gao Meili with the electricity bill so high now I don't dare to keep the air conditioning on. For 1209 Zhengzai MOU, when storing water, consider the load-bearing capacity of the building. Everyone be careful. I've seen someone set up a swimming pool indoors before, and it ended up collapsing the entire building. Xia Shige went downstairs where her grandmother and Grandma Lu were preparing dinner. They were a bit worried since the water had stopped. Grandma Lu, don't worry. We have a backup water tank, and the basement swimming pool has also been converted into a water storage tank, so we won't run out of water. After saying this, Xia Shige switched to the water tank supply, and the three of them prepared dinner together. Today, Xia Huyin and Sun Weigui returned home late. Sun Weigui had been idle at home these days and went to Jingjing supermarket to help out. Mom, Aunt, why are you back so late today? Xia Shige stood up to greet them, saying, quickly wash your hands and get ready for dinner. Today, Grandma made braised duck, lychee, pork pocket tofu, and sauerkraut lamb. Xia Guocheng also chimed in, come on, with the weather so hot and the electricity bill so high, the cost of raising livestock has increased significantly and meat prices have risen to hundreds of yuan per pound. There are not many families like ours that can afford several meat dishes per meal. Today, the property Xiaoqi also told me that his family has been eating rice with pickled vegetables for several meals in a row. Xia Guocheng had been busy at the property these days, leaving early and returning late, practically living there. Many families' air conditioners are overloaded, and he has been extremely busy, but he has also made a lot of money. Xia Huyin and Sun Weigui collapsed onto the chairs after washing their hands. Don't mention it, today the bottled water at Jingjing supermarket was completely cleared out, not a single bottle left. Not only was the bottled water sold out, but even the drinks were completely wiped out. There was a tea beverage that was supposedly unsellable and tasted bad, which usually had no buyers, but today it was also cleared out. The panic caused by limited water supply was even greater than that from limited electricity. After all, water is the source of life. Coupled with the relentless heat recently, many people sensed that something was amiss. Not only were people hoarding water, but some were also hoarding rice and flour. They bought so much that the Lin family father and son had to help carry it to the elevator entrance. The father and son were hot and exhausted, nearly suffering from heat stroke. Sun Weigui added, the older generation experienced famine in the past and were genuinely afraid of hunger. They keenly sensed that the situation was not right and began to stockpile food. Xia Huyin had never seen such a spectacular scene of panic buying, as if these items were free. Today, the inventory at Jingjing supermarket was directly emptied by more than half. Xia Huyin and the Lin family were busy restocking the shelves and also busy placing orders for replenishment, with suppliers working late into the night. Xia Huyin took out a plastic bag she had brought home. Inside was a golden pineapple. She said to Xia Shige, this is a gift from the owner Huan from Building 6. Today her husband returned, and they have completed the renovation work at their place in the city. He knew that Shige took Huan and about to the hospital and was very grateful. This pineapple was given by his workplace, and he insisted that I accept it. I couldn't refuse, so I brought it back. Oh dear, now fruits are so precious. I saw on a video that one apple costs hundreds of yuan. Grandma was somewhat surprised. The fruit trees in our yard are almost bearing fruit. We won't lack for fruits, then it's just a small effort. We shouldn't accept such valuable gifts. During difficult times we must practice reciprocity. Only by accepting from them can we feel at ease, Grandma Lu said. What Grandma Lu said is right, Grandma, we can only feel at ease by accepting from them. Xia Shige also advised. Grandma nodded in agreement and said no more. The family together enjoyed a sumptuous dinner. At the Han family. I told you not to turn on the air conditioning casually. This month's electricity bill is over 9,000 yuan. If this continues, how can our family afford it? Han mother saw Bai Qianqian turn on the air conditioning again, and feeling displeased snatched the remote control and turned it off. In recent days, Han Yuan's leg injury finally healed, and he was preparing to go to work, but unexpectedly the company laid off workers. During this period, many companies have declared bankruptcy, and many others have started laying off workers to survive. Han Yuan, who had been resting for over a month due to his leg injury, naturally found himself on the layoff list in such a competitive environment. Having drained the Han family savings to buy a school district house, the family now relies solely on Han mother's pension to sustain their living. Now everything is rising in price. Water fees, electricity fees, even bottled water prices have increased significantly. At this moment, seeing Bai Qianqian turning on the air conditioning again, Han mother was furious. Bai Qianqian felt wronged after being scolded by Han mother. The Bai family's apartment had been repaired, and Bai father and Bai mother felt embarrassed to continue staying at the Hans. After all, Bai Qianqian would eventually live with Han Yuan, so it wouldn't be good to completely tear their face with Han mother. Originally, Bai father and Bai mother planned to take Bai Qianqian back, but she felt that returning home would only add to her parents' financial burden, so she stayed at the Hans. She was pregnant with Han Yuan's child, and the Han family should take care of her living. However, ever since Bai's parents left, Han mother began to impose various difficulties on Bai Qianqian, and Han Yuan, immersed in anxiety over his unemployment, had no energy to manage the conflict between them. Bai Qianqian simply couldn't endure this kind of life anymore. Han Yuan looked at Bai Qianqian's unsightly expression and softly comforted her. Qianqian, the school district housing has been renovated, and we can move back in a few days. As for the decoration, we can take our time to handle it after we move in. What difference does moving back make? The utility bills are exorbitantly high now, and you don't have a job. Are we going to starve? Bai Qianqian abruptly changed from her usual gentle demeanor and shouted impatiently at Han Yuan. Qianqian, why are you like this? You're not usually like this. Han Yuan shuddered at Bai Qianqian's shout, staring at her in disbelief. She usually spoke so gently, never had she raised her voice like this before. Bai Qianqian snorted coldly, rolling her eyes. Given the current chaos, how could she maintain her usual gentleness? For the past few days, she had been suffering from morning sickness, feeling dizzy from the heat, and even trying to turn on the air conditioning was forbidden by Han's mother. Now they only had water supply at noon and 7 p.m. Last night at 7 p.m., Bai Qianqian wanted to take a shower, but Han's mother insisted on collecting water for storage. The current water flow was very weak, and the shower required more pressure. As soon as Bai's mother opened the faucet to collect water, the shower head stopped working, leaving Bai Qianqian unable to take a shower. She hadn't had a proper shower for days. Her scalp was unbearably itchy and her nails were long. She had scratched her scalp, leaving several bloody marks, causing both pain and itchiness. There was also a foul smell emanating from her body, which she couldn't tolerate. She sprayed a lot of perfume to mask her sweat, but it only made her morning sickness worse. Bai Qianqian endured a month of nightmarish life at Han's house. Moreover, after Han Yuan was dismissed, he spent every day sighing at home, showing little concern for Bai Qianqian's feelings. At first, Bai Qianqian tried to endure her temper and comfort Han Yuan, but seeing the situation become increasingly unstable and the resumes he sent out falling into oblivion, she gradually lost patience with him. Bai Qianqian thought to herself that she was still young and couldn't bury her future with Han Yuan. Taking a few deep breaths to calm her emotions, she gently said to Han Yuan, I'm just feeling uncomfortable during the pregnancy and a bit irritable. Please don't take it to heart. By the way, I will be able to collect my graduation certificate in a few days and want to stay at school for a couple of days. Can you lend me some money? Back to school. I'll accompany you, Han Yuan immediately replied. No need, Yuan. I will be staying in the girls' dormitory. It won't be convenient for you to come too. During this time, you should focus on job hunting. Once the child is born, there will be significant expenses, and we need to save some money, right? Bai Qianqian spoke softly. Han Yuan nodded in agreement. He indeed needed an income. For Bai Qianqian and the child in her womb, he planned to get back on his feet and continue his job search. Han Yuan transferred the little money he had left to Bai Qianqian and said to her, once you collect your graduation certificate, call me and I'll come to pick you up. Bai Qianqian merely smiled and nodded, not saying anything. This morning, Xia Shige was awakened by the alarm clock. She planned to get up early to help at Jingjing supermarket. The previous day's clearance sales had nearly emptied the shelves in the warehouse. Today, Jingjing Supermarket would be temporarily closed for restocking. She had been busy in the peach blossom space until late last night. The apricot and plum trees in the woods were gradually bearing fruit. The golden apricots were sweet while the plums had a hint of sourness, exuding a rich fruit aroma. As Xia Shige picked and ate in the woods, she devoured a handful and picked quite a few apricots to make dried apricots. While picking fruit, she also discovered a beehive deep in the woods. Out of curiosity, Xia Shige put on protective clothing, climbed the tree, and carefully cut off a piece of the beehive, which she later processed into honey in her workshop. The honey was golden thick in texture, and the rich honey aroma was mixed with a light floral fragrance. The white cat also loved the scent and followed her eagerly, devouring quite a bit. Xia Shige soaked the dried honeysuckle buds in honey to make honeysuckle honey drink. She mixed a cup with water and drank it all at once, feeling refreshed and alert with the fatigue and heat of the busy morning melting away. Xia Shige made 10 jars of honeysuckle honey, putting 5 jars in the fridge to prepare for her family to make drinks and taking the other 3 jars to Jingjing Supermarket for the Lin family. Of the remaining 2 jars, she planned to give one to Tang Shichi. A few days ago, Tang Shichi came to dine at Xia's house and brought various fruits for Xia Shige, including honeydew, oranges, grapes, watermelons, and apples. All from the Zhou family's indoor cultivation. Tang Shichi's parents divorced when she was young, and she was raised by a nanny. She really liked the family atmosphere of the Xia family. Although she was a wealthy heiress, once you got to know her you would find she had no heirs, and the Xia family liked her. The white cat also adored Tang Shichi. Every time it saw her it would get excited, circling around her as if it had seen a fortune. During this time Zhouran was busy at work, and whenever Tang Shichi had free time she would come to find Xia Shige to play. Gradually they transformed from acquaintances to good friends. When Xia Shige arrived at Jingjing Supermarket, she saw delivery trucks from suppliers at the entrance. Currently the government provided fuel subsidies for trucks responsible for material delivery to ensure the normal supply of goods. Supplies were being delivered in batches. Xia Huayin, Xia Guiqing, and Sun Weigui helped the delivery personnel carry the goods into the warehouse, while Xia Shige and Lin Jingjing were responsible for unpacking and organizing the items on the shelves. While working, Lin Jingjing quietly said to Xia Shige, "Fortunately, you reminded me earlier. We stocked up on quite a bit of water at home, and then I followed your advice and stored a lot of food and medicine. Now my house looks like a warehouse with 3 layers of supplies covering the floor." Hearing this, Xia Shige felt relieved. After thinking for a moment, she reminded Lin Jingjing to be careful not to be discovered by others. Lin Jingjing's father and brother had left early to go to the spring water factory's warehouse to collect bottled water. Not only was the bottled water at Jingjing Supermarket sold out, but other supermarkets were also facing shortages. The suppliers at the spring water factory were overwhelmed, and Lin Shua and Lin Yuanfeng decided to drive to various water factories to collect goods. As Lin Jingjing followed the supplier to check the goods, she looked at the invoice and frowned, saying, "The price increase for this batch is too much. This canned luncheon meat used to be 10 yuan per can. Since April you have raised it to 14 yuan, 18 yuan, and now this batch is actually 30 yuan. The supplier wiped the sweat from his brow, standing in front of the air conditioner, while answering, "All the factories have stopped production. This is the stock left from when we rushed orders earlier." At the government's request, during the period of power rationing in residential areas, every factory had to work at full capacity, and the machines were sparking from overuse. The supplier continued, "It is said that production won't resume in the short term, so feel free to take it. If there really is a shortage later, you could charge 80 yuan per can and people will still buy it. Who wouldn't need to eat? Even if it's expensive, we have to grit our teeth and buy it." Xia Shige asked, "Based on the current supply speed, when do you think the stock will run out?" The supplier scratched his head and replied, "We are a small food factory and our stock isn't much. At this rate of delivery, our stock could be cleared in 1 or 2 months at the earliest. The larger food factories have more stock than us, and they have more than one warehouse locally, so they might be able to supply for 3 to 4 months, but I'm not too sure." Just as they finished organizing the goods, Lin Yuanfeng and Lin Shua returned. They had driven 2 large trucks, but only brought back a little over half a truckload of goods. Lin Jingjing glanced around the car compartment, frowning as she asked, "Dad, brother, weren't we supposed to fill 2 truckloads? There have been quite a few customers pre-ordering bottled water these days, and this amount won't last long." Lin Yuanfeng sighed helplessly, saying, "We've checked several manufacturers' warehouses for bottled water, and this is all we managed to restock." Outside the water plant, supermarket purchasers were lined up to pick up goods packed together like during the previous rush for ice cream. Of course, since the government issued electricity restriction policies for factories, the ice cream factories have already ceased operations and ice cream has long disappeared from the market. Lin Shua wiped the sweat from his forehead with his t-shirt and added, "The water plants we've been to have all halted production. They said that this batch of stock is the last bottled water on the market, and now the reservoirs are nearly dry, the water sources depleted. Even if the factories resume operations, they don't know where to source water." Lin Yuanfeng nodded, sighing as he said, "Moreover, the price of this batch of water is exorbitant. It used to be around 20 yuan per box, but now it has skyrocketed to 90 yuan. Just this truckload has emptied both our wallets." Xia Guiqing was dumbfounded. "The wholesale price is 90 yuan. What price do we set for retail? Will anyone still buy it then?" Hearing this, Xia Huin felt a bit anxious, knowing that the price had increased so much many customers might not accept it. Lin Yuanfeng and Lin Shua had also hesitated when picking up the goods, unsure if such a high price could still sell. But seeing other supermarket purchasers grab the goods without hesitation, they grit their teeth and took the stock. Lin Jingjing cried out in despair, "Those customers were already cursing us for raising prices, now we'll really be in for it." Xia Shige patted Lin Jingjing's shoulder, comforting her, "The price is the same everywhere now, don't worry, most people should understand." Lin Jingjing could only force a smile as she privately messaged those who had pre-ordered bottled water, informing them that the water had arrived, and then she anxiously notified them of the selling price. Lin Jingjing expected to be scolded by customers, and after sending the message her fingers trembled as she hesitated to check for replies. To her surprise, everyone accepted the price calmly. Not only did they accept it, but many customers even directly ordered dozens of boxes upon hearing the price. There was no choice. The limited supply of water over the past few days had made everyone suffer greatly. Each person had come to deeply appreciate the value of water. They could endure without electricity, but not without water. Many had previously driven to large supermarkets to stock up, only to find no bottled water or even drinks left, as everything had been snatched away. Upon seeing that Jingjing's supermarket had restocked, they all decided to hoard some just in case. The staff at the supermarket sighed in relief as Lin Jingjing and the buyers agreed on pickup times. By evening, customers began to come and collect their pre-ordered bottled water. The supermarket staff helped each buyer carry their water to the elevator and delivered it upstairs, working until late at night. After completing all the reservations, nearly 3/4 of the truckload of bottled water had been sold. The remaining stock was moved to the supermarket warehouse, prepared to be sold gradually. When Xia Shige and the others finally returned home, Grandma and Lunai had already prepared dinner. The white cat leaped onto Xia Shige's shoulder upon seeing her return. "You're back. Why did you work late today?" Grandma brought over a large glass jug filled with chilled honeysuckle honey water, saying, "This is the honeysuckle honey you left in the fridge. Drink some to quench your thirst." The group accepted the honey water, and after drinking a cup, they immediately felt the day's heat and fatigue dissipate significantly. "This honey water is delicious. Drinking it all at once makes me feel so refreshed." Sun Weigui exclaimed in wonder. Xia Shige also found it incredible. She thought it was an illusion yesterday, but it seems to be the magical power of the products from the Peach Blossom Spring. She decided to explore the space more often, curious about what other surprises it would bring her. After dinner, Xia Shige returned to her room to browse her phone. Lin Jingjing had already posted the news of the water arrival in the community owner group, along with the prices. For 1209 is slacking off Jingjing supermarket. "The water has arrived. That's great. I want 30 boxes. I can't take it anymore. The electricity bill is too high, and I can't keep the air conditioning on. As soon as I turn it off, I start sweating. It's been hot, and I'm so thirsty. The water is completely insufficient. I'll transfer the money to you right now. 31,007 kikis. 2 kids. Mom, Jingjing supermarket. I want 60 boxes. I've transferred the money to you. I'm really fed up with these pipes. The water flow is so weak. I've been filling water nonstop for an hour and only managed to collect 5 basins, just enough for my family to drink and cook, and even taking a shower is a luxury. 6702 White Moonlight. I want some too. I don't know when things will return to normal. I'd better stock up a bit. Jingjing supermarket. I want 30 boxes. Remember to collect the payment. 51706 odd yen. Is there a mistake in the price of the water? Jingjing supermarket. Jingjing supermarket. There's no mistake in the price. 51706 odd yen. Jingjing supermarket. I'm asking you nicely, and this is how you respond. This price has skyrocketed several times. Do you really expect me to believe it? 51706 odd yen. Jingjing supermarket. Respond to me. Don't pretend you don't see this. 21908 Coconut Tree. To be fair, this price isn't expensive anymore. I heard from the factory that many water sources have dried up. Just look at the current water supply situation. For 1009 Xiao Lu is rushing to finish the draft. Don't hesitate to just buy at this price. I went to a relative's water plant yesterday and filled a truck with water, which was even more expensive than this. It's really scary lately, like the apocalypse has arrived. If you can stock up, do it quickly. Jingjing Supermarket, sorry, this batch of bottled water has been fully reserved through private messages. If you need some, please wait for the next batch. Xia Shige was a bit surprised the remaining quarter of the bottled water stock had sold out overnight. It seems most people are quite aware of the crisis. I've recently observed that nearly every household in the villa area has large water storage tanks. Over the past few days, private water delivery trucks have been coming to deliver water to the villa area, and it's said that one storage tank costs over 10,000 yuan. Xia Shige whispered to the white cat. This price is certainly unaffordable for ordinary people, but there will always be wealthy individuals who are not short on money. The white cat pondered for a moment and said if only the water from the peach blossom spring could be sold, a box of water for over 10,000 yuan would surely make a fortune of 1 billion sooner or later. Xia Shige and the white cat began to fantasize, and now that various resources could be exchanged for money, all they lacked was a sales opportunity. Lu Xixue and Song Yuhan's engagement ceremony was scheduled for mid-June. When the two families discussed the engagement plan in April, they decided to hold a grand ceremony at the largest Yunjiang hotel in the city center, inviting various celebrities from high society. Unexpectedly, the government suddenly announced strict controls on commercial water and electricity usage. The Yunjiang hotel does have its own power generation facilities and water resources, but in this nationwide crisis, openly holding a lavish engagement banquet is truly inappropriate. Moreover, both the Lu and Song families owe a considerable amount in business loans. Hosting an extravagant engagement banquet while being unable to pay off debts would lead to terrible public perception. Both Song's father and Lubo are not foolish individuals. I've discussed it with old Song. Will change the engagement venue from the Yunjiang Hotel in the city center to the Song family's villa. We'll just invite a few friends from the circle to attend. Lubo said to Lu Xixue and Su Yilan, after all, it's just an engagement banquet, there's no need to go overboard. The Lu family has been suffering significant losses lately with funds flowing out but not in, and the Song family is also struggling. Or rather, most businesses are facing difficulties, so the two families tacitly decided to reduce the budget for this engagement banquet. Lu Xixue felt wronged. This was entirely different from the grand engagement ceremony she had long anticipated. She needed a grand banquet to prove the recognition of her identity by the Lu and Song families to the outside world, to dispel rumors and discussions regarding her status. But now that thought was about to be dashed. Lu Xixue was unhappy, but she dared not express it because Lubo had been in a noticeably bad mood lately and often lashed out at the family. During this period of high temperatures, everyone was holed up at home with no thoughts of traveling, leading many travel companies to declare bankruptcy. Lubo couldn't borrow money, so he began to sell off assets under his and Su Yilan's names, and had even gone through several rounds of layoffs, but still couldn't save the company from decline. He prayed daily for the temperature to drop, constantly feeling restless and irritable. Therefore, when he saw the Lu family's living expenses for the month, he directly exploded at Su Yilan and Lu Xixue. Last month's electricity bill was 600,000 yuan. What on earth did you use it for? Faced with Lu boss questioning, Lu Xixue and Su Yilan dared not speak. From today onwards, the cold wind in the yard will be turned off. In such hot weather, do you really have to drink tea? And all those massage bathtubs of yours are strictly forbidden. Lubo angrily slammed the table. Do you know how short of money the company is right now? You two are not earning a penny, just dragging everyone down at home. Lubo thought for a moment and said to Lu Xixue, go find out the latest news from the Song family. The promised investment still hasn't arrived. Lubo had never spoken so harshly to Lu Xixue, and her eyes turned red instantly. She stared blankly at Lubo, not daring to say anything. Lu Xixue had mentioned the investment from the Song family before, but now the Song family was under the control of Song's father, and what Song Yuhan said didn't count. Her little cleverness could only impress Song Yuhan. She really didn't dare to present herself in front of Lu Xixue. Thought that since she was going to marry into the Song family, she couldn't let Song's father have a bad impression of her, thinking she was just a daughter-in-law who relied on her husband's family to support her own. She didn't need to sacrifice her future for the Lu family. All right, stop being angry with the child. Su Yilan, unable to bear seeing Lu Xixue sad, quickly advised, there are several ancient paintings at home which were my dowry back in the day. They were originally intended for Sixu's marriage. If you really lack money, you can sell them. Hearing this, Lubo side nodded and said nothing more, then got up and left. Lu Xixue, however, couldn't help but start to sob softly. Lu's father had recently sold many assets, including quite a few that were originally promised to be her dowry. Swear, don't be sad. Your father didn't mean it. You will always be the most beloved daughter of your parents. Su Yilan held Lu Xixue in her arms with pain in her heart, gently comforting her. Mom, I also feel sorry for Dad, but if I marry into the Song family empty-handed, will they look down on me? Lu Xixue said with a choked voice. Seeing that her dowry was almost sold off by Lu's father, Lu Xishue was anxious. The Song family's parents were already concerned about her not being a true heir of the Lu family. If she arrived empty-handed, how could the Song family value her? Su Ilan, feeling sorry for her, hesitated for a moment before saying, "Mom still has some dowry and private savings. There is a sapphire necklace in there, and I will give it to you for your engagement. Don't worry, Mom won't let the Song family look down on you." Lu Xishue knew that Su Ilan had a valuable sapphire necklace in her dowry, which was an antique. Her goal was that necklace, but she pretended to decline, saying, "Is this really okay? And what about my sister when she gets married?" Lu Xishue lowered her head, hiding her emotions, and gently asked, "If Mom gives me all the private savings and dowry, what will happen when my sister gets married?" After all, her sister was Mom's biological daughter. It was better for Mom not to worry about her. She could endure some grievances. Su Ilan struggled internally for a moment, but finally said, "Shige is different as she is biological. Even without a dowry, no one would look down on her, and she will understand." Su Ilan made up her mind. Although she was giving all her money to Lu Xishue, now she could still give all her love to Xia Shige in the future. "So will my sister come to my wedding?" Lu Xishue hoped that Xia Shige would come. She wanted Xia Shige to witness her love with Song Yuhan and her victory. What did it matter if she was a biological daughter? Hadn't she taken everything from her? "Mom will make sure she comes. Swear once you get married you will move out and she will have no reason to target." Su Ilan was determined, gently wiping away Lu Xishue's tears. "It's been a long time since we mother and daughter went shopping together. Let's go buy some jewelry. How about I buy you that set of jewelry you liked before as a dowry?" "Thank you, Mom. I'll go change my clothes and get ready to go out." With her purpose achieved, Lu Xishue's previous gloom vanished and her heart was filled with joy. At the same time, Tang Shichi and Xia Shige also came to shop at a luxury store. Tang Shichi's father was a friend of Song's father, so they also received the engagement invitation for Song Yuhan and Lu Xishue. However, recently both the Lu and Song families were struggling and Tang's father didn't want to have too much contact with them, so he decided to let his daughter Tang Shichi go instead. Tang Shichi wasn't familiar with Song Yuhan, and even less so with Lu Xishue. She initially didn't want to go, but since the invitation had already been sent, she decided to casually buy a piece of jewelry as a gift and leave early after presenting it. Tang Shichi felt bored shopping alone and invited Xia Shige to accompany her. Xia Shige also wanted to see what was going on outside lately, so she agreed to go with her to the luxury store. The sunlight was glaring and scorching. The two drove from Xindu community to the city center, seeing that the outside was empty with not a single person around. Everyone should be hiding indoors to avoid the heat at this time. Thanks to the powerful infrastructure in the country, the houses that were damaged by the tornado along the sides of the road had mostly been repaired and redecorated. Entering the downtown mall, commercial electricity was being restricted, and the central air conditioning of the mall was turned off. Without people using the air conditioning, the mall appeared quite deserted. The luxury store operated its own generator to power the air conditioning, making the store cool and pleasant with a lovely fragrance wafting through the air. There were no other customers in the store, and the staff warmly welcomed Xia Shige and Tang Shichi. One of the salesgirls was particularly enthusiastic and wanted to add Xia Shige's contact information. Xia Shige politely declined, saying, "I'm not part of a high-income group and shouldn't be your store's target customer." The salesgirl was clever. Ordinary people were struggling with water and electricity, and even taking a shower was a luxury. However, Xia Shige was neatly and cleanly dressed with her hair looking fresh, clearly a person of means. So she smiled even more sincerely and said to Xia Shige, "Let's add each other, Miss Xia. You can contact me anytime if you have any needs." Seeing her sincere attitude, Xia Shige felt it was inappropriate to refuse further, so she took out her phone and added her. Tang Shichi quickly settled on a ruby necklace and paid with her card. Xia Shige had never been to such places before and was curiously looking at the dazzling products in the display case. Just then Su Ilan entered with Lu Xishue. Su Ilan and Lu Xishue were both VIPs of the store. Lu Xishue liked this brand, and Su Ilan often brought her to choose jewelry. Xia Shige was sitting with her back to Su Ilan, so Su Ilan first recognized Tang Shichi. "Shichi." Su Ilan greeted, "You're here to shop too." Hearing this voice, Xia Shige felt a sinking feeling in her heart. Why does this family keep haunting her? Ever since that day when she refused to go home for Lu Xishue's engagement banquet, Su Ilan had been sending messages from different numbers, and she saw one being blocked after another, which was simply annoying. Tang Shichi also turned her head to greet, saying, "Mrs. Lu. Just call me Aunt Lu." Su Ilan replied with a smile, then turned to Xia Shige and asked, "And who is this?" Su Ilan thought this was another young lady from a wealthy family. She had been looking for a partner for her eldest son lately and was particularly attentive to these girls. Xia Shige pretended not to hear. Tang Shichi, not knowing what Xia Shige was thinking, actively introduced this as my friend. Lu Xishue recognized Xia Shige's profile and hesitantly called out Shige. Xia Shige realized she could not avoid the situation, so she turned around and coldly glanced at Lu Xishue and Su Ilan. Xia Shige was dressed neatly, her complexion fair, and her hair was refreshing, clearly indicating that she had been living well lately and had not been affected by the natural disasters. This made Su Ilan feel somewhat regretful, as she wished Xia Shige had not been doing so well, as that would make her more willing to return to the Lu family. Shige, why haven't you answered my calls these past few days? When do you plan to come home? Also, where are you living now? Su Ilan asked eagerly. The Lu family had sent someone to inquire about Xia Shige's address, and through her school, they only obtained the address of her previous apartment in the school district. When they went there, they found that she had already sold the place. What nonsense is this lady talking about during the day? Of course I live in my own home, Xia Shige replied with a frown. Su Ilan was taken aback and said, somewhat displeased, Shige, stop throwing a tantrum. You refusing to go home just means you want to avoid Xishue, right? I've already told you that after Six's engagement she will move out of the house, so what else are you dissatisfied with? Su Ilan wanted to reach out and grab Xia Shige, but Xia Shige swiftly dodged, frowning in disgust. Are you out of your mind? What do you think you're doing in broad daylight at the mall? Are you trying to abduct someone? Su Ilan stood frozen, looking at her in disbelief, her eyes showing hurt. How could you say that about me? I am your biological mother. Xia Shige scoffed. What biological mother? Isn't the only daughter of the Lu family Lu Xishue? You're just left with one illegitimate daughter. Who else could you be the biological mother of? Lu Xishue, seeing this, quickly tried to change the subject. Sister, how can you say such things? Moreover, is it because you also have feelings for Yuhan that you don't want to attend my wedding? Xia Shige completely ignored Lu Xishue. She had become immune to Lu Xishue's topic-shifting tactics in her past life and stared straight at Su Ilan. You tell me your family claims to have one biological daughter and one illegitimate daughter. Who could you possibly be the biological mother of? Su Yilan's face turned crimson. She didn't know how to respond to Xia Shige's question, so she could only say softly, Shige, I've already discussed with your father that once Xishue is engaged we will arrange a good marriage for you so that you have a reliable family to depend on. Your foster mother cannot arrange a good match for you, so just come home, stop being stubborn. Upon hearing this, Xia Shige was at a loss for words. She looked at Su Ilan with some pity. I don't know what values you instilled in Lu Xishue since childhood, but my mother always taught me that a person can only rely on themselves. A family is not a support. Ms. Su, to be blunt, you are not even worth a strand of my mother's hair. At this moment, the sales assistant had already packaged the jewelry that Tang Shichi had paid for. Xia Shige didn't want to stay any longer in this place surrounded by a group of gossiping salespeople. She directly took Tang Shichi and walked out of the store, leaving Su Ilan and Lu Xishue behind. Tang Shichi had been stunned in surprise and hadn't spoken since earlier, trying to digest the massive amount of information from the conversation between Xia Shige and Su Ilan, and then she suddenly realized, so you are the rumored illegitimate daughter of the Lu family. However, Tang Shichi felt something was off, as Xia Shige and Su Ilan looked somewhat alike, at least more so than Lu Xishue and Su Ilan, who looked more like a mother and daughter. No wonder she always felt that Xia Shige looked familiar, but she couldn't remember who she resembled until she saw Su Ilan today, and finally understood. Seeing Tang Shichi's shocked, conflicted, and puzzled expression, Xia Shige could only briefly explain her connection with the Lu family. Then she reiterated, I have no desire to be associated with this family. They all seem insane. You must never view me as part of their family. Tang Shichi was greatly shocked after hearing this. She truly couldn't fathom how a biological daughter could be labeled as an illegitimate child. It was already pitiful enough for a biological daughter to be lost. How could biological parents be so biased to this extent? After a long moment, Tang Shichi sighed and frowned. Madame Lu is really too greedy. Xia Shige was taken aback at her words, but then heard Tang Shichi continue. She wants both her foster daughter and her biological daughter. She wants both, but in this world there's no such thing as a free lunch. Xia Shige chuckled disdainfully. I think the only one she wants is Lu Xishue. Tang Shichi shook her head and said, if that were the case, she wouldn't keep trying to contact you. She wants both. Xia Shige was taken aback at her words, but then heard Tang Shichi continue. She wants both her foster daughter and her biological daughter. She wants both, but in this world there's no such thing. She wants both, so she must invest more money in the foster daughter to maintain that relationship while constantly trying to win you back with emotional appeals. Xia Shige suddenly felt enlightened. Indeed, those involved are often confused. After hearing this from Tang Shichi, all the things she couldn't understand in her 2 lifetimes suddenly made sense. No wonder in her past life, after returning home, Su Ilan had been indifferent to her while increasingly doting on Lu Xishue. In this life now that she refused to go home, Su Ilan was much warmer towards her. Xia Shige's equal disdain for the Lu family members made her shake her head and push those thoughts aside. After all, she had her own family and did not want to waste time dealing with those people. As the two walked out of the mall, Xia Shige noticed that many daily necessities had risen in price significantly. The fans in the electronics section were sold out and the entire goods area was empty. Many customers who came to buy fans had to leave disappointed. The mall felt stifling like a steamer, and the two had no desire to continue shopping, so they drove back to Shindu community. Throughout the journey, Tang Shichi felt it was unfair for Xia Shige and kept trying to console her. Shige, don't take these relatives to heart. I heard my father say that the Lu family is about to collapse. If the heat doesn't let up, bankruptcy is not far off. At that time, who will care about their so-called true or false eldest daughter? Tang Shichi had no expectations for family. Her parents divorced when she was young. After the divorce, her mother went abroad alone and had not contacted her for years. Her father had never remarried, but had 6 or 7 illegitimate children outside. The two had their own lives, and aside from sending money regularly, they hardly cared about Tang Shichi's well-being. Xia Shige, however, appeared indifferent as she smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I never regarded them as my family." In this life, Xia Shige only wanted to live well with her own relatives in the apocalypse. She had no concern for the fate of the Lu family. Having repaid the debt of birth in her past life, the Lu family still owed her a life. In this life, she was just waiting for the Lu family to run into misfortune, so she could enjoy the show and deal a few more blows. Seeing that Tang Shichi understood her perspective, she felt relieved. After returning home, Xia Shige took a shower and prepared to head to Jingjing supermarket to check the situation. There had been arguments in the large-scale price increase group, and she was afraid someone would cause trouble in the supermarket. Unexpectedly, as she passed by the residential area, she saw a group of property staff gathered outside Building 4, discussing something. What's going on? Why are they standing here under the scorching sun? Xia Shige walked over to ask. One of the property employees replied with a troubled expression. It's the owner of Unit 1009 in Building 4. He hoarded a lot of food and water on the balcony, and the balcony couldn't bear the weight, which caused it to collapse, dropping straight from the 10th floor to the first floor, affecting several floors. Upon hearing that the building had collapsed, the property management center was thrown into a state of panic, rushing over to assess the situation. Only after confirming that no one was injured did they breathe a sigh of relief. They have now reported the incident to the relevant departments and are engaged in a heated discussion about how to handle compensation and repairs. Xia Shige gasped, quickly pulling out her phone to check the group messages. For 1209 is slacking off. I was scared to death. It felt like an earthquake just now. I was sitting in my room feeling the entire building shake several times, not realizing that it was the balcony floor of the 10th floor below that had collapsed. Thankfully, I live on the 12th floor, otherwise my home would have been gone. 121803 AAA Liga Building Materials Renovation. Is this family completely ignorant? Don't they know that the balcony has a limited load-bearing capacity? How could they pile all their materials together? Even if spread across different rooms, it wouldn't have led to this. 42009 Sister and I felt the ground shaking even on the 20th floor. It was truly frightening. Thank goodness it was the balcony that fell and not the bedroom or living room, otherwise how many casualties could there have been? Speaking of which, how much stuff did they hoard to actually break the floor? For 1209 is slacking off. I heard they hoarded several hundred boxes of bottled water alone, as well as a lot of drinks piled up to the ceiling. How could that not collapse? 21908 Coconut Tree, not to mention anything else. 41009 really has connections. A bottled water is now out of stock everywhere, and even with money you can't buy it. How could they hoard so much in one go? 6702 White Moonlight Sigh, the bottled water I bought is all gone. If only I had stocked up more. 121803 AAA Liga Building Materials Renovation. How much will they have to compensate for so many floors collapsing at once? For 1209 is slacking off. It should be alright since it was just the balcony, which is relatively easy to repair, and several floors are completely uninhabited. I secretly went downstairs to observe just now, and many owners agreed to accept the supplies hoarded from the 10th floor as compensation. The property management has already distributed the supplies to those few households. Xia Shige scrolled through messages as she walked, arriving at Jingjing supermarket, where she found 2 police officers in the store. Mom, what's going on? Xia Shige asked in surprise. Jingjing came to open the door early this morning and found signs that the lock had been pried open, Xia Huyin said with concern, so we quickly called the police. Lin Jingjing nodded, saying we checked the surveillance and found that 2 people came to the supermarket last night to pry the lock. Fortunately, the supermarket had reinforced it and changed to a secure lock. They couldn't open it after trying for a long time and left. Otherwise, Lin Jingjing shuddered at the thought. The young police officer taking notes looked up at the crowd and said, "Fortunately, your lock is relatively secure, and the door is reinforced. Plus, those two thieves last night weren't professionals, so the lock wasn't opened. You may not know, but many supermarket security doors are being smashed every night." Another older police officer added, "We received several reports of supermarket break-ins early this morning. You are the only ones who weren't broken into. The others have been completely emptied." With community surveillance in place, and since these two clumsy thieves didn't bother to hide from the cameras, the police quickly identified the suspects, who turned out to be the owners of Unit 1706 in Building 5. Xia Shige and Lin Jingjing followed the two police officers to handle the situation. The police knocked on the door of 1706, and a young man and woman answered. The police addressed the young woman. "You are Wang Wan, the owner of 1706, right? You and your male companion pried open the door of Jingjing supermarket last night, and you're suspected of attempted theft. We are here to understand the situation." No, it wasn't us. We don't know anything," Wang Wan said in a panic. "Right, we don't know." Her boyfriend quickly shook his head in denial. "The surveillance footage clearly shows it's you. You didn't even change your clothes and still dare to argue. We are giving you another chance now. Confess, and you will be treated leniently. Otherwise, you'll have to come with us to the station," the police officer said sternly. Wang Wan suddenly crumpled to the floor crying, "We can barely afford food, so in a moment of greed, we had thoughts we shouldn't have. Please let us go. We are honest people and have never done anything wrong. Please believe me." Wang Wan sobbed while her boyfriend stood by, constantly lowering his head to admit his mistake. "Are you the one from the group 51706? Lin Jingjing suddenly recalled. Xia Shige also had some impression of this person. Wasn't she the owner of 1706, who frequently criticized Jingjing supermarket for its high prices in the group? Who would have thought she actually entertained thoughts of theft? Wang Wan cried in fear, repeatedly apologizing to Xia Shige and Lin Jingjing. She lamented that she had been laid off in April, and now the cost of utilities was too high and prices kept rising, as she could only rely on her savings to barely get by. Wang Wan cried in fear, repeatedly apologizing to Xia Shige and Lin Jingjing. She lamented that she had been laid off in April, and now the cost of utilities was too high and prices kept rising. Wang Wan cried in fear, repeatedly apologizing to Xia Shige and Lin Jingjing. She lamented that she had been laid off in April, and now the cost of utilities was too high and prices kept rising, as she could only However, they had no prior experience in lock picking, and after trying for a long time they couldn't get it open, so they could only return empty-handed. After listening, the police said breaking and entering usually carries a sentence of less than 3 years, but considering that you attempted theft and this is your first offense, you can sincerely apologize to the store owner. As long as the store owner forgives you, you won't be detained this time. If you offend again in the future, you will be dealt with strictly. Yes, we won't dare again. Please forgive us. We truly acted on a moment of madness," Wang Wan and her boyfriend cried. Xia Shige and Lin Jingjing exchanged glances. Given the current chaotic situation with frequent thefts and robberies, along with the police being overstretched, detention for such minor first offenses was generally avoided, so they accepted this resolution. Seeing that Xia Shige and Lin Jingjing weren't pursuing the matter, Wang Wan and her boyfriend kept thanking them profusely, promising never to dare again. The group returned to Jingjing supermarket, and the case was closed. The police had to hurry back to handle other cases. As they saw the two police officers out, the older police officer said, "With rising prices and high unemployment rates, incidents of breaking and entering are becoming more frequent everywhere, as such things are bound to happen again in the future. You better prepare some countermeasures in advance." After sending off the police, the families of the Lin and Xia were deeply worried. "I should stay in the store at night. If someone knocks, I can notice right away," Lin Shuo, Lin Jingjing's brother, suggested. "That would be too hard on you. Let's take turns between our families instead," Xia Huyin said. It's fine. Your family often brings us fruit and takes care of us. This is the least we can do." Lin Shuo quickly waved his hand. "Don't be so polite. It's tiring to leave one person in the store all the time. It's better for 2 people to stay overnight, so they can look out for each other in case something happens," Xia Huyin replied with a smile. After some discussion, they decided to follow Xia Huyin's suggestion and let Xia Guicheng and Lin Shuo stay in the store tonight. Although prices have risen significantly, many people are still stockpiling goods. The more chaotic the world becomes, the more awareness there is about hoarding. Of course, many are still observing, believing that prices will eventually return to normal. That evening, Xia Shige, her mother, and her aunt returned home, where Grandma and Grandma Lu had already prepared sweet and sour pork, garlic pork, squirrel fish, 2 dishes of stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a fruit platter made from apricots and peaches grown in the yard, which had been watered by the Taoyuan stream. Though the quantity wasn't large, the fruits were big, sweet, and juicy. "Where's your uncle? Why didn't he come back with you?" Grandma asked. Xia Shige recounted the near-theft incident at the supermarket yesterday. Grandma and Grandma Lu both looked astonished. Grandma Lu sighed, "It's only been 3 months of high temperatures, and the world is already in chaos. It seems that life won't be peaceful in the future." Xia Shige took a bite of the peach. Grandma Lu was right. Today there was a building collapse and a supermarket almost being robbed. It seems that life will only get more chaotic from here on. After entering July, the weather became even hotter, and now during the day hardly anyone dares to go outside. The streets are eerily empty. Everyone hides in their rooms with the air conditioning on, curtains drawn tightly, fearing even a glimpse of sunlight. During this time, Xia Shige has been busy in the peach blossom space, where the peach trees, apple trees, and pear trees have begun to bear ripe fruits. Xia Shige picked some pears and made a lot of honey pear soup, cooling it with ice for her family to drink. The first batch of chicks and ducklings at the farm has grown up. Xia Shige caught several chickens and ducks and took them to the processing workshop. The workshop is equipped with an automatic slaughtering device, which handles the entire process from slaughtering to bleeding, plucking, and eviscerating. The frozen meat Xia Shige had stored in the refrigerator has been partly consumed thanks to the family's efforts, and now she can finally turn her attention to the animals in the space. The farming costs at the breeding farms in the market have become too high, leading to many closures. Meat has become unaffordable for the average person. Families like Xia's, who have multiple meat dishes at every meal, are now exceedingly rare. While picking apples and pears, Xia Shige found 2 new beehives. She harvested a portion and prepared to continue making honeysuckle honey. Tang Shichi praised the honey sent by Xia Shige, mentioning that she had some sleep issues, but felt much better after drinking the honey. Xia Shige visited Tang Shichi and chatted with her while bringing honey. Tang Shichi's apartment in the city center has been renovated, but she doesn't plan to move back for now, partly because the high-rise is too hot and partly because the city center is becoming increasingly chaotic. With prices skyrocketing, incidents of vandalism and robbery are frequently occurring in the city center alongside many home invasions. Due to the fewer people in the Xindu community, it is relatively quieter compared to the city center. Therefore, Tang Shichi and Zhou Ran decided to stay here until the situation returns to normal. Tang Shichi casually mentioned to Xia Shige last month Lu Xixue got engaged, but hardly anyone attended the wedding. That's how the world of fame and fortune is now. The Lu family is on the brink of bankruptcy, and the Song family is also on the decline, having gone through several layoffs. As a result, many powerful figures are distancing themselves from both families, making Lu Xixue's engagement ceremony very desolate. There was even a guest who had a poor relationship with the Lu family. He had heard rumors that Lu Xixue was not actually the biological daughter of the Lu family, and he deliberately remarked that Lu Xixue didn't resemble Madame Lu. At that moment, the expressions of the Lu family members changed, and the Song family was furious, but couldn't retort. Xia Shige hadn't received any news from the Lu family for a long time. A few days before Lu Xixue's wedding, Madame Lu bombarded her with calls insisting that she attend the ceremony. She sent numerous messages lamenting that Xia Shige was being unreasonable and making her very upset. "Shige, are you really that jealous of Xixue? Shige, both you and Xixue are my daughters of the palm, and the back of my hand are both flesh. Why do you want to make things difficult for me? Shige, are you sure you want to come home? If you don't come back to attend your sister's wedding, the Lu family will no longer acknowledge you as their daughter, and you will never have a chance to return." Xia Shige did not respond to any of these messages, as she was too lazy to deal with the Lu family, knowing that their good days were numbered. After saying goodbye to Tang Shichi, Xia Shige planned to go to the peach blossom space to take care of the small pigs at the farm. 2 sows were pregnant, and Xia Shige intended to add more feed for them. Just then, Xia Huan's call came in. Xia Shige hurriedly answered, only to hear her mother say, "Daughter, can you come to the property center for a moment? We have something to discuss with you." "Okay, Mom, I'm on my way," Xia Shige replied immediately. She rushed to the property center under the sun, her back soaked with sweat. Xia Huan, Xia Guoqing, and Lin Jingjing were waiting for her in the lobby. Xia Shige walked up a few steps and asked, "Mom, Uncle, what's going on?" Xia Huan pulled Xia Shige aside and said, "Today, just as we opened the door, a robber barged in with a knife demanding to rob the supermarket." Xia Shige gasped and quickly asked what happened. "Was he caught?" Lin Jingjing nodded and replied he was caught, and after interrogation we found out that he wasn't from our community. He came from the nearby garden community. This person also robbed a store in the garden community and was banned from entering. He had to flee and then targeted our community. With prices rising rapidly and the unemployment rate high, more and more people are starting to take risks. Xia Huan continued, after the robbery incident, the property department is taking this very seriously. The senior supervisor at the property center told us that they want to establish Jingjing Supermarket as the supply point for the community, with security guards from the property center ensuring the supermarket's safety, and they asked for our approval. Xia Huin said somewhat hesitantly. The senior supervisor is currently waiting for our response in the property office. We are unsure about this, so we called you to ask for your opinion. Lin Jingjing also nodded and said our family is also uncertain. I heard the senior supervisor say that in the future the state will take over the community supply. Shige, what do you think we should do now? Xia Shige finally realized that the higher-ups were preparing to establish a supply point. She hadn't expected the material supply point in Xindu community to be set up so soon. She thought they would have to wait at least another month. This is a good thing as it means the supermarket will be temporarily taken over by the state. With the state as a backing and security from the community property guards, there will be no worries about the safety of the supermarket. Xia Shige quickly said, Mom, Uncle Jingjing, we must agree to this. In the future, restocking will become increasingly difficult and the world will get more chaotic. Without the help of the state and property management, we cannot keep this supermarket running. The other three understood and nodded in agreement. They then went with Xia Shige to the office of the senior supervisor. The senior supervisor was a middle-aged man in his 40s responsible for managing the entire property center. Upon hearing the affirmative response from the four of them, the senior supervisor smiled and nodded, saying, Actually, we just received a document from our superiors. It was stated that in the future the supply of materials will become increasingly tight, especially food. To prevent any emergencies, all community property departments are required to establish supply points within the communities. We discussed this at the property center and found that your supermarket's renovation is the safest with complete anti-theft facilities. We originally planned to send someone to discuss this with you later, but since someone attempted to rob the supermarket today, we decided to finalize it today so we can send security to keep watch early. Xia Shige sighed, inwardly realizing that the execution capability of the Xindu Community Property Department is indeed very high, which is why they later organized the reconstruction district here. The senior supervisor then made several calls instructing the property staff to proceed according to the previous. After hanging up, he told Xia Shige and the others, don't worry, during this time our property staff and security will be stationed around the supermarket to ensure its safety at all times. In a while the state will also send police officers to guard it. Upon hearing this, Xia Shige felt relieved. From today onwards, Jingjing supermarket would be a supply point protected by the state. After saying goodbye to the senior supervisor, the four of them made their way back to Jingjing supermarket. On the way, Lin Jingjing said to Xia Shige, thank you for reminding me to stock up on supplies earlier. Our family stocked up a lot before the prices went up. We spread water and food across 2 layers in each room and bought 2 new large freezers. I calculated that if we save it would be enough for our family of 3 for 3 to 4 years. That's good, a better safe than sorry, Xia Shige replied, feeling relieved. The four of them arrived at the supermarket entrance and noticed that several previously closed shops next to the supermarket were now open. The property staff and security were busy moving items inside. At that moment, a property staff member came out, and it turned out to be Xiao He from the sales department. He looked at Xia Shige and greeted her happily. Miss Xia, it's really you. I thought it looked like you from inside. Xiao He, thank you for your hard work. Xia Shige smiled back at him. Xiao He scratched his head and said, not at all, we are just following the arrangements from above to ensure the safety of our community supply point. There aren't many people coming to buy houses now, so our sales department is the most idle, so I was assigned here. In the future, our property staff and security will stay in the shops next to the supermarket. If anyone dares to rob again, we will subdue them at the first opportunity. Miss Xia, you can rest assured about safety. Xia Guocheng happily said, that's great, thank you so much for your property department. In the past few days, the Xia family and the Lin family have been taking turns sleeping in the shop, not daring to sleep at night. With the property department here, they can finally go home and get a good night's sleep. The 4 members of the Xia family entered the supermarket. At the checkout counter, Lin Yuanfeng and Lin Shua were busy ringing up customers while Xia Huin and Xia Guocheng stepped in to take over their duties. Lin Jingjing called Lin Yuanfeng and Lin Shua aside and briefly explained the situation at the property center today. Dad brother senior manager Gao mentioned that the state has requisitioned the supermarket as a supply point. Since we along with Uncle Guocheng and Aunt Hui are the original operators, we might be incorporated as material management distributors, which would grant us state positions and subsidies. The Lin family initially had no objections to this matter. In their eyes, this was Jingjing's supermarket, and whatever she said was final. Hearing Jingjing's words now, they felt it was a pleasant surprise. Lin Yuanfeng exclaimed with excitement, so in the future our family of 3 will all be working for the state. This is fantastic news. Our family's ancestral grave is surely blessed. Lin Shua also remarked, fortunately we didn't choose to transfer the supermarket back then. Current positions require examinations for entry and the restrictions are numerous. It's a tough climb, yet such good fortune has fallen upon us. Speaking of which, we really owe it to the Xia family for their investment, otherwise we would have missed this opportunity. Lin Yuanfeng nodded in agreement, expressing, indeed. Thanks to the Xia family, or we would have regretted it, we must remember this kindness. The three of them were ecstatic about this unexpected joy, and their enthusiasm for work increased. In the past couple of days, prices have soared even higher, and now more people are coming to stock up than a few days ago. The rapid price hikes have left people anxious. Lin Yuanfeng and Lin Shua drove daily to various manufacturers to grab stock. Many manufacturers are unwilling to sell now, hoping to stockpile for later and sell at exorbitant prices. Why has the rice price gone up again? It's increased more than tenfold compared to before the storm. Isn't this profiting from national disaster? Exclaimed a customer wearing a white t-shirt in anger. Other nearby customers were also unwilling to accept this. As tensions rose, Lin Yuanfeng and Lin Shua quickly stepped in to mediate. Other nearby customers were also unwilling to accept this. As tensions rose, Lin Yuanfeng and Lin Shua quickly stepped in to mediate. Everyone, don't fight. There's more stock in the warehouse. We guarantee everyone will be able to buy some. The initial customer in the white t-shirt, seeing this, angrily said, "Are you insane? Are you really allowing these unscrupulous merchants to raise prices like this?" He turned around and shouted at Lin Yuanfeng, "Do you believe I'll smash your unscrupulous business?" Xia Shige's expression turned cold as she discreetly grasped the stun gun in her pocket. At this moment, Xiao He entered with 2 security guards and addressed the customer in the white t-shirt. "The prices in the supermarket are stay guided. If you continue to cause trouble here, we will have to ask you to leave and prohibit you from entering the supermarket in the future." The customer in the white t-shirt glanced at the 2 tall security guards beside Xiao He, showing a hint of panic, but still stubbornly replied, "What authority do you security guards have? On what basis do you order me around? And why can you prohibit me from buying things?" Xiao He, upon hearing this, took out a document and said seriously, "This is a document issued by the state. The property management has also shared it in the owners group. You can take a look. Our work is authorized by the state." The customer in the white t-shirt, seeing this, could only leave dejectedly. Other customers in the supermarket began to murmur, "Look, the state authorization has come out, as something must be about to happen. Hurry and stock up on food. Yes, the world is definitely going to get chaotic. Everyone hurry and buy. Who knows if we'll be able to buy things in a few days. I want to stock up on a few bags of rice. Me too, I want to stock up on 2 barrels of oil. I have a large family, don't compete with me. I still have 2 children at home, I need to buy 30 cans of baby formula." Xia Shige rolled up her sleeves and began to help move goods from the warehouse, feeling relieved that with security present, her family wouldn't have to stay overnight at the supermarket. The news that the property security was stationed next to Jingjing supermarket spread in the community owner group, sparking heated discussions. 42009 Xia, is it really that exaggerated? A mere supermarket is being protected by property security. Haha, is it to prevent someone from robbing the supermarket? 6702 by Yue Guang, indeed someone did rob the supermarket. I was there at the time. That person came in with a knife to rob food and even smashed the cash register for money. It was truly terrifying. 121803 AAA Liga Construction and Decoration. Actually, we are relatively stable here. Many places have experienced looting and vandalism. The nearby garden community, had 4 home invasions in the past few days, and even injured residents, causing great anxiety. 21908 Coconut Tree, with high unemployment and high prices, such things are bound to happen. I mentioned before that factory shutting down is not a good thing, it brings many problems. Our factory's warehouse was broken into. There are only a few bags of flavoring agents left, all of which have 21408 Gao Meili. Is it this chaotic? Should we stock up or not? I want to stock up, but prices are really too high now. My husband and I have both been laid off. We really can't afford to spend money recklessly. Every month the utility bills are a significant expense. For 1209 currently slacking, yes, it's too expensive. The instant noodles we usually eat used to be 10 yuan a bag, and now they're over 100. I regret not buying more food a few days ago. For 2009 Xia, with prices this high, is there any point in stocking up? Moreover, the state won't sit idly by in this situation. They will definitely control prices. Being cautious about stocking up at this peak could mean buying at the highest point. 21908 Coconut Tree. I still suggest stocking up on food for one reason: factories have stopped production and crops are no longer growing. Learn from the previous lessons about bottled water. Buy what you need. Xia Shige walked while scrolling through her phone. Recently, many homeowners have moved into the villa area. Grandma mentioned yesterday that she heard moving sounds from the neighboring side, indicating that someone must have moved in. However, the 2 families have yet to meet. Xia Shige is currently feeling at a loss regarding the billion. Although Jingjing supermarket has been doing great business lately and the Xia family has received hundreds of thousands in dividends, suppliers have been continuously raising prices. The profits from this batch of goods will soon be reinvested into the next purchase. At this point it seems almost impossible to make $1 billion from the supermarket, not to mention that in a few months these goods will all be sold out. During this time she has seen delivery trucks bringing water and supplies to the wealthy in the villa area. Each time they come and go quickly, quietly, and low-key. These wealthy individuals spend large sums of money daily on fresh ingredients and water. Xia Shige and the white cat watched enviously. There are ready crops and water on the farm, and they too want to earn this money. As Xia Shige was trying to find her thoughts, she suddenly heard someone calling from behind. She turned around and saw a luxury car that had stopped behind her. A young man in his 20s got out, casually dressed, tall, with a pair of attractive peach blossom eyes. Xia Shige. I can't believe it's really you. What a coincidence to see you here. The man walked over to Xia Shige and greeted her warmly. Xia Shige stared at him for a moment, uncertain, and called out. Are you Xin Zihui? Xin Zihui was Xia Shige's high school deskmate, a rich second generation. Until their senior year, when Xin Zihui's family saw his poor grades and lack of hope for college entrance examinations, they sent him abroad directly. Xin Zihui had pursued Xia Shige, but was decisively rejected by her. He was not angered by the rejection, and they continued to interact like ordinary classmates. Yes, it's me. After so many years you've become even more beautiful. He had gone abroad for leisure before the storm and later experienced a global tornado and extreme heat in his luxurious residence. Xin Zihui smiled and added, I just returned from abroad a couple of days ago. You wouldn't believe how chaotic it is over there. Looting and vandalism happen even in broad daylight. Initially, he intended to seek refuge abroad, but found it even more chaotic with constant shootings, forcing him to hide at home and avoid going out. Until a few days ago, a group of rioters stormed into the affluent area where he lived to rob, and even the armed security guards couldn't stop them, frightening him into quickly packing his bags and returning home. It's much safer at home, Xin Zihui lamented. After some searching, I found that the Xindu community is the coolest and quietest, so I moved here. Just then another young woman got out of the luxury car and asked, Honey, is this your friend? This voice was soft and somewhat familiar. Xia Shige turned her head and was met with an unexpected person by Qianqian. Xia Shige regarded Bai Qianqian with surprise. Why had Bai just called Xin Zihui her husband? Could it mean what Xia feared? The amount of information was overwhelming, and the stifling heat only added to Xia's bewilderment. Bai Qianqian went pale the moment she saw Xia from the car. She had not seen Xia's face clearly and had assumed the stranger was some little vixen about to step out and assert her claim, only to discover it was Xia Shige. Xin Zihui saw Bai approaching and replied somewhat perfunctorily, she's a high school classmate of mine. Well, chat for a bit, you can head back for now. Bai Qianqian's mind became a blur, and she dared not stay. Flustered, she answered okay, and a little unsteady turned and left. Xin did not notice Bai's agitation. His attention was fixed on Xia Shige. He scratched his head and said helplessly, this infernal heat, let's get in the car and talk. Another second out here and it'll be heat struck. Xia felt hot as well and followed Xin into the car. The air conditioning was a relief, and as she recovered from her astonishment, she asked hesitantly, that girl just now, is she your girlfriend? Xin paused, offered a knowing smile, and replied with a grin, yes, girlfriend. One of them actually. He meant one of his mistresses. Xin continued, still smiling, she's pregnant with my child. She said she wants to keep it, so I brought her along. Xia was shocked again and mechanically repeated, she's carrying your child. Xin chuckled, surprised. Me too. Who would have thought I'd be a father so soon? He kept smiling. In truth, Xin had nearly forgotten someone like Bai. He kept many women around him, each relationship serving reciprocal needs. Only a few days ago, when he returned home, had Bai called to tell him she was pregnant. Xia restrained herself for a while but could not hold back her expression complicated. She asked, how are you sure it's your child? Xin shrugged, of course, we did an amniocentesis and a DNA test. I'm not going to raise another man's child. To be cautious, he even had tests done at 3 different hospitals and was completely certain before bringing. Xia felt as if a vast plain had opened before her. Her sense of the world had been shaken. Wasn't Bai Qianqian's child supposed to be Han Yuan's? Weren't they preparing to marry after buying a school district apartment? The social circle here was chaos. Xin did not want to dwell on Bai and shifted the topic. What about you? When did you move here? I remember your family used to live in the mountains. I moved here a few months ago and live with my family, Xia answered. Looks like you've done well these years, moved from the mountains to a villa. Xin sighed, come to think of it, my family had shares when this community was developed, but it later lost a fortune. He looked at Xia with a trace of melancholy. We haven't seen each other for 6 or 7 years, have we? Time flies. Thinking back to high school, that was truly the most carefree time of my life. Xia smiled inwardly, thinking that he had likely been carefree his whole life. While others struggled in the heat, he still drove his luxury car about town. She said nothing of that aloud, only replied, "Do you really expect to stay 17 forever? That's a beautiful fantasy." Shin laughed and pulled out his phone to add Xia's contact. "I'll be staying around here for a while. Leave your number and we'll meet up when we have time." Xia thought for a moment, nodded, and exchanged numbers with Shin. Bai Qianqian wandered back to Shin Zihuai's villa in a daze, her heart racing, as she ignored even the housemaid's greeting. She feared Xia might say something to Shin. Bai had met Shin at an art exhibition. Their intentions were explicit and transactional, one for money, one for pleasure. Bai was not foolish. She understood that a family like Shin's was not something she could climb into easily. If she clung to Shin, she would only end up discarded. She knew clearly that her relationship with Shin was a fling of the man she intended to marry was Han Yuan. So when she discovered she was pregnant, Bai decisively took Han Yuan to buy a house and prepare for marriage. Though Han had little money, he could give her a proper wedding. Besides, Han Yuan had graduated from a prestigious school and joined a large company with promising prospects. This was Bai's plan before the disaster. Afterwards, everything changed. Han Yuan lost his job, all the resumes he sent vanished, and he spent his days listless at home. Bai endured endless hardship in the Han household. Han's mother forbade the air conditioner, too expensive, forbade baths, water bills are too high, each day Bai ate plain noodles, and pickles the refrain, always that prices were too steep. Bai had had enough. When she learned Shin Zihuai had returned home, she decided to take a desperate gamble. After the DNA test, Bai knew she had won that bet. But she also knew that beside Shin she could only be a yet Shin could give her a villa to live in. Now she could soak comfortably in a bathtub every day, enjoy cold air while eating fresh fruits, and be served 3 nourishing meals by the housemaid, pregnancy dishes with ample vegetables, meat, eggs, and dairy. Shin had other girlfriends, but they were discreet and agreed not to interfere. Bai truly did not want to lose the life she now enjoyed. But she could see the close bond between Shin and Xia, and feared Xia might say something to Shin that would harm her. Touching her slightly rounded belly, Bai was filled with anxiety. In truth, she worried needlessly, as Xia had no intention of intervening. Reborn, as she respected others' fates and wished to avoid entanglement in wealthy scandals. Besides, Xia thought the two of them suited each other. Her mind was elsewhere, as she had been following online reports. Home invasions were rising and supermarkets were being looted. That day, several upscale malls in the city center had been vandalized and looted in broad daylight. A security could not control the situation, and the malls had to announce temporary closures. Fortunately, Jingjing Supermarket had property security, and the Xindu community was sparsely populated. For now, it remained relatively safe. As Xia was about to fetch some fruit from her storage, she received a message. "Miss Xia, since malls have closed recently, our brand has launched online shopping. If you like, you may place orders online and we will deliver to your door." There was also a link to a mini program. The message came from the salesgirl at the luxury store Xia had visited with Tang Shichi. Xia clicked the link and found an online marketplace. It appeared newly built with many brands and merchants on board. Unlike group buying platforms, the prices here were staggeringly high. The site sold produce, meat, eggs, and milk, luxury goods, even gasoline and diesel, state-controlled energy, but the prices were absurdly inflated beyond what ordinary people could afford. Xia casually opened the shop selling gasoline and diesel and found customer reviews there. One review read, "User XXX, quite good. Energy is tightly controlled on the market now, as supplies are nowhere to be found. Unexpectedly, you can buy them here. User XXX, the company's team is very professional, as security is thorough, they provide escorted transport and deliveries are prompt." It looked like an app used among the wealthy, touching on gray market transactions. Xia then opened a shop selling fresh produce and meats, likely run by an indoor farming and livestock enterprise. There were all manner of fresh vegetables, a bag of chili peppers priced at 4,000 yuan, a bag of lettuce at 3,000 yuan, a bag of mandarins at 5,000 yuan, a whole chicken at 6,000 yuan. Xia bolted upright in bed. "Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai." Xia Shige called. "I may have found a way to make money. Taoyuan Space has so many things to sell, let's see if we can list our goods on that platform. But how do we register as a merchant?" Xia Shige fretted. Xiao Bai glanced up and confidently patted his paw. "Leave this simple programming to me." Shortly after Xiao Bai spoke, Xia Shige watched her phone jump to a back-end management interface. On that page, she could edit product listings directly. She also received a notification that said, "Welcome to the platform." Xia Shige swiped the screen and, astonished, said, "I didn't expect you to know how to do this, Xiao Bai." She had assumed Taoyuan Space was merely a simple farming system, never imagining it could handle programmatic tasks. Bai Mao explained it is the power of the space itself. It is as if the shop has been transplanted onto someone else's server. Bai Mao continued, for security, I virtualized a collection account. Your account will receive the money, but outsiders will only be able to trace it to a blank account. Xia Shige was stunned. She realized she had underestimated the little cat. She familiarized herself with the backend, but when she reached the delivery address field, she hesitated. If someone places an order, how will we deliver? Other brands and companies had delivery teams and security personnel. Xia Shige had only herself. Did she have to drive and deliver every parcel? In such a chaotic market, she doubted the few stun devices she owned would suffice. Leave it to me, Bai Mao said. As long as there is an address, I can manipulate the space and transfer the goods there. He added confidently, if the produce originates from within the space with my current energy, I can deliver it throughout virtually the entire city area. Xia Shige hugged the cat and stroked him vigorously. He was astonishing. Yet she worried, we can't have goods materialize out of thin air. That would be investigated as a paranormal incident. If anyone notices, they'll dissect us for study. After pondering, the pair decided to attach a drone above each package. Bai Mao would shift the goods to the airspace near the delivery address, making the transfer appear as a drone delivery. If they were still detected, so be it. Fortune favors the bold. For the 100 million yuan unlock task, they had to take the risk. With a plan in place, Xia Shige began listing the space's agricultural products in the back end. She started with the orchard fruits from Taoyuan Grove, the ripe apricots, plums, and peaches, still stored in the space warehouse. Xia set a small box of apricots at 4000 yuan, a small box of plums at 4000 yuan, and a small box of peaches at 4000 yuan. In the processing workshop, she could make cartons from timber, a feature she had once thought frivolous, but it was now indispensable. From Taoyuan's field, she listed cherry tomatoes and strawberries, pricing each small box at 5000 yuan. The previously harvested vegetables, cabbage, tomatoes, green beans, spinach, cucumbers, loofahs, lettuce, were each set at 3000 yuan per box. The ranch had produced several litters of rabbits, and the chickens and ducks had multiplied. Xia listed processed whole rabbits and whole chickens and ducks priced at 5000 yuan apiece. Finally, Xia decided to list the honey from the Taoyuan woods, since it too was a space product. She found several large hives of the bees were industrious, and by harvesting only a portion each time, she could continue to reap more. She priced each jar of honey at 9000 yuan. Having listed the goods, Xia, full of vigor, reploughed a large patch of land and planted lettuce, kale, melons, snow peas, water, spinach. She worked until dusk, then checked her phone and saw 2 orders. Order 1 box of apricots, 1 box of plums, 1 duck, 2 rabbits. Order 2 1 box of peaches, 3 rabbits, 2 boxes of cucumbers, 1 jar of honey. Xia had worried that honey priced so high might deter buyers, but to her surprise a customer appeared at once. It seemed the wealthy were not impoverished by natural disasters. The items were packed and a drone was affixed above each parcel. The drones could not bear the real weight, they were merely a ruse. Xiao Bai manipulated the space and shifted the packages according to the addresses. Xia nervously watched the drone feed on her phone as the parcels were transferred to the vicinity of the delivery locations. Both destinations were villas. Xiao Bai guided the drones into the yards and set the packages down. Xia watched anxiously until a housemaid came out to sign for them, only then letting out a breath. Before long, both orders' payments arrived. Xia watched the account balance climb and celebrated with the cat. With this method, 100 million was suddenly within reach. Qianqian, where have you been these past days? Qianqian, you're carrying our child, don't frighten me. Qianqian, answer me now. Qianqian, what happened? Whatever it is, at least reply and tell me. Qianqian, if I can't reach you again, I'll call the police. Han Yuan had been sending message after message to Bai Qianqian, but they all vanished into silence with no reply. Since Bai Qianqian had moved back after graduation, she had sent him a message saying she wanted to break up. He was shocked and refused to believe it. He called her immediately but could not reach her. Not only was Bai Qianqian unreachable, her parents also ignored his calls. When he went to her school, he was told she had already collected her diploma and moved out, her things packed away. Han Yuan, frantic, went to Bai Qianqian's parents' home, but they refused to open the door. He waited at the Bai residence until he suffered heat stroke and was discovered by a neighbor who took him to the hospital. The Bai family never showed up. When Han's mother learned of it, she rushed to the hospital and took her son home once he regained consciousness. Seeing her son so distraught, Han's mother wept. That woman has run off. Don't look for her. Look what you've done to yourself these past days. No. Han Yuan protested desperately. Qianqian would never abandon me. She's carrying my child. Night was falling and the temperature had cooled. Han Yuan decided to return to the Bai residence once more. He resolved to wait until Qianqian came out. Han's mother tried to stop him, but he shoved her aside and rode his bike to the Bai home. He climbed the stairs and began pounding and shouting Qian. Qian, come out, I will see you today. Qian. Qian opened the door. Inside Mr. and Mrs. Bai frowned as they discussed what to do. Han Yuan continued making a scene outside and the Bai parents were greatly troubled. Lately the Bai family had been living well. Zhen Zihui was generous and Bai Qian sent them a sum each month. They could run the air conditioner every day and buy pricey fruits and vegetables online. Although they did not approve of their daughter becoming a kept woman for a wealthy man, people naturally seek comfort over hardship. Faced with the choice of suffering heat or hunger, they yielded to the better life. Call Qian, he is making a scene outside and that won't do, Mr. Bai said with a frown. Mrs. Bai sighed and retreated to the bedroom to phone their daughter. Bai Qian was soaking in the bathtub. Zhen Zihui had gone out, her belly had grown, and it was inconvenient to follow him, so she had stayed home. Mom, what's wrong? Bai Qian answered the call. That Han fellow is here again, he's been smashing the door. What should we do? Mrs. Bai murmured on the other end. Bai Qian could faintly hear the banging through the line. She frowned and said, don't open the door. I'll call him and persuade him to leave. She hung up and sighed. She could no longer be entangled with Han Yuan, yet his relentless pursuit left her with a splitting headache. Bai Qian pondered for a moment, then removed Han Yuan from her blacklist and called him. Han Yuan quickly answered, Qian. You finally decided to contact me. Do you know how anxious I've been? Where are you now? When will you come home? My mother and I are waiting for you. Bai Qian frowned as she listened to Han Yuan finish his words, then coldly replied, Han Yuan, I've already told you that we're broken up. Stop pestering me. I've already terminated the pregnancy. You should go back. I'm not home, and if you keep this up, I'll have my parents call the police. Han Yuan staggered back feeling dazed and then shouted, Bai Qian. How dare you do this? Bai Qian remained silent and Han Yuan continued to yell, why did you do this? How could you be so heartless? Tell me the truth, Bai Qian, have you hooked up with someone else? Bai Qian coldly interrupted him, that's none of your business. The house in the school district belongs to you now, and I won't be taking the 1 million yuan housing payment. I will have someone assist you with the property transfer. Stop bothering me, it's impossible for us now. Han Yuan shouted, don't come at me with that. How much is that school district house even worth now? I invested all my savings to buy this house all for you. You must come back and marry me. Since you've terminated the pregnancy, you must give me another child. Bai Qian felt her anger surge and shouted back, another child. How can I give you one? I can't even enjoy the air conditioning at your house. Your mother won't even let me take a shower properly. While I was pregnant, she only gave me boiled noodles. How am I supposed to have a child for you? Han Yuan, look at your current state. Do you even have the means to take me to the hospital? Can you afford to raise a child once it's born? Are you trying to put me in a situation where both the child and I die? Han Yuan listened to Bai Qian's relentless questioning, feeling as if he had deflated like a punctured ball, becoming quiet and slightly bewildered. Bai Qian only heard suppressed sobs on the other end of the line. She sighed, Yuan, let's part ways amicably. I really can't live in your house any longer, that child would suffer if born. Let's leave it at that, don't contact me again. With that, Bai Qian hung up the phone. Han Yuan listened to the busy tone on the line, feeling lost. He suddenly thought of Xia Shige and wondered if he had chosen the wrong path from the beginning. He stumbled out of Bai's neighborhood, pushing his bike along the road for a few steps, then sat down by the roadside in despair, unsure of where to go. Xia Shige received several orders over the past few days and some customer reviews as well. User XXX, I was shocked that it was drone delivery. I thought it was an airdrop bomb. Not to mention the quality of the fruit is truly excellent, rich in flavor, juicy and sweet, much better than what the Zhou group provides. I'll order 10 more. User XXX, this chicken must be free range. The meat is really good, far better than the cage-raised chickens from the farms. The soup made from it is delicious. I'll repurchase 5 more. User XXX, this tomato is surprisingly sweet. I haven't had such sweet tomatoes in a long time. The varieties grown indoors by other companies really taste terrible with no flavor and are very sour. User XXX, the peaches I bought for my employer's family are a hit with the mistress. She wants me to always buy from this store. Too bad I haven't tasted them to know what they're like. User XXX, this honey is wonderful. After drinking it, I feel much better and my dizziness has improved. Truly amazing. Xia Shige and Bai Mao had been busy packing and shipping goods. The vegetables in the warehouse were nearly sold out and the demand for fruit was overwhelming. After finishing an order, Xia Shige rolled up her sleeves, ready to head into the woods to pick fruits. When she returned, Bai Mao excitedly jumped in front of her and said, all the recent orders have been confirmed received, and so far we have made a total of 1 million. Having earned her first million, Xia Shige happily spun around with Bai Mao in her arms. It seems the dawn of victory is near. At this rate we'll make $1 billion soon. Xia Shige expanded her range of products. The fish in Peach Blossom Stream had also bred quite a bit. She noticed that fish in other stores were very expensive given the drought and high temperatures everywhere. Raising fish was quite challenging, and every fish on the table was a luxury. She listed grass carp, blackfish carp, and bass, all large and fat fish, lively and priced at 1,000 yuan each. Xia Shige thought for a moment. The sows of the small piglets were pregnant. She selected 2 from among the boars and sent them to the processing workshop. In front of the professional processing machines, slaughtering, deherring, bleeding, and cutting were completed with 1 click. Before long the pigs' head trotters, offal, and 4 slabs of pork were separated and sent out. Xia Shige listed the pig's head trotters and offal and also put up 3 slabs of pork, while she planned to take 1 home to roast, as she had been craving the small piglet for a long time. After finishing her task, Xia Shige hugged by Mao and the pork as she exited the space, quietly placing the pork in the fridge to refrigerate, intending to tell her family it was previously frozen from the freezer. Once tidied up, Xia Shige drank a large bottle of honeysuckle honey water, feeling refreshed, and all her fatigue vanished. Taking advantage of this cool feeling, she grabbed some peaches and plums and packed them into a cardboard box before heading out to Jingjing Supermarket. The sun was scorching and there were not many people at Jingjing Supermarket. The residents generally stayed indoors during the day, only going out to shop after the sun went down. Only Lin Jingjing was in the store. When she saw Xia Shige arrive, she happily came over. Xia Shige handed the box to Lin Jingjing, whispering, "These are from my home garden for you and Uncle Lin." Lin Jingjing sighed and replied, "Auntie and my dad are next door. There's a problem with the supply chain, and they're discussing countermeasures with the property management." Xia Shige was startled and asked, "What happened?" Lin Jingjing shook her head and said, "You don't know. Many factories are refusing to ship now. The government has been controlling prices on goods, stipulating that many food prices cannot rise beyond a certain range. Unexpectedly, many manufacturers decided not to sell when they heard this, telling us they were out of stock. In fact, they just want to hold back inventory, hoping for an opportunity to raise prices later." Xia Shige looked around and indeed saw many empty spots on the shelves, especially in the rice, flour, and oil sections. Residents panicked when they couldn't buy rice or flour. In the past few days there have been thefts in the neighborhood, with supplies left on balconies by lower-floor residents being stolen. "I heard that there was even a burglary in Building 4, Lin Jingjing said softly. Fortunately, the burglar had no experience. They were subdued and beaten up by the homeowner as soon as they entered. The property management, fearing this would cause panic, quickly started discussing countermeasures," Lin Jingjing said. Xia Shige, feeling a headache coming on, said, "If the supply doesn't improve, there will definitely be problems." Xia Shige opened the neighborhood chat group, and sure enough, it was already buzzing with discussions. "Oh my god, how could this happen? I really regret not stocking up a few days ago. Now I can't buy anything. It's one thing to run out of rice and flour, but even the noodles and instant noodles are gone. When I went to the supermarket today, there were only some snacks left. Fortunately, I stocked up on some food at home, so I can barely get by while rationing." 21408 Gao Meili, are you saying that Jingjing Supermarket has run out of stock? Can't you just buy from other supermarkets? 31007 Chichi Lianghua, you must have been out of touch for a while. All the large malls outside are closed, and other small supermarkets ran out of stock a long time ago. In our remote area there are fewer people, so we actually have more supplies. 31007 Chichi Lianghua, I see. Luckily, I stocked up a lot of food a few days ago. Recently the weather has been so hot, and the kids are on break. I haven't gone out for several days. It's really scary. I've heard that this year's high temperatures have caused a complete failure of all crops. Surely people won't starve to death, right? This is the 21st century. I can't believe I'd die of hunger in the new century. Don't panic, the national grain reserves are enough to feed 1.4 billion people for a year. In this situation the government won't just stand by, so just wait a bit. Indeed, these manufacturers are deliberately withholding supplies to profit from the disaster. The government won't ignore this situation. They will soon dispatch people to take over the inventory of these factories. Xia Shige put down her phone and sat chatting with Lin Jingjing when she suddenly heard a commotion from the next door. She looked out the window and saw several security guards running out of the adjacent store toward the residential area. The two exchanged puzzled glances, and just then Xia Huin walked in with a worried expression and said to them, "You two stay in the store, and don't go out as something has happened outside." Xia Shige immediately stood up. "Mom, what happened?" Xia Huin replied, "I heard that there was a robbery at 3-805, and someone was killed. Now the police are short-staffed, so the security guards rushed over to help after they heard the news." 3-805. Xia Shige felt that the name sounded familiar. She picked up her phone and scrolled through the group chat, finally finding the message she had seen earlier. 3805 fruit gummy. Fortunately, I stocked up on some food at home, so I can barely get by while rationing. So 3805 is the person who claimed to have supplies at home. It seems that her comment in the group chat brought her trouble. Xia Shige felt a bit anxious. She didn't want the Shindu community to descend into chaos so quickly. At this time, people in the group began discussing the matter. 31007 Chi Liang Wama. Oh my god, someone downstairs keeps shouting about murder. It's so scary. 627021. Oh my god, is it really that scary? What's happening? 31007 Chi Liang Wama. It sounds like the noise is coming from downstairs. At first, a man kept kicking the door, demanding the people inside to hand over their supplies. Then it went quiet for a while, and before long he started shouting about murder again. For 1209, currently slacking off. My god, what is happening? Just a few days ago there was a robbery in our building, and now there's another one in your building. Has our community become this unsafe? 121803 AAA Li Good building materials. Our community is considered safe. My friend is in Huayuan community, and they don't dare to sleep at night because there have been 2 murders there, both due to home robberies. 31007 Chi Liang Wama. It's okay, now I can hear that the police and property management have arrived. It should be safe now. I was really scared just now. While Xia Shige was scrolling through the group chat feeling anxious, several hours later Xiao He from property management and a few security guards returned from next door. Xia Shige, Xia Huayin, and Lin Jingjing hurried over to ask about the situation. Xiao He, what happened just now? Xia Huayin asked with a frown, anxious. Xiao He looked serious. It's a girl from 3 Dong 805. She accidentally revealed in the owner group that she had supplies at home, and she was targeted by the old man from 705 downstairs. The old man from 705 knew that she was home alone, probably thinking that a young girl would be easy to bully, so he went upstairs to kick her door and demanded her to hand over her supplies. He even threatened to kill her if she didn't hand over her supplies and said he would set her house on fire. Lin Jingjing gasped, is the girl from 805 okay? The girl from 805 is fine. It was the old man from 705 who died. Xiao He said with a complicated expression. The girl from 805 was frightened by the old man's intimidating behavior, and in her panic she fought back. She went to the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife, and rushed out the door, then struck the old man outside the door with the knife, hitting him in a vital spot. He died on the spot. Xiao He was still a bit shaken. It was the first time he had seen a dead person. The entire corridor was covered in blood, and the heavy smell of blood almost made him faint. Xia Shige never expected this to happen. Surprised, she anxiously asked, what did the police say? Did they take the girl from 805 for questioning? Xiao He's expression became even more complicated, mixed with a hint of inexplicable relief. The police listened to the girl from 805 describe what happened and checked the surveillance outside. They confirmed that what she said was true. The key was that the old man was carrying a lighter and a bottle of alcohol. When the girl opened the door, the old man was pouring alcohol on the door of 805. If he had lit it, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Then the police checked the household registration of 805 and found that the girl had just turned 13. At this point, the police not only didn't say anything, but also comforted the girl for a long time. After comforting the girl, they directly contacted the family of the old man from 705 to handle. With home robberies and vandalism happening frequently, the police wouldn't waste resources investigating cases that resulted purely from justifiable defense, especially when the perpetrator was a child under 14. With home robberies and vandalism happening frequently, the police wouldn't waste resources investigating cases. In this day and age, children are well-fed and have nutritious meals with milk and eggs every day. They develop quickly. The girl is tall and chubby, and she's quite strong. The old man from 705 was also quite old. He probably didn't expect a young girl to be so tough and thought that little girls could be easily intimidated. He was caught off guard and didn't have time to dodge. The old man from 705 lived alone. His son and daughter-in-law are out of town. After learning what happened, he told us that they would leave the aftermath to the property management to handle. They can't come over now. Xiao He sighed again and shook his head, saying, actually, my colleague went to 705 and saw that the old man's house still had plenty of supplies, rice and flour. I don't know why he had the idea of robbing someone. Xia Shige breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Thankfully, the girl from 805 was okay, and thankfully in her despair, she didn't sit still but bravely took action. It was still just the beginning of the natural disaster, and he couldn't wait to start doing evil. If he had succeeded, surely more onlookers would start to imitate him, and it was still just the beginning of the natural disaster, and he couldn't wait to start doing evil. If he had succeeded, surely more onlookers would start to imitate him, and that's how order gets broken. Once order is broken in the end, everyone becomes a victim. Lin Jingjing sighed and said, now there's a shortage of supplies everywhere. Our supermarket can't restock food, and it's inevitable that the owners will be anxious. If this continues, such incidents may still occur. One's life cannot be guaranteed, more and more people will take risks. Xiaohe replied, I heard that the government is already working hard to control the situation and has deployed troops to take over many factories' warehouses, and they are currently inventorying supplies to allocate according to the number of residents in each community. Our country's grain reserves are still sufficient, and some strategic reserve supplies will be gradually distributed to various places. Xiaohe comforted them. I heard that during this period the government has been working hard to import food at high prices from various countries. The group sighed in relief, glad that they could restock food. By now it was getting late, and owners gradually arrived at Jingjing supermarket to shop, picking easy-to-fill snacks from the remaining shelves, while discussing the murder that happened in Three Dong today, each of them feeling uneasy. Upon returning home in the evening, the eldest uncle, aunt, grandmother, and grandma Liu had also heard about the murder case in Building 3 of the community. It's truly frightening. A little girl was pushed to the point of killing someone with a knife. What kind of world is this? Grandmother shook her head and sighed. The unemployment rate is high and prices are steep. No one can predict what the future holds, Grandma Liu also lamented. In that case, our family needs to keep a low profile and not let others know that we have so many supplies. Aunt spoke nervously. With the stocks we have in the Xia family and the fresh fruits and vegetables in the yard, who wouldn't be envious? The eldest uncle scratched his head and said, we live in a villa area. Oh, we shouldn't have any issues. I see that the wealthy people living around here have everything they need, and everyday delivery trucks quietly bring supplies. Aunt rolled her eyes at the eldest uncle and said, you fool. They are different from us. They have bodyguards at home. The eldest uncle laughed heartily after hearing this, patted his chest, and declared, from now on I will be the bodyguard of our family. Starting today, I will sleep in the living room on the first floor. Let's see who dares to come in. The family was amused, and grandmother said, forget about bodyguards. Come help me with the roast pig. I saw half a slab of pork in the fridge today, so I roasted it. Although this pig was small, the meat was truly excellent, filling the entire house with a delightful aroma while roasting. Xia Shige perked up and said, I'll help. I took this out from the freezer today, and I didn't expect to eat it tonight. The roasted pork was golden all over with very little fat, and the moment it entered the mouth it was filled with a rich protein flavor completely devoid of any unpleasant pig smell. Xia Shige fed a piece of tender meat to the white cat, which finished it with a satisfied expression. The Xia family feasted heartily, praising the pig, and Xia Shige even regretted selling the other 3 halves. After the meal, Xia Shige checked her phone. All 3 halves of the pork had been photographed, and the offal was sold. In addition, during this half day, she sold dozens of fish and quite a few crops, diligently packing them up, preparing to send them all out early the next morning. On the 3rd day, the supplies from Jingjing supermarket arrived. This shipment included food from various food factory warehouses as well as grains and meats from national reserves. The owners were all excited upon hearing the news. Those who had previously hesitated about stockpiling now had no doubts. After experiencing this period of chaos, they finally understood the situation. Stockpiling. They must stock up. Just as people were preparing their savings to stockpile, new shopping rules were announced. Now the state managed factory inventories uniformly. The goods delivered to various communities were distributed according to the number of residents. For example, if everyone buys rice, flour, oil, and noodles, each person can buy a maximum of 8 pounds per week. As for prices, most goods temporarily stabilized at around 10 times the. For example, if everyone buys rice, flour, oil, and noodles, each person can buy a maximum of 8 pounds per week. As for prices, most goods temporarily stabilized at around 10 times the price before the natural disasters, while rice and flour were about 5 times. As soon as the news broke, there was an uproar among the crowd. Sister NI 42009, why have they started limiting purchases? Weren't they saying that the reserves were ample? Coconut Tree 21908, I guess it's for long-term considerations. Who knows when this terrible weather will end? This year there has been almost no harvest in the fields. Moreover, if there is no waste, this amount is actually enough to eat. Gao Meili 21408, oh well, forget it. Let's buy first and discuss later. My family has no rice to cook. I had to exchange milk for rice with my neighbor yesterday. Winshin 4605, don't expose your supplies, everyone. Did you forget about the recent home invasions? Blue 51107 retracted a message. In Jingjing supermarket, everyone was busy sorting out supplies. Today was the first day of the new regulations, and Xia Shige was worried about potential issues, so she came to the supermarket to help. Along with this batch of supplies came 2 police officers assigned by the state to maintain security at the supply point and supervise the distribution of supplies. Starting today, the two police officers along with the community property department formed the emergency office for the new capital community, with the office set up next to Jingjing Supermarket. Jingjing Supermarket also officially became a state-certified supply point for the new capital community. As the supermarket owners Xia Shige and Xia Shige and the Lin family became the supply point's resource management distributors, receiving extra national subsidies of several thousand yuan each month. The two police officers stationed at the supermarket were familiar to everyone. They were the ones who had come to investigate when the supermarket was almost robbed last time. The older officer was named Zheng Xian, and the younger one was named Tanjin. Officer Tan remembered the incident from last time, as such foolish thieves were rare. He saw familiar faces in the supermarket, nodded to greet everyone, and sincerely said, "Rest assured, we are all armed, and will definitely be able to stop anyone causing trouble." Armed. It's not that serious, we are just an ordinary community supermarket, Lin Yuanfeng remarked. Officer Zheng said sternly, "Although your community is temporarily stable, you still cannot let your guard down." Recently, several communities in the city center have experienced murders, and organized robbery gangs have begun to emerge. The state is very concerned about the safety of every supply point. The supermarket staff nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Their concern for safety intensified. As evening approached and the sun set, people gradually arrived at the supermarket with their ID cards to shop, and upon seeing the shelves piled high with food and meat, everyone exclaimed, "Is this the reserve meat? After so many days, I finally saw meat again. Give me 2 pounds. I thought about it and decided that instant noodles are the best deal. They have the highest calories for the same quota and come with a vegetable pack. Of course, I will choose rice. Rice is the staple of food and the quota is high. Having rice makes me feel secure. Eating plain rice is boring. I'll opt for biscuits instead." A middle-aged man registered with his and his wife's ID cards, then grabbed 5 packs of cigarettes at the counter before heading straight to the shelves to grab 2 bottles of liquor. Excitedly, he ran to the checkout and said with a smile, "That's it, let's settle the bill. You bought these. Your and your wife's shopping quota for this week is now used up. Are you sure you want to buy these items?" Lin Jingjing asked with a complex expression. "Absolutely. I've felt stifled these past few days," the middle-aged man chuckled in response. Lin Jingjing felt there was nothing more to say, and directly scanned his items for checkout. After all, it was his own choice, and others had no right to interfere. At this moment, another young man finished registering and headed towards the grain and oil section, grabbing a bag of rice to take to the checkout. "Wait a moment, sir, you are not from our community and cannot shop here," Xia Shige intervened. The young man scratched his head and replied, "I just moved in a couple of days ago and my girlfriend lives here." Xia Shige shook her head and said, "Now all information is interconnected through big data. You've exhausted your quota for this week at Huayuan community, so you cannot shop here anymore." The young man wanted to say something else, but upon seeing the armed police officer nearby, turned pale and quickly put down the rice and left in haste. Throughout the night, many community owners came to shop, all filling their quotas and returning home loaded. By around 8 in the evening, when there were not many people left, Xia Shige and the others packed up their things, locked the supermarket doors, and prepared to head home. Next to Jingjing Supermarket, several stores were repurposed. One was transformed into an emergency office, while others became dormitories where the two police officers and several community security guards stayed, taking turns to be on duty over the next few days. Officer Zheng, Officer Tan, thank you for your hard work. We will head back now, the supermarket staff said. Officer Tan replied with a smile, "With us here you can rest assured and go home to relax." Xia Shige's family then bid farewell to Lin Jingjing's family and returned to their respective homes. When the group returned home in the evening, grandmother and Grandma Lu had already prepared dinner. They had caught 2 fish from the backyard pond today and made squirrel fish and sweet and sour fish, which Xia Shige enjoyed immensely. Seeing the state of the supermarket today, Xia Shige felt reassured. With 2 police officers present, there should be no issues. She decided to focus on growing vegetables, picking fruits, catching fish, and shipping goods in her Taoyuan space, starting tomorrow, aiming to earn 1 billion as soon as possible. In the past few days, the bayberries in the Taoyuan forest have ripened sweet and sour. Summer Shige climbed up the tree and ate several in one go, then she put the bayberries on the store shelf. After putting them on the shelf, she casually checked the store's status and found several new reviews. User XXX recommended by a friend. The quality of the shop is indeed good, but could you please stop using drones for delivery? The bodyguard thought it was a bomb dropped from the sky and almost opened fire. User XXX, this fish is really delicious. The meat is tender and fresh, unlike those raised indoors. With high-tech, it feels very natural. User XXX, this pork is too delicious. It's different from the pork available in the market. There's no fishy smell at all, and the stir-fry is incredibly fragrant. I was just about to repurchase, but why is there no stock? What surprised Summer Shige the most was the honey. Several customers repurchased it in dozens of jars. After considering the production capacity, she decided to take the honey off the shelf. Summer Shige picked up her tools and went to the Taoyuan forest to cut the beehives. The golden thick honey dripped down the knife, falling to the ground. When she looked down, she noticed clusters of yellow mushrooms at the base of the tree. Is this chicken oil mushroom? Summer Shige wondered as she climbed down the tree to take a closer look. Did these just grow in the past few days? They weren't here before. Summer Shige hurriedly searched around the base of the tree and discovered many different kinds of mushrooms, some large, some small, with various shapes and colors. Great! We have mushrooms to eat now. Summer Shige couldn't care less about the honey anymore, excitedly rolling up her sleeves to prepare for mushroom picking. Although she had bought many dried mushrooms while Shige used a mobile app to identify them while she picked, collecting. Worried about picking poisonous mushrooms, Summer Shige used a mobile app to identify them while she picked, collecting quite a few porcini, matsutake, morels, chicken mushrooms, and other varieties. When she got tired, she turned around and saw that the mushrooms she had picked had already piled up into a small mountain. There were too many, so she planned to keep some to eat at home and put the rest on the store shelf. Since there were so many varieties, Summer Shige was too lazy to categorize them one by one, so she simply made a wild mushroom combo with various types, packed it into boxes, and set the price at 8,000 for a portion. These mushrooms are not easy to cultivate indoors, especially the matsutake, which have always been valuable even before the disaster. As soon as the mushrooms were listed, 10 portions were sold immediately, all from the same ID, bringing in 8,000 in an instant. Summer Shige urged the white cat to expedite shipping while she climbed the tree again to cut 2 more pieces of beehive to process into honey. After fulfilling the store's orders, Summer Shige checked the community group chat and found it was bustling early in the morning. 6501 Su, what was that noise last night in Building 6? There was crying and shouting. Could it be another home invasion? 6702 by Guang, I know it's my neighbor across the hall arguing. The uncle next door went to the supermarket with his wife's quota and only bought cigarettes and alcohol. When his wife found out, she had a huge fight with him and is now threatening divorce. This morning she took the kids back to her parents' house. 41209 currently slacking off, ridiculous. Buying cigarettes and alcohol at a time like this. Won't they starve? 6702 by Guang, they probably still have some food at home. Anyway, they argued fiercely yesterday, and it sounded like they even got physical. 21908 Coconut Tree, there's no food to eat now, and he's doing this. This uncle really has a big heart. 6501 Su, many people are like this. When the craving for cigarettes and alcohol hits, they forget to eat. For 1209, currently slacking off, if he doesn't want to eat, that's his business, but why drag his wife and kids into it? He even used his wife's quota to buy cigarettes and alcohol, how selfish. Summer Shige thought of the man who bought cigarettes and alcohol yesterday and shook her head. This is truly enjoying oneself while the whole family suffers from hunger. Such selfish people are likely to struggle to survive in the later stages of the disaster. I hope he doesn't bring chaos to the community. While Summer Shige was scrolling through the group messages, a private message suddenly popped up. Opening it, she saw it was from Tang Shichi. Shige, there's a gathering at D06 in the community today. Come join me for some fun. Before Summer Shige could reply, another call came in from Shin Zhuai. After a moment's thought, she decided, hello. Hey Summer Shige, I want to host a gathering at my place tonight. Are you coming? I'll introduce you to some handsome guys. Shin Zhuai said with a cheerful tone on the other end of the line. Shin Zhuai, who could not stand being alone, was feeling a bit bored staying at home these past few days. Thinking of his friends living in the new district, he wanted to throw a gathering at home, inviting a few more people to come together for some fun. It seemed that the gathering Tang Shichi mentioned was this one. After a moment's thought, Summer Shige replied, sure, I'll come. Then see you at D06 at 7 p.m. tonight. After hanging up, Summer Shige messaged Tang Shichi back, preparing to go over together. Putting down her phone, she couldn't help but sigh. During such times, only those wealthy people could still think about holding gatherings. Summer Shige was now eagerly wishing to make $1 billion. Considering the current sales of her store, progress was still a bit slow, making her somewhat anxious. She wanted to scoop some money from these wealthy people's pockets and decided to take this opportunity to observe at the gathering. Perhaps she could gather insights about clients' needs and enrich her inventory in time. At the Shin family villa, Bai Qianqian sat quietly in her room on the 3rd floor, looking despondently through the window at the guests arriving below. Shin Zhuai instructed Bai Qianqian to stay in her room tonight and not to meet anyone. Although she knew that following Shin Zhuai meant she would never have a proper title, Bai Qianqian still couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. She vaguely hoped that the moment for the canary to become legitimate would happen to her, but now her belly was getting bigger and Shin Zhuai showed no signs of wanting that. Bai Qianqian sighed, closed her eyes, and gently rubbed her forehead. When she opened her eyes again, she saw a familiar figure walking into the courtyard and her pupils dilated. It was actually Summer Shige. Summer Shige was wearing a green dress, walking alongside a girl in a blue dress, and they seemed to be whispering and laughing together. Bai Qianqian abruptly stood up, wanting to take a few steps forward to see clearly. However, the moment she got up, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen and stumbled back down. Whether it was from the pain or her inner anxiety, a few drops of cold sweat formed on her forehead. How could it be her? Bai Qianqian murmured. That day she ran into Summer Shige by chance with Xin Zihuai, and she had subtly inquired about the relationship between Xin Zihuai and Summer Shige, only to be told it was just a classmate. Seeing Xin Zihuai's indifferent expression, she thought they were just ordinary classmates, but she never expected Xin Zihuai would actually invite Summer Shige to his gathering. Bai Qianqian felt like Summer Shige was a lingering ghost, as she didn't want to have any more ties with her, nor did she want Summer Shige to be involved with Xin Zihuai. Bai Qianqian only felt continuous pain in her lower abdomen. Unable to think clearly, she could only clutch her stomach and breathe deeply. When Tang Shiqi and Summer Shige arrived, many people were already at Xin Zihuai's house. Summer Shige looked around and noticed that Xin Zihuai's villa was significantly larger than hers. The villa's yard was equipped with outdoor air conditioning, and upon entering, she felt a refreshing breeze. Seeing the two of them come in, Xin Zihuai approached with a smile, saying, "Miss Tang, classmate Summer, thank you for gracing us with your presence." Behind Xin Zihuai was a young beautiful girl dressed in a white dress, who also nodded and smiled at the two, standing quietly and gently beside Xin Zihuai without saying a word. Summer Shige was slightly taken aback when they hadn't approached yet. She had thought the girl next to Xin Zihuai was Bai Qianqian, but to her surprise it was a stranger. She gained a new understanding of how chaotic the high society was. Seeing Summer Shige and Tang Shiqi holding hands, Xin Zihuai curiously asked, "Do you two know each other?" Tang Shiqi smiled softly and replied, "Shige and I are college classmates and good friends." Xin Zihuai was a bit surprised upon hearing this. It was said that Miss Tang had a cold personality, but he didn't expect her to be friends with Summer Shige. However, he remained composed on the surface, still smiling. "That's really a coincidence. I hope you two have a great time tonight." As she entered the banquet hall, many people took the initiative to greet Tang Shiqi. Xia Shige quietly listened from the side, all of them inquiring about Tang Shiqi's fiancé Zhou Ran and his family's indoor agricultural and animal husbandry industry. Indeed, the wealthy have a keen sense for opportunity, more so than ordinary people, and it seems these rich youths all want to subtly stake a claim in this industry. While Xia Shige listened, she surveyed the banquet hall. Electricity prices are exorbitant now. Ordinary people only dare to turn on the air conditioning when the heat becomes unbearable, and they hardly even turn on the lights at night. Many people even turn off their routers and set-top boxes to save on that minuscule amount of standby power. Many poor people can't even afford the electricity bill and can only choose to skip out, being limited to the first tier of the electricity quota, leading to many fainting from heat stroke once their quota is used up. In contrast, this banquet hall is filled with central air conditioning, and the dazzling chandeliers emit bright light, with meticulously arranged tables adorned with exquisite vases overflowing with delicate flowers. Xia Shige quietly took a glass of fruit wine from a tray, stealthily crossing the banquet hall to stand by the door, gazing at the villa's backyard. In this sweltering weather, not a single sprout remains in the ground, yet the backyard of Xin Zihuai's villa is filled with various flowers and plants, looking stunning under the moonlight and lights like a vibrant oil painting. Xia Shige stared at this garden, feeling as if it were a different world from the one outside. Just as Xia Shige was lost in thought, a boy who appeared to be around 18 or 19 walked over and struck up a conversation with her, saying, "Are you here alone, sister? Can we get to know each other?" Xia Shige turned to glance at the newcomer and noticed he had a delicate, attractive doll-like face with honey-colored eyes paired with thick eyelashes, resembling a mixed-race child. Seeing Xia Shige looking at him, the boy with the doll-like face blinked and flashed a friendly smile at her. Xia Shige tightened her grip on the wine glass in her hand. She knew this person. In her past life, when Xia Shige had just returned to the Lu family, Su Yilan had also brought her to several banquets where she had been bullied and teased by Lu Xiyuan and Lu Xixu's friends. This boy in front of her was a friend of Lu Xiyuan named He, whose sister Hiqing was also friends with Lu Xixu. In her past life, when he first met Xia Shige, he tricked her into the backyard and pushed her into the swimming pool, causing her to catch a cold and suffer from a fever for several days. Afterwards, due to the false testimonies of Lu Xiyuan and Lu Xixu, Su Yilan and Lu Bo both believed that Xia Shige had accidentally fallen into the water, and no matter how much Xia Shige tried to explain, it was of no use. Having succeeded the first time, he secretly drugged Xia Shige's wine at another gathering and called a few unfamiliar men to drag her into a room to prepare to film a video. Xia Shige only escaped by jumping from the third floor. He was taken aback. He hadn't expected Xia Shige to refuse so decisively, considering that few women would reject his advances. However, he did not get angry and continued smiling, saying, "But sister, you are very beautiful. I would like to be friends with you." His doll-like face bore an innocent smile. Xia Shige felt an inexplicable chill at his smile. In her past life, he had smiled just like that before pushing her into the swimming pool. "But you are very ugly, we cannot be friends." After saying this, Xia Shige strode away, heading to the villa's backyard, fearing that if she stayed any longer she would be unable to resist splashing the fruit wine in his face. He was taken aback and his smile slowly faded, revealing a hint of malice in his honey-colored eyes. "What's wrong with you?" Lu Xiyuan approached, looking at He standing alone, and asked in confusion. Lu Xiyuan and he were not part of Xin Zihuai's circle. The gathering organized by Xin Zihuai had not originally invited them. However, a friend of Xin Zihuai's knew his elder brother He Lei and invited him. He Lei was too busy to attend, but Lu Xiyuan and he, feeling bored at home, decided to come and join. He curved his lips into a cold smile, silently watching Xia Shige's retreating figure, casually swirling the wine glass in his hand, and replied, "It's nothing, just ran into a worthless little whore." Originally, he thought that Xia Shige, dressed simply yet beautiful, was looking for an opportunity to latch onto a wealthy patron at the gathering, but he never expected her to dare to disregard him. If it weren't for the need to maintain Xin Zihuai's reputation and avoid causing a scene here, he would have definitely found someone to teach this ungrateful little whore a harsh lesson. Lu Xiyuan followed his gaze towards the backyard, only to unexpectedly spot someone he didn't want to see. Lu Xiyuan was momentarily stunned, but once he reacted, a wave of anger surged to his head. Without further thought, he strode over to Xia Shige and questioned, "How come it's you? Why are you here?" Upon hearing this, Xia Shige frowned tightly. She was all too familiar with that voice and didn't even want to turn her head. Having encountered two unfortunate people consecutively, her mood worsened. She regretted coming here. Lu Xiyuan frowned at Xia Shige, puzzled as to why she was here. Lu Xiyuan tentatively asked Xia Shige, "You say you don't want to return to the Lu family, yet you are out here flaunting your identity as a daughter of the Lu family. Isn't that hypocritical?" Xia Shige turned to look at him and coldly scoffed, "What a troublesome identity it is to be a daughter of the Lu family. How can you all keep using that title to provoke me? Why does your Lu family love to cling to me so much? Your Lu family is nearly bankrupt. Don't let me catch your—" The disdain in Xia Shige's gaze pierced Lu Xiyuan, who gritted his teeth and said, "Then how come you're here? Is this kind of gathering somewhere a villager like you can attend? Or are you saying?" Lu Xiyuan squinted his eyes, carefully scrutinizing Xia Shige, looking at her beautiful face, and disdainfully said, "Or are you saying you are now living well by flirting with men? Did your patron bring you here?" Lu Xiyuan thought he had discovered the truth, and with anger he scolded Xia Shige, "I can't believe you have fallen to this level. You'd rather sell yourself than return to the Lu family. You are nothing but a joke." Lu Xiyuan didn't want Xia Shige to return to the Lu family, but he knew that not long ago Su Ilan specifically went to Xia Shige's school to find her, but in the end she couldn't even find out Xia Shige's current address. Moreover, Lu Xixue had been saddened by Xia Shige's refusal to attend her wedding, having secretly cried to him. The sadness of Su Ilan and Lu Xixue lingered in Lu Xiyuan's heart. He intended to settle accounts with Xia Shige, and just when he was troubled about finding her, he unexpectedly encountered her here. Xia Shige coldly laughed and retorted, "You seem to understand this quite well, young Master Lu. Is it because your whole family is selling themselves that you see everyone as a commodity?" Xia Shige mimicked Lu Xiyuan's disdainful expression and clicked her tongue twice, saying, "Young Master Lu, that's where you're wrong. You can't assume that everyone in the world is like your family just because they are in that profession. Do you really like to project your own experiences onto others?" Lu Xiyuan was furious upon hearing this, incredulously shouting at Xia Shige, "How can you speak like that? Do you know how many places your mother has gone to find you? Do you know how upset Sister Xixue is because you refused to attend her wedding?" Xia Shige was well aware that Lu Xixue wanted her to attend the wedding merely to show off her love with Song Yuhan, and Su Ilan, wanting her to return home, was nothing more than a matter of pride. Xia Shige scoffed at Lu Xiyuan, saying, "It's clear that your family, just like you, is worthless and enjoys—" Lu Xiyuan was enraged by Xia Shige's words and reached out to grab her hair. Xia Shige had long since pulled out a stun device from her skirt pocket, preparing to give Lu Xiyuan another shock. Unexpectedly, before she could act, two people suddenly ran over and blocked Lu Xiyuan's path. "What's going on, young Master Lu? Why are you making things difficult for a girl here?" "That's right, young Master Lu, speak properly. You're a grown man, why do you want to resort to violence against a girl?" The two men were elegantly dressed and exuded a refined aura resembling young aristocrats. Seeing this, Xia Shige sighed inwardly. These two were truly affecting her performance. Past experiences had taught Xia Shige that Lu Siyuan was not someone who could reason with it. He had his own logic that allowed him to commit evil acts against innocent people under the guise of righteousness. Against such a person, the only way to subdue him was through force. Lu Siyuan glared at Xia Shige's mocking face, his anger reaching its peak. He turned to the two men in front of him and said, "This girl is an illegitimate daughter of our Lu family. She disrespects my parents here. Of course, I can teach her a lesson. This is our family matter. What business is it of yours?" The two men blocking Lu Siyuan's path were momentarily taken aback by the words, but they still stood protectively in front of Xia Shige. "Who is your family's illegitimate daughter? Are the Lu family members all dead? Are you so desperate for family? If you need family, go to an orphanage. I won't be your family." Lu Siyuan was in disbelief. He exclaimed, "How can you curse your own parents like that? They are your biological parents." Xia Shige scoffed, shaking her head as she said, "Lu Siyuan, you really are not thinking clearly. Listen to the nonsense you are spouting. You just said I'm an illegitimate daughter, so how could your parents possibly be my biological parents?" Lu Siyuan was simply too foolish, as Xia Shige had lost all interest in arguing with him. If it weren't for the two men blocking the way, she would have directly educated Lu Siyuan with an electric shock. The stun device she brought today was quite powerful. The argument in the back garden attracted the attention of others in the banquet hall, and many people gathered to watch the spectacle. Tang Shichi had searched for Xia Shige everywhere, but couldn't find her, so she hurried over. Upon seeing the scene, she instantly understood what was happening. Tang Shichi was aware of the grievances between the Lu family and Xia Shige. She had no good feelings towards the Lu family. She stepped in front of Xia Shige and frowned at Lu Siyuan, saying, "You Lu family really are something, treating the mistakenly adopted daughter as the biological one, while the real daughter has been lost for so many years, only to be called an illegitimate child by you." Tang Shichi's words were loaded with implications. The onlooking wealthy heirs, all sharp-witted, quickly pieced together the rumors about the Lu family's true and false daughters and began to discuss amongst themselves. "So the rumor about the Lu family adopting the wrong daughter is true. No wonder this beauty looks so familiar. She really resembles Madame Lu. So Lu Sixue was indeed the one who was adopted by mistake." It's no wonder the Song family's elders had such sour faces at the engagement banquet, looking utterly unwilling. Honestly, calling the biological daughter an illegitimate child is so malicious. Is that something biological parents would do? Clearly they don't care, since they didn't raise her. Are the Lu family fools, choosing to raise an adopted daughter over their biological one? No wonder they failed in their recent investments. Such mindless people can't run a business, haha. Lu Siyuan listened to the crowd's chatter, his face darkening as he glared at Xia Shige, his fists clenched tight, making cracking sounds. At that moment, Shin Zihui also approached. He had gathered from his friends, recounting what had transpired, and with a hint of a smile addressed Lu Siyuan, saying, "Young Master Lu, if you're here to have fun, then enjoy yourself. If you can't handle it, please leave first. Miss Xia is my esteemed guest. Please treat her with courtesy." Several bodyguards behind Shin Zihui closed in around Lu Siyuan. Lu Siyuan looked at Xia Shige, who was being tightly guarded, and then at the crowd murmuring around them, feeling both unwilling and helpless. He glared at Xia Shige and shouted, "Just wait," and then turned to leave in a huff. After the crowd dispersed, only Xia Shige, Shin Zihui, Tang Shichi, and the two men who had shielded Xia Shige from Lu Siyuan remained in the courtyard. Shin Zihui took the initiative to introduce. "Let me introduce you. This is Xia Shige, my high school deskmate, a graduate of a prestigious school and a very loyal person." Then he introduced the two boys to Xia Shige. "This is Jiang Qingkai, the son of the Jiang Group. The Yunjiang Hotel in the city center belongs to his family. This is Wu, a chief surgeon. His private hospital is notoriously hard to get into." Xia Shige nodded in gratitude to the two. Since this was Shin Zihui's event and a misunderstanding arose due to her, Xia Shige felt a bit embarrassed and said to Shin Zihui, "I'm really sorry for causing you trouble." "Not at all, we are old deskmates," Shin Zihui said with a grin. "No wonder, I always thought you resembled Madame Lu. It turns out you are Lu family's biological daughter." "Haha, this is so surreal." Xia Shige quickly shook her head, saying, No, please don't say that. I really don't want to have anything to do with the Lu family. Every one of them is more bizarre than the next, as if they can't understand human speech." Jiang Qingkai, standing nearby, laughed and said, "They are indeed bizarre. If such relatives are better off without them, let them be. Moreover, if this heat doesn't subside soon, the Lu family's good days will soon be over." To label a lost biological daughter as an illegitimate child is such a bizarre thing that no one can stand. Jiang Qingkai thought for a moment, and then spoke again. "The Lu family and Song family have been engaged for nearly 2 months, but the Song family's attitude has always been ambiguous, and they haven't helped the Lu family at all. At this rate, the Lu family is really close to bankruptcy. Wu shook his head saying the Song family is currently too busy to care about the Lu family. Chairman Song has 2 landmark buildings up for sale, which shows how tense the Song family situation is. Xia Shige lowered her gaze, reflecting on how in her previous life the Song family had still invested in Lu's after she returned home, but it wasn't enough to turn the tide. Later the Song family withdrew upon seeing the Lu family's hopeless situation. Su Ilan and Lu Bo constantly blamed Xia Shige, saying it was all her fault for not winning over the Song family. If Lu Xixue had married over, the Song family would have definitely been willing to provide more support. Unexpectedly in this life, as they wished, Lu Xixue did marry over, but the Song family didn't spend a single penny. A group of people walked from the back garden back to the banquet hall where the banquet had already begun. Xia Shige looked at the dishes at the banquet and couldn't help but sigh. These ingredients were rarely seen even before the disasters began. Now ordinary people are eating canned goods with noodles while this banquet features all kinds of delicacies. This world is indeed very divided. Not bad, Shinshao, you can still find matsutake these days. This thing has long been extinct, right? A wealthy heir joked. Matsutake can't grow in such weather. Is it grown indoors? Another person curiously asked. Matsutake requires ample rainfall before it can sprout. There have been several months of high temperatures recently with not a drop of rain, so matsutake cannot possibly grow. Moreover, matsutake has very strict requirements for its growing environment, and artificial cultivation has not yet been achieved. I bought it from that online trading platform before. I was curious. It's been half a year of global heat and drought, yet I could still find matsutake, so I placed an order just to see if it was real. Shin Zihui replied. I originally wanted to check its authenticity, but I didn't expect it to actually be delivered. Xia Shige paused as she picked up food, as she had been busy processing honey and hadn't looked at the shipping address, so she let Bai Mao handle the shipping. Turns out the person who ordered 10 servings was Shin Zihui. The people at the table began to chatter. Is it that online platform shared in the circle before? I saw they also sell gasoline and crossbows. You all are so bold, aren't you? These are all controlled items. Aren't you worried about getting checked? These days everything is chaotic. The higher-ups don't have time to manage this. As long as we don't cause a big stir, they will turn a blind eye. Let's keep a low profile and everything will be fine. Which company is behind the store selling matsutake? Their technology is impressive and no one has been able to break through the indoor cultivation technology for this before, right? There are only a couple of companies in the whole Angxi that do indoor cultivation. The one that can produce artificially cultivated matsutake is probably the most advanced Zhou Group. I doubt it's Zhou Group. They don't even have it in their own store. Xia Shige quietly ate, feeling a bit guilty as she was commented on directly. At that moment someone asked Shin Zihui what was the delivery vehicle's license plate. I can ask some. Shin Zihui shook his head and said, I can't investigate it. The nanny said it was a drone delivering goods, and the item just flew away in a flash, moving incredibly fast. A drone. Drones with such heavy payloads require flight permits. I'll have someone check the previously authorized permits to see if we can find any clues. Isn't it troublesome? We could just check the seller's payment account. It might not be a big company. The country is now supporting indoor planting, so it could be a small company that received aid. There are no small companies left. It's very difficult to enter the market now. The government has long stopped granting land approvals, and the industry is monopolized by the 2 large companies led by the Zhou family. Unless you have solid technology patents, it's nearly impossible to get a share of the pie. Xia Shige quietly listened to the conversations around her while calmly eating. She felt a mix of emotions, secretly breaking out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, she and the white cat had considered all of this in advance, otherwise being exposed would have happened in an instant. The Lu family. On the way home, Lu Xiyuan was extremely agitated, driving his car at high speed. He was just spotted by a patrolling traffic officer who stopped him and asked to see his driver's license. Lu Xiyuan, in his frustration, refused to cooperate and even assaulted the officer, resulting in his immediate detention. Su Ilan and Lu Boda heard the news and hurried over to bring him back. Once home, Lu Bo started scolding Lu Xiyuan. You little rascal, the company is in such trouble now and you can't help it all. All you do is go out and cause trouble. As Lu Bo spoke, he reached for his belt to hit him. Su Ilan, feeling sorry for her youngest son, quickly stepped in to stop him, saying, Oh come on, what's the use of hitting him now that the incident has happened? Lu Xiyuan, however, angrily retorted, Mom and Dad, it's all Xia Shige's fault. She embarrassed me at the gathering. I was in a bad mood, which is why I was speeding. Lu Bo and Su Ilan were taken aback by his words, and Su Ilan hurriedly asked, What does this have to do with Shige? Ever since Lu Xixue moved out of the Lu family, Su Ilan and Lu Bo hoped Xia Shige would return to live with them, but Xia Shige had been ignoring them, which left them disappointed. I met her at the banquet organized by Shin Zihui tonight. I don't know how she got close to him, Lu Xiyuan said, scratching his head in frustration. To defend her, Shin Zihui had his bodyguards throw me out. Shin Zhuai. Is he the only son of the Shin family? Lu Bo asked with a slight frown. Lu Siyuan showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. Shin Zhuai is accompanied by another woman. I think Xia Shige is just willing to debase herself, which is why she got close to him. Lu Bo remained silent, calculating in his heart. After Lu Xix's engagement to Song Yuhan, the Song family had yet to invest in the Lu family. With the recent heat wave, several of the Song family's real estate projects were also stuck in a stalemate. If this continues, the Song family will also struggle and will be even less likely to help the Lu family. It was only August, and the Lu family had to hold on for several more months until winter. It was crucial to secure funding now. Recently, the bank had been pressuring for debt repayment. Lu Ximing struggled to borrow money, and even the underground banks knew the current state of the tourism industry, raising interest rates higher and higher. The Lu family was currently buried in debt. Lu Bo and Su Ilan wanted to bring Xia Shige back to pursue another marriage alliance, in hopes of securing financing to survive these few months. Once winter approached, the Lu family might still have a glimmer of hope. Find out about the relationship between Shige and the only son of the Shin family. If we can establish a marriage alliance with the Shin family, it might resolve our family's predicament. Lu Bo instructed Su Ilan. The Shin family's business involves a wide range of industries, including energy and medical care. Initially, Shin's father and mother formed a strong marriage alliance, and their financial backing is thicker than both the Lu and Song families. Seeing that the Song family could no longer help if Xia Shige and Shin Zhuai had a chance, he would publicly claim that Xia Shige was the biological daughter who had been switched at birth and Lu Xixue was the adopted daughter. This way the Shin family wouldn't have any objections. Su Ilan felt a bit awkward inside, as she was a famous beauty in her youth and Shin Zihuai's father was also one of her suitors back then. However, Su Ilan found Shin's father frivolous and unsuitable for lifelong commitment, so she chose the steadier Lu Bo. Now when Lu Bo mentioned the Shin family, Su Yilan's expression became somewhat uneasy. Lu Siyuan, upon hearing this, was quite surprised. He blurted out, "Dad, Shin Zhuai is not a good person. You don't know he's entangled with a bunch of women and even has an illegitimate child." "Shut up. All you do is cause trouble every day. Can't you see how difficult things are for the company lately?" Lu Bo shouted at Lu Siyuan. "Your older brother practically lives at the company. We've sold many assets to survive and you can't help at all. All you do is hang around." Lu Bo threw his belt aside and glared at Lu Siyuan. "From today on you will stay at home and are not allowed to—" Lu Siyuan felt a lump of anger in his chest. Not daring to refute Lu Bo, he stormed up the stairs and returned to his room. After the banquet, Xia Shige waited at the entrance for Tang Shiqi, but Shin Zhuai approached her and quietly said, "Don't worry regarding the Lu family claiming you are an illegitimate daughter. I will spread the word to clarify it for you." Xia Shige was taken aback and hurriedly replied, "There's no need, I don't mingle in your circle, and this won't affect me. You don't need to worry about this. Why are you being so polite with me? We're like family," Shin Zhuai said with a grin. He then lamented, "Back then I was forced into a key class by my family and couldn't understand anything in class. My classmates all looked down on me for being a poor student, but you treated me the same as everyone else and patiently explained the problems to me." Shin Zhuai looked at Xia Shige sincerely and said, "If you need anything in the future, just let me know. I might be able to help." Xia Shige nodded with a smile, but didn't take his words to heart. She knew very well that she and Shin Zhuai belonged to different circles. In her past life, she had been bullied in the upper circles and had suffered enough. In this life, she just wanted to live well with her family through natural disasters. At that moment, Tang Shiqi came out, and after bidding farewell to Shin Zhuai, the two of them left. Thanks to Shin Zihuai's promotion at the gathering, Xia Shige's shop saw an increase in business. She gritted her teeth and raised the price of the wild mushroom set to 150,000 per portion, yet it quickly sold out. Xia Shige also restocked honey, raising the price to 30,000 per jar and limiting each person to 2 jars. Many customers hurried to place orders. User XXX, it's finally back in stock. It's been so hot and dry these days, I've been feeling restless. Drinking this honey water feels so soothing all over. User XXX, why is there a limit? 2 jars aren't enough. User XXX, do you sell the recipe for your honey? I'll pay for it. My old lattice gout improved after drinking it. It's even better than medicine. With the support of wild mushrooms and honey, along with crops from the fields and chickens, ducks, and rabbits from the farm, Xia Shige quickly earned her first 10 million. With 10 million in hand, 100 million wasn't far off. Xia Shige and the White Cat were thrilled and decided to frequently explore the Peach Blossom Grove to see what other treasures they could find. Recently, the cows and sheep in the space had given birth to 7 lambs and 2 calves. Xia Shige helped clean the newborns and opened several bags of corn and soybeans to make feed, filling the trough to provide nutrition for the nursing cows and ewes. Several pregnant Kunming pigs were also about to give birth, their bellies round and full, and Xia Shige supplemented them with a lot of feed. The rabbits were running around not knowing which litter they were on, their fluffy white bodies resembling cotton candy. Xia Shige also gave the pregnant doe some hay. After finishing her busy work, Xia Shige carried the white cat downstairs and saw Grandma Lu, her grandmother, and her aunt gathered together, both her grandmother and aunt looking worried. "Grandmother, auntie, what's wrong?" Xia Shige asked, puzzled. Her grandmother sighed. "Your second uncle just called. He wants to visit us." Though it was her own son coming to see her, not a trace of joy crossed her face. A chill settled in Xia Shige's chest. She too disliked this uncle. Grandmother had borne 3 sons and 2 daughters. Only the eldest son Xia Guiqing and the eldest daughter Xia Huayin lived with her. The other 3 children, after marrying, rarely visited, so Xia Shige felt no particular bond with them. In her previous life, when the Inyuan Mountain mudslide claimed grandmother's life, and those of several others, none of these 3 uncles or aunts attended the funeral. When Xia Shige called them, each one claimed to be too busy, too occupied to return to Inyuan village. This second uncle had married the daughter of a deputy bureau director in the city, the most privileged among the 5 siblings. Yet upon learning of grandmother's death, he merely transferred 500 yuan to Xia Shige with a terse message: "Arrange the funeral properly, you and your cousin Xia Ziying." Nothing more. "Let him come," Xia Shige said coolly. "It's only a meal." After all, he was grandmother's flesh and blood, and she feared grandmother would suffer guilt if they were turned away. She would feed them, but nothing beyond that. Grandmother paused, exhaled deeply, then nodded. "I'll reply to him." Around 9 o'clock that morning, Xia Guokong arrived at Xindu residential complex with his wife Wu Min and their daughter Wu Jianing. They drove, a rarity these days as gasoline and diesel prices had soared beyond ordinary people's reach. But Xia Guokong worked within the state system. His department received state-allocated fuel quotas for official vehicles. Each time he quietly siphoned off a portion to fill his private car. "This must be the outskirts," Wu Jianing said, leaning out the window to gaze curiously around. "Indeed, it's far out, almost suburban." Buying a villa in the suburbs. Pure pretense, blowing up a thin face to look plump. Woman scoffed. Just as their car approached the entrance of Xindu complex, a security guard blocked them. "You're not registered residents and this vehicle isn't listed in our database. Entry is prohibited." Recent armed robberies had plagued neighboring residential areas. Some gangs even drove straight into compounds and rammed supermarkets at full throttle. Alarmed by the news, Xindu's property management tightened security. All outsiders were barred and no unauthorized vehicles permitted. With no choice, Xia Guokong parked roadside and the 3 walked in on foot. Xia Guokong carried a modest gift: biscuits, 2 bundles of dried noodles, a box of mung bean pastries, and 2 apples, part of his unit's welfare distribution. Before the cataclysm, such offerings would have seemed meager, almost embarrassingly humble. But now, under rationing, this was a lavish gesture. And who among common folk could still afford apples? Had he not needed a favor, Xia Guokong would never have parted with these provisions. The villa zone lay a considerable distance from the main gate. Residents usually entered through the rear gate, but unaware, the family entered via the front, forcing them to traverse the row of apartment buildings ahead. As they walked, they grumbled about the scorching heat. Even at 9 o'clock, the sun beat down with merciless. Xia Guokong's back was drenched in sweat. A Wu Min's makeup had melted. She and Wu Jianing held umbrellas aloft, yet the sun seared their calves with sharp, stinging pain. Passing an apartment building, a figure suddenly lunged from its entrance, snatched the bag from Xia Guokong's hand, and fled. In his panic, he collided with Wu Min, sending her sprawling. "Ah!" she shrieked, startled, the pavement blistering hot beneath her. Frantically, she scrambled to rise. Xia Guokong fumbled to help his wife upright while shouting, "Thief! Catch the thief!" Patrol guards heard the commotion and immediately alerted the estate's emergency response office. Within moments, Property Officer Xiao He and Officer Tan Jin arrived with several guards. "What happened?" Officer Tan asked. "Someone stole our food." "Retrieve it, immediately." Xia Guokong cried, frantic. Those apples, precious costly, had been scraped from his family's meager rations. Officer Tan reviewed surveillance footage from the building's entrance and traced the thief into Building 6. Further investigation confirmed the culprit: Li Zheng, resident of apartment 701. Guards and officers rushed to 701 and knocked, but no answer came. With no alternative, Officer Tan forced the door open. Li Zheng sat calmly in his living room devouring snacks. Unfazed by the intrusion, he only accelerated his pace, shoveling biscuits into his mouth until his cheeks bulged. "So, it's you," Xiao He exclaimed. "You've spent your entire weekly ration allowance on cigarettes and alcohol these past weeks. Now you're starving, so you resort to robbery." Li Zhang was precisely that man, the one who'd squandered every allotment on vices. His wife, upon discovering it, had taken their child and returned to her natal home. His cravings for tobacco and liquor were insatiable. Again and again he surrendered his rations without restraint. 2 days earlier his last grain had run out. Starvation drove him to prey upon others' food supplies. Too cowardly for home invasions, too inept for lockpicking, he lurked near building entrances, ambushing passers-by carrying provisions. The Xia family were his first ill-fated victims. Property staff swiftly restrained Li Zhang, who offered no resistance, surrendering meekly. He knew resistance was futile. Merely having eaten was enough, especially those 2 apples. Apples. Even arrest couldn't outweigh that feast. Officer Tan spoke sternly, "This is your first warning. Repeat this offense and we will revoke your purchasing privileges at the estate's supply station." In this world, losing those privileges meant slow starvation. Head bowed, Li Zhang repeatedly apologized, vowing with trembling sincerity never to repeat his crime. Officer Tan handed the half-empty bag back to Xia Guokong's family and added with quiet resignation, "This is all that remains, the rest has been consumed." Xia Guokong rummaged through the disheveled bag, both apples gone, the mung bean pastries vanished, only biscuits and noodles remained. His heart bled. Though furious, Xia Guokong prided himself on decorum and status. Knowing recovery was impossible, he swallowed his rage. At least some was recovered. "Thank you, officer." Muttering curses under his breath, he led his wife and daughter toward the villa zone, clutching the bag tightly, now terrified of another theft. The family navigated to Villa B16 and stood before Xia Shige's door. Why seal off the courtyard like this? Do they think it's a rural self-built house? Even living in a villa can't erase peasant habits. Wu Min murmured. "It's a villa, but in the suburbs. All told, it doesn't cost much more than our city center apartment." "Enough. We're already at the door, say less," Xia Guokong whispered, cutting her off. Though disgruntled, Wu Min fell silent. She knew well why they had come. Xia Guokong smoothed his hair and pressed the doorbell. Moments later the door opened. Sun Weigui stepped forward, offering a strained smile. "Brother Guokong's sister-in-law and Jianing, welcome. Please come in and sit." Sun Weigui harbored a dislike for Xia Guokong and his wife Wu Min, particularly for Wu Min. Although they were sisters-in-law, Wu Min, the daughter of the vice-director of the municipal bureau, looked down on her, a woman from an ordinary background. Sometimes when they encountered each other outside, Sun Weigui would greet Wu Min, but Wu Min would pretend not to see her, leaving Sun Weigui feeling quite embarrassed. When Xia Guokong saw Sun Weigui come out, he smiled and nodded to greet her, but Wu Min didn't even spare her a glance, directly lifting her foot to enter the villa. As soon as she stepped into the yard, Wu Min was taken aback by the coolness in the air. "You actually have air conditioning running in the yard?" Xia Guokong asked in surprise. "That's such a waste of electricity." He also noticed a large vegetable garden in the front yard, filled with various vegetables, and exclaimed, "How can you grow so many vegetables at home? You must have enough to eat, right?" Wu Jianing pouted and muttered quietly, "You turned on the air conditioning just to grow vegetables in the yard. That's really wasteful. The country's power supply is tight, you're being quite selfish. Our home is powered entirely by solar panels, so we don't use municipal electricity. It's not a waste," Xia Shige replied nonchalantly from the doorway. "Second uncle, second aunt, please come in." Wu Jianing felt a burning sensation on her face and shot an annoyed glare at Xia Shige. Xia Guokong had married into the Wu family, so Wu Jianing took her mother's surname. Influenced by her parents since childhood, Wu Jianing looked down on her father's impoverished relatives and did not think much of her cousin Xia Shige. Later, when Xia Shige was admitted to a prestigious university, while Wu Jianing only managed to get into an ordinary school, her dislike for Xia Shige deepened. When Xia Guokong and Wu Min saw Xia Shige, they exchanged a glance filled with delight. Xia Guokong smiled and said, "This must be Shige. It's been so long since we last met, you've grown up so much." Xia Shige politely nodded and turned to invite the 3 of them inside. Xia Guokong surveyed the villa's decor, secretly astonished at how much it must have cost. The interior was also filled with cool air, and the living room had a beautifully arranged fruit platter with fresh peaches and sliced pineapples. Xia Guokong's family of 3 was left wide-eyed, who among ordinary families could still afford to eat fruit these days. "Please take a seat." Grandma had been sitting on the sofa and greeted the 3 of them with a calm expression. Since marrying into the Wu family, Xia Guokong had cut off contact with his own family. The interior was also filled with cool air, and the living room had a beautifully arranged fruit platter with fresh peaches and sliced pineapples. Xia Guokong's grandma had traveled a long way, yet Xia Guokong wouldn't let her in. With no other choice, she left with the gifts, feeling sad for a long time after returning home. Over the years, Xia Guokong had never visited his mother, as if avoiding her could erase his rural origins. "Aunt Lu, you're here too." Xia Guokong greeted Grandma Lu politely. Grandma Lu was aware of Xia Gokang's actions over the years, but felt it inappropriate to meddle in the Xia family's affairs. After greeting him, she turned to the kitchen to prepare a meal. "It's hot outside, I have some drinks." Sun Weiguo brought over a can of chilled orange juice freshly squeezed that morning and kept in an ice bucket for preservation. Xia Gokang's family stared at the can of orange juice in shock. Unable to hold back, Wu Min asked, "Fruit is so scarce these days, you actually used it to make juice. That's such a waste." Grandma replied calmly, "We have several fruit trees in the yard, so the family has enough." Xia Gokang's family, forgetting their previous reservations, eagerly took big sips, the icy texture and the sweet rich citrus aroma completely dispelling their fatigue from the journey. After finishing their drinks, the three of them wanted more, looking somewhat embarrassed at the remaining orange juice in the glass jar. Sun Weiguo didn't mind and filled their glasses again. Wu Min looked at Sun Weiguo, feeling a twinge of bitterness in her heart. Wu Min had always looked down on Sun Weiguo. Xia Guocheng had only graduated from middle school and had no proper job, working as a part-time helper, while Xia Gukong was a university graduate and an official. Having a better background than Sun Weiguo and marrying better too, she was one of the few who could still enjoy apples after the natural disasters, but to her surprise, she found today that Sun Weiguo was living even better than she was. Wu Min lowered her head, desperately trying to hide the jealousy in her eyes. Since entering the home, Wu Jianing had been staring at the peaches and pineapples on the fruit platter. It had been a long time since she had eaten peaches or pineapples. She wanted to grab a peach to eat, but feared being looked down upon by Xia Shige, so she could only grit her teeth, battling internally. After finishing 2 cups of orange juice, Xia Gukong suddenly felt that the cookies and noodles he had brought were quite unpresentable, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. However, having navigated the officialdom, Xia Guokang quickly adjusted his mood. He greeted Sun Weiguo politely, saying, "Sister-in-law, you look younger every day. By the way, are an elder brother and younger sister home? Your elder brother and Huyin are busy." "I've already told them, they said they would be back by noon," Sun Weiguo replied. "No worries, let them finish what they are doing before coming back." Xia Gukong smiled, then began to engage Xia Shige in conversation, inquiring about her recent circumstances, including if she had found a job or was dating anyone. Xia Shige felt the couple's gaze was somewhat peculiar, but kept a straight face and responded perfunctorily, wanting to see what they were really up to. Before long, noon arrived and Xia Huyin and Xia Guocheng returned. "Elder brother and younger sister are back." Xia Guokong hurried over to greet them. Xia Guocheng didn't have much fondness for this brother. He often felt cheated by Xia Guokong during their childhood. Once Xia Guokong played a trick that resulted in the family's sheep being poisoned by herbicide, and he framed it on Xia Guocheng, causing Xia Guocheng to get beaten up. Xia Guocheng forced a smile at Xia Guokong, nodding slightly. Xia Huyin also disliked this second brother. Xia Guokang not only belittled her but also called her when he learned of her divorce, berating her for being a divorcee and asking why she didn't just take her own life to prove her innocence. However, as the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Seeing Xia Guokang's smiling face, Xia Huyin reluctantly returned his greeting. "You're back. Let's eat." Sun Weiguo invited everyone. Today's lunch featured roasted pork belly chicken stewed with asparagus, stir-fried lamb, 8 treasure duck cola chicken wings, and several stir-fried vegetables, filling the entire table. Xia Gokang's family of 3 was dumbfounded, since the natural disasters they hadn't had a decent meal. To their surprise, elder brother and younger sister's family could afford such a lavish meal. As everyone took their seats, Wu Jianing quickly lost the modesty she had when she entered, grabbing several chicken wings and devouring them. Wu Min also stuffed food into her mouth. It had been a long time since she had eaten so much fresh meat and vegetables all at once, and she didn't even notice when she accidentally bit her tongue in her haste. Xia Gukong went so far as to eat 4 bowls of rice in one go, secretly loosening his belt a few notches so he could fit even more. Almost all the food was devoured by Xia Gokang's family of 3, leaving Xia Shige and the others stunned by their table manners. Xia Shige had only eaten half a bowl of rice, and there was no food left on the table. After the feast, Xia Gokang's family of 3 sat on the sofa, satisfied and rubbing their bellies, feeling dizzy from having not eaten such a rich meal in a long time. Wu Min tugged at Xia Gokang's sleeve, giving him a knowing look. Xia Gukong was momentarily taken aback, his mind still filled with thoughts of the meal they had just eaten, nearly forgetting the purpose of their visit. Clearing his throat, Xia Gukong prepared to get to the point. He looked at Xia Shige and said, "This child Shige has grown up, it's time for her to start dating. We came here today to discuss a marriage proposal for Shige." Xia Huyin and the others were taken aback. A marriage proposal? Xia Shige frowned, now understanding the meaning behind the glances that Xia Gukong and Wu Min cast upon her when they entered. She coldly smiled and set down her cup saying, there is no need for my second uncle and second aunt to worry about my matters. Wu Min laughed and replied, you child at over 20 years old still without a partner, how can your uncle and aunt not be concerned? Xia Guokong quickly added, yes, Shige, you are already over 20 and still not considering marriage. Your uncle and aunt are just worried about you. The young man we are introducing to you, Xia, is in charge of a supply point in a certain area. He is ambitious, capable, and has a steady character. You two are a perfect match, truly suitable for each other. Suddenly Grandma Lu, who had been quietly listening, spoke up, oh, really that good? Then why don't you let your own daughter marry him? I see that Jianing is not that young anymore either. Wu Jianing stood up agitated and exclaimed, what does that have to do with me? I definitely do not. Wu Jianing's reaction was too intense, and seeing her so agitated, Xia Shige and the others understood that this Xia was likely not a good match, otherwise Wu Jianing would not be acting so desperately against it. Seeing Xia Shige and the others looking at her with strange expressions, Wu Jianing realized that her reaction was too strong and flusteredly explained, what I mean is I, Xia Shige, am different. I already have a boyfriend. Xia Shige chuckled lightly and said to Wu Jianing, having a boyfriend doesn't mean you can't break up. Since uncle and aunt are so fond of the Xia, you should seize the opportunity. After all, it's better not to let a good chance slip away from you, and I won't compete with her for it. Just as Wu Jianing was about to explode, Wu Min swiftly restrained her. She pressed Wu Jianing back onto the sofa and exchanged a knowing glance, prompting Wu Jianing to suppress her anger, huffing in silence. Then Wu Min smiled and said to Xia Shige, Shige, you are just a newly graduated college student without a stable job. Nowadays, with droughts everywhere and soaring prices, how will you support yourself in the future? In this day and age, capable men are surrounded by women. If it weren't for Guokong's close relationship with Xia, you wouldn't even have this opportunity. Wu Min thought she could manipulate Xia Shige, but Xia Shige remained unfazed, coldly laughing. If it's really that good, then Jianing should make sure to grasp it well and not let such a good man slip away. I won't be competing for the opportunity. Wu Jianing's expression changed again upon hearing this. Although the man named Xia seemed promising, he was already 49 years old, older than her father Xia Guokong by several years, and he had been married 3 times, all of which ended in unfortunate deaths. How could she possibly marry him? Xia Huin also coldly stated, Shige's marriage is her own decision. As her mother, I will not interfere. There's no need for you two as uncle and aunt to worry about it. Sister, this is your fault. Wu Min frowned, saying, you are unhappy in your own marriage and unable to keep a man's heart. Do you really want Shige to waste her life along with you? A girl's prime period only lasts a few years. If she doesn't get married now, in a few years, even a 50-year-old farmer wouldn't want her. Xia Shige couldn't help but laugh at this, saying, the prime period lasts only a few years. Do you think your family members are all buried at 40? Oh, I almost forgot, as humans we age, get sick, and die following the natural order, and there's no need for preservation. Does Aunt think of herself as some sort of object that would expire? You! How dare you say that about my mother? Wu Jianing was both shocked and angry, suddenly standing up and glaring at Xia Shige. Xia Shige didn't even glance at Wu Jianing. Xia Guokong's expression was also not pleasant, but being a shrewd politician, he smiled and persuaded, Shige, just go have a meal with Xia and get to know him. I've already arranged it with the Xia family. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to refuse. Xia Shige coldly snorted, since uncle has arranged it, then you should go by yourself. Let Xia take a good look at you. If Xia can take a liking to you, then it would be a joy for all. After all, I can see that uncle really likes Xia, and with such a good opportunity, aunt would surely support you too. Xia Guokong's face turned beet red upon hearing this, feeling the veins on his forehead throb, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing that Xia Shige would not budge, Wu Min anxiously scolded, you child, why are you so unreasonable? How did your mother teach you? Enough. Grandmother suddenly interjected, you two have long wanted to sever ties with us, and now you have the audacity to sell your niece. Shige said she does not want to meet, which means she does not want to meet. You've eaten your meal, just go back now. From now on, whether it's for good or bad, don't come back. Xia Guokong frowned and said to grandmother, Mom, how could you be so confused? Nowadays there are so many unemployed people, each one uncertain about their future. A man with conditions like Xiaosa is hard to find even with a lantern. Many young women in our workplace want to marry him, yet he doesn't even look at them. Wu Min chimed in, yes, Xiaosa said that once Shige enters the door, she won't have to worry about food and clothing. Moreover, Xia has already reached this position at a young age, his future is limitless. Xia Guokong frowned at Xia Huin, saying, you are the mother, if Shige doesn't understand, don't you? Back then you turned yourself into a discarded woman, losing face for our Xia family. Having done such shameless things yourself, do you want to ruin your daughter's entire life now? Do you still have any sense of Upon hearing this, Xia Shige stood up and slapped Xia Guokang hard across the face, her expression cold, as she said, "You, a man who relies on climbing into women's beds, dare to speak to my mother like that? My mother has come this far by herself. What qualifications do you have to criticize her?" Xia Guokang covered his face in bewilderment, staring at Xia Shige with wide eyes in disbelief. Xia Shige glared at Xia Guokang, her eyes brewing a storm as she spoke slowly, "Get out, or I will call the security to throw you out." Seeing her father being hit, Wu Jianing screamed and rushed in front of Xia Shige, raising her hand to strike her. However, Xia Shige seized her arm and dragged her straight into the yard. Wu Jianing was too thin, as she was not as tall as Xia Shige, nor did she have her strength, and was thus easily thrown out through the gate. Seeing this, Xia Guochang and Sun Weigui quickly stood up, one grabbing Xia Guokang and the other grabbing Wu Min, dragging the couple together into the yard and throwing them out the door. Xia Huyin hurriedly grabbed the bag of biscuits and noodles that the couple brought and chased out, tossing the items at the three of them, then slamming the door shut and locking it. Xia Guokang's family stood outside cursing and kicking the door. Unfortunately, the weather was too hot, and after a while they could no longer bear it, leaving the villa in resentment. Outside, the sun was scorching. Wu Min held an umbrella, complaining as she walked, "Your family is truly insane. Insane. What now?" Xia Guokang rubbed his face where Xia Shige had hit him. Her strike was too forceful, and he felt pain in his teeth. He irritably waved his hand and replied, "All right, this matter is probably hopeless now. This dead girl, so fierce at such a young age, are we introducing her to the Xia family to become a bride, or are we setting up enmity? Moreover, look at how they are living now. They are not lacking vegetables or meat, eating so much in one meal, and can even run the air conditioning in the yard, living better than the Xia family. They have no need to sacrifice their daughter's marriage for supplies." He initially thought that Xia Guochang and Xia Huyin were living poorly and would jump at the chance for a marriage that brought resources. Unexpectedly, their family has a villa and solar panels, and they have so many vegetables growing in the yard, their life is quite comfortable. Hence, this marriage proposal is certainly off the table. Wu Min said in distress, "How am I going to explain this to the Xia family? I already promised the Xia family matriarch that I would find a wife for her younger son." Xia Guokang sighed, frowning as he comforted Wu Min, "Don't overthink it. If this marriage doesn't happen, then it doesn't happen. The most promising member of the Xia family is still Xia Wenqi. As long as Jianing and Xia Wenqi maintain a good relationship, the Xia matriarch won't say anything." Wu Jianing remained silent upon hearing this. She had been trying hard to build a good relationship with Xia Wenqi and had also been trying to curry favor with Xia Wenhui, but Xia Wenqi had always been lukewarm towards her. They had been dating for a year, yet Xia Wenqi had never mentioned meeting her parents or marriage. Today, Wu Min and Xia Guokang intended to introduce Xia Shige to Xia Wenqi's uncle to please the Xia matriarch and pave the way for Wu Jianing and Xia Wenqi's marriage. Unfortunately, Xia Shige was completely ungrateful and even laid hands on her elders. With a ding, Wu Jianing received a message on her phone from Xia Wenhui. "Jianing, my brother has a day off next weekend. You can come to my house to play then." A smile appeared in Wu Jianing's eyes as she quickly replied, "Okay, Wenhui, thank you for inviting me. I will." After replying, Wu Jianing felt the grievances she suffered at Xia Shige's house dissipate. She looked up at Xia Guokang and Wu Min and said, "Mom and Dad, don't worry, I will definitely marry into the Xia family." Wu Min affectionately patted her daughter's head, smiling as she said, "Mom knows our Jianing is both beautiful and sensible. Who wouldn't like her? Unlike that Xia Shige, just a mother tiger nobody wants." The mother and daughter walked out of the Xindu community filled with confidence. In the Xia family's villa, the grandmother was still angry. "Next time those two come, none of you are allowed to open the door for them. Just call the security to drive them away." The grandmother said angrily, "Anyway, the second branch has long wanted to sever ties with us, so let's consider this engagement over." The grandmother was unable to tolerate the behavior of Xia Guokang and his wife, having not contacted them for over 20 years, and now they were trying to sell their own niece. Is this even human? Guokang has always been like this. He's smart, but it's all just petty cleverness. Grandma Lu sighed and then comforted the grandmother, saying, "Forget it. As the saying goes, the children and grandchildren will have their own fortunes. You shouldn't think too much about it." Xia Shige nodded and said, "Yes, Grandma, I see that the second uncle's family is living quite well. From now on, let's each live our own lives and not disturb each other. That would be nice." Now the daily water supply was only enough for basic drinking and cooking for ordinary people. Even taking a shower was a luxury, let alone washing clothes. However, Xia Guokang's family was dressed neatly and looked refreshed, indicating they had decent jobs that allowed them to live reasonably well during the times of disaster. The grandmother nodded. She had been worried about Guokang as he was her flesh and blood born after 10 months of pregnancy, but after today, she completely wanted to stop caring about this second son. Xia Guocheng sighed and complained this kid has never looked up to me as his elder brother yet. When he was in school, I worked to support him, and he would ask me for money whenever he needed something. Once when he said he was short on cash, I walked over 10 kilometers of mountain roads to bring him money. Later after he graduated and found a good job and a good wife, he immediately blocked me. If they look down on us, then we won't do the foolish thing of putting our warm faces against their cold backs. Not keeping in touch is good enough. Sun Yuegue patted Xia Guocheng's back and then comforted Xia Huiyin, saying, "Sister-in-law, that second child has always been incapable of saying anything nice. Don't take his words to heart." Xia Huiyin shook her head. Over the years, she had worked hard on her own as a woman and had heard worse words. She was already immune to such remarks. She replied, "Sister-in-law, I'm fine, I'm just afraid they won't give up and continue to harass Shige." Xia Shige smiled and said, "Mom, don't worry, I will tell the security that these people are troublemakers and they shouldn't let them in." Xia Guocheng nodded. "With that little chicken's physique, if he dares to come again, I can still throw him out." The family was amused by Xia Guocheng's words, and their suppressed mood lightened considerably. Meanwhile at the Song family, Song Yuhan returned home with a gloomy face, not knowing who spread the rumor that Lu Xixue was the adopted daughter of the Lu family. Unlike previous rumors, now many people were confidently claiming to have seen Lu family's biological daughter looking exactly like Mrs. Lu Suilon. It was obvious she was the Lu family's flesh and blood. Normally Song Yuhan wouldn't care about such things, nor would he bother to argue about them. But now with problems in the Song family's business, he was already irritated. When those people discussed this matter, their faces clearly showed mockery, as if laughing at him for marrying a counterfeit. Song Yuhan, feeling flustered, exploded at Lu Xixue upon returning home. "Do you know how those people outside are looking at me?" Lu Xixue turned pale at his words. She had also felt miserable hearing the gossip outside these days. Unexpectedly, instead of comforting her, Song Yuhan was scolding her. "What can I do if people say that?" Lu Xixue's tears fell like beads from a broken string. "Besides, didn't you already know? Didn't you say you didn't care about my background?" Seeing Lu Xixue's tears, Song Yuhan could only sigh helplessly. He pinched the bridge of his nose and said in a deep voice, "You shouldn't go out for the next few days, otherwise my parents will be unhappy again." Song Yuhan's parents had already discussed this with him several times in light of the rumor, directly declaring the engagement void and sending Lu Xixue back to the Lu family. Song's mother had also shown Song Yuhan other rich daughters whose family backgrounds were better than the Lu family's. Initially Song Yuhan had firmly rejected, but with the recent decline of the Song family, they had sold off many assets to pay back bank loans. The Lu family had also been continually borrowing money from him. For Lu Xixue's sake, Song Yuhan had secretly given them several sums without letting his parents know, but none of these were fruitful. Although Song Yuhan was now tempted by his mother's proposal, he considered himself a deeply affectionate person. He couldn't bring himself to abandon Lu Xixue after starting their relationship. Lu Xixue pretended to wipe her tears, hiding the resentment in her eyes. When she looked up again, she had returned to her usual gentle and considerate demeanor. She softly said, "I understand, I won't go to the gatherings my friends have planned in the next few days. Yuhan, don't be angry. We've gone through so many difficulties to be together, we can't let others laugh at us." Song Yuhan looked at Lu Xixue's pale face and nodded helplessly. "So about our marriage?" Lu Xixue hesitated and reminded softly. They had been engaged for 2 months, and since engagements typically precede weddings within a year, it was time to plan the wedding date. However, the Song family had never mentioned this to her. Lu Xixue knew the Lu family was on the verge of collapse. Living together with Song Yuhan as his fiancé, she felt uneasy. She wanted to get married before the Lu family went bankrupt. Even if she could no longer be the Lu family's eldest daughter, she would still be the daughter-in-law of the Song family. Song Yuhan paused and vaguely said, "Let's talk about it later. We've only been married for 2 months. Let's discuss it again in 2 months. Then he turned and went to the study. After Song Yuhan left, Lu Xixue's expression darkened. She glared hatefully at the direction he had gone and managed to stop herself from smashing the cup in her hand. By October, the weather not only had not cooled down but was even hotter than in July and August. During this month, Xia Shige had been busy in her space. Every day after breakfast, she would go to the Taoyuan woods to pick mushrooms, collect honey, and gather fruits. Then she would go to the fields to harvest crops. The white cat was also busy every day managing the space and shipping goods. During this time, the little pig had given birth to over 20 piglets. Xia Shige had slaughtered 3 boars, sending them to the processing workshop, and after automated processing, she received a pile of pig offal, 3 pig heads, and 6 slabs of pork. Xia Shige kept 2 slabs of pork, while the remaining 4 slabs and the pig heads and offal were listed for sale. The pig offal was priced at 200,000 yuan per portion, while the 4 slabs of pork were priced at 300,000 yuan each. As soon as they were listed, they sold out completely. Xia Shige looked at her account and saw that she had successfully saved 90 million with only the last 10 left to reach 1 billion. Most of this 90 million came from the wild mushrooms in the Taoyuan woods. Customers kept asking her how she managed to grow matsutake mushrooms indoors. Some even claimed to be researchers from the Zhou family enterprise wanting to discuss cooperation with Xia Shige, offering a price of 500 million hoping to exchange for technical support on indoor cultivation of matsutake and other fungi. Xia Shige didn't dare to reply to any of them. She didn't have any indoor planting technology. She was just an ordinary harvesting worker. Additionally, Xia Shige noticed that during this period the items sold on the online shopping platform were becoming increasingly wild, with tear gas and Molotov cocktails appearing. Thinking of the endless cold nights and chaos to come in a few months, she also ordered some tear gas, Molotov cocktails, and bows and arrows. She filled in the address at the entrance of the mountain road behind Shindu community and noted, "Just leave the goods in the woods next to the entrance, no need to wait for someone to sign." The delivery was cautious. They drove at night, and according to Xia Shige's instructions, they dropped off the goods and left. Xia Shige watched from a distance, ensuring no one was around before approaching to retrieve the items into the Taoyuan space. Lu Xixue had been instructed by Song Yuhan to stay indoors, and coupled with her own reluctance to face the rumors outside, she had obediently remained at home for more than a month. She was almost going crazy from the confinement. Finally, with Song Yuhan going on a business trip for a few days, Lu Xixue quietly invited her good friends Xia Wenwei and Hiqing over for a small gathering. Hiqing arrived first, and as soon as Lu Xixue saw her, she began to vent about the grievances she had endured during this time. Hiqing, after listening, indignantly remarked that Xia Shige is a scheming ch. These rumors must have originated from her. Just as the two were speaking, Xia Wenwei also arrived. Xia Wenwei did not come alone, as she was followed by a pretty girl who smiled as she introduced herself to Hiqing and Lu Xixue, saying, "This is my friend Wu Jianing." Jianing's father works at the city bureau and her mother is the only daughter of the former director. Hiqing and Lu Xixue exchanged a brief glance at Wu Jianing, noting her ordinary attire, and simply nodded without further comment. Xia Wenwei was already a minor follower in this group, and now she had brought along another follower, a Hiqing, and Lu Xixue did not want to converse further with someone who did not belong to their social circle. Seeing that the two were hardly paying her any attention, Wu Jianing felt a bit awkward, but Xia Wenwei was unperturbed. She never cared much about such trivial matters. In Xia Wenwei's view, it was all about climbing the social ladder with useful people. As for awkwardness, she did not believe she would have that many spectators. Wu Jianing's father Xia Guokong is a trusted subordinate of Xia Wenwei's father, and Xia Wenwei's grandfather is also an old acquaintance of Wu Jianing's maternal grandfather. Wu Jianing is currently dating Xia Wenwei's brother Xia Wenqi, and she is adept at winning the favor of the Xia family, so they are relatively accepting of her. Xia Wenwei is quite satisfied with Wu Jianing, so she hopes to introduce her to her circle of friends. Hiqing turned to Lu Xixue and said, "Xixue, Xia Shige is deliberately bullying you because she knows you have a good temper. We need to come up with a way to teach her a lesson." "Xia Shige," Wu Jianing exclaimed in surprise. The others looked at her with curiosity, and seeing her astonished expression, Hiqing raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you know her?" I have a cousin named Xia Shige as well." Wu Jianing, feeling the gaze of the others upon her, nervously added, "She is my aunt's daughter, but they should just share the same name." In Wu Jianing's view, Xia Shige was just an ordinary person. How could she possibly be involved with these rich girls? Upon hearing this, Lu Xixue immediately took out her phone and pulled up a photo asking Wu Jianing, "Is the..." Wu Jianing took a moment to register the person in the photo. It was indeed the Xia Shige she knew. Although confused, she gently nodded and replied, "Yes, that's her." Hiqing's eyes glinted with interest. "Then do you know where she lives now?" "I do," Wu Jianing nodded and said, "Her family lives in a villa near Shindu community, my parents, and I have been to her house as guests before." Hiqing's lips curled into a mysterious smile as she leaned closer to Wu Jianing and said, "Can you find a way to get her to come out?" Wu Jianing looked at Hiqing, who was staring directly at her, and for some reason her heart began to race. She stammered, "I am not that close to her, and we had a dispute back then. She even hit my father. If I invite her, she probably won't come." Hiqing smiled gently and said, "No worries, I'll teach you how." With that, Hiqing grabbed Wu Jianing's wrist and spoke in a tempting tone, "As long as you do as I say and get her to come out, I'll gift you the latest handbag from Brand L." Wu Jianing was startled as she felt Hiqing's grip on her wrist cool as a snake, but she did not dare to shake it off and could only nod blankly. Hiqing revealed a smug smile, releasing Wu Jianing and turning to Lu Xixue, saying, "Xixue, don't worry, I will definitely avenge you this time." However, Lu Xixue hesitated and said, "Shaoqing, let's not make too much noise. I'm afraid it won't be good if my parents find out." Recently, due to the Song family's refusal to invest in the Lu family, Lu Bo and Su Ilan were quite disappointed in Lu Xishue, and she did not want to provoke them at this juncture. You don't need to worry, He-Ching assured her. I will have someone do it discreetly, and I guarantee that the beat CH won't dare. At that moment, Xia Shige was focused on completing the last 10 of a billion with her white cat in the Taoyuan space, when suddenly a message popped up on her phone. To her surprise, the sender was Wu Jianing. Xia Shige was confused and opened the message to read, "Cousin, I was wrong about the previous matter, and I apologize. I hope you can forgive me. I'm in urgent need of your help now. Can you meet me at this place tonight at 7 p.m.? It's truly important. I really need my cousin's assistance. If I don't see you tonight, I won't leave. Please, I hope you will come." There was also a location address sent along with it. Xia Shige frowned slightly. "Cousin." Xia Shige puzzledly remarked, "Wu Jianing has always been so proud. She has never referred to me as cousin before. Something's definitely off here." After thinking for a moment, Xia Shige retrieved the smoke bomb and crossbow she had bought a few days ago, preparing to see what kind of trick Wu Jianing was up to. The white cat asked curiously, "You know something is off, yet you still want to meet her?" Xia Shige chuckled and replied, "Let's go see. Wu Jianing knows my address. I'm afraid if I don't go, she'll sneak over and cause trouble." As evening approached, Xia Shige told her family she had something to attend to and set off with the white cat for the meeting. Unbeknownst to Xia Shige, she wanted to avoid leaving any traces. Fortunately, the Taoyuan space allowed her to move distances of several meters, enabling her to evade the surveillance cameras on her way. Around 7 p.m., Xia Shige arrived at the location Wu Jianing had pinpointed. It turned out to be an alley without any surveillance. Xia Shige stood at the entrance of the alley looking around, but she did not see any sign of Wu Jianing. She frowned, wondering if Wu Jianing had simply wanted to lure her out for some amusement. At that moment, 3 people suddenly walked out from the other end of the alley. The leader was a boy with a baby face, followed by 2 burly men with coarse features. The boy with the baby face was he who smiled slightly at Xia Shige and said, "I thought some blind fool had provoked my sister. I didn't expect it to be you. Long time no see, little beat ch. He-Ching and Hiyu had a good relationship. That morning, He-Ching had told Hiyu that a beat ch was bullying her, asking him to find someone to teach her a lesson. Without a second thought, Hiyu agreed, as this was routine for them. Then He-Ching showed Hiyu a photo of Xia Shige, and Hiyu immediately recognized her as the woman who had disrespected him at the party. Coincidentally, his good friend Lu Xiyuan also disliked her. Hiyu laughed at that moment, seeing it as a perfect opportunity. He decided to take revenge for all 3 of them today. As he recognized the figures approaching, Xia Shige's expression darkened. "What do you want?" Xia Shige asked, taking a couple of steps back. "Last time I wanted to meet my sister, she refused. Since she doesn't want to meet me, I'll just introduce a couple of people to her." He smiled innocently as he pointed to the 2 burly men behind him, saying, "Let them play a game with my sister." Xia Shige frowned at this and asked, "Where is Wu Jianing? What have you done to her?" Hiyu chuckled in response, "Sister, you still have the heart to be concerned for others. It seems you're not just a beat ch, but also a fool, worrying about her safety while being sold out by someone else." Xia Shige silently stared at Hiyu, not responding. It seemed Wu Jianing was not around, leaving only the 3 people in front of her. Moreover, there were no surveillance cameras in the vicinity, and she had managed to evade all cameras on her way there. Xia Shige mentally replayed the situation, feeling it was a rare opportunity. Thinking of this, her heart raced, and she felt her hands trembling with excitement. Hiyu noticed Xia Shige's trembling hands and thought she was frightened. He couldn't help but scoff, thinking that these betches, no matter how proud they appeared, would expose their cowardly nature at the slightest scare. Then he slowly concealed his smile, disdainfully snorting, and said to Xia Shige, "This is all your own doing. Who told you to be such an ungrateful beat ch?" "Oh right, sister, there are no surveillance cameras around here," he said, lightly furrowing his brows and making a distressed expression. However, he soon smiled slightly, looking at Xia Shige with malevolent intent, and spoke slowly, "But it's fine, I'll make sure they record everything for you." He then turned around and waved to the 2 muscular men behind him, saying, "You 2 work together and deal with that pretentious SLT. Remember to record the video and capture this SLT's expression clearly." After saying that, Hiyu turned and left the alley, returning to the car listening to music, while resting his eyes waiting for his subordinates to report back with good news. Just as they were about to grab Xia Shige, she directly slipped into her space, leaving them grasping at air. Returning to her space, Xia Shige grabbed the prepared crossbow, and in the next moment she appeared above the 2 muscular men, shooting a charged arrow straight at their shoulders. She had not wasted her training during this time. The power of the specially made crossbow was beyond that of an ordinary bow. The arrow pierced through both men's shoulders, pinning them firmly to the ground, unable to move. Before the two could scream, Xia Shige took out 2 apples from her space and forcefully stuffed them in their mouths. No shouting. If you dare to make a sound, I'll kill you. After threatening them, Xia Shige removed 1 apple from the mouth of one muscular man and held a knife to his throat, asking slowly, "Tell me, what does he want you to do to me?" He wants us to humiliate you," the muscular man replied through gritted teeth. "Please spare us. We're just doing this for the money." Xia Shige let out a cold laugh, realizing that the styles of Qing and he were equally despicable throughout their lives. "Well, I can consider letting you go." Xia Shige nodded and said, "Whatever he wants you to do to me, you must do the same to him, and then I will let you go." The muscular man was dumbfounded, whispering in despair, "But he's a man." "So what if he's a man?" Xia Shige frowned and said, "You can't do it just because he's a man." Hearing this, the muscular man almost cried, pleading, "Please, please, just let us go. He's the son of our boss. If we really do as you say, we won't survive either." Seeing that the two were not cooperating, Xia Shige frowned and said, "Tisk," before asking, "So you must have done this kind of thing before, right? How many times have you done this before?" "We've only dealt with a few women who provoked the young mistress and the second young master. Besides that, we haven't done anything else." The muscular man replied with a trembling voice, "We're just doing this for the money. As the saying goes, debts have their owners. This has nothing to do with us." Xia Shige nodded calmly upon hearing this, then seeing the expressions of relief on the 2 muscular men's faces, she spoke again, "That's enough, you can go to hell now." Xia Shige slapped her palm down on the shoulders of the 2 men, directly sending them into her space. The next second, the space's defense mechanism activated and the 2 lost their breath. After dealing with the 2 muscular men, Xia Shige noticed the 2 pools of blood left on the ground. Frowning, she transferred the bloodied soil into her space. After finishing all this, Xia Shige stood up and walked out of the alley toward the luxury car, where he was gently knocking on the car door. He was resting with his eyes closed. Hearing the knock on the door, he stretched and asked, "Why so soon? That SLT's figure and looks are rare. You should have at least taken 2 hours. After saying this, he opened the car door, ready to ask for the video to post online, only to find that the person standing in front of him was Xia Shige. Seeing Xia Shige looking unscathed, he was somewhat surprised. Then a chill ran down his back as he inexplicably felt danger. It was as if his sixth sense was telling him he needed to leave immediately. However, Xia Shige did not give Hugh that chance. She grabbed Hugh, smiled gently at him, and said, "Hugh, if I don't come looking for you, insist on courting death, then we need to settle the grudge from these 2 lifetimes properly. Now let me send you to where you belong." In Hugh's shocked and confused gaze, Xia Shige raised her hand and slapped Hugh twice across the face. The next second, Hugh was transported into her space. Hugh felt a burning sensation on his face, and then everything went dark. He felt his soul being torn apart as if he was being burned by the flames of hell. That he completely lost consciousness. After undergoing processing in the mixing machine, the luxury car was reduced to a pile of iron shavings. Xia Shige and the white cat stared at the pile of iron shavings and the 3 corpses for a while. The white cat couldn't help but ask, "Are we going to keep these 3 in the space to turn them into fertilizer?" Xia Shige shook her head, feeling it was too ominous, as if the peach blossom space would be tainted. While soothing the white cat, she opened the navigation on her phone, remembering there was a crematorium nearby. Using the space's concealment feature, Xia Shige quietly approached the crematorium along the navigation route just in time to encounter staff arranging to cremate a group of murderers. Recently, there had been frequent cases of robbery and murder. This group of murderers was shot dead on the spot by the police during their crime, and their bodies were brought directly for cremation. Xia Shige directly threw the bodies of Hugh and the other 2 into the incinerator. These people were equally wicked. Being buried together was a match made in hell. After handling the bodies, Xia Shige disposed of the bloodied soil and the crushed car debris into a deep pit behind the crematorium. After finishing all of this, Xia Shige returned to check once more, confirming that there were indeed no surveillance cameras near the alley, and then she stealthily made her way toward the Shindu community. Upon returning home, Xia Shige had no appetite for food. She lied, claiming she had eaten outside, and directly went back to her bedroom. The white cat asked with some concern, "Host, are you alright?" Xia Shige shook her head, "I'm fine." Today was the first time Xia Shige had killed someone, and for some reason, she kept recalling the images from her last life before her death. The white cat thought for a moment, and then comforted her, "The situation will only get more chaotic from here, so you need to stay alert, host." Xia Shige nodded, pulling herself together, and decided to take a shower first. After the last practical experience, Xia Shige improved her crossbow. For the past few days, she had been contemplating the relationship between Wu Jianing and He Yu. In her last life, she had never seen Wu Jianing after the natural disaster. She didn't understand how her little cousin could have gotten involved with the He family. Xia Shige thought that Wu Jianing's father Xia Guokong was within the system, and Lu Xishua's little follower Xia Wenwei also came from a family within the system. Perhaps this was how they knew each other. Xia Shige recalled that Xia Guokong and Wu Min had wanted to introduce her to a certain Xia before further confirming her suspicions. Fearing that she might alert the snake, Xia Shige did not contact Wu Jianing again. Fortunately, Wu Jianing also did not reach out to her, so she pretended not to have seen that message. Xia Shige remembered that 2 days ago Xia Huiyin had returned home lamenting to her family, "The inventory at the food factory is running low now, the variety of food is decreasing. Besides the most basic rice and flour, the prices of everything else have increased significantly." The extreme heat had persisted for over half a year, leading to many businesses shutting down and prices skyrocketing, causing a large number of young laborers to lose their jobs and live in uncertainty. In order to stabilize the situation, the government issued a batch of interest-free loans that anyone without a criminal record for half a year could apply for. The government also lowered the prices of basic rice and flour. With the interest-free loans and low-priced rice and flour, everyone at least had something to eat, preventing starvation. But Xia Shige knew that there would still be at least 2 to 3 years of turmoil ahead. This amount of food would only last a little over a year, and things would only get worse. Xia Shige distributed stun guns to every member of her family and explained how to use them in detail, but she hoped her family would never have to use them. Recently, Bai Qianqian has been feeling quite troubled as Han Yuyan has started to harass her again. Han Yuyan has recently found a new job and joined the Zhao Corporation. The Zhao Corporation initiated a seawater desalination project before the extreme heat, which was originally intended to supply nearby island nations and to conveniently obtain government subsidies. Unexpectedly, they encountered an extended period of extreme heat lasting over 6 months, and the nationwide drought made the previously unremarkable Zhao Corporation soar to prominence. The welfare benefits at Zhao Corporation are quite decent. Employees can receive some desalinated water daily, and the salary is also considerable. Han Yuyan found hope in life. He felt that the future was bright again, so he began to contact Bai Qianqian, hoping she would return to his side. He had considered looking for other women, and since joining Zhao Corporation, Han's mother had arranged several blind dates for him, but he was always dissatisfied. In terms of looks, education, and figure, none of the girls he had been set up with compared to Bai Qianqian, and he felt that those girls were somewhat dull, lacking Bai Qianqian's sensitivity and charm. Bai Qianqian was exceedingly annoyed by Han Yuyan's harassment. Now 7 months pregnant, she was already irritable, and the constant change of girls around Shen Zihuai heightened her sense of crisis. Not only did Bai Qianqian worry about the group of flirtatious girls around Shen Zihuai, but she also had to be concerned about the ticking time bomb, Xia Shige. One day, she quietly watched from the window above and noticed that Shen Zihuai treated Xia Shige rather unusually. Bai Qianqian was fearful that Xia Shige might bring up the rumors and online bullying from their university days. Bai Qianqian had been anxious for a long time, which was detrimental to her pregnancy, and she occasionally felt a dull pain in her abdomen. She asked Shen Zihuai for help finding a new house so that her parents could move away from their previous residence and prevent Han Yuyan from bothering them. "Qianqian, I received a salary of 100,000 this month, and I'll transfer it all to you. After I get confirmed next month, I'll also get a raise. Don't worry, I will ensure you live well," Han Yuyan said sincerely over the phone. If it were before the natural disasters, Bai Qianqian would surely consider reconciling with Han Yuyan, but it was already October, and the extreme heat continued. What could 100,000 do? It wouldn't even be enough for daily air conditioning bills. Bai Qianqian and Shen Zihuai had grown accustomed to a luxurious lifestyle, with daily maid service. She couldn't go back to living a frugal life with Han Yuyan. Anyway, Bai Qianqian's parents had already moved from their previous residence, and she was too lazy to waste any more time with Han Yuyan. She had already exhausted all her patience and coldly replied, "Han Yuyan, we are really done. Do not contact me again. Don't waste your time on me. Go find an honest girl and live a good life." After saying this, Bai Qianqian hung up the phone. Han Yuyan stared at the phone in disbelief. He quickly redialed, only to find that Bai Qianqian had blocked him again. Han Yuyan hurriedly went to Bai's parents' house, only to discover that the Bai family had already vacated. Han Yuyan had been looking lost these days. His supervisor noticed and walked over, patting his shoulder, asking Xiao Han, "Why do you look so listless?" Han Yuyan forced a smile and replied, "Manager Wang, I'm fine, just haven't slept well these past few days." Manager Wang nodded and smiled, saying, "Tonight Director Zhao is holding a gathering at the Hanhai Hotel, and all the shareholders of the company will be there. You're tall and handsome, come to the banquet to represent the company." Han Yuyan understood that this was an invitation to accompany clients for drinks, but he knew it was also an opportunity to perform in front of the leaders. He perked up and replied, "Sure, Manager Wang. I definitely won't disappoint you." Hanai Hotel. Qin Zihui also attended Zhao's banquet tonight. He wasn't very familiar with Zhao Huifeng, but the Shin family had also invested in Zhao's, so Qin Zihui was included in the guest list. "Thank you for your presence, Xiao Shin." Zhao Huifeng joked with a smile. "Wishing you prosperous, Business Director Zhao." Qin Zihui replied with a smile and clinked glasses with him. Zhao Huifeng leaned in and quietly said to Qin Zihui, "Xiao Shin, have you heard? There are rumors outside that the precious son of the He family has gone missing, and He Hongua is in a panic, sending people all over to look for him." Qin Zihui asked in surprise, "When did this happen? He is a living person, how could he just disappear without—" Zhao Huifeng shook his head and said he's been missing for several days now. It's said that 2 of his subordinates also went missing at the same time. No one knows what they were planning. The 3 of them drove to a surveillance blind spot and have not been seen since, as if they vanished into thin air along with their car. Zhao Huifeng sighed. "It seems this world has truly gone awry, as such bizarre occurrences are now happening." Qin Zihui smiled, but remained silent. The He family had just cleared their name 2 years ago, while the Zhao family had also been involved in underworld activities in previous years, and neither had the right to speak about the state of the world. Not to mention, this Hanhai Hotel is part of He Hangguo's enterprise. It's said that there are some shady businesses going on here, but as long as they don't cause a stir, no one investigates. Bai Qianqian was also at Hanhai Hotel. After spending several days in the villa feeling increasingly anxious, she could no longer stay put. She begged Qin Zihui for a long time, and he finally agreed to take her out for some fresh air today, but Qin Zihui forbade her from entering the banquet hall on the 3rd floor, so she could only stay in the flower hall on the 2nd floor. With bodyguards stationed outside, Bai Qianqian felt a chill from the cold wind indoors. She noticed a small door next to the flower hall that led directly to the outdoor terrace, so she quietly slipped out through the small door, intending to walk around the terrace to clear her mind. At night, it was still hot outside, but Bai Qianqian felt that the warmth wrapped around her, dispelling the chill on her body, making her feel quite comfortable. Han Yuyan was busy toasting and flattering a circle of executives, drinking recklessly. After a few rounds, he had drunk a bit too much and came down to the 2nd floor terrace to sober up, only to run into Bai Qianqian. "Qianqian." Han Yuyan excitedly stepped forward and hugged her. "It really is you." Bai Qianqian stiffened. It was Han Yuyan. Han Yuyan was immersed in the surprise of their reunion. He looked down at Bai Qianqian's pregnant belly and felt a moment of confusion followed by overwhelming joy. "You didn't terminate the pregnancy." "That's wonderful, Qianqian. Why did you lie to me before saying you had already aborted the child?" Bai Qianqian broke free from his arms, frowning and shouting, "Enough, Han Yuyan. Don't touch me. I've already said we're done. Stop harassing me." "Qianqian, what nonsense are you saying?" Han Yuyan asked in confusion. "You're still pregnant. Do you intend to raise the child on your own? Come home with me. Let me take care of you and the child." Bai Qianqian took a deep breath and distanced herself from Han Yuyan, her face cold, as she said, "This child has nothing to do with you. I have found a new boyfriend. We are done." Han Yuyan stared at her in disbelief, as if struck by lightning, then murmured, "No, I don't believe it. Qianqian, you're lying to me, aren't you?" Bai Qianqian remained silent, silently turning her head away. Han Yuyan stepped forward and grabbed her. "Bai Qianqian, how could you do this? No matter whose child you are carrying, you must come back to me. I spent all my savings to buy that house in the school district for you. We were originally planning to get married." Bai Qianqian forcefully shook him off and shouted softly, "Stop being foolish, Han Yuyan. Public hospitals are almost paralyzed now. Do you know how much private hospitals charge? The price for painless delivery is more expensive than gold. Do you want me to go back and die on the delivery?" Han Yuyan's eyes turned bloodshot at her words, but he didn't know how to refute her. He understood that public hospitals were nearly paralyzed, with many people suffering from various underlying conditions due to the heat, and that medical equipment and personnel were in short supply. Yet he remained unwilling, silently gazing at Bai Qianqian with brewing storms in his eyes. Bai Qianqian felt a chill run down her back. She wanted to shout for the security guards outside, but Han Yuyan was too close to her, and she feared the bodyguards wouldn't arrive in time. Suddenly, Bai Qianqian had a flash of inspiration and said to Han Yuyan, "The reason we were together in the first place was merely mutual benefit. I don't love you and I don't deserve your devotion. Only Xia Shige truly liked you. I know Xia Shige is doing well now. Go find her and—" Han Yuyan was taken aback by her words. "Xia Shige." Bai Qianqian nodded hurriedly, saying, "Yes, Xia Shige. I know she is now living in a large villa with no worries about food or clothing, and her life is going well. You should go find her and reconcile." Bai Qianqian looked at Han Yuan's slightly wavering expression and continued, Yuan, you don't need to feel unwilling about our relationship. At the beginning you just wanted my status. As the only daughter in the city, you never loved me. Besides, weren't you infatuated with Xia Shige from the very start? Han Yuan's eyes darkened as he bit his thin lips, staring at Bai Qianqian without saying a word. Bai Qianqian took the opportunity to tempt him further, saying, Yuan, you are clearly aware of the current environment. With your salary, there is no future for us together. If you forcefully cling to me, we can only end up hurting each other. She added, Yuan, Xia Shige is doing really well now and she is still single. Perhaps she still has lingering feelings for you. Instead of wasting time on me, you might as well try to win her back. Bai Qianqian knew that Han Yuan was similar to her. They both only thought about maximizing their benefits. As long as there was hope, they wouldn't let things escalate to a point of mutual destruction. Han Yuan silently gazed at Bai Qianqian's belly, lost in thought as they remained in a standoff. Bai Qianqian nervously clenched her handbag, ready to call security at any moment. After a long pause, Han Yuan gently asked, Where is Xia Shige now? Bai Qianqian let out a sigh of relief and replied, I only know she is living in a villa near the Xindu community. Han Yuan fell silent again for a while. Finally, he lowered his head, glanced at Bai Qianqian's belly one last time, and then turned to leave without looking back. After Han Yuan left, Bai Qianqian let out a long breath and leaned weakly against the railing. Qing had been unable to reach He for days. Ever since that day when he took 2 subordinates to teach Xia Shige a lesson, he had vanished, as if he had evaporated from the world. Tell me, did you actually arrange for Xia Shige to come out? Qing grabbed Wu Jiaqing by the neck, shaking her as she demanded. Wu Jiaqing was nearly suffocated by her grip. She hurriedly struggled free from Qing, gasping, I really notified Xia Shige as you said. I don't know anything else. Qing had been on the verge of frantically losing her mind these days. She didn't dare tell her family that she had sent He to deal with Xia Shige. Han Yuan had always favored this younger son, and if anything happened to He, because of her, she would be in serious trouble. The He family scoured all nearby surveillance footage, which showed He driving to the vicinity of that alley and then disappearing without a trace, as if he and his car had vanished into thin air. The alley was in a secluded location, and there were no other figures captured on the nearby surveillance. Now Qing's father, Han Yuan, and her elder brother, He Lei, had mobilized all their subordinates to look for He, even reporting it to the police. But as the days passed, there was still no news of He, and the family grew increasingly anxious. Qing anxiously twisted the ruby ring on her hand. She and He had grown up together, and his mysterious disappearance had her frantic. She hadn't slept well for days. Xia Wenwei had been standing silently to the side, not daring to speak. Lu Xixue comforted Qing, saying, Qing, don't be anxious. The surveillance didn't capture Xia Shige. She probably didn't dare to go. Even if she did, she wouldn't have the ability to make He and the 2 bodyguards disappear. This whole situation is too strange. Could it be that he ran into enemies from Uncle He's side? Qing frowned in thought upon hearing this. The He family's business had not been clean in earlier years, and they had many enemies. The He family speculated that it was the work of a rival, possibly someone tracking He who happened to ambush him in an area without surveillance. Thinking of this, Qing slapped Wu Jiaqing hard. She knew it was her own idea that led to this, and she couldn't blame Wu Jiaqing, but she still couldn't help but lash out, saying, It's all your fault. You're nothing but a disaster. If it weren't for your connection to Xia Shige, this wouldn't have happened. Your whole family is no good. Wu Jiaqing was stunned by the slap, covering her burning cheek in a daze. She had grown up pampered and had never experienced such humiliation before. But Wu Jiaqing also knew that Qing was a powerful young lady she couldn't provoke. She realized that the He family operated in both the legitimate and underworld realms and was very formidable. Now that a son of the He family was missing and this incident was related to her, Wu Jiaqing felt her mind was in turmoil, thinking she was caught up in a huge mess. She couldn't help but resent Xia Shige, thinking it was Xia Shige who had attracted these people. Why did she have to drag her into this? Xia Wenwei still stood with her head lowered, not daring to say a word. Lu Xixue, however, understood that this incident had originated from her. With her thoughts swirling, she gently spoke to Qing, saying, Qing, don't worry. Only the 4 of us know about this matter. If we don't say anything, no one will know what happened before He went missing. The enemies are probably just after money. They might contact your family in a few days. Or perhaps Xiaoyu just got bored and ran off somewhere to play. He might come back by himself after a while. Qing remembered that He had often complained about the restrictions from home, frequently sneaking abroad to participate in adventurous activities. She could only force herself to accept this as a form of comfort. The group chatted for a while before dispersing. Lu Xixue specifically reminded Wu Jiaqing and Xia Wenwei not to let this matter out, and both nodded eagerly in agreement. Xia Wenwei drove Wu Jiaqing home, and on the way she softly advised, Jiaqing, don't take it to heart. These young ladies are just like that. Xia Wenwei was also often called by He Qing and Lu Xishue, but she never minded. The benefits she gained from them were tangible. He Xishue and He Qing frequently gifted her luxury items they didn't want, which she sold at second-hand shops for a decent amount of money. Although Xia Wenwei's father held a minor leadership position in the system, it was still a clean government job with a low income. It was already pushing their limits to support her studying abroad. They couldn't provide her with a more affluent lifestyle. Xia Wenhui was very clear about her ambitions. She wanted to use her connections with He Qing and Lu Xishue to hook up with a rich second-generation heir, marry him, and achieve a true class leap. She had previously set her sights on Lu Xixu's elder brother Lu Ximing, but seeing the Lu family gradually decline, she wanted to find a new target. Wu Jiaqing nodded. She didn't have ambitions as grand as Xia Wenwei's and didn't aspire to enter any wealthy circles. She thought Xia Wenwei's brother Xia Wenqi was already a great choice. He had entered the system at a young age and his future prospects were undoubtedly limitless. As soon as Wu Jiaqing returned home, Wu Min noticed her swollen and bleeding cheek. He Qing's slap had been fierce, and with her sharp nails, Wu Jiaqing's face was now swollen with several bloody marks, looking very frightening. Wu Min gasped in shock, hurriedly holding Wu Jiaqing's face, examining it left and right, and anxiously asked, "My precious daughter, what happened to your face? Did someone hit you?" Wu Jiaqing's eyes darted away. She clearly remembered Lu Xixu's warning to keep it a secret. Now she was confused and felt she had stumbled into a murky situation. Wu Jiaqing could only instinctively say, "I ran into some trouble with cousin Shige, but it's fine now." Wu Min was both shocked and angry. "Xia Shige, did you encounter her outside today? Why would she lay hands on you? Could it be that because of the matchmaking incident with Xia Guokong, Xia Shige held a grudge against her family and retaliated against Wu Jiaqing?" "It's not her doing, Mom, just don't ask," Wu Jianing said anxiously. "Xia Guokong, come here." Wu Min showed him Wu Jianing's swollen and bruised face, angrily saying, "Look at your daughter's face, look what your niece has done to her. She was too ruthless. Oh, we must call the police and have her arrested." Xia Guokong was taken aback. "Sure, good. Why did she hit Jianing? It's not her, oh. You all just don't ask." Wu Jianing was extremely anxious, wanting to put an end to the matter. She had always been a well-behaved girl, and Wu Min had been very strict with her. She was terrified that this matter would escalate. If things got out of hand, her attempt to deceive Xia Shige and the trouble with the underworld would no longer be hidden. Wu Min said somewhat doubtfully, "Really? Then tell me what exactly happened. Who hit you?" Wu Jianing stammered, unsure of what to say. Seeing this, Wu Min was even more convinced that it was the doing of Xia Shige. She grabbed her bag and was about to head out, complaining, "No, I must go to Xia Shige's house and ask her clearly why she laid a hand on my daughter. If she doesn't give me an explanation, I will call the police." "Oh, Mom," Wu Jianing screamed, "I already said it wasn't her, just leave it alone." Wu Jianing was extremely flustered, both anxious and angry. She felt that if Wu Min continued to make a scene, she would definitely be dragged into a deeper vortex. Wu Min, however, insisted, "No, if you don't clarify it, I will definitely go." Wu Min had a strong desire for control over Wu Jianing. After all, she only had this one daughter, and being slapped was something she absolutely could not let go. Wu Jianing felt her mind was in chaos. She was already overwhelmed, and now with Wu Min causing a ruckus, she felt like she was about to be driven mad. She screamed, "Ah! Are you trying to drive me to death? I said it has nothing to do with her. You are not allowed to go find her." Wu Min looked at Wu Jianing's frantic state, stunned and a bit unsure, hesitantly asking, "Then tell me what exactly happened. If you don't say, then Mom will have to go ask Xia Shige herself." Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Wu Jianing ran to the kitchen, grabbed a knife, and screamed, "If you dare go, I will kill myself for you to see." Xia Guokong hurriedly came over to mediate. All right, she already said it has nothing to do with Shige, don't stir things up any further." He quickly snatched the knife from Wu Jianing's hands, gently comforting her. Wu Min did not expect her usually obedient daughter to threaten her with a knife. She was startled, but the more her daughter acted this way, the more she felt something was off. She murmured helplessly, "But..." Xia Guokong quickly gave her a look. "Enough. Are you really trying to drive our daughter mad?" Wu Min, upon hearing this, lowered her head and stopped speaking. Xia Guokong helped Wu Jianing back to her room, gently soothing her and repeatedly assuring her that he wouldn't let Wu Min trouble Xia Shige. Wu Jianing was still in turmoil. She regretted meeting those two friends with Xia Wenwei, regretted sending that message to Xia Shige, and regretted mentioning Xia Shige's name just now. Her mind in chaos, she buried herself under the blanket and began to cry silently. What on earth has happened to this child? Why has she changed so much? Woman anxious paced back and forth in the living room. You still have to secretly go to Xia's house once and ask Xia Shige for the truth. Enough. Xia Guokong said somewhat angrily. He was also quite frustrated with his wife's stubbornness. You just have to stop pressuring our daughter. The world is so unstable right now. Do you really want to stir up trouble? Woman widened her eyes in disbelief, saying, Xia Guokong, you've gained some courage. How dare you speak to me? Xia Guokong, irritated, pinched his brow and coldly snorted. This daily farce in the family has been stirred up by you. If you don't want to continue living like this, then just stop. Woman trembled with anger upon hearing this, pointing at Xia Guokong and saying, Fine, fine. Both of you father and daughter disdain me, then I will go back to my family now. Unexpectedly, Xia Guokong only calmly said, Do as you wish, and turned back to the room. Woman stared blankly at his departing figure, then couldn't help but cover her face and weep softly. Ever since her father passed away, Xia Guokong had not been as accommodating to her as before. She had long sensed the change in her husband's attitude, but felt helpless. Woman sat alone in the living room for a long time, ultimately sighing, putting down her bag, and returning to the kitchen to continue cooking. Wu Jianing was not concerned with the outside turmoil. Recently, Xia Shige had slaughtered a few small pigs, and a bunch of piglets were growing quickly. Fortunately, the enclosure in the farm was large enough, otherwise they wouldn't fit. The most popular items in the space were wild mushrooms and honey, followed by the small pigs. User XXX finally restocked. Ever since the employer's son ate this roast pork, he has been clamoring for it every day. The employer won't let him eat the pork bought from other farms, and the employer has me guarding the shop for supplies every day. User XXX, it was amazing. When I couldn't get the pork, I took the pig offal and made porridge with it. There was no smell of pork at all. User XXX finally got the pork. Shopkeeper, could you please lift the honey purchase limit? The old man at home can't do without it. After drinking it, his blood pressure went down, and 2 jars a month are really not enough. While packing and shipping, Xia Shige thought about whether it was because the peach blossom space also had different seasons. There had been significantly fewer wild mushrooms in the woods these days. In the previous 2 months, wild mushrooms had erupted from the ground like machine guns, but now the yield was only 1/10 of before. Xia Shige feared that if this continued, it would lead to overexploitation, so she reluctantly took the wild mushrooms off the shelves. After shipping the goods, she held her cat and exited the space, enjoying a comfortable bath. The high temperatures persisted as the limited water supply had changed from 2 hours a day to 30 minutes twice a day. The water flow was thin, barely sufficient for the family's daily drinking needs. Xia Shige often took advantage of her family's inattention to replenish bottled water from the space in the basement, filling the family's water tanks with the peach blossom stream from time to time. After bathing, Xia Shige dried her hair, put a portion of the pork belly in the fridge, and took another portion to Jingjing supermarket. On the way, she walked while scrolling through her phone. Suddenly she paused. 51107 Weilon, everyone be careful, there have been robberies in the neighborhood for the last 2 days. It's very frightening. 6702 by Yueguang, there are armed police in the supermarket. Who would be so bold? Didn't the police shoot? For 2009 Nigia, what if there are no bullets in the gun? 121803 AAA Liga Construction and Decoration, there are definitely bullets. A few nights ago when I came back, I saw someone sneaking into the neighborhood gate and planning to attack the police. The police shot directly. 51107 Weilon, it's not in the supermarket, it's near the back unit building. They see you carrying things and rob you. My husband was even injured by them. 6702 by Yueguang, that's really scary. Didn't you call the police? 51107 Weilon, we called the police, but they found the camera had been broken beforehand during the investigation. 21908 Coconut Tree, the aftermath of mass layoffs combined with soaring prices is not a solution. This can't go on. 21408 Gao Meili, my husband's company also went bankrupt. The heat has lasted more than half a year, and now everywhere there are business closures. Everyone has no income. But electricity and water prices are high, and with prices rising so much, ordinary people are running. 121803 AAA Liga Construction and Decoration, if you're at your wit's end, apply for the government's interest-free loan. You won't need to pay it back for a year. Just buy rice and flour, and even if life is tough, you won't starve to death, you won't reach the point of needing to rob. 21908 Coconut Tree, in chaotic times heavy penalties are needed. It depends on how the police handle. Xia Shige frowned as she scrolled through the group chat. The gang's criminal activities and tampering with surveillance had escalated beyond mere personal robberies. Deep in thought, she arrived at Jingjing supermarket. The weather outside was scorching and there were no customers in the supermarket. Xia Huyin and the Lin family were huddled together, their faces grave as they discussed something. Seeing Xia Shige enter, Xia Huyin reproached her gently. What are you doing here on such a hot day? Aren't you afraid of heat stroke? Xia Shige smiled and shook her head, saying, Mom, I'm fine. I saw in the community group that there have been several robberies recently. Is everything alright on your end? Xia Shige's expression turned serious as she replied, "We're alright, but something happened at Building 9. This morning someone reported a break-in and officers Tan and Zheng went over with a few security personnel to handle it." Xia Shige's heart sank. She had initially thought it was just a case of robbery on the street, but now it had escalated to a home invasion. Xia Shige handed the pork to Lin Jingjing. Lin Yuanfeng, feeling embarrassed, said, "Pork is so expensive now, we can't keep imposing on you. We have plenty of food at home." Lin Shua added, "The generator and gasoline at the shop have always been provided by you. Given the high price of gasoline, we really feel bad. Please don't spend on us anymore." Xia Shige smiled and shook her head, saying, "Uncle Lin, brother Lin, there's no need to be polite. My mom and uncle have also been taken care of by you at the supermarket." Xia Huin chimed in, "Yes, sometimes when my brother and I don't come home we trouble Jingjing to cook. It's just a piece of pork, please accept it." Only then did the Lin family awkwardly accept the pork. After chatting for a while, property staff Xiao He and Xia Guocheng returned. Xia Huin immediately stepped forward to ask, "What happened? Are the residents of Building 9 all right?" Xia Guocheng's expression was grave as he said, "4 criminals broke into Building 9. They were armed with axes and knives, and one of them had prior lockpicking skills. He could open unlocked doors with just a card. They first went to apartment 504 and killed the resident there. Then they went to apartment 604 and killed a couple. When the police arrived, they were in apartment 804, where the resident was hiding in the bathroom, desperately trying to block the door, thus avoiding disaster." Xia Shige and the others were shocked. Although there had been break-ins in Xindu community before, this was the first time lives had been lost, 3 lives. Organized crime, proficient in lockpicking, armed with weapons, and working in coordination, this was an extremely serious situation. Looking at the worried expressions of Xia Shige and the others, Xia Guocheng continued, "Officer Tan and Officer Zheng said these 4 criminals are part of the same gang that previously damaged the surveillance and committed street robberies. They have formed an organized crime group." Xia Shige was taken aback, saying, "So an outside criminal organization has entered our community?" Xiao He, with a pained expression, shook his head and said, "No, they're residents of our community. Previously, they had been committing street robberies separately and had been caught by the police, receiving 2 warnings. They were banned from purchasing supplies at our community's supply point. Unable to obtain supplies, they banded together and formed a criminal organization. They cover for each other, obstructing cameras and ambush residents who have purchased supplies to rob them. After succeeding a few times, they grew bolder, believing that as long as they outnumbered the police, they wouldn't face consequences. Armed with tools collected by someone who could pick locks, they began home invasions. Initially, they probably didn't intend to kill anyone, they just wanted to control people. However, the resident in 504 didn't cooperate, panicking and shouting. In their haste, they killed him. After killing the first victim, they thought it was better to rob several homes, so they went on to attack 604 and 804. Lin Jingjing gasped, "They've evolved into a gang. Will more people join them if this continues?" Xia Guocheng said, "With people controlled and having caused deaths this time, it's unlikely this will end." Xia Shige quickly checked the community group. News of the victims from apartments 504 and 604 had spread, and the residents were both furious and anxious, fearing they might be the next targets. They anxiously awaited until evening, when the police released the handling results in the group. Officer Tan, in a recent surge of criminal activities, has seen multiple offenders forming a gang, conducting organized and premeditated home invasions and murders in our community. Upon investigation, the criminal group consists of 14 members. Over this period, they planned 19 robbery cases, resulting in 3 deaths and 16 injuries. Their methods were brutal, the circumstances severe, and the consequences grave. Given the malicious intent, they should be dealt with harshly during this special period. All 14 members of the organization have been eliminated. 21908 Coconut Tree. Good. Well done. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. In chaotic times, strict measures are necessary. The more we face such situations, the more we need to set examples. 6702 White Moonlight. It's good they've been killed. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel secure sleeping at night. The residents of 504 and 604 are truly pitiful. 9503 Junjun 504 is our neighbor, an elderly lady living alone. She is genuinely kind. She would give us her excess water, knowing we have a larger family and consume more. Those scoundrels deceived her with sweet talk to get her to open the door. By the time we realized something was wrong and called the police, it was already too late. 21408 Gao Meili. Who would have thought such scum was hiding in our community? I had my husband dismantle a few steel pipes, and I carry one with me now. In case of a robbery or home invasion, I'll strike back. Even if it means biting off a piece of flesh from them, I will fight. It's truly infuriating. Officer Tianjin, recent security incidents have been frequent. We encourage citizens to actively defend their rights. All actions taken to protect personal safety and property will be regarded as legitimate self-defense. 21908 Coconut Tree Acknowledged. Let me translate simply: if someone tries to rob or cause trouble, just kill them. For 1209 currently slacking acknowledged. I carry a kitchen knife with me now. I even place it under my pillow while sleeping. 6702 White Moonlight. I've blocked my door and windows with furniture. This way if intruders want to come in, it'll be very difficult. I recommend everyone try it too. 21908 Coconut Tree 6702 White Moonlight. It's hard for intruders to get in, but what if there's a fire in your house? It would be very difficult for you to escape. If firefighters arrive and want to get in to save someone, it would be even more challenging. For 1209 currently slacking, the dry weather makes it easy for fires to start, so it's best not to block your escape route. Besides, with the current water shortage, it's unthinkable if a fire were to break out. 6702 White Moonlight. You're right, thinking about it this way, we really shouldn't block the door. 3805 Fruit Gummies. Regardless, I think the likelihood of encountering intruders is greater than that of a fire. As a fragile little girl, I am really scared. After my parents go to work tomorrow, we'll block all the doors and windows. As the people at Jingjing Supermarket were discussing the robbery, gang officers Tan and Zheng returned. Everyone hurriedly surrounded them and asked, what happened? Were the members of that criminal gang dealt with? Officer Tan nodded solemnly and replied, they have all been killed and the bodies have been taken for processing. Officer Zheng also spoke heavily to Xia Shige, saying, please assist with handling the aftermath for apartments 504 and 604. We have contacted the victims' families, but they said they couldn't come over for the time being. Xia Shige replied seriously, all right, our supervisor just informed me that the property center is already preparing for it. You can rest assured. With 3 lives lost, everyone in the supermarket appeared very somber. Soon the sun set and the residents came to line up to buy things. Given the recent murder incident, everyone was anxious. Many carried weapons, as some held steel pipes, others had kitchen knives tucked into their waists, and even one person was carrying a frying pan. Moreover, more people were coming. Previously, everyone was afraid of the heat and sent one person from each household to buy things for the whole family. Today, many came out as a family in groups of 3 or 5, fearful of being targeted by those with ill intentions. As they selected items, they murmured, why are the biscuits more expensive again? They've doubled since last week. It's truly unaffordable now. Just buy rice and flour. Who has spare money to buy biscuits? Those are now luxury items. So many things are out of stock. Are they really not replenishing? The factories have stopped working. How can they replenish? Sigh, it's already October, yet it's hotter than July and August. When will this end? Let's wait a bit longer. It should get better when winter arrives in December. After the supermarket closed, Xia Shige along with Xia Huyin and Xia Guoqing bid farewell to Lin Jingjing's family and walked home along the small path. Although the nighttime air was still warm, it was much more pleasant without the direct sunlight. The community had turned off the street lights to save electricity, but the bright moonlight illuminated the path ahead for those returning home. Suddenly, Xia Shige noticed a green sprout emerging from the ground beside a utility pole. This splash of green stood out remarkably at this time, and she hurried over in surprise to take a closer look, quickly recognizing what it was: desert vine. Xia Shige thought for a moment. It was already October, and in her past life desert vine indeed began to appear around this time. Desert vine was a newly discovered species that had never been seen before, but many experts speculated that this species originated from the desert. Experts suggested that perhaps the initial global tornado had carried the seeds of desert vine from deep within the desert and spread them around the world. Desert vine has a strong environmental adaptability, capable of surviving under extremely harsh natural conditions. It can thrive in high temperature and arid environments, as well as withstand blizzards and severe cold. The prolonged high temperatures caused the destruction of other vegetation species. Without competitors, the seeds of desert vine began to take root and proliferate, spreading rapidly in a short time. The vines of desert vine can be as thick as 2 fingers at their widest point, covered with a layer of transparent tiny thorns that are extremely dense. Encased within the vine's outer skin is a gel-like substance similar to aloe, containing a large amount of moisture. When the vine is cut open, large white eggs resembling round versions of kudzu insects can be seen inside. Although they are quite disgusting in the apocalypse, they represent a rare source of protein. Desert vine is toxic, but after special processing to remove the toxins, it can be consumed. The desert vine cakes made from specially processed desert vine not only replenish moisture, but also supply protein. In her past life, when food supplies ran out, desert vine cakes became the best disaster relief food. Xia Shige remembered that in her previous life, many theists claimed that desert vine was God's redemption for humanity, a final glimmer of hope left by heaven for mankind. With the strong support of the government, agricultural and animal husbandry companies led by the Zhou family began researching the improvement of desert vine, and thanks to the continuous efforts of experts and scholars, the growth rate of desert vine was significantly enhanced. The government then promoted large-scale cultivation of desert vine by agricultural and animal husbandry enterprises and began producing edible desert vine cakes to distribute as disaster relief supplies to the public. Xia Shige also remembered that after the Lu family went bankrupt and liquidated in her past life, they relied entirely on Su Yilan's private savings for support. At that time, Su Yilan told Xia Shige that the Lu family was struggling and hoped Xia Shige could understand her parents. Feeling a pang of sympathy for Su Yilan, Xia Shige wanted to share the burden, so the others in the Lu family exchanged their food ration slots for Xia Shige's, and she survived on these desert vine cakes. Xia Guoqing and Xia Huin were puzzled as they saw Xia Shige suddenly crouch down by the roadside and approached to ask Shige what's wrong. Xia Huin followed Xia Shige's gaze and saw the small green sprout. Surprised, she said, "What is this? Is it a vine? In such hot weather and arid conditions, it's astonishing that it could sprout." Xia Guoqing also exclaimed in wonder, with the sun so fierce these past few months, and not a drop of rain, the greenery has all been scorched. This little thing actually sprouted. It's remarkable. "Mom, uncle, this thing is toxic, so remember not to touch it carelessly in the future," Xia Shige warned. "Shige, do you recognize this?" Xia Huin asked curiously. "Of course Shige knows. Don't forget that Shige is a college student. I'll just listen to her," Xia Guoqing said seriously to Xia Huin. Since Xia Shige accurately predicted the typhoon, Xia Guoqing has trusted her completely. Later, when she also predicted the high temperatures and helped the family live a comfortable life during the apocalypse, where they had meat to eat and air conditioning to cool down, her words were practically gospel to Xia Guoqing. Xia Shige couldn't help but laugh at this and teasingly blinked, saying, "Uncle, you're really my biggest supporter." Then Xia Shige turned serious and told them this plant has many thorns. The thorns are transparent, fine, and dense, making them hard to notice. But once pricked by a thorn, the skin can become rotten. "Mom, uncle, this plant has a very strong life force and is particularly adapted to arid environments. It may spread everywhere in the future, so you must be careful not to get pricked by them." Xia Huin and Xia Guoqing nodded seriously in response. After returning home, Auntie and Grandma along with Grandma Lu had already prepared a sumptuous dinner. The main dish was the pork that Xia Shige had left in the refrigerator, roasted to a fragrant perfection with the fat melted and the exterior crispy, while the inside remained tender, filling a large bowl. "Everyone is back, hurry and wash your hands, a dinner is ready," Sun Weigui called out. At the dining table, Grandma, Auntie, and Grandma Lu all wore worried expressions. Sun Weigui first addressed Xia Guoqing, saying, "I heard in the group that there was a murder case in Building 9, and they say there's a criminal gang in our community. Are you and your sister safe going to the supermarket every day?" Grandma immediately chimed in, "Yes, yes. You are guarding so many supplies every day. Has a criminal gang caused any trouble?" Xia Guoqing bit into a pork rib and replied, "Mom, don't worry, there are 2 armed police officers at the supermarket, and a bunch of property management staff and security guards are there. It's extremely safe." Grandma Lu hesitated for a moment, and then asked, "Although there are people watching at the supermarket, the villa area is at least a 10-minute walk away. If you go out early and come back late every day, what if you encounter an ambush on the way?" Xia Huin was taken aback for a moment, but then comforted, "Both my brother and I carry the electric shocker that Shige gave us, and we hold it in our hands all the way. So there's nothing to worry about." Xia Guoqing also added, "Yeah, that electric shocker is meant for driving away pigs. If it can take down wild boars weighing hundreds of pounds, why would we be afraid of someone over 100 pounds? Xia Shige silently ate her meal, her heart filled with worry. She remembered that in her previous life, everyone said the Xindu community was relatively safe, with the property management and police cooperating very well, and almost no major disturbances had occurred. This was why it was later designated as a reconstruction point for City. But she didn't expect that this place was also fraught with danger. This was only the first year, and robbery gangs and murders had already appeared. If it continued to be this chaotic in the next few days, she planned to hide in her space and follow Xia Huin and the others, ready to step in to resolve any danger. After dinner, Xia Shige accompanied her family to watch television for a while before returning to her room. As soon as she entered, the white cat jumped into her arms. Xia Shige hugged the white cat and casually opened her shop to check how many orders she had today. Suddenly she sat up abruptly, realizing that she had saved up 100 million. Xia Shige quickly brought the white cat back to her Taoyuan space. "Hurry, hurry, I've earned enough for 100 million. Xiaobai, help me unlock the new area." Received 100 million has been deducted, and the Taoyuan space has unlocked the Taoyuan mine. The Taiyuan mine is unlike ordinary mines in the outside world. It is a very magical mine where various minerals can be excavated, including, but not limited to, iron or coal, silver, gold, rare earth minerals. The processing workshop has unlocked the functions related to mineral processing for you. As the white mist beside the forest gradually dissipated, a mountain peak emerged. Gold mine. Coal mine. Rare earth mine. Xia Shige was dumbfounded. She suddenly felt an unreal sensation. She had only seen coal bosses on the internet and in the news, but now she herself was among those who had a mine. She had previously thought that unlocking an area for 100 million was too expensive, but now she felt that spending 100 million to unlock this mine was indeed not expensive at all. This was a mine. At just 100 million, it was simply a fantastic deal. Xia Shige immediately ran to the Taiyuan warehouse to rummage through the pile of tools she had bought earlier. In the end, she found a pickaxe and a military shovel, grabbing the tools and running back to the mine. The Taiyuan mine was an underground mine. An entrance had already been opened beneath the mine. Xia Shige followed the entrance and walked in, discovering a tunnel that had already been dug. She looked to the left side of the tunnel, where a spot faintly emitted a golden light. Following this golden light, she slowly began to dig, and before long she unearthed a piece of gold ore the size of a brick. With a thud, the ore fell to the ground, and Xia Shige instinctively reached for it with her left hand, but found she couldn't lift it. Unexpectedly, although this piece of ore didn't seem large, it was quite heavy. She could only bend down and lift it with both hands. Xia Shige carried the ore to the Taiyuan processing workshop, where a new mineral processing machine had already. She walked up to the machine, placed the ore at the machine's entrance according to the prompts, and the machine emitted a series of beeping sounds. Gold detected, removing impurities and processing into gold bars for you. Before long, 5 gold bars were sent out from the machine's outlet, each heavy and inscribed with weights 1000 G, 1000 G, 1000 G, 1000 G, 850 G. After the natural disasters, the price of gold skyrocketed. According to the current gold prices, these 5 gold bars were worth at least 5 million. Xia Shige looked at the shining golden bars, overjoyed. Xia Shige hugged the white cat and spun around, looking at the white mist enveloping the end of the stream, and asked Xiao Bai, how much do I need to unlock the next area? The next unlock area requires 1 billion. Xia Shige. You guys are raising the price. Xia Shige helplessly covered her face. But then she thought again, and now that she had a mine, she would eventually be able to dig out that 1 billion. Early this morning, Shen Zihuai received the news that his mother Wu Pei was coming over, which startled him into hurriedly instructing the housekeeper to tidy up the villa. Wu Pei, in her early 40s, had a well-maintained face without a wrinkle in sight. Her long dark hair was elegantly pinned up with a jade hairpin, and she sat calmly on the sofa with an air of grace. As a rich heiress, Wu Pei came from a family that rose to prominence in the pharmaceutical industry, eventually establishing private hospitals both domestically and internationally. Her marriage to Shen Zihuai's father was a powerful union. Shen Zihuai's father was a notorious playboy, having numerous affairs both before and after marriage. Wu Pei was solely focused on her research and career, showing little interest in her husband's escapades. After giving birth to Shen Zihuai, the couple began living apart, presenting a facade of marriage only in front of the media while leading separate lives. Dedicated to her research, Wu Pei successfully commercialized her scientific achievements, carving out a significant presence in the business world through her own abilities. Shen Zihuai cheerfully served tea to his mother, saying, "This tea has a bit of honey added. It refreshes the mind. Please give it a try." Wu Pei looked at Shen Zihuai and silently sighed. Over the years, she had taught many students who achieved considerable success in the medical field, yet she had failed to guide her only son. She leisurely took a sip of tea and glanced at Bai Qianqian, who was standing beside her with a noticeable presence. Bai Qianqian stood nearby, holding her breath. She felt as if this woman could see right through her, making her extremely nervous. With her head bowed, she was on high alert. Wu Pei did not put Bai Qianqian on the spot. She simply inquired about Bai Qianqian's due date and whether everything was prepared for the delivery. Wu Pei's voice was gentle and calm, yet Bai Qianqian broke into a cold sweat, answering each question in a hushed tone. Wu Pei did not say much more after asking if she permitted Bai Qianqian to go rest. In the living room, only Wu Pei and Shen Zihuai remained. Wu Pei shot Shen Zihuai a disapproving glance and scolded, "You've become increasingly outrageous lately. Just look at the absurd things you've done." Shen Zihuai lowered his head and laughed awkwardly, not daring to speak. Wu Pei furrowed her brow again and asked, "Now you've gotten a love child, who would dare marry you in the future?" Shen Zihuai rubbed his nose and quietly replied, "I told her before that having a child is fine, but once the child is weaned they need to be sent abroad," and she agreed. He furtively glanced at Wu Pei's expression and added quietly, "Besides, I don't plan on getting married. I know my place and won't ruin a good girl's life." Wu Pei frowned at his words. What's going on with you and that girl from the Lu family? A few days ago, Mrs. Lu Suilan came to find me asking about you and her biological daughter. Wu Pei had heard rumors about the Lu family's true daughter, but had not paid them much mind. However, when Su Ilan approached her saying she had seen her biological daughter at Shin Zihuai's villa and inquired about their relationship, she was taken aback. Initially confused, Wu Pei was astonished after she realized what was happening. Even if the Lu family's biological daughter had not returned to the Lu family, she was still a Lu. Worried that Shin Zihuai might get entangled with someone she immediately put aside her work and came to inquire about her son's situation. Who said that? Shin Zihuai nearly jumped from the sofa. Don't listen to Mrs. Lu's nonsense. I think she's just confused in this heat. Mom, the Lu family is full of oddities. They mixed up their daughters back then, and their biological daughter has been lost. That's already pitiful enough. Now they want to label their biological daughter a love child. Is that something a normal person would do? Why bother with such confused people? In serious families, lineage is highly valued, and the illegitimate children in this circle are considered illegitimate. In some wealthy families, when the wife cannot bear children, they might divorce the legal wife and marry the mother of the illegitimate child, giving the illegitimate child a legitimate identity, even if it means sacrificing a lot. The Lu family actually claimed their biological daughter was a love child, which Shin Zihuai found utterly. Seeing Wu Pei still looking at him skeptically, Shin Zihuai nearly swore an oath, desperately explaining, "We are really just friends. There's absolutely no boundary crossed. Besides, do you know who the Lu family's biological daughter is?" Wu Pei shook her head. Who? Shin Zihuai hurriedly replied, "It's Xia Shige. She was my high school desk mate." Is it her? Wu Pei showed surprise. She remembered Xia Shige. The teacher had asked her to tutor Shin Zihuai, and she had come to his house a few times, patiently helping him improve his grades. After getting to know Xia Shige, Wu Pei appreciated the young girl's honesty and poise. Wu Pei had even offered to sponsor Xia Shige, but she had directly refused. Xia Shige said her family was in a much better condition than those who couldn't afford food or education. She insisted she could tutor to earn money and hoped Wu Pei would give the money to girls who truly needed it. Later, Xia Shige went on to attend a prestigious university in the country, while Shin Zihuai went abroad and Wu Pei never saw her again. What a coincidence. Wu Pei shook her head in amazement. Suddenly she realized, so the news about the true daughter of the Lu family that has been circulating recently was spread by you. Shin Zihuai replied, looking quite natural. Yes, Xia Shige took such good care of me in high school. Now that the Lu family is bullying her, of course I have to help her. Shin Zihuai replied, looking quite natural. Yes, Xia Shige took such good care of me in high school. Now that the Lu family is bullying her. Shin Zihuai, feeling a bit irritated, ran his fingers through his hair. Why don't you believe me? I know who I can and cannot associate with. Wu Pei shot him a disapproving look and questioned, why would the Lu family prefer to acknowledge a swapped child rather than their own daughter? Shin Zihuai scoffed, answering sarcastically, isn't it all for that engagement with the Song family? Song Yuhan initially made it clear he only recognized Lu Xishue, making himself look like a romantic hero. Now that the news has spread, doesn't he dare take his wife out? The Lu family is willing to belittle their biological daughter for that engagement, and now that the Song family is having financial issues, it's all come crashing down. Wu Pei was silent for a moment, and then asked, I see that Mrs. Lu seems eager to matchmake you too. What do you think of Xia Shige now? I remember you liked her in high school. Wu Pei felt conflicted as she liked Xia Shige but did not want to get involved with the Lu family. Shin Zihuai was taken aback for a moment before quickly shaking his head. She has never looked at me, Mom. Please don't worry about it. He then disdainfully added, Mrs. Lu is ridiculous. One daughter failed in a marriage, and now she wants to use another for a union. The Lu family's investment acumen is lacking. They hesitate in business matters and fail to cut losses in time, yet they are decisive when it comes to selling their daughter. It's nearly November and the heat hasn't let up. The Lu family's bankruptcy is a foregone conclusion. Even if they were to sell their son and daughter together, it wouldn't salvage the situation. Wu Pei, hearing his words, felt reassured. She sighed and said, according to forecasts, this heat will last at least until next year. The situation may become quite chaotic. You need to be careful here. Take several bodyguards when you go out, and if it gets too dangerous, just move back to your grandfather's place. It's much safer there with guards around. Shin Zihuai was most afraid of his grandfather. Upon hearing this, he quickly shook his head. Mom, don't worry, I hardly go out. Shin Zihuai secretly assessed Wu Pei's expression and hurriedly poured her a cup of honey tea. Please drink more. This honey will make you feel great. It's from a brand called Taoyuan, which is quite popular. I managed to get some. Wu Pei looked at him helplessly, took a couple of sips from the tea, and indeed felt comfortable. She silently memorized the name Taoyuan. During this time, Xia Shige had been quietly observing the emerging desert vines in the field, and currently only a few scattered ones had grown in the community. Since everyone left early and returned late, avoiding going out when the sun was out, not many people noticed. Today Tang Shige came to visit Xia Shige, and the two were chatting when Tang Shige occasionally frowned and stared at her right hand. Following her gaze, Xia Shige looked over and saw that Tang Shichi's right hand was slightly swollen and had a faint purplish hue. With her experience from her past life, Xia Shige thought that Tang Shichi's hand looked like it had been injured by the desert vine, and she anxiously asked Shichi, "What happened to your right hand? Did you touch any unfamiliar plants before coming in?" Tang Shichi only felt a fiery pain in her right hand, which was both painful and numb, making it somewhat difficult. She frowned thought for a moment and replied, "Before I went out, I tidied up the succulents in my room. It seemed there was an unfamiliar vine growing in one of the succulent pots. I thought it was a wild grass seed that fell in, so I casually pulled it out." At the time, Tang Shichi didn't feel much, but her hand had been somewhat numb since just now. She thought it was an illusion, but now her hand was swelling more and the numbness and pain were becoming increasingly intense. After hearing Tang Shichi's words, Xia Shige inwardly cursed, realizing the severity of the situation. She stood up and said to Tang Shichi, "That vine is poisonous and covered in tiny thorns. You must have been injured. We need to go to the hospital now." Then Xia Shige hesitated for a moment and added, "However, public hospitals are generally overcrowded." After months of high temperatures, medical supplies and medications were in short supply and many hospitals were paralyzed and had no capacity to admit patients. "It's okay, we can go to a private hospital I know." Tang Shichi said this while using her phone to navigate. Tang Shichi initially felt reluctant to trouble Xia Shige and planned to have her bodyguard take her, but Xia Shige on one hand was worried about Tang Shichi, and on the other, she wanted to confirm if there were any special medications available at the hospital. Following the navigation, Xia Shige drove to a private hospital. The entrance of the private hospital was guarded by a group of security personnel who strictly checked the information of everyone entering and exiting to prevent any intruders. The doctor hurried over and upon seeing Tang Shichi's hand immediately understood the cause. "You must have come into contact with one of those newly sprouted vines recently, right? Those vines have thorns on them, and upon contact they can puncture the skin. These thorns can remain in the skin, causing localized numbness and swelling, and require an emergency medication called dissolving needle. Recently, these vines have taken root and sprouted in various corners of the world. Many people were curious about how such plants could grow in such hot weather and touch them without noticing the nearly transparent thorns, resulting in injuries. Once these tiny thorns enter the body, they cannot be removed, leaving behind glass fiber-like remnants in the skin, requiring a special injection to dissolve the thorns." The doctor treated Tang Shichi's wound and Xia Shige took the receipt, planning to help Tang Shichi get the medication. Just as she reached the pharmacy, someone suddenly called out to her from behind. "Shige." Xia Shige turned around and saw Su Ilan and Lu Xixue. Su Ilan looked a bit surprised upon seeing her and asked Shige, "What are you doing here? Did you come to see your father after hearing the news?" Lu Bo had been worried day and night about the Lu family's issues, and now that October had arrived, there was still no sign of cooler weather. In a moment of panic, Lu Bo fell seriously ill, and after being taken to the hospital for examination, it was discovered he had a cerebral thrombosis. Xia Shige said expressionlessly, "I don't have a father and my mother raised me alone. Mrs. Lu, please show some respect." Su Ilan turned pale upon hearing this, staring at Xia Shige in disbelief. What did you call me?" "I am your biological mother." Lu Xixue, however, feigned sadness and gently spoke, "Shige, you don't know. Dad has been sick for the past few days and has been bedridden. After all, you are also Dad's daughter. You surely feel sad knowing he is ill. You have not been by Dad's side all these years, why not take care of him at home for the next few days?" Recently, the Lu family had been under financial strain, and Lu Bo had to cut down on the villa staff, keeping only a cook, a driver, and a few bodyguards. Su Ilan wanted to personally care for Lu Bo, but she found it tiring as someone who had always been pampered, so she called Lu Xixue back. Lu Xixue was also reluctant to return. Although her situation at Song Yuhan's house was somewhat awkward, Song Yuhan had never treated her poorly in terms of daily necessities, with a maid taking care of her. Now that Lu Xixue had returned to the Lu family and had to take care of Lu Bo herself, she felt weary. If Xia Shige could come back, she would find an excuse to leave. Su Ilan frowned and said, "Shige, if you can take good care of your father during this time, I will consider forgiving you for the absurd things you did a few days ago." Xia Shige couldn't help but find these two people's shamelessness amusing. She still remembered how a few months ago she had refused to attend Lu Xixue's wedding and rejected returning to the Lu family, and how Su Ilan had accused her of being unreasonable and told her never to return to the Lu family for the rest of her life. Xia Shige simply took out her phone on the spot, found the message Su Ilan had sent her, and read it aloud. "Xia Shige, I didn't expect you to be such an ungrateful child. You have been completely spoiled by your adoptive mother. You are not even close to Schwer. Since that's the case, you should never return to the Lu family again. I will pretend I never had you as a daughter. Su Yilan's face showed a look of panic. She recognized this was the message she had sent Xia Shige when she... However, being publicly read by Xia Shige at this moment, she suddenly felt incredibly embarrassed, filled with anger and annoyance. In a moment of desperation, she reached out to snatch Xia Shige's phone. While dodging, Xia Shige continued to read, "You originally had the opportunity to return to the Lu family as the young lady, but now you can forget about returning to the Lu family for the rest of your life, and don't expect us to recognize you as our daughter again." Su Yilan's face turned red, and she did not know whether it was out of anger or shame. She quickly turned around and called her bodyguard, asking them to control Xia Shige. Seeing this, Xia Shige was about to pull out her stun device, but suddenly several hospital security personnel rushed over, forming a line to block the two bodyguards brought by Su Yilan. A male voice came from behind saying, "Ladies, please do not cause a disturbance in the hospital." Xia Shige turned around to see a young doctor in a white coat. She thought he looked somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall where she had seen him. Su Yilan saw him and slightly adjusted her hair, saying, "Sorry, Dr. Wu, this is a family matter. This child of mine does not understand and is indifferent to her father. I need to educate her." "Who is your child?" "I think Mrs. Lu should go upstairs and see a psychiatrist." Xia Shige shook her phone. Su Yilan, upon hearing this, was so angry that she clutched her chest and was at a loss for words. Lu Xixue, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "Shige, how can you speak to mom like that? Don't you care about hurting her feelings?" Xia Shige looked at her coldly and said softly, "Lu Xixue, you don't mean to say you find taking care of Lubo troublesome, so you want to shift the burden onto me, right?" Lu Xixue's face turned red and white as she was struck at the heart. With tears in her eyes, she retorted, "Shige, how can you think of me like that? I am dad and mom's daughter, a being by dad's side to fulfill my filial duty. How could I find it troublesome?" Su Yilan furrowed her brows and said with dissatisfaction, "Do you think Xue is like you, who doesn't understand filial piety? Xue is the most considerate. She has been accompanying me to take care of your father these past few days. Shige, look at yourself. How did you become like this?" Wu Yu noticed the uncomfortable expression on Xia Shige's face, and he smiled as he said, "Let me introduce myself again. My name is Wu Yu." Xia Shige nodded and sincerely said, "Thank you, Dr. Wu, for helping me out." Wu Yu shook his head and replied, "It is our hospital's responsibility to ensure the safety of our clients. Miss Xia, you need not be polite. Just to be safe, I will accompany you to get the medicine." Xia Shige could not refuse and could only nod in agreement. Wu Yu accompanied her to get the medicine, and the two returned to the treatment room together, where Tang Shichi's hand had already started to swell down. Xia Shige looked closely at Tang Shichi's hand and still worriedly asked, "Shichi, do you feel any better?" Tang Shichi nodded and replied, "Much better, although there's still a bit of numbness, but it doesn't hurt anymore." Wu Yu said from the side, "Rest assured, both of you. This is a newly developed special medicine specifically targeting this type of vine. Besides dissolving and disinfecting, it also has anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving properties. After the injection, you just need to rest for a few hours to return to a normal state. This type of vine is currently growing all over the country, although it is still relatively rare in Engshi, with more abundant growth in several western cities. Some people have attempted to harvest the desert vine but accidentally got injured. Many have died because they could not receive timely treatment for their severe injuries, prompting the government to expedite the development of this special medicine." Xia Shige thought for a moment and asked, "Dr. Wu, can this special medicine be purchased? I would like to buy some." Wu Yu smiled and nodded, saying, "Yes, it can be purchased, but the research cost for this medicine is high, so it is very expensive. Each one costs as much as gold." Gold. Xia Shige has recently transformed into a gold miner, digging every day, and she lacks nothing but gold. "Then please give me a quantity equivalent to 5,000 grams of gold." Xia Shige replied. Wu Yu was taken aback, not expecting Xia Shige to place such a large order for such an expensive medicine. He could only smile helplessly and shake his head, saying, "I'm sorry, Miss Xia, but my authority only allows me to prescribe 500 doses for you temporarily." "Only 500 doses?" Xia Shige felt a bit regretful upon hearing this, but she still nodded and said, "Okay, then I will take 500 doses. "Thank you, Dr. Wu." As Wu Yu had said, this injection was indeed as precious as gold. Currently, gold prices have risen to over 1,000 per gram, and this special medicine, which is only 2 milliliters per injection, surprisingly sells for over 3,000 per dose. 500 doses would amount to nearly 2 million, and Xia Shige promptly paid with a scan. Wu Yu shook his head, smiling, and said, "Miss Xia is truly generous. I will arrange for someone to get your supplies, or remember to store it away from light." Wu Yu initially thought that Xia Shige was just an ordinary girl from a regular family. Even when Shin Zihui introduced her that day, he did not mention what her family did. He did not expect her to spend such a large sum on these medicines without hesitation, which made Wu a bit curious about Xia Shige's family. Looking at Tang Shichi, who was no longer in serious trouble, the two bid farewell to Wu Yu and drove back to the Xindu community. Xia Shige left 100 doses of the special medicine in her home storage room and took the other 400 to Jingjing supermarket. Xia Shige first explained the situation regarding the desert vine to the Lin family, warning them to be careful not to get pricked by it, and then left 50 doses of the special medicine for the family of 3. After that, Xia Shige took the remaining 350 doses to the emergency office next door. Xia Shige recounted to Officer Tan, Officer Zheng, and the property supervisor what had happened that morning with Tang Shichi, and then took out the 350 doses of special medicine. Officer Tan, Officer Zheng, this is the medicine I had a friend from the hospital buy for me. If any residents of the community accidentally get pricked by the desert vine, they can receive timely treatment with an injection and do not need to waste time going to the hospital, which is currently overcrowded and difficult to queue at. Officer Tan was a bit surprised and asked, "Today the higher-ups indeed notified us of a new type of poisonous vine that has appeared, asking us to remind residents to be cautious and prepared. However, it is said that the special medicine for this vine is quite expensive and has only been allocated to a few major hospitals in the city. Where did you obtain this from?" Xia Shige could only vaguely say, "I had a friend from a private hospital buy it for me." Officer Zheng, upon hearing this, pondered and said, "It should be W's private hospital. This medicine was developed by a research company under W's group, so it is normal for them to have stock." Xia Shige thought to herself that Dr. Wu also had the surname Wu, and the hospital she visited with Tang Shichi that day was likely his family's, which explained why he had the authority to sell her 500 doses. However, none of this had much to do with her as a small individual. She only hoped to contribute her part to ensure the stability of the Xindu community, as it would be troublesome if any resident got injured and needed to be sent to the hospital. Officer Zheng, Officer Tan, and the supervisor all thanked Xia Shige, as this resolved a challenge for them. They had originally been planning how to arrange vehicles and personnel to take the injured residents to the hospital, especially since the energy allocated to public vehicles was limited. Officer Zheng even excitedly mentioned that he would report Xia Shige's donation to the organization, requesting that they award her a banner and hang a banner in the community to thank her for her contribution. Xia Shige was startled and felt both amused and helpless, quickly declining the offer. Not long after, Officer Tan's information about the desert vine was posted in the community group. Officer Tan and all residents, according to the higher-ups, notice a new species of vine has been spreading globally, which experts have named the desert vine. The desert vine is covered in tiny transparent thorns which are easily overlooked by the naked eye. However, once these thorns penetrate the skin, they can cause discoloration, swelling, pain, and nerve paralysis. Please do not touch this vine without protective gear. Officer Tanjin, if you accidentally get pricked, please promptly head to the emergency office or property center for assistance. Additionally, this vine is toxic. Do not attempt to harvest or consume it to avoid danger. Officer Tanjin image, this is a picture of the desert vine. Please be cautious and avoid it. 21908 Coconut tree. In this day and age, there's hardly any greenery to be seen in green belts, yet this vine can still sprout. Its vitality is truly strong. 6702 White moonlight. I saw in the news that it's called the desert vine. It's growing in many places, with the western cities having the most. 62702 Huan. I've also seen many people online saying they got pricked by this thing. I thought it was only in those few provinces in the west. Why is it here in our province too? 42009 Sister Ni. Yes. I saw it in the community. I was thinking of picking it to take a look. Thankfully I didn't. I knew that the more vibrant something is, the more toxic it is. For 1209 currently fishing. Can it really not be eaten? That's so disappointing. I haven't had green vegetables in a long time. 6702 White moonlight. Coincidentally, I saw in the news that some companies are researching large-scale cultivation, and it could be turned into food. For 2009 Sister Ni. Didn't they say it's toxic? How can it be eaten if it's toxic? 6702 White moonlight. It is said that after special processing, the toxins can be removed. 3805 Fruit gummies. No way can this thing really be eaten. 21908 Coconut tree. Of course it can. Back during the famine years, even grass roots and tree bark could be eaten, not to mention guanine soil. If the famine were to worsen, cannibalism has happened before, how much more so for a vine? Xia Shige watched the lively discussion in the community group with mixed feelings. The desert vine cakes would soon be marketed as disaster relief food, which could alleviate the issue of food shortages to some extent. However, the consequence would be the rising prices of ordinary rice and flour. After some time, most people would no longer be able to afford regular food. Luba's cerebral thrombosis was treated timely. The medical staff seized the golden 3 hours and administered thrombolytic therapy. After observing in the hospital for a few days and confirming that there were no major issues, Lu Bo was discharged early to return home. Currently, the costs of private hospitals have skyrocketed with daily charges reaching tens of thousands. Now the Lu family is facing financial difficulties, and Lu Bo has sold most of the Lu family's assets to repay various bank loans, trying his best to save every penny. As soon as they entered the house, Su Ilan began to complain about Xia Shige's behavior in the hospital, saying, "I really regret giving birth to her as she embarrassed me in the hospital. I even doubt if she's truly my daughter." Lu Ba's face darkened, remaining silent, clearly also infuriated by Xia Shige's unfilial conduct. Lu Xishue smiled upon hearing this and gently consoled, "Mom, please calm down. Although Shige is unwilling to take care of Dad, I will be by his side and fulfill my filial duty, so you can rest assured." Su Ilan felt relieved upon hearing this and said, "Fortunately, we have Xue by our side." On that day, before departing with his subordinates, he was asked by Lu Xiyuan where he was going. His smile did not reach his eyes as he replied, "I am going to teach a lesson to that shameless woman I encountered at the banquet." "Oh, you mean your sister? Aren't you also quite annoyed with her? I will take revenge for you." Lu Xiyuan found it strange at that time. It had been many days since the incident, and it was not like he to bring up old grievances. However, he shook his head and said, "I don't know what that shameless woman did to offend my sister." My sister asked, "But this is good, we can settle both new and old scores together." Before leaving, he cheekily told Lu Xiyuan that he would record the entire process and bring back the video for him to see. Yet, he never returned from that trip. His disappearance was too suspicious, and many speculated that he had encountered the enemies of the He family in an area without surveillance. To take revenge on the He family, they kidnapped He. Others speculated that the He family had engaged in improper business, attracting investigation from above, so they fabricated He's disappearance, when in fact he had fled abroad with the family fortune. Amidst all the speculation, Lu Xiyuan felt a lingering suspicion that this incident might be related to Xia Shige. This conjecture startled Lu Xiyuan himself. He thought he was being too fanciful. After all, how could an ordinary woman from a common family like Xia Shige, Meiqiu, and 2 bodyguards vanish into thin air? Lu Xiyuan pondered, but could not make sense of it, feeling increasingly agitated. Suddenly Lu Ximing said, "Dad, Mom, since Shige has the blood of the Lu family, she has an obligation to help the Lu family. The situation at home is not good lately. I was thinking, why not arrange a marriage for Shige? It could help support the family somewhat." Su Ilan frowned at this and hesitantly replied, "Are you talking about the previous matter with the son of the Shin family?" "I asked Madame Shin, and she confirmed that Xia Shige has nothing to do with her son." Upon hearing this, Lu Xishue sighed with relief. Although Shin Zihui was a well-known playboy, he was young and handsome and the only son pampered by the Shin family. If Xia Shige truly got involved with Shin Zihui and became his wife, where would the Lu family find their Lu Xishue absolutely would not allow Xia Shige to marry better than herself. Lu Ximing shook his head, saying, "Mom, I am not talking about the Shin family, I am talking about the Li family." In Su Yilan's puzzled gaze, Lu Ximing continued, "Mom and Dad, the Li family has been trying to find a wife for their youngest son, but unfortunately, they have not found a suitable match. The Li family and the Zhao family are relatives. During this time, they've made a lot of money following Zhao family in the seawater desalination business, and their funds are very ample. If this marriage could work out, it would be a significant help for our Lu family." Su Ilan was momentarily stunned by this. She pondered and hesitantly said, "That youngest son of the Li family. But I remember that youngest son of the Li family is a bit slow-witted. The Li family has 3 sons, of the eldest and the second have already married, while the youngest has not, due to congenital deficiencies and intellectual disabilities. In fact, the Li family is quite wealthy, and it wouldn't be difficult for them to find a girl from a less prominent background for their slow-witted youngest son. Especially now during these calamities, many people die daily from extreme heat and drought. As long as they can survive, there are plenty of people willing to marry a fool. After all, with life on the line, who cares about love?" However, the Li family's requirements are too high. They despise girls from ordinary backgrounds and insist on finding a highborn daughter for their youngest son. Which prestigious family would be willing to marry their daughter to a fool? This requirement is simply wishful thinking, which is why the marriage of the Li family's youngest son has been delayed until now. Su Ilan thought for a moment and said, "Speaking of the Zhao family, I remember their only son Zhao Huifeng is still unmarried. Should we introduce Shige to him and see?" "Mom." Lu Xishue quickly interrupted, "Have you forgotten Shige's temperament? With her temper, if she married into the Zhao family, it could easily cause trouble. If that happens, not only will we not be able to help the family, but we might also bring trouble to the family." Lu Xishue genuinely did not want Xia Shige to marry better than herself. Compared to marrying Zhao Huifeng, a hotshot second-generation rich kid, it would be best if Xia Shige could marry a fool. Lu Ximing also shook his head and said, the Zhao family is currently thriving. I fear it is not something we can easily attach ourselves to. There was another reason Lu Ximing did not mention the Zhao family is full of difficult characters with dirty hands in both legal and illegal matters. Even if Xia Shige married into them, she wouldn't be able to handle the Zhao family. At that time it would probably be like sending a meat bun to a dog, just like the marriage between Lu Xixue and Song Yuhan, which would not help the Lu family at all, but would simply waste a daughter. On the other hand, the Li family is much easier to negotiate with. Their son is slow-witted, and to keep the daughter-in-law, they would definitely need to offer financial compensation. Lu Bo, experienced in business, understood Lu Ximing's thoughts, so he snorted and said, slow-witted or not, no one else can tolerate her temper. Seeing that Su Ilan was still somewhat conflicted, Lu Xixue gently advised, Mom, think about it. Shige's adoptive mother is a countrywoman. If she is the one to find a match for Shige, she can only find someone from an ordinary family at most. Given Shige's current situation, choosing the Li family is already climbing high. Looking at Su Yilan's slightly moved expression, Lu Xixue continued, the son of the Li family is just immature, he is not missing any limbs. He is just like a child. But which man in marriage isn't like a child? As long as Shige gives birth to a grandson for the Li family after marrying, they will not treat her poorly. The Li family is well off. A Xia Shige marrying into the Li family would ensure her a worry-free life, much better than being randomly married off by her adoptive mother to an ordinary person. Su Ilan was gradually persuaded by Lu Xixue, and after a moment of silence she nodded thoughtfully. Lu Xiyuan was quietly listening to their discussion, feeling even more troubled. He muttered softly, I don't think Xia Shige would agree to marry into the Li family. What use is it for you to discuss this among yourselves? Lu Bo shot an annoyed glance at Lu Xiyuan and said, how could she possibly refuse? Just a little money from the Li family would be more than her adoptive mother could earn in a lifetime. Stop talking nonsense here every day and go back to your own room. In Lu Bo's view, no woman from an ordinary background could refuse to marry into a wealthy family. Xia Shige had grown up in the countryside with her adoptive mother, and she would certainly not refuse the opportunity to marry into a rich family. Lu Xiyuan, feeling irritated, rubbed his face and directly turned to go upstairs. The Lu family and the Li family finalized their marriage plans, and Su Ilan personally went to discuss the marriage of the two children with Madame Li. Madame Li, here is a photo of our Shige. She graduated from a prestigious university last year. Su Ilan handed Madame Li a photo of Xia Shige with a smile. Madame Li squinted at the photo, examining it closely. In the photo, Xia Shige had long black hair that contrasted beautifully with her fair skin, and her bright smile exuded youthfulness and liveliness, appearing as a pure and well-behaved girl. Madame Li was very satisfied with her good looks and background from the Lu family, along with a degree from a prestigious university. She would make an excellent daughter-in-law. Madame Li smiled and nodded, but suddenly recalled Xia Shige's name and hesitantly said, however, this child still has the surname Xia. It doesn't sound like a daughter of the Lu family. Su Ilan smiled and replied, we thought of this issue long ago. Lu Bo and I have already discussed it. We will change her name to Lu Xige and publicly acknowledge her as our biological daughter, so you needn't worry. Upon hearing this, Madame Li finally felt at ease and kindly patted Su Yilan's hand, saying, in-laws, let us finalize the matter between our families as soon as possible. We can skip the engagement process. It's so hot now and we shouldn't trouble the guests. Let's get straight. Seeing Su Ilan nod in agreement, Madame Li continued, I had someone check, and the 1st of next month is a good date. Let's schedule the wedding banquet for that day. Su Ilan was taken aback and hesitantly said, isn't the 1st of next month too soon? I fear we won't have enough time to prepare many things. Madame Li waved her hand dismissively, saying, don't worry, everything that needs to be prepared has been taken care of. We have the wedding dress and the ring ready. Besides, in matters like this, the longer it takes, the more changes happen. The sooner we get married, the sooner the two children can cultivate their feelings. Maybe we can hold our grandson next year. Seeing Su Ilan still looking a bit hesitant, Madame Li's eyes twinkled as she said softly, in-laws, I heard that the recent situation of your Lu family has not been good. After the marriage, our Li family will inject capital into the Lu family. Getting married sooner means you can get the money sooner, don't you think? This statement struck a chord with Su Ilan, and she smiled and nodded, replying, all right, let's hold the wedding on the 1st of next month. Madame Li was pleased to hear this and personally poured a cup of tea for Su Ilan. Su Ilan took a sip of tea and thought about Xia Shige's temperament. She felt a bit embarrassed and said to Madame Li, this child Shige after all didn't grow up with us and has picked up some bad habits from her adoptive mother. If she does anything inappropriate after marrying, and I hope Madame Li will be understanding. Madame Li smiled and replied, in-laws, you can rest assured. Once your daughter steps into my home, I will treat her like my own daughter. Coincidentally, I have no daughters, so from now on this child Shige will be my daughter. Su Ilan sighed in relief, feeling reassured. Madame Li thought to herself that she didn't care about Xia Shige's habits. She had plenty of ways to educate her daughter-in-law. Next month, as soon as Xia Shige stepped into the door, she had 100 methods to make Xia Shige obedient. To thank Xia Shige for sending her to the hospital in time last time, Tang Shichi brought a lot of gifts to the Xia family today to express her gratitude. Looking at the several boxes full of fruits and vegetables as well as fresh beef, shrimp, and crabs, Grandma Lu said helplessly, "You child, you are just too polite. Every time you come you have to bring so many things. How much does this cost?" Tang Shichi smiled and replied, "These things are free, and I can't finish them by myself, so consider it everyone sharing the burden for me." Grandma Lu and Grandma welcomed Tang Shichi to sit down and took the items to the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous lunch for her. Xia Shige knew this was a product of the Zhou family, and thinking of the Zhou family, she became a bit concerned about the progress of the desert vine food research. She asked, "Shichi, I heard the authorities are researching disaster relief food using desert vines. Has your boyfriend mentioned this?" Tang Shichi sighed. He has been too busy over the past 2 months to come home. He is busy with this, and it is said that the supplies will start arriving at various points by November at the earliest. While the two were chatting, the doorbell rang again. Sun Weigui walked out to check the camera and saw 2 unfamiliar middle-aged ladies outside. Both ladies were holding ornate parasols and carrying 2 bags of items. "May I ask who you are looking for?" Sun Weigui asked suspiciously. "Hello, I am looking for Xia Shige," one of the ladies replied with a smile. Sun Weigui looked at her outfit and hesitated before asking, "May I ask who you are?" "I am Shige's mother." Sun Weigui hurriedly ran to the living room and said to Xia Shige, "Shige, there are 2 women outside looking for you, and one of them claims to be your mother. Do you want to go out and take a look?" Xia Shige's heart sank at the mention of Su Ilan. How could Su Ilan find her here? Outside, Mrs. Li frowned and complained, "Why aren't they opening the door? It's scorching hot out here." They entered through the main entrance of the community, but were immediately stopped by the security guard who said they couldn't enter because they were not driving a vehicle from the community. Mrs. Li and Su Ilan pleaded with the security guard, but he remained firm. In the end, the 2 women had no choice but to walk all the way in. Neither Su Ilan nor Mrs. Li had ever endured such hardship. Since the heat wave began, they had been enjoying air conditioning in their luxurious home. Now carrying 2 large bags of gifts and walking under the blazing sun, they felt dizzy and on the verge of heat exhaustion. At that moment, Xia Shige's voice came from the other side of the screen. "What do you want?" "Shige, hurry and open the door for your mother." Su Ilan anxiously shouted at the screen, "It's so hot outside, both Aunt Li and I are about to faint." Xia Shige thought for a moment it would indeed be troublesome if these 2 passed out right at her doorstep, so she opened the villa's gate and let them into the yard. Su Ilan and Mrs. Li hurried into the villa, and upon entering, they felt a refreshing coolness in the yard that dissipated some of the heat clinging to them, allowing them to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Gasping for breath, Su Ilan stood in the yard looking around. The front yard of the villa was quite large, but unfortunately there was no landscaping. The yard had been dug up in large patches, and the ground was filled with vegetables. Su Ilan thought disdainfully, country folks are still country folks. Even after moving from the countryside to a villa in the city, they couldn't hide their rusticity. How could such a large yard be dug up like a country vegetable garden? They should hire a designer to properly design. Su Ilan recalled the flowers and plants in her own villa's yard, all of which she had specially commissioned a designer to arrange. There were at least 50 different kinds of flowers and plants, including orchids worth thousands each. She had carefully arranged them according to their blooming seasons and colors to ensure that the yard would display a classic natural beauty in any season. Unfortunately, since the Lu family faced financial difficulties and Lu Bo had insisted on conserving electricity, the outdoor air conditioning was turned off, causing all the flowers and plants to wither. Su Ilan had been unable to sleep for several days because of the heartache. Thinking of this, Su Ilan felt even more eager to cement this marriage. She resolved that as soon as she received the betrothal gifts from the Li family, she would immediately redecorate her garden. After letting them in, Xia Shige walked to the yard and didn't invite them inside, instead asking them, "What brings you two to my home?" Su Ilan replied with a smile, "Dear daughter Aunt Li, and I have brought you a lot of fresh vegetables and fruits. Let's go inside and talk. Us standing in the yard is not appropriate." Xia Shige didn't even glance at the items Su Ilan had brought and directly replied, "No need, Mrs. Lu. My family has enough vegetables and fruits. You can take these back home with you." Only then did Su Ilan feel somewhat embarrassed. The yard of Xia Shige's villa was filled with vegetables, so she truly didn't need these. It seemed that bringing these items had been a misstep on her part. Mrs. Li, however, paid no mind to such matters. From the moment she entered, she had been constantly sizing up Xia Shige. Xia Shige was even more beautiful in person than in the photos. Though her face resembled Su Yilan's, her demeanor lacked the delicate flower-like frailty of Su Yilan, making her appear more dignified. Mrs. Li was more satisfied than ever. She nodded and smiled at Xia Shige, saying, "Shige, I heard you graduated from a prestigious university, but I wonder how your cooking skills are. My son particularly enjoys Su cuisine, so I hope you will learn more about it. Although we have a maid at home, I expect you, as his future wife, to personally take care of his meals and clothing." Xia Shige didn't understand any of this, and moreover, who is this Shige? She stared blankly and asked, "Excuse me, who are you?" "Oh, this is Mrs. Li, your future mother-in-law," Su Yilan hurriedly introduced with a smile. "Mrs. Li and I have agreed to arrange your marriage to the young master of the Li family, and the wedding is set for the 1st of next month. Come, let's go inside and sit down to talk." Xia Shige was astonished upon hearing this. Once she regained her senses, she felt both angry and amused what was going on lately, with everyone rushing to set her up with a marriage. Just last time she had just driven off Xia Gukong and Wu Min, and now Su Yilan had come again. Xia Shige felt a headache coming on. She coldly scoffed, "There's no need to go inside. I have no intention of getting married, nor do I have time to entertain you too. You should leave." Mrs. Li was taken aback by her words, and then asked angrily, "What do you mean by that? Do you think my son is unworthy of you?" Mrs. Li had always been sensitive about her younger son's congenital deficiencies, and her greatest concern in life was her reputation. She despised anyone who looked down on her because of her son's condition. Mrs. Li secretly cursed, inwardly thinking that this ungrateful girl was just as difficult as Su Yilan had said. Once she married into the Li family, she'd make her kneel at the family shrine to properly discipline her temper. She wouldn't be allowed to come out until she'd knelt for 3 days and nights. Seeing this, Su Yilan anxiously said, "Shige, don't speak recklessly. What girl doesn't eventually marry? Your father and I have already discussed this matter. You have no room to refuse. Besides, with your current conditions, the young master of the Li family is a rare match. If you don't seize this opportunity, you won't find such a good man again. Your parents are only looking out for you. You can't be headstrong at such a crucial time. Come, let's go inside, and I'll explain it to you slowly." Su Yilan then turned and walked toward the villa. Xia Shige hurriedly blocked her path, not wanting her to enter. She frowned and said to Su Yilan, "I told you I want Mary, and my family doesn't welcome you. Please leave my home quickly." Su Yilan, hearing this, looked up at Xia Shige in disbelief, her eyes filled with disappointment. "Shige, your father and I worry every day about your marriage. For your future, we specially selected this match for you. Is this how you speak to me?" Mrs. Li coldly snorted, "Shige, your temper is far worse than your sister Siju. Once you enter the Li family, you must learn our family's rules, otherwise others will mock us for marrying a daughter-in-law without manners." Xia Shige scoffed directly, "Madam, what kind of unsaleable merchandise is your son that you are so keen? It won't work, I won't buy it. Just get lost." The phrase unsaleable merchandise deeply wounded Mrs. Li's pride, and her face twisted with anger. She trembled, pointing her finger at Xia Shige, momentarily speechless from her fury. Su Yilan frowned and scolded, "You child, how could you be so ill-mannered? How can you speak disrespectfully to your future mother-in-law? Is that how your country foster mother taught you?" Xia Shige scoffed, "Do you think I only scolded her and not you? You should leave too." Su Yilan was shocked, instinctively raising her hand. "How can you be so ill-mannered? Who taught you to speak to your mother like this?" Seeing Su Yilan's hand about to hit her face, Xia Shige swiftly grabbed her arm and forcefully pushed her aside. Su Yilan stumbled a few steps before steadying herself, looking at Xia Shige in disbelief, her eyes filled with disappointment and confusion. She almost tearfully accused, "I am your biological mother. You actually dare to lay a hand on me? You are simply unfilial. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning?" Sun Yuegue, who had been quietly eavesdropping at the door, rushed out and pushed both of them outside, shouting, "Get out. You two crazy women. Our family doesn't welcome you. If you don't leave soon, I'll call the police." Mrs. Li and Su Yilan, both ladies who had never done manual labor, couldn't withstand the strength of Sun Yuegue, who had worked in factories all her life. The two were unsteadily pushed out the door by Sun Yuegue, nearly falling to the ground, and then she slammed the door shut and locked it. After driving the two away, Sun Yuegue turned and asked Xia Shige with concern, "Shige, are you okay? Did those two crazy women hurt you?" Xia Shige shook her head and replied, "I'm fine, aunt." At that moment, Su Yilan and Mrs. Li began knocking on the door incessantly. Xia Shige frowned in disgust and said to Sun Yuegue, "Aunt, let's go inside. Don't pay any attention to them." Back in the living room, Grandma and Grandma Lu were anxiously waiting. They had witnessed the commotion just now. "Those two are really crazy. We shouldn't have opened the door for them in the first place," Grandma frowned and said. Grandma Lu nodded. "Next time we see them, we should just notify the community security." "What kind of people are—" Xia Shige comforted them saying, next time they come I definitely won't open the door. And Grandma Lu am fine, so don't worry. Tang Shichi had been hesitating to speak since earlier, and once Grandma and the others went to the kitchen, she quietly said to Xia Shige, Shige, I remember that the Li family has 3 sons. The other 2 are already married and the only unmarried younger son is mentally challenged. Tang Shichi felt indignant thinking about it. How could such parents want to marry their daughter to a mentally challenged person? This was pushing their own daughter into a pit of fire. Tang Shichi continued in a lowered voice, I heard that the mentally challenged son has violent tendencies. He once severely injured the 3 caretakers looking after him, and the Li family spent a lot of money to settle those matters. Tang Shichi went on, Shige, you need to be careful. The Li family is not a good-natured bunch, and their relatives, the Zhao family, are even more difficult to deal with. You should go out less for now. If you have to go out, I can have my family's bodyguards escort you. Xia Shige was taken aback and asked, Zhao family. Is it the Zhao family that does seawater desalination? Tang Shichi nodded. I heard my dad say that the Zhao family does more than just desalination. They have some businesses that are less than reputable. Now that you drove Mrs. Li away, I'm afraid she won't give up easily and will cause you trouble in the future. Xia Shige remained silent for a moment and nodded, saying, I understand. I'll be careful. On the surface, Xia Shige remained calm, but inside her heart surged with intense hatred. Even if the Zhao family did not come after her, she would seek them out. In her past life, it was Zhao Huifeng and Lu Siju who had sold her to the leader of a criminal organization. Xia Shige would eventually settle the score with them. Su Ilan and Mrs. Li knocked at the door for a long time, shouting as they knocked, but the Xia family stubbornly refused to open the door. After waiting for a while with no response from inside and with the heat becoming unbearable, they had no choice but to support each other and walk back. The sun was even harsher now than when they had arrived. Despite holding an umbrella, it was of no use. Their meticulously applied makeup was ruined by sweat. As they walked, Su Ilan awkwardly apologized to Mrs. Li, saying, I'm really sorry, Mrs. Li. I didn't expect this girl to be so ungrateful. It's all because of her adoptive mother. Don't worry, I'll talk to her again. Mrs. Li coldly snorted, inwardly thinking to herself that Su Ilan was truly a foolish face, completely unaware of her daughter's character, yet daring to hastily bring her to propose. Madame Lu, our family has already prepared the wedding and banquet, even finding someone to match the birth dates and arranging invitations. What do you think is happening now? Seeing Su Yilan's worried expression, Mrs. Li continued, Madame Lu, you must think of a way to get Siggy to agree to wear the wedding dress and enter the bridal chamber on the 1st of next month. It was difficult to find a wealthy family willing to marry off their daughter, even if it was a family on the verge of decline. After all, a dead camel is... It was difficult to find a wealthy family willing to marry off their daughter, even if it was a family on the verge of decline. After all, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse, and the Lu family still had the chance to turn things around. Mrs. Li did not want to let this opportunity slip away. Everyone laughed at her for having a foolish son, yet she was determined to find a daughter-in-law from a prestigious family to slap those who mocked her in the face. Just as Su Ilan was about to say something, she suddenly felt someone push her hard from behind. She gasped, her body uncontrollably tumbling forward. Mrs. Li, seeing Su Ilan suddenly fall to the ground, didn't react in time and was unexpectedly pushed hard from behind as well. Both of them fell to the ground at the same time, their pampered skin touching the scorching hot pavement, the intense heat causing them to scream in pain. Before they could even process what had happened, 2 dark figures flashed by, picking up the 2 bags of gifts, handbags, and umbrellas that had fallen to the ground and ran away. Su Ilan and Mrs. Li, furious, looked at the backs of the 2 thieves and shouted, There are robbers. We've been robbed. Someone help us. Yet the surroundings were empty, and despite shouting until their throats were sore, no one came. With no other choice, they helped each other get up. Mrs. Li then noticed she had twisted her ankle, cursing a few times, and together with Su Ilan they limped painfully to the emergency service station next to Jingjing supermarket, marked with a police sign. As soon as they entered, Mrs. Li shouted angrily, Where are the police? I want to report a robbery. They've taken our handbags. Officer Tianjin, who was on duty, hurriedly had them sit down and asked them in detail about what had happened. Mrs. Li and Su Ilan recounted the events in full. Mrs. Li eagerly said, Officer, you must help me get my handbag back, my documents, and many cards. Replacing these items is quite a hassle. Officer Tianjin reassured them while arranging for someone to check the surveillance footage. However, after reviewing it, they discovered that the 2 individuals had entered from outside the community. They had driven their parking on the side of the road. 2 of them had climbed over the community wall from the side and ambushed Su Ilan and Mrs. Li as they walked by. Both of them were dressed elegantly, carrying bags, making them easy targets. The two assailants pushed them down and fled after stealing from them, quickly leaving the community by car. Officer Zheng Xian, after watching the surveillance footage, said with a serious expression, "This appears to be a professional criminal gang patrolling nearby communities for targets. The two ladies must have been spotted when they entered. Since these are not residents of the community, tracking them down will be relatively difficult." Officer Tan Jin said helplessly, "We have already reported the investigation. If we can recover the losses, we will notify you." Hearing this from the police, Mrs. Li and Su Ilan understood that their stolen items would not be recovered anytime soon. Mrs. Li frowned and continuously expressed her frustration. Su Ilan also felt gloomy, thinking she should have brought 2 bodyguards. That evening, Xia Huyin and Xia Guocheng returned home, their expressions somewhat heavy. Xia Huyin said, "Today Officer Tan mentioned that another robbery occurred in our community. The victims were here visiting friends, and both their gifts and designer handbags were stolen." Sun Yuegue, surprised, asked, "Didn't they say that the members of that robbery gang in the community were all executed? How could anyone dare to rob again?" Xia Guocheng sighed and said, "These are not residents of our community, they came from outside. They climbed in through the side gate, acted swiftly, and had people waiting outside to assist, resembling a professional gang." The Xia family members all looked grave upon hearing this. The new capital community was too large. The front was a residential area and the back was a villa area. The property security mainly guarded the entrance and supply points, making it impossible to monitor every corner of the community. Now that outside criminal gangs were targeting the community, it was likely they would face more trouble in the future. Suddenly, Xia Shige seemed to recall something and asked, "Were the victims 2 eye-catching wealthy ladies?" Xia Huyin nodded and, a bit confused, asked Xia Shige, "That's what Officer Tan said. He also advised those 2 to dress more modestly in these chaotic times." "Shige, how did you know?" Xia Shige suddenly felt like laughing, realizing that the 2 victims were probably Su Ilan and Mrs. Li, whom they had chased out earlier. Han Yuran was somewhat incredulous at this. He never expected Xia Shige to be so heartless as to call the police on him. He shouted. With a hint of excitement, Sun Weigui said, "You have no idea. Those 2 were ready to throw a tantrum, but I grabbed them one by one and pushed them out." With a hint of excitement, Sun Weigui said, "You have no idea. Those 2 were ready to throw a tantrum, but who suddenly shows up to arrange a marriage for someone else's child. Our daughter is not for them to choose." Xia Guocheng frowned in anger, saying, "How can there be such people? They never cared for their daughter, yet now they come to propose without discussion. Are they trying to sell her?" Xia Huyin frowned but said nothing. She was also displeased with Su Yilan's direct proposal, but had a vague sense that the match Su Ilan could introduce for Xia Shige was likely also from a prestigious family. Xia Huyin couldn't help but wonder if she could find a good marriage for Xia Shige in the future. Their family was just ordinary people without connections or relationships. Compared to the wealthy Lu family, they were worlds apart. How would Xia Shige's lifelong affairs be settled? Lost in thought, Xia Huyin felt somewhat gloomy. To prevent her family from getting angry, Xia Shige decided not to mention that Su Ilan had introduced her to a foolish match, instead offering a few comforting words. After dinner that evening, Xia Shige saw a message in the community group. The police and property management were recruiting owners to form a community patrol team. The recent robbery had caused panic, and with today's incident, the property management and the police decided to involve community owners to jointly ensure safety. Property Center, all owners, due to the recent frequent disturbances to public order, the community has decided to form a new security patrol team. We welcome interested owners to actively sign up with an age requirement of 1845 years and a height of over 170 centimeters. Owners selected for the patrol team will receive 5 kilograms of free rice and 1 kilogram of cooking oil each month. The rest area for the patrol team is equipped with air conditioning, where members can enjoy free cooling, and everyone is encouraged to sign up enthusiastically. Many owners eagerly signed up due to the temptation of free rice, cooking oil, and air conditioning. The property management grouped the selected owners into 6-member teams, forming a total of 10 teams, which took turns patrolling the front and back of the community. The selected owners were overjoyed, happily receiving their free rice and oil. With the patrol team in place, Xia Huyin and Xia Guocheng could walk back and forth with them daily. Xia Shige felt relieved for the time being, as she no longer had to worry about the safety of Xia Guocheng and Xia Huyin. Thinking of Tang Shiqi's advice, Xia Shige hadn't gone out for a few days. Her primary task now was to save up $1 billion to unlock new spaces, avoiding unnecessary trouble. Xia Shige quickly walked over to take a look, and sure enough, it was Desert Vine. "Grandmother Lu, Nana, Aunt, come look quickly." Xia Shige called out to them. After several days of hard work, she had gathered over 9,000 grams of gold, the shiny gold bars stacked together, creating a sight that was truly pleasing. In addition, she had also mined a considerable amount of coal, which she planned to save for the extreme cold that would follow the intense heat. The mangoes, apples, kiwis, and pomegranates in the Taoyuan woods had all ripened, the heavy fruits hanging from the branches, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of fruit. However, Xia Shige had no mind to pick them as she was diligently mining. While Xia Shige was happily mining, the white cat suddenly informed her that her aunt Sun Yuegue was knocking on her room door. Xia Shige quickly put down her pickaxe, exited the space, dusted herself off, and ran to open the door for Sun Yuegue. "Aunt, what's wrong?" Sun Yuegue said with a complicated expression. "Shige, you need to come down and see, there's a boy at the door looking for you." Han Yuan stood under the blazing sun at the entrance of the Xia family villa, wiping sweat as he surveyed. The villa's roof was covered with numerous solar panels, which currently sold for hundreds of thousands each on the market, yet there was still a shortage. This villa had installed so many, conservatively estimating it would cost millions. The villa's yard was also enclosed. Han Yuan had just crouched down, listening carefully through the door crack, and could vaguely hear the sound of an air conditioner running inside. He speculated that if nothing unexpected happened, the entire villa, including the yard, was equipped with air conditioning. Han Yuan's mood grew excited. If he could win back Xia Shige, he could move in here with his mother. Han Yuan has recently been working at the Zhao family. Although the salary is considerable and there are company benefits after paying the monthly utility bills and food expenses, he still finds himself in financial trouble. If he could move into this villa with his mother, he would at least save a significant amount on living expenses each. Xia Shige followed Sun Yuegue downstairs in confusion. Upon seeing Han Yuan's face on the monitor, she was filled with questions. "Han Yuan, what are you doing here?" Han Yuan was thrilled to hear Xia Shige's voice. He immediately looked at the display screen at the door, nervously tidying his hair and collar, then gently said to Xia Shige, "Xia Shige, could you please open the door? I have something to discuss with you." Xia Shige snorted coldly and replied, "I have nothing to say to you. Don't stand at my door, otherwise I will call security." Seeing her reaction, Han Yuan anxiously said, "Please don't call security. I just want to say a few words. I beg you to hear me out." Han Yuan knew that Xia Shige was not someone who could easily turn back, which is why he had been struggling with whether or not to come over these past few days. It was only yesterday that he woke up in a sweat from a dream, realizing that the electricity bill this month was too high and he could no longer afford to run the air conditioner at home. He got up irritably, wanting to wipe his body with a wet towel, but as soon as he entered the living room, he was hit by a foul smell. He frowned and looked around, spotting half a bowl of spoiled noodles on the coffee table. To save electricity, Han's mother had already turned off the refrigerator at home. She couldn't bear to throw away the extra noodles she accidentally cooked yesterday, so she left them in the living room to eat the next day. Due to the hot weather, that half bowl of noodles had fermented and emitted a disgusting odor. It was at that moment that Han Yuan decided he could no longer continue this kind of life. He once again recalled Bai Qianqian's words, remembering that Bai Qianqian said Xia Shige now lived in a villa and was doing quite well. He knew that if he wanted to win Xia Shige back, he had to let go of his dignity and pride. In the past, he would have never agreed to this. As a student of a prestigious university, handsome and charming, he was the envy of many. But for him now, dignity and pride were the least important things. Bai Qianqian truly understood him. They were both the type to give up everything for personal gain. Han Yuan made up his mind. Today, he took the time to shower, carefully using up the employee benefit shampoo he received from the company. He styled his hair and put on his cleanest clothes, transforming himself into the youthful and handsome figure he was in college. Han Yuan was determined to move into this villa today no matter what. He lowered his gaze to gather his emotions and spoke affectionately to the screen. "Shige, could you forgive me? I've thought a lot these past few days and realized that you are still the one I love the most. I really can't forget you. Please give me another chance to pursue you again. Shige, I know I shouldn't have hurt you before, but Bai Qianqian was the one who seduced me. I lost control in a moment of weakness and made a mistake. But I swear this will be the last and only mistake I make in this lifetime. Just think of me as someone who hasn't grown up yet. I made the mistakes that every young man makes. Shige, I am now working at Zhao's and earn over 10,000 a month. My boss values me highly and my supervisor told me that I will get a raise next month. Shige, let's get back together. We are no longer the poor students we used to be. I will work hard and we can live well together. I believe that with you I can definitely succeed. I will provide you with a better life. Shige, why aren't you saying anything? Are you still bothered by Bai Qianqian? Don't worry, I've already kicked Bai Qianqian out. She's just a shallow gold digger, not even worth comparing to. It's all my fault for being too young before, which is why I was tempted by her. In the future, no matter how many temptations are presented to me, I will steadfastly choose you and will not let you suffer again. Please give me another chance. Let's start over." Xia Shige was annoyed by Han Yuan's noise, and when she heard him mention his job at Zhao's. Xia Shige thought to herself, if it's the Zhao family she's thinking of, then those annoying people have really come together inexplicably. Is this what they call birds of a feather flocking together? Xia Shige didn't want to say another word to him. This man really knows how to save face. How dare he say that he kicked Bai Qianqian out? If Xia Shige hadn't seen Bai Qianqian with Shinza Huai herself, she might have been tricked by Han Yuran. Clearly, he was the one who got dumped, yet he tries to save face by claiming he dumped someone else. No matter how desperately Han Yuran pleaded and reminisced about their past in university, expressing his deep regret, Xia Shige remained silent and directly called the police. Before long, Officer Tanjin arrived with several security guards. Officer Tanjin took a look at Han Yuran, who was dressed neatly, and frowned, saying, "Hello, we received a complaint about you causing a disturbance. Please come with us." Han Yuran was somewhat incredulous at this. He never expected Xia Shige to be so heartless as to call the police on him. He shouted at the camera, "Xia Shige, how could you do this? How could you call the police? I am a man. How could you not leave me any face at all? Have you really forgotten all our past feelings? How could you be so ruthless? Open the door." As he spoke, Han Yuran angrily punched the electronic screen, but was swiftly stopped by Officer Tanjin. Officer Tanjin directly pinned Han Yuran to the ground and handcuffed him, saying, "Enough. You dare cause a disturbance in front of the police. Come with us." Xia Shige breathed a sigh of relief as she saw Han Yuran being taken away. She turned to look at her anxious grandmother Lunana and her uncle, comforting them. "It's okay now. Next time you see this person, just call the police. You don't need to deal with him." Sun Weigui nodded and said with a frown, "Sigh, with so many strange people showing up lately, I don't dare open the door randomly anymore. That's how it should be. From now on, don't open the door to anyone you don't know." I see others in the group saying the same thing. They even say that those who break in will use recordings of crying children and sounds of kittens and puppies to gain sympathy and lure you to open the door. Grandmother said sternly. As Xia Shige listened, she looked towards the yard and suddenly noticed two vine-like plants sprouting in the vegetable garden. As the others gathered around, Xia Shige pointed at the two desert vines and said, "You must not touch these plants. They have transparent thorns on them. Once you touch them, the thorns will get stuck in your skin, causing pain and swelling. The last time I took Tang Shichi to the hospital was because she touched this plant." We know. Sun Weigui slapped her thigh and said, "There are many of these things growing outside now, as if they suddenly appeared overnight. The property management has organized staff to remove them, but they grow very quickly with new ones sprouting every day." Xia Shige was taken aback. She hadn't been outside these past few days and didn't expect the desert vines to have spread so much. A few of them took rubber gloves from the storage room and carefully pulled out the desert vines from the vegetable garden. Fortunately, the Xia family's villa is sealed off, so there aren't too many desert vines. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome. In the evening, Xia Huyin and Xia Guocheng returned home and discussed the recent troubles caused by the desert vines at the dinner table. Today, the property management removed quite a few desert vines which have all been collected. The state is currently gathering these to handle them uniformly to be made into food. A child in the community fell while walking and happened to press their arm against a desert vine. By the time they were sent to property management, their entire arm was swollen. Thankfully, Shige had brought some special medicine beforehand, and after a shot the swelling went down after a while. Xia Shige opened the community group. She had been busy mining these past few days and hadn't checked it, but she found that everyone was discussing the desert vine issue. 21408 Gao Meili, please don't touch the desert vine. My child accidentally fell and touched it, and within a short time their entire arm was swollen. It scared me to death. Fortunately, the property management had special medicine, and it improved after the injection. For 2009 NIGA, I've heard that special medicine is very expensive. Many people have been injured by the vines recently, and there's a severe shortage of special medicine with prices skyrocketing to 30,000 per shot. How much did you pay? 21408 Gao Meili. 21408 Gao Meili, I didn't pay anything. The property management said it was donated by a kind-hearted resident. The first injection is free for each household, but if you get pricked again you will have to pay. 6702 by Yueguang, that's great. Thank you to that kind neighbor. 31007 Kiki's mom is 30,000 per shot expensive. A box of biscuits costs hundreds now. I have no concept of prices anymore. For 1209 currently slacking off, it's such a pity that this thing is poisonous. I ate pumpkin sprouts before and found them delicious. For 1209 currently slacking off, it's such a pity that this thing is poisonous. I ate pumpkin sprouts before and found them delicious. I thought this would be edible too, but it turns out it's poisonous. Xia Shige thought to herself there's no need to rush, she would be able to eat it soon. In her previous life she had eaten until she was sick. Xia Shige put down her phone and told Xia Huiyin and Xia Guocheng about Han Yuren's harassment today. Mom, uncle, if he bothers you at the supermarket, just throw him out. Xia Shige regretted bringing Han Yuren home in the past. He knew Xia Huiyin and Xia Guocheng, and she was afraid he would bother her mother and uncle at the supermarket. This little beast. Xia Guocheng angrily cursed, no wonder when you brought him home a few years ago I felt from the first time I met that boy that he was no good. A grown man acting all pretentious and proud for no one to see. It turns out he's indeed not a good man. Xia Huiyin thought for a moment and said with realization, I remember now, the person Officer Tan caught today who tried to break into a private residence is him, right? He has been entered into the community blacklist after being educated today and will be banned from entering Shindu community in the future. Shige, don't worry. Xia Shige felt relieved upon hearing this, but she was somewhat puzzled about how Han Yuren knew her address. He claimed to have started working at Zhao's. Could this have something to do with the Zhao family? Tang Shiqi mentioned that the Li family and the Zhao family are related by marriage. Could Han Yuren's visit today be related to her kicking Mrs. Li out a few days ago? The global heatwave and drought have persisted for over 6 months, causing 90 of the rivers on Earth to run dry. Currently, bottled water is nowhere to be found on the market. Ordinary citizens can only rely on the limited supplies of water provided during designated times each day. However, in the courtyard of the Zhao family's villa, there is a large fountain with water columns shooting into the air, transforming into droplets that fall back to the ground, shimmering under the sun. The sun is scorching and the water evaporates quickly. This fountain requires several refills each day, with each refill amounting to nearly a month's worth of water for an average household. "Aunt, this is your bag," Zhao Huifeng said with a smile as he handed Madame Li a bag. Madame Li hurriedly took the bag, opened it, and saw that it was indeed the luxury custom handbag she had been robbed of a few days ago. She quickly checked inside. While the cash was gone, her documents, phone cards, and car keys were all still there. After checking the bag, Madame Li let out a long sigh of relief and smiled, saying, Huifeng, I'm so glad you were here, otherwise I'd have to replace my documents. Recovering documents after a natural disaster is quite troublesome, and just the thought of it made Madame Li's head ache. Zhao Huifeng smiled and shook his head, saying, Aunt, there's no need to be overly polite. It's those robbers who are blind of the flood washed away the Dragon King temple, and, unexpectedly, they robbed our own people instead. Zhao's family is involved in both legal and illegal activities, and Zhao Huifeng is familiar with these organized robbery gangs, making it not too difficult to recover a stolen handbag. Madame Li complained, it's all that Madame Lu's fault. If she hadn't insisted on bringing me to see her daughter, I wouldn't have encountered this. I told you it's improper for elders to visit juniors first. The more Madame Li thought about it, the angrier she became. As an elder, she believed it should have been Xia Shige who visited her first, not the other way around. If she hadn't gone to the new capital community, she wouldn't have been robbed. Zhao Huifeng knew that Madame Li had recently been helping her dim-witted younger son find a bride. He smiled and asked, Aunt, I heard that cousin's wedding date is set for November 1st. Is the bride that daughter of the Lu family? Madame Li sighed at this, shaking her head in distress. Don't mention it. That girl was raised in the countryside and isn't close to the Lu family. Moreover, she has a violent temper and is very stubborn. Madame Lu said she needs to go back and discuss with her family how to persuade her daughter. The wedding date will likely be postponed. Madame Li grew angrier. Sigh, November 1st is a date I specially consulted a fortune teller about, and now it's being delayed like this. The Lu family is so unreliable in their dealings, no wonder their business is getting worse. Zhao Huifeng secretly chuckled at this. Which normal family would marry their daughter off to a dim-witted person? Furthermore, this dim-witted person has violent tendencies. From time to time, the Li family has maids and servants injured by Li San, and Zhao Huifeng didn't believe the Lu family hadn't heard of these rumors. Moreover, if news of this daughter-selling business spreads, who would dare to do business with the Lu family? Everyone would know that the Lu family is ruthless and cruel, making it necessary to be more cautious in the future. The Lu family is willing to risk being scolded to push their own daughter into the fire, which shows they are true. No wonder Lu Xixue has been subtly flirting with him lately, sending him some ambiguous messages. She likely needs money and wants to keep a backup plan for herself. However, during this time, Zhao Huifeng has been feeling quite pleased with himself, changing women one after another. Previously, he was the one chasing after Lu Xixue, but now he finds it hard to even look at her. Without the halo of a wealthy lady, Lu Xixue has become rather ordinary in Zhao Huifeng's eyes, far from the gentle and considerate girls around him. Madame Li continued to complain to Zhao Huifeng, you wouldn't know, as an elder I personally went to visit, and that little girl actually scolded me. We went under such a scorching sun, and she didn't even let us in the door, not even offering us a cup of tea. She just pushed us out. Zhao Huifeng frowned upon hearing this. I heard her foster parents are just ordinary country people. How can a girl from the countryside dare to do such a thing? Doesn't she fear offending the Li and Lu families? Zhao Huifeng could only comfort her saying, Aunt, please don't be upset. This is a family matter of the Lu family, let them handle it. Now the Lu family is the one seeking to marry off their daughter, you don't need to worry too much. If they want to invest, they'll surely do everything possible to persuade her, so you can just wait for your daughter-in-law to arrive. Madame Li thought to herself that she had also realized that Su Yilan is just a fool. The other members of the Lu family are probably not much smarter, so relying on them is likely futile. She turned her eyes and grasped Zhao Huifeng's hand, saying, Huifeng, you must help your third cousin. It's not easy for him to find a wife. You have so many people under you, could you help your aunt think of a way? Zhao Huifeng actually didn't want to get involved in this matter. In his view, such things should be based on mutual willingness. If the Lu family's daughter is unwilling, there are always other girls who would be. But his mother passed away early and his uncle's family has taken good care of him, so when his aunt came to him for help, he couldn't bear to refuse her outright. Thus Zhao Huifeng could only comfort Madame Li, saying, Aunt, don't worry. Later you can send me a photo and identity information of that girl from the Lu family, and I'll think of a way to help you. At that point they could directly host a banquet for the two and solidify the fact of their marriage. After all, Xia Shige's biological parents have already agreed to this marriage, and even if it ends up in front of girls from rural backgrounds always care about their reputation, would Xia Shige have any room to At that point they could directly host a banquet for the two and solidify the fact of their marriage. After all, Xia Shige's biological parents have already agreed to this marriage, and even if it ends up in front of the police, it can only be considered a family matter. Han Yuyan was sternly reprimanded by 2 police officers in the new capital community and received a warning. The current warning system is interconnected, and anyone receiving 2 warnings will be banned from purchasing at every supply point. He was terrified and could only repeatedly admit his mistakes, assuring them he wouldn't commit them again. After being released, he hurriedly stumbled back home. Han's mother had prepared noodles waiting for Han Yuyan's return home. Seeing him looking dazed and lost, she rushed forward and asked, Yuyan, what happened to you? Han Yuyan looked at his mother's concerned and anxious expression and hesitantly shared that he had gone to reconcile with Xia Shige today, but was chased away by her after she called the police. Han's mother was furious upon hearing this. She felt her precious son had suffered a great injustice, and while comforting Han Yuyan scolded, how can Xia Shige be so ungrateful? Just because she lives in a villa, she looks down on others. If she hadn't tricked you into buying that school district house, how could she afford a villa? Then Han's mother sighed, saying, Tell me, why did you go to see her? I think she's nothing but trouble. If it weren't for her, how would you have bought that school district house? If you hadn't bought it, we would still have at least 3 million in savings and wouldn't have to live so frugally now. That house can't even be sold for 1 million now. Even though the exterior walls have been repaired, who would buy a house with safety hazards? Moreover, these are times of natural disaster, who would still buy a house? Forget about school districts, schools have long been closed. Everyone is saving their money for utility bills and food. Seeing Han Yuyan's sad expression, Han's mother felt a pang of pain in her heart and gently comforted, Yuyan, don't pay attention to that Xia Shige anymore. Mom will arrange a few blind dates for you in a couple of days. Those girls, upon hearing that you work at Zhao's, will be very willing to marry into the family. They're all younger than Xia Shige and much more gentle and understanding. Han Yuyan, however, just irritably raked his hair and said in a deep voice, Mom, could you stop introducing me to the daughters of your poor relatives? Being with those girls will only drag me down. What good does being gentle and understanding do? My salary of over 10,000 a month can't even support us two. How could I possibly support another woman? Han Yuyan angrily covered his face with his hands and rubbed it fiercely before continuing, Xia Shige is living in a villa now. I saw today that her roof is covered with solar panels and there's even cool air in the courtyard. If I could win Xia Shige back, we could live in a villa too with free air conditioning blowing, and I wouldn't have to wake up sweating every night. Mom, do you know how long it's been since I had a good night's sleep? I don't need you to introduce me to those useless girls who are only obedient. I need a woman who can help me financially, do you understand? Han's mother, looking at Han Yuyan, still said with some heartache, but Xia Shige's temper means you'll have to endure some grievances. You're a man, how can you put up with such treatment? My heart truly aches for you. Han Yuyan felt completely unable to communicate with his mother. He almost shouted, I'd rather endure grievances than live here. I wake up sweating every night. We only eat those boiled noodles daily and my mouth is full of ulcers. If this continues, I won't be able to live. How can you still talk to me about enduring grievances? Han's mother, seeing Han Yuyan's agitated appearance, felt a bit scared and quickly reassured him, all right, you can rest assured, I understand. You just want Xia Shige to be your wife, right? Mom agrees and I'll let her in. Han Yuyan let out a bitter laugh saying, "What does your agreement matter? She doesn't even acknowledge me now. I went to her doorstep to confess, and she wouldn't even let me in the door. We have no hope now." Han's mother gently patted Han Yuyan's back to comfort his emotions and began to devise a plan in her heart. After a while she gently said, "Don't worry, Mom has a plan. When the time comes I will make her beg you to marry." Early the next morning Xia Shige took some sports drinks, chocolates, instant rice, canned beef, canned pork, and canned peaches from the storage room, preparing a large box full of supplies. Yesterday Han Yuyan caused a disturbance at her door and Officer Tan arrived with the property security in a timely manner. Ultimately Han Yuyan only harassed Xia Shige outside, without entering, but still received a warning which was the strictest action taken. This time Officer Tanjin and Officer Zheng Xian treated Han Yuyan more severely, likely out of consideration for Xia Huyin and Xia Guiqing, who both worked at the supply point, and also because Xia Shige had donated a batch of special medicines to the community. Xia Shige felt a bit embarrassed, so she wanted to prepare some gifts for them. She carried a box of items outside and saw that there were many desert vines along the road which had grown all the way to the street. She hadn't been out much these days, so she was surprised to see how much the desert vines had spread. Xia Shige took out rubber gloves and a fruit knife from her space. After putting on the gloves, she crouched down to find a thick desert vine, cut it with a knife, and split it in half, revealing clusters of white insect eggs inside. These insect eggs were wrapped in a gelatinous substance, inside the vine still slightly wriggling. Normally such flesh-eating bugs would be disgusting, but during a natural disaster they were a rare source of high-quality protein. Xia Shige put down the vine, stored the knife and gloves, and walked to Jingjing supermarket, noticing that the property staff were cutting the vines in the community along the way. They were also wearing thick rubber gloves with their exposed skin on legs and arms wrapped in cloth strips, holding sharp knives as they carefully cut the vines and placed them into snake skin bags. The cut vines would be packaged and sent in batches to the designated processing factories where they would be uniformly processed into food. To save electricity, the community did not turn on street lights at night, so to avoid accidental injuries due to poor visibility, everyone could only handle the vines in the morning. Xia Shige entered the emergency office next to Jingjing supermarket with her box. Only Officer Tanjin was on duty inside. Officer Tan politely greeted Xia Shige, saying, "Comrade Xia, thank you very much for your previous donation of that batch of special medicines. It has been a great help to us. Every day there have been people cutting vines who accidentally got pricked by desert vines. If it weren't for your special medicines, everyone would have to line up at the hospital. Actually, the hospital is also short on medicine now. Even painkillers are in short supply. Doctors are helpless and can only do simple disinfection on the wounds, relying on the patient's willpower to hold on." Xia Shige quickly shook her head and said, "Officer Tan, there's no need to be so polite. I'm also a part of our community." She then opened the box she had brought and sincerely said to Officer Tan, "Yesterday my family was harassed at the door, and thanks to your timely arrival these are my tokens of appreciation for the office and property security." Officer Tan glanced at the items. The sports drinks and canned meat were no longer available on the market. Even if one wanted to buy them, they couldn't. He quickly declined, saying, "We can't accept this. It's too valuable. Protecting the safety of the people is what we should do. How can we take your things? Please take them back." Xia Shige replied, "Then consider it a donation from me to our office and property staff. You all work here every day and can't go home. It must be really tough. This is just a small token of appreciation. Please help distribute it among everyone." Seeing Officer Tan still trying to decline, Xia Shige could only smile and say, "I brought it all the way here. Are you really going to make me take it back?" Seeing this, Officer Tan had no choice but to accept it. He thanked Xia Shige, saying, "Thank you very much." After delivering the items, Xia Shige went to the nearby Jingjing supermarket, where Lin Jingjing was the only one at the cash register. "Shige, what brings you here? I haven't seen you for several days." Lin Jingjing said happily as she saw Xia Shige, "Your mom and uncle have gone to cut the vines. My dad and brother also went, so I'm the only one in the store." Seeing a few people in line at the cash register, Xia Shige walked over to help Lin Jingjing. As the temperature outside began to rise, Xia Huyin and Xia Guiqing returned wearing thick rubber gloves and heavily wrapped on their arms and legs. "We've cleared out everything near our supermarket, but these things grow too fast. We'll have to clear them again in a few days," Xia Huyin sighed. Xia Shige thought to herself, "Fortunately they grow quickly, otherwise it would be impossible to feed the billions of people in the world." She glanced at the shelves, noting that aside from some daily necessities like soap, the food section was basically empty. Previously, various snacks on the shelves had already sold out and couldn't be restocked. There were some brands with ample stock of biscuits, bread, and instant noodles, but the prices were very high and a household might not be able to buy even 10 packs of instant noodles in a week. The shelves were mostly filled with rice and flour. It seemed that the supplies rushed by the factories in the past few months had been consumed. Xia Shige sighed, hoping that the sandvine cakes would arrive soon. While Xia Shige was lost in thought, Han Yuyan's mother walked into Jingjing's supermarket alone. Unlike Han Yuyan, she was not impulsive and had already inquired carefully before coming. Xia Shige's mother and uncle were running this supermarket with others, and after the natural disaster it had been converted into a supply point. Han's mother was very happy to learn this. This was a supply point managing the supplies for the entire community. The person in charge of the supply point in their community was always quite arrogant, and everyone would try to please them. If Han Yuyan married Xia Shige, their family would have a connection to the supply point, and they would no longer have to worry about food at home. Han's mother was determined to tolerate Xia Shige's temper for the sake of the supplies and help her son marry. Han's mother knew that if she rashly went to Xia Shige's villa, Xia Shige wouldn't open the door, so she planned to start with Xia Shige's mother and uncle. Unexpectedly, she directly saw Xia Shige in the supermarket. Han's mother first stood still, carefully examining Xia Shige. She saw that Xia Shige had fair skin, clean clothes, and dry hair. Han's mother thought to herself that her son wasn't wrong, as Xia Shige was indeed doing well now. Thinking of this, Han's mother couldn't help but snort coldly. Xia Shige is doing well now, isn't it, because she sold that school district house to her son? Since that's the case, she must bring her son to live in Xia Shige's villa, which was originally bought with the savings of the two of them. Han's mother adjusted her clothes, revealing a kind smile, and took a few steps forward to grab Xia Shige's hand, calling warmly, "Daughter-in-law." Xia Shige was startled by Han's mother's action and quickly pulled her hand away, saying, "You've got the wrong person." Han's mother was not angry at being pushed away by Xia Shige. She still smiled and said, no mistake, it's you, Shige. You are my daughter-in-law." Xia Shige shivered. Hearing the words daughter-in-law made her feel a bit triggered. How many times had it been? Why do people keep trying to force her into marriage? Did single girls commit some crime these days to be targeted by a group of vampires for no reason? Xia Shige furrowed her brows and looked closely at Han's mother's face, noticing that she hadn't properly washed her face in a long time and her skin was dry and flaking. Her collar was yellow and it was unclear if it was dirt or sweat stains. Xia Shige confirmed several times that she didn't know this woman and was puzzled why she knew her name. Xia Huin and Xia Guocheng quickly came over, firmly protecting Xia Shige behind them and watching Han's mother warily. Xia Huin frowned and said to Han's mother, "Miss, please don't speak carelessly. My daughter is still single." However, Han's mother grabbed Xia Huin and kindly said, "You must be the mother of the bride, right? My son Han Yuyan and your daughter Shige have been dating since college. I am not speaking carelessly. If you don't believe me, ask your daughter." Xia Shige was taken aback by this, as she had been worried this woman might be from the Li or Zhao families, but unexpectedly she was Han Yuyan's mother. That day, seeing Han Yuyan dressed well on the surveillance footage, she thought he had really turned his life around with the Zhao family. But now looking at Han's mother, it seemed their family was still living quite frugally. Lin Jingjing also walked over and frowned, saying, "What boyfriend? How can you still say that? Everyone in our school knows about your son Han Yuyan's infidelity. I can testify, they broke up a long time ago." Xia Guocheng quickly stepped forward to pull Han's mother's hand away from Xia Huin, standing in front of Xia Huin, and said to Han's mother, "Are you that boy's mother? Quickly leave, your son has nothing to do with my daughter. Don't try to establish a connection." Xia Shige also sneered and said, "And please don't say that. I ended things with Han Yuyan ages ago. His current girlfriend is Bai Qianqian, so don't mistakenly claim I'm his daughter-in-law." Seeing the Xia family looking displeased at her, Han's mother was not flustered. She still wore a smile and said kindly, "Oh, Han Yuyan, and that Bai Qianqian ended things long ago. That Bai Qianqian is just a gold digger. She kept trying to get close to my son, but I rejected her and kicked her out of the house." Han's mother then looked at Xia Shige with sincerity, saying, "Shige, the daughter-in-law we recognize is always you. Han Yuyan has never forgotten about you. You two should reunite. Don't worry, you'll keep an eye on him, so he won't dare to do anything wrong to you in the future." Xia Guocheng's expression changed immediately upon hearing this, and he scolded, "You old woman, what nonsense are you saying? Our Xia Shige is not some trash to be picked up. Why should she take your son?" After saying this, he stepped forward to grab Han's mother's arm and tried to pull her out. Han's mother, seeing that soft tactics weren't working, quickly broke free from Xia Guocheng and lay on the ground shouting, "Everyone come and judge. This woman has been with my son since college. He gave her 4 million to buy a villa to marry her. Now this woman took the money but wants to break up with my son. Is there any justice in this?" The customers shopping in the supermarket saw the scene and gathered around to watch. Seeing the crowd gather, Han's mother was delighted and shouted at Xia Shige, "The money you used to buy the villa was all given by my son. Why do you want to break up with him? I tell you, you must marry my son and let my mother and son move in, or I will sue you." Seeing the crowd begin to murmur, Lin Jingjing anxiously shouted to everyone, "Don't believe this woman's one-sided word. The reason they took 4 million was to buy a house in the school district. The legitimate transaction of real estate is being twisted by her into a free gift to the woman. She is deliberately stirring the pot, trying to use you as her pawns. Han's mother saw the crowd's gaze toward her starting to shift and immediately pointed at Xia Shige, loudly rebutting, "My son bought that school district house to marry her. Why would my son buy a house otherwise? If we didn't buy a house, would my son and I be living so difficultly now?" Lin Jingjing's face turned red with anger as she shouted at Han's mother, "You old woman, what nonsense are you talking? Isn't that wedding house your son's cheating partner's house? I saw your son's cheating partner flaunting the property certificate in our school's group chat. You really know how to throw dirt." Xia Shige blocked the furious Lin Jingjing, who was about to strike, smilingly said to Han's mother, "Then go ahead and sue me. We broke up because your son cheated and the house was your son begging me to sell. Let's see if the court will side with you." Han's mother, seeing that Xia Shige was unyielding, gritted her teeth and glared at Xia Shige, saying, "You little slut, giving face yet being ungrateful. Fine, you are forcing me now." Xia Shige looked at Han's mother's fierce gaze, unsure of what she intended to do. She cautiously pulled out her. Han's mother revealed a twisted smile full of determination, pointing at Xia Shige, and shouted loudly to the onlookers, "Everyone look at this girl. She was already slept with by my son when she just entered university. This little girl has no self-respect and is promiscuous. You better watch your sons and not get involved with such a person." Han's mother, after saying this, proudly looked at Xia Shige, not believing there could be a girl who doesn't care about her reputation. Once Xia Shige's reputation is ruined and no one dares to want her, won't she have to beg for my son to marry? At that time, as long as Xia Shige's family is sensible and transfers their villa as a dowry to my son, I can generously allow her to marry him. Xia Guiqing, his veins bulging with anger, stepped forward and slapped Han's mother's hand that was pointing at Xia Shige, disregarding the distinction between men and women, directly grabbing Han's thin clothes and trying to drag her out. Xia Huiyan's face turned red with anger as well. She stepped forward and was about to slap Han's mother, scolding, "What nonsense are you spouting? I will sue you for defamation." Lin Yuanfeng and Lin Shua, who had been standing vigilantly at the side, hurriedly stepped forward, each grabbing one of Han's mother's legs, helping to drag her out with Xia Guiqing. However, Han's mother began to create chaos, kicking at the Lin family father and son, as well as Xia Guiqing yelling loudly, "Help! I'm being assaulted. Where are the police? Someone help me, call the police." Han's mother then turned and pointed at Xia Shige, shouting, "You promiscuous little slut, you better think this through. Everyone now knows what you've done. Aside from my son, no one will want you. Unless you beg my son to marry you, otherwise just wait to never get married in your life." After saying this, Han's mother stared intently at Xia Shige's face, wanting to see panic, shame, or embarrassment in her expression. But Xia Shige merely looked at Han's mother with a half-smile, more composed than everyone present. Han's mother's attempt at humiliation might work on others, but its impact on Xia Shige was practically zero. She smiled nonchalantly and leisurely said to Han's mother, "I haven't slept with your son because your son lacks that capability. You probably still don't know that your son is fundamentally incapable to you. Moreover, this isn't just me talking nonsense. Your future daughter-in-law by Qian left because your son is incapable." In the shocked and angry gaze of Han's mother, Xia Shige loudly added, "I heard your son has a story with his dorm mate. That roommate even said your son is softer than a woman." The entire supermarket fell silent for a moment before erupting into a burst of laughter. Han's mother was stunned for a full 5 seconds by Xia Shige's words, and then amidst the laughter of the crowd she became furious, performing a graceful leap to stand up and reached out to grab Xia Shige's face. "You dare to say that about my son? I will tear your mouth apart." At this moment, Officer Tanjin, who had rushed over, immediately blocked Han's mother, saying, "Ma'am, this is your first warning. Please leave this place immediately." Han's mother, her face flushed with anger, shouted at Officer Tanjin, "I haven't done anything. Why are you warning me? This little slut just slandered my son. I will sue her. You must arrest her." As she spoke, Han's mother struggled fiercely. Xia Shige's words had struck a nerve, and she was now overwhelmed, unable to think rationally. In her struggle, she even slapped Officer Tanjin several times, her sharp nails leaving blood marks on the officer's neck. Officer Tanjin frowned and said, "Your current behavior involves assaulting a police officer and causing a disturbance. Please come with us to handle this." As he spoke, Officer Tan, along with several security guards, dragged her out of the supermarket despite her struggles. After Han's mother was dragged away, Xia Huiyan apologetically spoke to the crowd, "I'm sorry everyone, please continue shopping." The people in the supermarket shook their heads and instead offered words of comfort to Xia Huiyan and Xia Shige. The homeowners all knew Xia Huiyan was kind and gentle, often helping them out, and didn't mind them occasionally coming to enjoy the air conditioning, so they certainly wouldn't speak up for Han's mother. Thus Han's mother received a warning similar to her son's. If there was a second warning, she would be banned from purchasing at all supply points. Han's mother, both angry and helpless, could only leave the Shindu community in disgrace. The desert vine grows rapidly even though Xia Shige's yard is enclosed. Many vines still sprout from various corners. Grandma and Lu Nai check once a day and carefully pull them out while wearing gloves. After breakfast today, Xia Shige ran to the peach blossom space to get busy. The first thing upon entering the space was to harvest in the fields and woods, sending out the backlog of orders. Business in her shop has been thriving lately, and the vegetables and fruits in the fields and woods are in high demand. Previously, many vegetables and fruits were permanent items always on the shelves waiting to be purchased, but now Xia Shige could only take them all off the shelves waiting for a batch to mature before putting them back up. Xia Shige picked some honeysuckle and isatis root and planted some mint and mugwort next to the honeysuckle. Most of the fish in the creek have been caught, and the chickens, ducks, and rabbits have sold out several times. Xia Shige plans to take them off the shelves to let them breed a bit and will put them back on once the new batch has grown. After filling the feed for the farm, Xia Shige glanced at over 30 little piglets scrambling around with only one male and 2 females left for the big pigs, now just waiting for this batch of piglets to grow. Both the cows and sheep are pregnant with their second litters, since their breeding cycle is relatively long. Xia Shige hasn't had the heart to sell them. She plans to let them breed a bit more and sell them once the calves and lambs grow up. After all this, Xia Shige picked up a pickaxe to dig in the peach blossom mountain. Xia Shige has figured out a pattern. If she sees a glimmer of golden light, digging down in the direction of the light will likely lead to a gold mine. A faint dark glow likely indicates a coal mine, and a silvery gleam is most likely a silver mine, though it could also be other precious metals. However, today as Xia Shige was digging, she noticed a faint pink glow in front of her. She was immediately perplexed and quickly dug downward in the direction of the pink light. As she dug, the pink glow grew stronger, and eventually a stone about the size of a duck egg, faintly wrapped in pink crystals, fell at her feet. Xia Shige picked up the stone and examined it closely. It was a type she had never encountered before. This mine truly seems to yield everything. She looked at the stone with some confusion and said, "Is this pink quartz? Or pink chalcedony?" Xia Shige, who knows nothing about these, took the stone and turned to exit the mine, heading to the processing workshop, where she placed the stone into the ore processing machine. The machine's display screen showed detected pink diamond, currently processing for impurities and cutting. Pink diamond. Xia Shige was taken aback. She had seen a jewelry auction before and remembered that a few carats of pink diamond could fetch a small fortune. So this time, having dug out such a large piece, Xia Shige happily picked up the white cat beside her and gave it a few kisses. Both cat and human happily lay beside the machine, watching as the pink diamond was conveyed out. Xia Shige excitedly picked up the pink diamond that was conveyed out. The entire diamond was about the size of a quail egg, and the workshop only did simple processing to remove impurities, resulting in an irregular shape. Even though it was only simply processed, it still couldn't hide its beautiful fire. The entire pink diamond was crystal clear, exuding a dreamy aura like the diamond a prince would use to propose to a princess in a fairy tale. It was soon to be worn on the slender white fingers of the princess as a witness to the happy ending of this fairy tale. Xia Shige carefully played with this pink diamond for a while, admiring its beauty. It was perfectly pink with no hint of impurities, and remarkably, there were almost no visible inclusions. After playing with it, Xia Shige directly hung the pink diamond in her shop. Although diamonds are beautiful, what Xia Shige needs now is money. As for the price, Xia Shige had no concept of these. After discussing with the white cat for a while, both cat and human gritted their teeth and set the price at 100 million. Now that it's the end time, Xia Shige is uncertain whether the wealthy will still invest in jewelry under the current situation, but she can only try her best. Since Su Ilan and Mrs. Li returned empty-handed from Xia Shige's place, the Lu family has been somewhat at a loss lately. How can you be so incompetent, unable to handle such a small matter? Lu Bo slammed the table, reprimanding Su Ilan. Do you know how desperately the Lu family needs funds right now? If the funds from the Li family don't come through, the Lu family will have to apply for bankruptcy. Due to the financial strain, the Lu company has been unable to pay wages to employees, resulting in several employees filing labor arbitration, costing the company a lot of money. With expenses exceeding income and banks pressing for loans, the Lu family can only keep selling off assets to fill the gaps. Most of the land and properties owned by the Lu family have almost been sold off. Mrs. Lu has sold many pieces of jewelry and paintings, and Lu Siming even sold off a whole display case filled with his collection of watches. But this is still not enough to cover the company's losses. Can you blame me? I went to her in person, but she wouldn't even let me through the door. Su Ilan said with grievance. Mrs. Li and I brought gifts, but she didn't even look at us before kicking us out. She's not lacking in food or clothing right now. I don't even have room to negotiate with her. Su Ilan felt very wronged these days. She hasn't dared to spend a single cent, and she hasn't gone to any gatherings of wealthy ladies. Su Ilan looked at Lu Xishue, who had been silent with her head down, and tentatively asked, "Shuer, can you talk to Yuhan again, and have him lend a sum of money to the Lu family?" Lu Xishue stiffened at this and said awkwardly, "Mom, I actually brought this up with Yuhan several times before, but you know it's not his call anymore. The Song family is in charge now." Lu Ximing sighed and said, "Mom, the Song family is also short on funds. Several real estate projects they invested in have failed, and the bank is pressing them for debts. The Song family has put many of their assets up for sale. They are too busy to care for themselves right now." After Lu Ximing finished speaking, he irritably rubbed his temples, thinking if he had foreseen the Song family's current situation, he would never have agreed to the engagement between Lu Xishue and Song Yuhan. It was simply a wasted opportunity. Lu Ximing looked again at Lu Xixue's fair profile, her petal-like lips, and with a moment of inspiration, tentatively suggested, "Since the Song family can't help, why don't we just annul the engagement between Xixue and the Song family?" Lu Xixue was taken aback by this, quickly shaking her head. "Brother, what nonsense are you talking?" Then Lu Xixue urgently spoke to her parents Lu Fu and Lu Mu, saying, "Dad, Mom, my relationship with Yuhan is very good right now, and I don't want to part ways with him." In fact, Song Yuhan had not been treating Lu Xixue well lately. Before Lu Xixue and Song Yuhan got engaged, he had been very gentle and caring towards her, speaking to her with a tone full of deep affection, as if she were a precious and fragile glass doll. But recently Song Yuhan had been quite cold towards Lu Xixue. Sometimes when she spoke to him, he would show signs of impatience. When something upset him, he would even lose his temper with Lu Xixue, claiming she was of no help to him and that her family was a burden. Song's parents were even more distant and polite towards Lu Xixue. Previously, Song's mother had said she regarded Lu Xixue as her own daughter, but recently she had hinted several times for Lu Xixue to move back in with her biological family before the wedding. Although Lu Xixue had long known that people's hearts could easily change, she still felt wronged. The person who once swore eternal love and cared for her was now displaying impatience towards her, and this stark contrast was driving Lu Xixue nearly to madness. However, if Lu Xixue were to leave Song Yuhan now, she would be unwilling, as she knew that Song Yuhan was currently her best option. If she were to leave Song Yuhan in search of something better, she would find nothing. Recently, she had tried to reach out to those men who had previously shown her care, but they had all changed their demeanor and were indifferent towards her. Lu Xixue feared that the marriage with the dull son of the Li family would fall on her, so she forced out a few tears and looked up at Su Ilan and Lu Bo, saying, "I am not even my parents' biological daughter. Being able to marry into the Song family is already the best choice. Dad, Mom, I will plead with Uncle Song and Auntie Song for financial support. Please don't let me and Yuhan part ways." Suddenly Lu Xiyuan, who had been silent, interjected, "I see that the Song family is quite arrogant now. You have been engaged for half a year, yet they have not mentioned marriage at all. A few days ago, I heard someone say at a gathering that they saw Song Yuhan fawning over the daughter of the Wu family. Sister, you should reconsider." Lu Xiyuan felt some pity for Lu Xixue. In his eyes, Song Yuhan was fickle and did not deserve Lu Xixue. Upon hearing this, Lu Xixue's expression darkened. Lu Xiyuan's words pierced her heart like a thorn. Of the Song family and Song Yuhan had indeed remained tight-lipped about marriage, leaving Lu Xixue anxious and helpless. Lu Bo suddenly said in a deep voice, "Enough. The urgent matter now is to facilitate the marriage between Shige and the Li family. We can discuss Lu Xixue's situation with the Song family later." Lu Bo had considered substituting Lu Xixue as the marriage partner for the Li family, but the Li family disagreed, directly stating they did not want a fake. Lu Bo had also consulted several other wealthy families that could provide funding, but since the news of the true and false heiresses had spread, those young masters who had previously praised Lu Xixue's character and talents had all decisively rejected his advances. After these incidents, Lu Bo understood that the Song family was indeed Lu Xixue's best choice. As long as Lu Xixue was with the Song family, the Lu family's face would not be too embarrassing, and he did not want to see Lu Xixue being returned by the Song family at this critical moment. Su Ilan glanced at Lu Bo's expression and whispered through gritted teeth, "Actually, Mrs. Li had asked me before if I minded having Shige and young Master Li consummate their marriage. I agreed. After I agreed, Mrs. Li had her nephew send someone to the vicinity of the Xia family intending to abduct Shige as soon as she stepped out. But Shige hasn't been leaving the house lately. Moreover, her adoptive mother and uncle also left with a group from the community patrol, all armed with knives and sticks, making it quite inconvenient to act. Her villa has been reinforced. At night, they activate the electric fence, making it impossible to sneak in. Her neighbors have plenty of bodyguards who patrol around the villa at night. Any disturbance would surely be noticed." After Su Ilan finished speaking, the others were somewhat surprised, as Xia Shige had actually made so many preparations, and even set up an electric fence. Who was she protecting herself from? Lu Xishue thought for a moment and softly said, Dad, Mom, we don't actually need to go to the Xia family. We can lure Shige out ourselves. Lu Bo frowned and replied, with her temperament, how could she agree to meet us? Lu Xishue pressed her lips together and spoke softly, what if we lied to her saying that Dad and Mom are gravely ill? After all, she is Mom and Dad's biological daughter. Could she really bear to not see them one last time? What Lu Xishue didn't expect was that Xia Shige actually could. Last time. Xia Shige was puzzled, looking at her phone screen with suspicion. On the screen, Lu Bo lay in bed, his chest slightly rising and falling. His eyes were tightly closed, his face pale, and his lips devoid of color. Su Yilan sat beside Lu Bo's bed sobbing as she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. Lu Xishue held the phone, tears streaming down her face as she said to Xia Shige on the other end of the screen, Shige, you see Dad is about to pass away. He has been longing to see you one last time. Please hurry back to take a look at him. Xia Shige felt bewildered. She did not understand what trick the Lu family was trying to play this time, only feeling that this family was truly capable of causing trouble. Xia Shige had blacklisted the Lu family, but she did not expect them to find out through the clothing factory where Sun Weiguo worked and managed to get her contact information. Today, when Sun Weiguo received the video call from the Lu family, she was startled, thinking it was some new type of crowdfunding scam. It was only after the other party explained for a long time that she realized something had happened to Xia Shige's biological parents. Sun Weiguo hesitated for a moment, but still handed the phone to Xia Shige. On the other end of the screen, Su Yilan was quietly sobbing as she said, Shige, Mom knows you don't want to acknowledge us, but we are indeed your biological parents. Can you really bear to ignore your father? Before your father fell into a coma, he kept mentioning you. He said he was most worried about you. Please come see him one last time. The Lu family had already agreed that as soon as Xia Shige stepped through their door, they would tie her up and send her directly to the Li family. How to make Xia Shige bow down would depend on the Li family's methods. Whether they locked her up without food or water until she agreed, consummated their marriage, or confined her for a lifetime, the Lu family would not interfere as long as the Li family transferred the funds. Xia Shige's expression was complicated as she looked at the screen, as she was unsure if Lu Bo was really dying, because the Lu family had used the trick of feigning illness before. At that time, Xia Shige had gotten a job during an interview at the reconstruction department of the Xindu community, but Su Yilan had feigned illness to trick her back home, forcing Xia Shige to give the job to Lu Xiyuan. Su Yilan had pretended to be on the brink of death, appearing as if she had little time left. With a pale face, she told Xia Shige that her greatest worry was Lu Xiyuan. She urged Xia Shige to give the job to Lu Xiyuan so that he could have a stable and respectable position, allowing her to close her eyes in peace. Xia Shige did not want to relent, but Su Yilan and Lu Bo locked her in the house, forbidding her from going out, causing her to miss the time for reporting to work. Thus Xia Shige lost that job opportunity. Seeing Xia Shige's serious face in the screen, without saying a word, Su Yilan anxiously cried out, Shige, are you really that heartless? Your father has always been thinking about you. Do you really not want to see him one last time? Lu Xishue also cried, saying, Sister, please don't be so willful. No matter how many grievances there were before now, in the face of life and death, can you not put aside your hatred? Lu Ximing also looked serious as he said, Xia Shige, when you first returned to the Lu family, your father gave you 6 million. He has not been stingy with you. You are unwilling to even come back to see him one last time. Do you want him to leave with regrets? Do you have no conscience at all? Xia Shige laughed coldly upon hearing this. Lu Ximing was still as good at brainwashing as ever, just like in her past life. Lu Xiyuan silently watched the others from the Lu family perform, suddenly feeling that the current Lu family was suffocating him. Moreover, for some reason, every time he heard Xia Shige's voice now, he inexplicably thought of the missing He had been missing for many days without any news. Because Lu Xiyuan had a good relationship with He had sought him out several times to ask what He had said before leaving. Lu Xiyuan knew that the He family's business was not clean. He feared dragging the Lu family into this mess, and did not dare to mention that He had gone to see Xia Shige, only saying he did not know what He was doing. Sun Weiguo frowned from the side, feeling that this scene was strange. She quietly said to Xia Shige, Shige, you need to be careful. Xia Shige reassuringly patted her aunt's hand, signaling her not to worry, and then curiously asked the screen, Oh, are you dying? Have you written a will? Bring it over for me to see.